Chapter 1. Rebirth with Grievance. How is she? Has she given birth yet? A male with a serpent-like mark on his forehead inquired, while another male, leaning against the door of the dilapidated shack, curled his lip in disdain. It's been a whole night, she's probably not going to make it. For them, the sight of a young female struggling during childbirth had become commonplace. After all, these young females were merely taken from others. It was a pity, though, that this particular female was exceptionally beautiful, destined to perish in such a manner. Inside the crumbling shack, the veins on Shu Min's neck bulged, as a pain akin to being torn apart coursed through her. Today marked the 300th day since she was captured by the roaming beasts, and now, in her time of need, those beasts showed no intent of calling for a doctor. Bali and Rui, why are you here? We came to see how she was faring. The door of the small shack creaked open, revealing a figure she knew all too well. Ji Changming, her ex-husband, the adopted son her father had raised with utmost care, and the very man who had handed her over to the roaming beasts, leading to her current wretched state, neither human nor ghost. Oh, how tragic! The alluring by Lianrui nestled in Ji Changming's embrace as he looked down at the filthy Shu Min sprawled on the ground. Her plight provoked Ji Changming. He bent down, fingertips brushing her bloodied face, his eyes brimming with disdain. Such a pity. As he spoke, his hand reached toward her swollen belly, and in the next moment, a pool of blood seeped from beneath her. Her child was gone, lifeless within her womb. She had lost the last of her kin in this world, her father, her brother, her child one by one. They had all departed from her life. The pain in her body penetrated to her very bones as her blood continued to drain away. TSK, 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 once the esteemed little princess of the tiger tribe, now reduced to this ghastly state. How pitiful and tragic. Bah, you wretched scoundrels. With a fierce spit, Shu Min struck by Lianrui's face, instantly contorting by Lianrui's expression into a mask of rage. She snatched a dagger from a nearby male and plunged it straight into Shu Min's heart. Di Sha Minuten. If Ji Changming is reborn, I will ensure he pays with blood for his debts. Utilizing all her strength, Shu Min shouted these words with a voice hoarse from despair, her head tilting as she succumbed to her tragic and brief existence. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley, a white car lay abandoned across the street. Sister, sister, wake up. In a haze, Shu Min heard the voice of a young male. Hadn't she died? Hiss. A sharp pain radiated from her forehead, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring at a familiar Malayer brother. Shu Rong. Shu Min was momentarily dazed. Wasn't a Rong already killed by Ji Changming? How could he still be alive? Sister, you hit someone. Shu Rong pointed outside the car, and Shu Min glanced over to see a man lying in a pool of blood. He'll go take a look. Stay in the car. The man on the ground sported green hair, his face ashen, with severe injuries to his arms and shoulders, and a patch of serpent-like scales on his forehead, marking him as a roaming beast. Fear gripped Shu Min instinctively. She reached for her phone to call for help. However, as she fumbled with her device, memories of her past life flooded her mind, a torrent of hatred threatening to crush her phone's casing. She recalled that in her previous life, she had also struck someone, but her immediate reaction had been to call Ji Changming and entrust the matter entirely to him. What had become of that roaming beast, she had no knowledge of. But now, she did not wish to see that scoundrel, not in the least. Summoning her courage, she suppressed her fear of the roaming beast and focused intently on his features, suddenly reminded of a news piece she had seen on television. Lu Tingyuan, the leader of the serpent tribe, had become the mayor of a city, shocking both the political and business realms. His financial prowess was immense. Even the president of country sought his monetary assistance. Roaming beasts had long been looked down upon and ostracized by the legitimate beast tribes. Yet Lu Tingyuan's rise to the mayoral position suggested exceptional qualities. The roaming beasts who had imprisoned her had frequently perused news about Lu Tingyuan. But how could he be so severely injured now, hunted down by someone having offended a powerful adversary? Sis, should we call the police? Shu Rong, uneasy, exited the car. Shu Min hastily refused. No. As a roaming beast, Lu Tingyuan could not enter a hospital. Exposure of his identity would lead to his execution. Arone, you take a taxi to school, it'll take him to the hospital. Don't worry. Sister, should we call Mingo? Shu Rong looked at the bloodied male, concern evident in his eyes as he contemplated summoning Ji Changming for assistance. No need. At the mention of Ji Changming's name, a cold glint of murderous intent flickered in Shu Min's eyes. A wave of deep-seated hatred radiated from her, and she exhaled a breath of disgust before slowly calming Shu Rong. Fine, focus on your studies and listen attentively in class. In the current world, knowledge and education were paramount. Only by mastering enough knowledge and skills could one control their fate. Shu Rong was naturally intelligent in her past life. A broken leg had led him to despair and abandonment of learning, culminating in his eventual suicide. Reflecting on it now, she realized that her brother's injuries were also Ji Changming's doing, as it was he who had taken Shu Rong out, leading to a case of mistaken identity and a brutal beating that had left her brother's legs broken. Observing Shu Rong's straight legs, she silently vowed that in this life, she would protect him at all costs. Lu Tingyuan, Lu Tingyuan. She recalled that name upon hearing it. The man on the ground stirred. His eyes flew open, revealing the distinct vertical pupils filled with wariness. Who are you? Your savior. Gritting her teeth, Shu Min dragged him into the car and drove towards her family's estate. This world was one where humans and beastmen coexisted. The beastmen had seized the opportunity for civilizational progress, establishing factories and trading furs, allowing all tribes to prosper. No longer did they live like savages. Instead, they now enjoyed lives of affluence. Min. As Shu Min's car entered the Tiger Tribe estate, she was unsurprised to see him. Ever since her arrival, servants had relayed reports to Ji Changming, who was now highly trusted by their father, overseeing all matters of the Tiger Tribe. Seeing Ji Changming again felt like a lifetime had passed. An overwhelming tide of hatred surged towards her. Her eyes, filled with animosity, locked onto Ji Changming, her fingers gripping the car's seat tightly. Her entire body trembled not from fear, but from exhilaration. She was grateful to fate for granting her another chance to exact vengeance. Ji Changming stood frozen, paralyzed by the icy glare Shu Min directed at him. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke softly. Min, what happened? Cough, cough. Lu Tingyuan in the back seat stirred, pulling Shu Min back to reality. There were others waiting for her to save them, and she could not act recklessly just yet. Ji Changming was not only her father's adopted son, he was also the illegitimate child of the wolf tribe leader. If mishandled, it would provide the wolf tribe with the perfect excuse for war. Though Shu Min did not wish for his assistance, the absence of anyone else in the estate around noon compelled her to make a decision. You, help me bring him inside. Ji Changming nodded, but as he approached Lu Tingyuan, he caught a whiff of the roaming beast's scent. He's a roaming beast, he exclaimed. And indeed, the mention of roaming beasts sent shivers down the spine of all. Ming, you will keep my secret, right? To avoid exposing her secret, Shu Min suppressed the repulsion rising within her and restored her previous demeanor. Her eyes filled with expectation. She gazed at Ji Changming, projecting trust in him. But Ji Changming hesitated. I injured him, so I must save him. Seeing Shu Min's earnest expression, Ji Changming rolled his eyes and sighed, ultimately agreeing to assist in bringing the man upstairs. Fearing trouble, Ji Changming quickly found an excuse to leave after helping Lu Tingyuan into the room. Fortunately, Shu Min's family lineage traced back to tribal physicians, and with modern medical advancements, she was able to treat Lu Tingyuan's injuries without exposing his identity as a roaming beast. Hiding a roaming beast was a crime punishable by the legitimate beast tribes, equating one with the roaming beast themselves. Lu Tingyuan's injuries were swiftly addressed with a male's robust recovery. He would be well in a couple of days. Reflecting on the past, Shu Min felt her eyes welling with tears. She was determined to change her destiny, gazing at the still unconscious Lu Tingyuan, silently hoping she had placed her bet correctly this time. With the roaming beast as a ticking time bomb, Shu Min dared not venture outside carelessly. During this time, Ji Changming called to check on her, and she brushed him off with a casual excuse. By evening, when Shu Rong returned from school, Lu Tingyuan had also awakened. Water. His hoarse voice drew Shu Min's attention as she filled a glass of water and brought it to his lips. He slowly opened his eyes, and his distinctly skeletal fingers gripped her hand tightly, his amber eyes fixed intently on Shu Min. After a moment, he lowered his head to drink. The roaming beast's wariness was quite pronounced. "Did you save me?" Noticing that Lu Tingyuan's guard had lessened, Shu Min shrugged casually. Who else could it be? Lu Tingyuan asked no further questions, instead contentedly remaining at the Shu household. That night, as Shu Min prepared to serve Lu Tingyuan a meal, two young females suddenly blocked her at the staircase. "Shu Min, you are unworthy of Gij aiming. You should break up with him." "Indeed, Shu Min, what qualifications does a mere college dropout possess to stand beside Changming?" Shu Min gazed at the two brazen young women before her, a cold laugh escaping her lips. If memory served her right, this was her own home. These two harbingers of confrontation were none other than Ji Changming's sister, and the infatuated by Lian Rui, who harbored feelings for Lu Tingyuan. As she beheld by Lian Rui's delicate visage, Shu Min was reminded of the moment before her demise, nestled in Ji Changming's embrace. In her previous life, after Ji Changming divorced her, he wed by Lian Rui, and within a month, their first offspring, a little wolf cub, was born. The gestation period for wolf beasts is 2 months, implying that their entanglement had begun long before, while she remained blissfully unaware. Bai Lian Rui had long awaited Ji Changming's affection, and after his divorce, she seamlessly entered into matrimony. The patriarch of the Fox clan must have been privy to their clandestine affair. The downfall of the Tiger clan might well have been orchestrated by Lian Rui's father, the Fox clan leader. Previously, out of consideration for her perceived affection for Ji Changming and perhaps for his sake, she had endured relentless bullying from these two. But now, she was no longer willing to tolerate it. When did we ever share a bond? I am completely unaware. Chapter 2. Join me in saving the Tiger clan. She had grown up alongside Ji Changming, and everyone believed they were a match made in heaven once. She had thought so too. Yet, it was only when he callously delivered her into the hands of the stray beast that she realized the facade he wore Ji Changming's true ambition lay with the Tiger clan. Her brother Shurong, having lost his will to fight after a debilitating injury, had taken his own life. Ji Changming needed to marry her, the daughter of the Tiger clan leader, to inherit the clan and ascend as its new chief. His aspiration of becoming the leader of the Tiger clan was merely a means to assist the Wolf clan in effortlessly consuming it. He was nothing more than a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Now that she had uncovered Ji Changming's true nature, she was resolute in her refusal to engage in pretense any longer. Moreover, this time, she would ensure that Ji Changming was expelled from the Tiger clan before any misfortune could befall them. In this lifetime, she would steadfastly protect her father, her brother, and the Tiger clan that had showered her with boundless affection. Shu Min, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Shu Min deny any connection with Ji Changming, Bai Lian Rui felt her intelligence was being insulted. Shu Min, Gij aiming has rejected Lian Rui for your sake, yet you won't even acknowledge his identity. I truly pity Gij aiming. Ji Mingyu's face was a mask of sympathy, inciting further animosity and incensing Bai Lian Rui. Shu Min, you wretched creature, it is you who is unworthy of Changming. Bai Lian Rui, consumed by jealousy at Shu Min's exquisite beauty renowned for her allure, advanced to strike her across the face. Caught off guard, Shu Min received the slap squarely. Bai Lian Rui, struck with force, 5 distinct marks appeared on Shu Min's cheek, blood oozing forth, stinging with pain. Yet even after delivering that blow, she remained unsatisfied, intent on pushing Shu Min further. They stood upon the staircase. Should Shu Min tumble down, she would surely break limbs. The sharp voice of the young female disturbed Lu Tingyuan, who was resting upstairs. Unable to contain himself, he emerged from his room and beheld Bai Lian Rui slapping Shu Min. Useless wretch! With her hands clutching a tray, Shu Min's body began to tilt perilously towards the stairs. Though the second floor had only a few steps, a fall could result in broken bones. In a flash, a powerful force yanked Shu Min back, and in an instant, Bai Lian Rui and Ji Mingyu were sent tumbling down the stairs. Mingyu, be careful. Ji Changming entered just in time to witness the scene, teleporting to the staircase to catch the two young women as they fell. You! How dare you harm the young female? Young females are cherished treasures across all clans, and males must not inflict harm upon them. Ji Changming sternly directed his gaze at Lu Tingyuan, resolutely shielding Ji Mingyu and Bai Lianrui behind him. Noise! Why don't you just leave? Upon witnessing the injuries on Xu Min's face, Lu Tingyuan's mood soured considerably. A cold aura emanated from him, and the impetuous Ji Changming found himself unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. His calves trembled under the weight of this absolute dominance. Yet he could only endure, given the presence of the young female that I will escort you away first. Are you injured? The observant Ji Changming recognized the situation and was indeed a paragon of wisdom. He helped the sprained Ji Mingyu down the stairs, while Bai Lianrui could only follow with a huff of indignation. It was not until they had distanced themselves that his trembling legs began to settle. That damn male of the Tiger Clan dared to push us. Just wait until I report him to the guild. The Beast Clan Guild existed to protect young females and the rights of all clans. Maintaining a balance of power with the Dragon Clan leader, a relative of Bai Lianrui, at its helm, he is not a male of the Tiger Clan. He is the serpent beast saved by Min Min. A serpent beast? Isn't it a stray beast? Ji Mingyu was the first to react, gasping as she clutched her small chest. A stray beast. The Tiger Clan dares to take one in. I shall inform the guild immediately. Bai Lianrui, still incensed, seized upon Xu Min's misstep as an opportunity to lodge a complaint. Stray beasts had long been ostracized by the legitimate Beast Clan, and harboring them was tantamount to colluding with them. This time, she was determined to make Xu Min pay dearly. Bai Lianrui stomped her foot and climbed in her car, while Ji Mingyu flashed a cryptic smile. The following morning, Lu Tingyuan noticed an abundance of unfamiliar male scents surrounding the Xu residence. Xu Min had just awakened, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. I could see that moment. Xu Qinghe returned from a business trip, his face dark with worry. The guild leader has demanded that I surrender the stray beast within 3 days, or face the consequences, he announced. Xu Min felt a wave of dread wash over her. Indeed, hope was a foolish notion. It must be Ji Changming. Entrusting him was a sheer waste. Adoptive father, I have just received news that Min Min rescued a serpent beast a few days ago. Is it not him? What are we to do now? Before Xu Min could communicate with Xu Qinghe, Ji Changming entered the living room and exposed the matter. If we hand him over, perhaps we can save the Tiger Clan. The Beast Clan Guild held absolute authority here, possessing the power to judge all clans. Father, no. Have you forgotten the annihilation of the Goat Clan 6 months ago? Xu Min recalled a tragic event from approximately half a year prior, where a kind-hearted young female from the Goat Clan had sheltered a stray beast cub. Consequently, the guild led the males to eradicate the Goat Clan, with the high-ranking members dividing their territory and assets among themselves. Xu Min's reminder sent a chill down Xu Qinghe's spine. I in distress. Xu Qinghe found himself at a loss, while Lu Tingyuan silently observed, as if he were an outsider. After a moment, Lu Tingyuan turned to Xu Min. Come with me. Xu Min nodded and followed him into the guest room. A serpent beast. Lu Tingyuan was averse to light, hence the curtains were drawn tightly even during the day. Upon entering the room, Xu Min found herself pressed against the wall by Lu Tingyuan, his masculine presence enveloping her. Any other young female would have felt their heart racing in such a situation, yet having experienced so much, Xu Min remained remarkably composed. What do you intend to do? If you wish to save the Tiger Clan, accompany me. Lu Tingyuan's amber eyes shone in the dim room, revealing a glimmer of curiosity. What is your reasoning? Indeed, the Tiger Clan stood at a critical juncture, and she was willing to sacrifice herself to save them. After all, her own happiness paled in comparison to the lives of hundreds within the Tiger Clan. I possess the capability to accompany you. Lu Tingyuan leaned closer to Xu Min's ear and whispered, igniting a flicker of hope within her. When a male and a young female form a bond, the young female bears the mark of the male's partner beast. Stray beasts were so labeled because they lacked such a mark, allowing them to engage freely with young females without leaving evidence behind. Lu Tingyuan's words indicated that he was indeed a serpent beast, not a stray. This was a stroke of fortune. Very well, I accept your proposition. For the sake of the Tiger Clan, she was willing to make sacrifices. Moreover, Lu Tingyuan was destined to be a prosperous mayor, so aligning herself with him was hardly a loss. This transaction was advantageous for her. Chapter 3. Such an action is an insult to Min Min. Shu Min swallowed hard as Lu Tingyuan bent down to lift her into his arms. With steady strides, he gently placed her onto the soft bed. His head nuzzled against hers, clearly aroused. Shu Min's mind with a whirlwind of thoughts, her head spinning. Just as Lu Tingyuan's hand reached for her waist, she pressed her delicate, boneless hand against his icy wait. What? Are you having second thoughts? Lu Tingyuan's irritation flared, and he sat up, losing interest. No, I recall that serpent beasts have a unique method of forming bonds. Shu Min vaguely remembered encountering such information before. Lu Tingyuan's anger subsided, and a smirk graced his lips. Little fox. With that, he proceeded to unfasten her clothing, revealing his sharp fangs as he sank them into her shoulder. Seemingly venting his dissatisfaction, Shu Min's brow furrowed tightly as she felt a searing sensation at her shoulder, as if something was being injected in her bloodstream, causing her blood to boil. That night, Shu Min succumbed to a high fever, and when she awoke, it was 2 days later, just as the deadline for surrendering the stray beast approached. Standing before the mirror, Shu Min gazed at the small green serpent coiled upon her shoulder. This was Lu Tingyuan's partner Beastmark. He was indeed not a stray beast. Downstairs, commotion stirred, and Shu Min donned an outfit that reached her shoulders before stepping out of the room, only to be surprised to find Lu Tingyuan waiting for her just outside. Upon seeing the partner Beastmark on her shoulder, Lu Tingyuan licked his lips in satisfaction. Not bad that a chill ran down Shu Min's spine, and she hastily pulled him downstairs to the living room. A gathering of males, including the Dragon Clan leader, awaited them, alongside Ji Mingyu and Bai Lianrui. Lord Dragon Clan, this is all a misunderstanding, Shu Qing'a interjected, but the males present did not spare him a glance. The heavy scent of serpent beasts from the Shu family left no room for mere misunderstandings. The Tiger Clan would likely be extinguished starting today. The prospect of a substantial feast tantalized the males. Their expressions greedy. Father. Shu Min observed her father's pale and feeble attempts at explanation, her heart heavy with unease, prompting her to call out. Shu Qinghe looked up, his tiger-like eyes suddenly locking onto the partner Beastmark on her shoulder. Fearing he had misseen, he approached to confirm its authenticity. Father, Lu Tingyuan is not a stray beast. You need not worry. Shu Min softly reassured her father, the Tiger Clan will be safe this time. Father, isn't that a stray beast? Ji Mingyu feigned curiosity, subtly revealing Lu Tingyuan's identity to those present. Shu Qinghe, do you still dare to claim this as a misunderstanding? The stray beast stands before us. Do you take us for blind? A male rose first, challenging him. Shu Qinghe took a moment to steady himself before turning around. Though Lu Tingyuan is a serpent beast, he is not a stray. He regained composure, exuding the authority of a clan leader. How could that be? The male who had spoken erupted in outrage. The evidence is irrefutable. Are you attempting to insult our intelligence, esteemed clan leaders? I am Shu Min, and I can attest that the Tiger Clan harbors no stray beasts. How can you prove it? Bai Lianrui's suppressed fury erupted at the sight of Shu Min, her tone urgent. Shu Min, unfazed, delicately caressed her collarbone, exuding charm and capturing the attention of all the males in the room. Her figure was well-proportioned, her beauty striking, and her skin even fairer than that of other young females. Several unattached males swallowed hard, their gazes fixated on her collarbone, while Lu Tingyuan narrowed his eyes, committing their faces to memory. The mark upon her shoulder is that of a serpent beast's partner. After gazing for a prolonged period, the males naturally noticed the companion beast mark adorning Shu Min's shoulder. How could such a beautiful female be paired with a serpent beast? It is truly a waste of nature's bounty. I am already partnered with Lu Tingyuan. He is my companion, and certainly not a stray beast. Upon hearing Shu Min's words, the expressions of the other clan leaders reflected disappointment, though most of it was fleeting and well-concealed. However, Bai Lianrui was unconvinced and retorted sharply. How is that possible? Serpent beasts are indeed stray beasts. There could be no pure serpent beasts in the lore of the beast tribes. Serpent beasts, crocodile beasts, and chameleon beasts are eternally recognized as strays. How could one claim otherwise? Lianrui, The companion beast mark on Shu Min is the best proof. Is there any doubt? Ji Mingyu's words were ostensibly aimed at affirming Shu Min, but in reality, they serve as a reminder to Bai Lianrui that this companion beast mark might be fabricated. Bai Lianrui, not one to be easily swayed, contemplated and then leapt to her feet. Indeed, it must be a tattoo. There is no way it could be a companion beast mark in this advanced society. Ordinary people have invented a method of tattooing, allowing them to replicate various patterns and even companion beast marks from images. With that thought, Bai Lianrui lunged at Shu Min, almost intent on tearing the companion beast mark from her shoulder. "Father, we must verify Shu Min's purity," Bai Lianrui urged the wolf clan leader seated beside her, insisting that only by confirming Shu Min was not a maiden could they prove the companion beast mark was false. "Little female, this action is an affront to Minmin," Shuking interjected, taken aback by Bai Lianrui's audacity. The notion of verifying purity was one he had only heard of, never seen enacted. Shu Min clenched her fists tightly. She had long known that a mere companion beast mark would not suffice to convince these clan leaders. If it were otherwise, someone would have intervened to halt Bai Lianrui's slanderous words. Wouldn't they? Yet, she was not one to back down and retaliated with a slap to Bai Lianrui, a small repayment for previous grievances. Did the Fox clan's little female lack even a shred of decorum? To publicly tear at another's clothing, especially before so many males, was a complete lack of respect. Bai Lianrui's face flushed with anger from the slap, yet she received a warning glare from the Dragon Clan leader and had no choice but to swallow her indignation. The matter is serious. Verifying purity is indeed necessary. The usually taciturn Dragon Clan leader finally spoke, and Shuking felt a sense of foreboding settle in. Otherwise, the Tiger Clan would be in peril today. Shuking cast an apologetic glance at his daughter, while Shu Min silently shook her head. As long as the Tiger Clan could be preserved, enduring a bit of humiliation was inconsequential, compared to the indignities she suffered in the stray beast's dark lair. These were mere trifles. There is no need for trouble. I can provide proof. Lu Tingyuan, observing the assembly of males in the living room, bit down on his own wrist, allowing his blood to drip onto Shu Min's shoulder. Shu Min was about to fetch a cloth, but the blood was entirely absorbed by the companion beast mark on her shoulder. Approximately half a minute later, the emerald serpent appeared to come to life. Coiling in the is this not real? Esteemed clan leaders, do you now believe? Lu Tingyuan was not a stray beast, nor had he ever harmed a female. Thus, he posed no threat that we of the Tiger Clan will certainly not engage in actions that threaten other tribes. Shu Min asserted the Tiger Clan's position with unwavering conviction, leaving the clan leaders present at a loss for words. Present. The beast tribes faced a decline in talent and dwindling numbers, unless one committed an unforgivable sin. The council would not impose a punishment of extermination. Even if they desired to swallow up all tribes, they still had their pride. Chapter 4. Let Ji Changming and the likes perish, since it is a misunderstanding. Let us clear the air. The Wolf Clan leader stepped forward as a mediator, and Shuking breathed a sigh of relief. This hurdle seemed to have been overcome. Congratulations to the Tiger Clan leader on acquiring a fine groom. May the young couple enjoy a harmonious union and bear precious offspring soon. The other clan leaders echoed their congratulations, as if their earlier grievances were nothing but a fleeting dream, all fabricated. Bai Lianrui, begrudgingly silent, was restrained by Ji Mingyu, who recognized that the best moment had already slipped away. Further words would be futile. Bai Lianrui stomped her foot as she exited Shu Min's home, with Ji Mingyu following closely behind. Was it truly too lenient to let this matter pass so easily? I have never had a male lay a finger on me throughout my life. That Lu Tingyuan is far too audacious. Bai Lianrui, raised in indulgence, had never endured such humiliation. Punishing that serpent beast would not be difficult. She could simply ensure he became a true stray beast, as long as the little female did not reciprocate the male's affections and forcibly sever their bond. He would be cast into the realm of strays, and his descendants would follow suit, scorned and hunted by all legitimate beast tribes. Perhaps then he would come to despise Shu Min, leading to a mutual destruction. Truly a twofold victory. Mingyu, you are exceedingly clever. Bai Lianrui's imagination ran wild, envisioning Lu Tingyuan's tormented visage as a stray beast and the thought brought her joy. Meanwhile, their conversation was overheard clearly by Lu Tingyuan, who stood on the second floor. It was inevitable. A male's senses were keen, and within 100 meters, everything was within his purview. Moreover, Bai Lianrui and Ji Mingyu spoke loudly, making it impossible for him not to hear. But how would Shumin choose? Would she repeat her past mistakes? Did she truly merit his trust? In the meantime, the clan leaders exchanged pleasantries before taking their leave, the awkward atmosphere palpable. Once they had departed, Shuking slumped onto the sofa, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Father, do not worry. I will protect the Tiger Clan alongside you." Shumin sat beside him, grasping his hand gently to convey warmth that, in her past life, she had been lost in hedonism, seduced by Ji Changming's flowery words, but now she had been awakened. Let Ji Changming and the likes perish. Shuking gazed at the azure serpent on his daughter's shoulder, feeling a sense of regret. To protect the Tiger Clan, he had sacrificed his daughter. Truly a tragic irony. When evening fell, Ji Changming entered, his gaze landing on Lu Tingyuan at the dining table, and he felt a surge of frustration. He had nurtured this flower, and now it was plucked by a serpent beast. How could he not be enraged? "Changming, sit down and eat," he was told. Today, the Tiger Clan had narrowly escaped disaster, and silence reigned at the table. After the meal, Ji Changming could no longer contain himself. "Min, I wish to speak with you. I will be waiting in the garden." With that, he shot a glare at Lu Tingyuan and exited the dining room, while Lu Tingyuan appeared unbothered as he returned to the second-floor living room. "Sister," Shurong remarked, feeling that Shumin's partnership with Lu Tingyuan was an injustice, but he felt powerless to assist, overwhelmed by a sense of uselessness. "Do not fret. I will protect you from now on." Previously, Shumin had only considered herself, but now she had to safeguard not only the Tiger Clan, but also Shurong. She remembered how Shurong had once been interrupted and had his leg broken while attempting to prepare a birthday gift for her. The memory pained her heart. Moreover, her father was aging and had a weak heart. When he suddenly learned of Shurong's misfortune, he suffered a heart attack and passed away before he could be saved. Reflecting on these matters intensified her resentment towards Ji Changming. She wished for him to leave the Tiger Clan immediately. Ruffling Shurong's hair, Shumin made her way to the Tiger Clan's garden, in the garden. Ji Changming sat in the flower pavilion, several plates of her favorite snacks laid out before him. "Min, I noticed you hardly ate earlier. Please have some more." Shumin remained silent, her demeanor cool. Ji Changming awkwardly touched his nose, then naturally reached for Shumin's hand, only for her to recoil in disgust. The awkwardness of the moment was unfamiliar to him. "Min, I understand you are doing this to save the Tiger Clan. Now that the crisis has passed, you can sever your bond with that serpent beast." "Min, I do not mind your past with him. As long as you end that relationship, we can marry immediately." Ji Changming knew that this was not the ideal moment, yet he was unwilling to wait any longer. He felt jealousy, envious that the despicable serpent beast had taken Shumin's first experience, that it was akin to nurturing a flower only to see it taken away without even leaving the pot behind. Ji Changming's tone grew urgent, and Shumin rarely witnessed him in such disarray. "What if I refuse?" Shumin crossed her arms, looking at Ji Changming, whose eyes were filled with affection, and felt repulsed. She had been deceived in this manner, willingly and completely. "Min, are you angry? I swear it was not me who informed the council. It was Lianra. It is not as if she would know that Lu Tingyuan is a serpent beast. After all, she is merely a young female with no keen sense of smell, unable to distinguish between humans and males. The only one aware of Lu Tingyuan's true nature within the entire Tiger Clan estate is Ji Changming. She assumed that a male from the Tiger Clan had harmed her, which prompted my explanation, as I wished to prevent any wrongful accusations against the males of the Tiger Clan." Ji Changming spoke with a righteous tone, embodying the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman. "It no longer matters. I shall not sever my bond with Lu Tingyuan. Ji Changming's actions will no longer wound her heart." Hidden in the shadows, Lu Tingyuan felt a wave of joy upon hearing Shumin's resolute response. He had indeed chosen the right person. As soon as Shumin returned to her bedroom, she heard a rustling by the window. Rising to investigate, she was startled to find a massive azure python. Initially frightened, she quickly deduced that if it wasn't Lu Tingyuan, then who else could it be? She opened the window, and the azure python slithered gracefully inside, transforming into a human form. I will take you to a place. Before Xu Min could fully comprehend, Lu Tingyuan morphed back into a serpentine shape, wrapping his tail around her and slipping out of the Tiger Clan estate through the window. They arrived at a secret base, a private villa district. The villas here are among the most expensive in S City, to the extent that even his father had not dared to purchase a property here. "Brother, you're finally back. I was so worried about you." As Lu Tingyuan stepped into the living room, a little girl rushed into his embrace. "Who is this?" Xu Min asked, intrigued. "This is my sister, Lu Tingting." "Who are you?" Lu Tingting regarded Xu Min with a wary gaze, appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old, yet possessing an unusually high level of caution, as if she had been frightened before. Young females of the Serpent Clan possess strong reproductive capabilities. Having fled for her life since childhood, she harbors a fear of strangers. While the legitimate beast clans expel stray beasts, they also pursue their young females, as the reproductive abilities of stray females are notably robust, nearly always resulting in offspring. This, coupled with the dwindling population across various clans, only serves to heighten the birth rate, providing fresh blood to the tribes. "She's Xu Min, my partner, and will not harm you." Lu Tingyuan gently patted Lu Tingting on the head, soothing her in a soft tone. With his reassurance, Lu Tingting finally relaxed her guard, a smile returning to her face as she looked at Xu Min and sweetly called out, "Sister." Xu Min's heart softened at her endearing voice, and she bent down to stroke the smoothness of her little face. "Good girl." Chapter 5. The Auction. A clash of titans. After playing with Lu Tingting for a while, Lu Tingyuan led Xu Min to the second floor. In the study on the second floor, they were greeted by a table laden with property deeds, corporate stock contracts, and a vault filled with cash. "Is all of this yours?" Xu Min asked. Lu Tingyuan shrugged and chuckled. "What else could it be? Did you think I stole it? My mother left behind a substantial fortune from her business ventures, and over the years, money has simply compounded." Xu Min silently gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his prowess. "Why are you showing me all of this? After all, these possessions belong to Lu Tingyuan. It couldn't possibly be to incite her envy. We are already bonded. All of this is now yours as well. If necessary, we can change the names tomorrow." Xu Min was taken aback by Lu Tingyuan's generosity. Was he truly so indifferent to wealth? "There's an auction in a couple of days. If you see anything you fancy, consider it our bonding gift." Lu Tingyuan handed her a black card. She had never attended an auction before. All right, since they were already bonded, there was no need for her to hold back. "I do not like Ji Changming." When Lu Tingyuan uttered these words, his amber eyes were profound, concealing meanings that were difficult to decipher. Xu Min tightened her grip on the black card, no longer concealing her true emotions. That a wave of hatred surged within her, a chilling aura that caught Lu Tingyuan's attention. "Rest assured, I do not like him either." As she spoke, Xu Min gritted her teeth. Ji Changming's presence in the Tiger Clan was a persistent threat that must be eradicated. Though Lu Tingyuan did not understand the depth of her animosity towards Ji Changming, her response pleased him immensely. 2 days later, Xu Min donned an elegant outfit and accompanied Lu Tingyuan to the Zhongnan auction house. The guests in attendance were primarily Beast Clan members, many of whom had heard of Xu Min's partnership with the Serpent Beast and regarded her with disdain. The handsome appearance of stray beasts led them to believe she was merely enamored with Lu Tingyuan's looks. Whispers filled the air, but Xu Min paid them no mind. "Xu Min, you're here too." As soon as she sat down, she heard an exceedingly unpleasant voice. Following the sound, she saw Ji Changming, Bai Lianrui, and Ji Mingyu seated next to them. What a stroke of bad luck! It appeared Ji Changming had long been leading a double life, though she had never noticed until now. "You are allowed to come, but I am not." Previously, she had always adhered to Ji Changming's words, believing that as a young female, she should remain out of the limelight, that she did not need to excel in her studies, and that once she reached adulthood, he would marry her and care for her, sparing her from any worries. Hence, Xu Min had never taken her studies seriously, dropping out of school after high school to live off her family's wealth. While Ji Changming graduated from a prestigious university, with both Ji Mingyu and Bai Lianrui also hailing from reputable institutions. No, if you wish to come, you could have just told me. And I would have brought you along, Ji Changming hurriedly explained, realizing that Shu Min was becoming increasingly difficult to control. And no need, Lu Tingyuan suddenly leaned in, revealing his handsome visage, then took Shu Min's hand and kissed it. She is mine. Ji Changming felt a wave of embarrassment, while Ji Mingyu quickly tugged at him. Witnessing Ji Changming's discomfort brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction to Shu Min. Not enough. It wasn't sufficient. Brother A Ming is giving Lin Rui a birthday gift. I want one too. Although Ji Changming was the illegitimate son of the Wolf Clan leader, he shared a close bond with his legitimate sister. Ji Mingyu. All right. Feel free to choose whatever you like. If Shu Min sees anything she fancies, she can tell me. Ji Changming feigned generosity, attempting to overshadow Lu Tingyuan, thinking a serpent beast possessed little in terms of assets. Shu Min shrugged. Ji Changming worked for the Shu Min family, yet casually promised to spend lavishly at such a high-end auction, indicating he must be hiding quite a bit, and she needed to investigate further. After approximately half an hour, the guests were all present, and the auction officially commenced. Shu Min perused the brochure in her hand and spotted an item of interest. 2 essence hiding fruits, as the name implies. These fruits can conceal 1's aura, and this particular century-old essence hiding fruit can mask 1's presence for up to 10 years, making it a premium item. This would be excellent for Tingting. Lu Tingting, being a young female of the Serpent Clan, had a unique scent. With the essence hiding fruit, she would no longer need to fear her true identity being discovered. This was the purpose of their visit today. A smile gleamed in Lu Tingyuan's eyes. This young female was quite clever, as the auction items were presented one by one. When a set of ocean heart diamond necklaces appeared, Ji Mingyu couldn't contain herself and promptly raised her paddle, determined to acquire it. Ultimately, she won the ocean heart necklace for 3 million, and Shu Min glanced at Ji Changming, who appeared unfazed, showing no signs of discomfort. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the 2-century-old essence hiding fruits were finally brought forth. The verdant fruits, resting on a crimson velvet tray, appeared exceptionally vibrant and fresh, prompting Shu Min to perk up. The starting bid for the 2 essence hiding fruits was set at 2 million, and before Shu Min could raise her paddle, Ji Mingyu acted swiftly. 3 million, with just 3 simple words. She raised the price by 1 million. Other guests interested in participating were immediately deterred by the price. After all, they were merely century-old essence hiding fruits. 4 million. Just as Ji Mingyu believed she was assured victory, Shu Min raised her paddle, matching the increase of 1 million. Ji Changming furrowed his brows and turned to Shu Min. Shu Min, we are all family. There's no need to drive up the price. I can have Mingyu give you one. Although Ji Changming was wealthy, he found 4 million to be rather steep. That I have used for it. Had this been a time before, Shu Min would have readily conceded. But now, things were different. While the essence hiding fruit held no value for males, it was a lifeline for Lu Tingting. This was why she was unwilling to relent. That Ji Mingyu bit her lip, her determination flaring as she raised her paddle. 5 million, Mingyu. Ji Changming whispered a warning, but Ji Mingyu's eyes were already brimming with fervor, and he could not bring himself to say any more. He gazed at Shu Min in astonishment. Today, she was exceedingly unusual. Min, how about I buy you some other concealment fruits? Let these 2 be for Mingyu, he suggested. Shu Min remained silent, not even bestowing a glance upon him, instead opting for decisive action to convey her disagreement to Ji Changming. 6 million. The price for 2-century-old concealment fruits reached 6 million, a figure that left the guests present utterly astonished. With that amount, one could procure 2 Ocean Hearts diamond necklaces. It was truly a battle of titans. Jiminjiu wished to continue, yet Ji Changming swiftly evaded the bidding card, murmuring, since Min desires them, let her have them. Feigning a pained expression, Shu Min curled her lip. Ultimately, she secured the 2-century-old concealment fruits at the price of 6 million. After all, the money belonged to Lu Tingyuan, and she felt no regret, having acquired what she desired. Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan did not linger, heading backstage to settle the payment and prepare to depart. However, mere moments after their vehicle had started, they encountered an unexpected turn of events. The driver noticed someone was tailing them. Despite his efforts to shake them off, the cars flanking him proved relentless. Shu Min's anxiety heightened, and in the next instant, Lu Tingyuan enveloped her in his embrace. The windows on either side shattered, and a hand reached in. "Hand it over," a male voice demanded, attempting to seize the concealment fruits. In the next moment, a wail echoed in Shumin's ears. She propped herself up, while Lu Tingyuan swiftly snapped the intruding arm with remarkable precision. The windows of the vehicle were shattered one after another, and several unfamiliar figures approached. Under the dim light within the car, Shumin discerned their insignias. They were the stray beasts. "If you know what's good for you, hand over the concealment fruits." "Oh, and look, there's a little female. Let's take her back for some fun." Two males revealed their sharp claws, and before the words had fully left their lips, they lunged towards Lu Tingyuan. Shumin promptly thrust the concealment fruits into Lu Tingyuan's hands, whispering, "I'll distract them. You take the fruits and go." While Lu Tingyuan fended off the male intruders, he held Shumin protectively in his arms. "No need. Just hold on a bit longer. Help will arrive soon." Suddenly, a tremendous force overturned the vehicle, and Lu Tingyuan braced himself, ensuring Shumin was shielded from injury. The car was flipped, and the engine system was violently compromised by the stray beasts. At that moment, what was once a luxurious vehicle became a mere pile of scrap metal, and Shumin and Lu Tingyuan crawled out. Just then, Ji Changming, accompanied by Jiminjiu and by Lianrui, emerged, drawn by the commotion. The wolf beast possessed night vision, allowing him to clearly see that Shumin was under siege by the stray beasts. "Not good. Minmin is in danger," he exclaimed. With that, Ji Changming's hands transformed into sharp wolf claws as he charged at the stray beasts. His arrival created an opening in the encirclement, and Shumin seized Lu Tingyuan's hand, urging him to flee in that direction. "It's dangerous for Minmin here. Hurry, follow me." As Ji Changming spoke, he reached for Shumin, but Lu Tingyuan yanked him aside. "You serpent beast, do you wish for Minmin to die alongside you?" The sheer number of stray beasts and their ferocity made Ji Changming regret his impulsiveness. Shumin showed no gratitude. He realized he was merely making a fool of himself. The four of them held their ground for 10 minutes until a pickup truck drifted into view, its bed packed with a dozen people. "Clearly overloaded, sir. We've arrived." Shumin exhaled in relief. This must be the reinforcements Lu Tingyuan had mentioned. With the arrival of support, the stray beasts faltered, but they were unwilling to abandon the mission without results. Thus, a cunning stray beast, armed with a dagger, stealthily approached Lu Tingyuan, intent on snatching the box from his grasp. Shumin noticed the creature's subtle maneuver, but it was too late to warn him. She could only use her arm to block the attack, lest the dagger sever Lu Tingyuan's tendons in an instant. With a sharp slice, the dagger tore through Shumin's arm, yet she disregarded the pain and kicked the assailant aside. "Minmin, are you all right?" On the other side, Ji Changming freed a hand and rushed over upon witnessing the scene. Lu Tingyuan also noticed Shumin's injury. His eyes narrowed, transforming into slits as he forcefully retaliated. A sharp strike from his serpent claws sliced through the stray beast's neck. Blood gushing forth like a fountain. Leave none alive. Ignoring Ji Changming, Lu Tingyuan hoisted Shumin into his arms and made for the pickup truck parked nearby. Thick plumes of black smoke billowed as the truck sped away. Ji Changming stood in place, seething as they departed, sensing an increasingly uncontrollable situation. Shumin appeared to slip further from his grasp, a change that had begun with Lu Tingyuan's arrival. "Changming, why do you concern yourself with her?" She has already partnered with that serpent beast. While Lianrui approached, her eyes brimming with malice. "Brother Aiming, are you hurt?" She was anxious about Shumin's injury. The little female must not come to harm. This matter should be reported to the Tiger Clan's leader without delay. After hearing Jiminjiu's words, Ji Changming nodded silently. Meanwhile, Lu Tingyuan returned to the Lu family villa with Shumin, instructing Lu Tingting to fetch a first aid kit to tend to her wounds. "How did my sister get hurt?" Upon removing Shumin's coat, a ghastly wound on her arm was revealed, the stark contrast of her fair skin and bright red blood creating a striking visual impact. "I'm fine, Tingting, don't worry," due to the continuous bleeding. Shumin's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Lu Tingyuan pursed his lips as he treated her wound, wrapping it in bandages and tying a rather unsightly bow. Soon, a knock echoed, and a male with serpent claws entered. Due to the after effects of her previous life, Shumin instinctively tensed upon seeing him. Brother Lingqing, you startled my sister. Lu Tingting chimed sweetly. Lu Tingyuan noted her reaction and sternly blocked her line of sight, while the stray beast, known as Lingqing, lowered his head to conceal his face within his crimson hair. Sir, one escaped, and those captured succumbed to toxins before revealing any information. Lu Tingyuan suspected that the individuals who attempted to seize the concealment fruits were connected to those who had previously pursued him. Otherwise, such coincidences were unlikely. But what could they possibly want with the concealment fruits? Investigate thoroughly. None must be spared. Anyone who dares harm my little female will be executed without mercy. Understood, sir. Lingqing, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly departed. After his exit, Shu Min let out a slow breath of relief. Ting, eat this. Lu Tingyuan produced a small brown box from his pocket, containing 2-century-old concealment fruits. Upon seeing the fruits, Lu Tingting's expression soured. It was evident she had consumed her fair share of concealment fruits over the years. Brother, can I not eat this? It's quite bitter. And as long as I don't go outside, they won't notice. Though beneficial, the concealment fruits tasted as bitter as astringent persimmons, and her previous experiences had left her somewhat averse to them. With a pleading gaze, she looked at him, evoking sympathy. Ting, this is a century-old concealment fruit. Consuming it will mask your scent for 10 years. Shu Min gently ruffled Ting's hair, softly explaining. The 2 fruits would provide a 20-year cover. By then, Ting would have grown up and could find a male to protect her, no longer fearing that someone might covet her. Really? Only then did Lu Tingting slowly reach for one of the concealment fruits, her expression pained as she consumed it. Just watching made Shu Min feel it must taste terrible. This one is for you. Lu Tingyuan offered another fruit to Shu Min, but before she could refuse, she suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Min, Lu Tingyuan was taken aback, while Lu Tingting was the first to notice Shu Min's blood-soaked clothes. Brother, my sister's bleeding hasn't stopped. There are no clan doctors here. You need to come back to the Tiger Clan with me. Just say she was lost and that you found her by the roadside. Lu Tingting nodded, knowing this lie was one she had successfully told countless times without it ever falling apart. Chapter 7. 5 million for your release from the bond of partnership. Meanwhile, Ji Changming had just returned to the Tiger Clan, where Xu Qinghe was at home sipping tea and watching the evening news. Father, has Min returned? Not yet. Ji Changming wore a troubled expression, his hesitant demeanor piquing Xu Qinghe's curiosity. What's wrong? What happened? I ran into Min at the auction, and she bid 6 million for 2-century-old concealment fruits. To suggest that Min, a small female of the Tiger Clan, has no use for this concealment fruit is an absolute injustice regarding the expenditure. Ji Changming, having been raised entirely by Xu Qinghe, garnered immense trust from him, leading Xu to firmly believe in his words. He quickly grasped the implication behind Ji Changming's statement. The concealment fruit was likely intended for that serpent beast. After all, the fruit also applies to males capable of masking their scent. Well, it is purchased now. Though Xu Qinghe felt a twinge of displeasure at Lu Tingyuan's dependence, his affection for his daughter prevailed. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ji Changming's eyes as he continued. Upon exiting the auction, they were beset by a group of feral beasts, and Min was injured. The serpent beast took her away while I was momentarily distracted. And she is yet to return. Adoptive father, could they have encountered trouble? Upon hearing of Shu Min's injury, Xu Qinghe immediately rose, his voice icy. Min is injured. Just as he was about to summon help, he detected a familiar metallic scent of blood. In the next moment, Lu Tingyuan entered, cradling Shu Min, whose complexion was pallid. Quick, summon the clan doctor. Lu Tingyuan laid Shu Min upon the sofa, and Xu Qinghe hastily instructed Ji Changming. Go fetch the clan doctor. Ji Changming complied and rushed out. The clan doctor resided within the Tiger Clan estate, and within 5 minutes he returned with assistance. The small female requires stitches for her wound. Hurry, we must staunch the bleeding. Xu Qinghe watched Shu Min with a pained heart, lamenting how a simple outing had led to such a dire situation. The clan doctor, without administering anesthesia, promptly began stitching the wound, causing Shu Min to frown in discomfort. It is your fault that Min was hurt. Ji Changming seized Lu Tingyuan, raising his fist to strike him, but Lu Tingyuan, with a glance, signaled for restraint. Lu Tingyuan grasped Ji Changming's hand, stating solemnly, "I will take responsibility." "What responsibility?" "It must be your provocation that brought upon the feral beasts. You are nothing but a calamity. Someone, take him to the dungeon." Shu Qinghe, equally incensed, called for the patrolling males outside. Lu Tingyuan cast a glance at the still unconscious Shu Min, offering no resistance as he followed the Tiger Clan males to the dungeon. When Shu Min awoke, it was already the following day, and Lu Tingting sat by her bedside, her eyes red. "Tingting, where is my brother?" Shu Min surveyed the room, noticing Lu Tingyuan's absence, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Brother is imprisoned in the dungeon. Sister, you must rescue him." Lu Tingting burst into tears, overwhelmed by fear in this unfamiliar tiger clan. "What? How could this happen?" "Tingting, do not cry, I shall go find him." Shu Min gently comforted Lu Tingting, then threw off the covers, slipped on her slippers, and descended the stairs. Lu Tingting followed closely behind, and together they soon arrived at the Tiger Clan dungeon. The dungeon had been vacant, as this era of peace and development had rendered such places obsolete. No longer did beasts establish secret courts, and interspecies laws were firmly enforced. Upon entering the dungeon, Shu Min spotted Lu Tingyuan, flanked by 2 Tiger Clan males guarding the entrance, making him appear as a notorious criminal. "Release him. Little female, Chief Changming has stated that without the clan leader's orders, we cannot release anyone." The 2 Tiger Clan males appeared troubled, and Shu Min's expression hardened. "I command you to release him. I will take responsibility for any consequences." The 2 males remained obstinate, prompting Shu Min to seize a stone and strike the iron chain securing the door. I could see that moment. Ji Changming arrived, and the 2 Tiger Clan males visibly relaxed. "Min Min, your adoptive father heard you had awakened and was searching for you." Shu Min glared at Ji Changming, knowing he alone was privy to the events of the previous night, and surmising he had misled her father, thus inciting his wrath against Lu Tingyuan. "Tingting, let us go." Shu Min grasped Lu Tingting's hand and returned to the living room, where Shu Qinghe sat on the sofa, his face dark. "Father, why have you imprisoned Lu Tingyuan?" "He is the one who caused your injury. That is my reasoning." Shu Qinghe listened to Shu Min's continued defense of Lu Tingyuan. His discomfort grew. "Father, it was the feral beast that harmed me, not him. How could he possibly wish me harm, being my partner?" Shu Min rubbed her temples, aware her father was merely protective, yet he had fallen into Ji Changming's trap. "Min Min, I understand the charm of the serpent beast and how he may delight a young female. But spending 600,000 on 2 concealment fruits was unwarranted." Ji Changming entered, feigning earnest counsel. "Is that so? Then what do you say about the 300,000 you spent on a diamond necklace for Bailian Rue?" Shu Min retorted, confronting Ji Changming's blatant attempts at division. "Ming, if I recall, you recently graduated and just joined the company. Father, do the management staff earn such exorbitant salaries?" Shu Min was fully aware of Ji Changming's dubious financial sources and intended to expose him before her father. Shu Qinghe's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of Ji Changming's income. "Adoptive father, that money was given to me by the Wolf Clan leader. I did not touch a single cent of the company's funds." "You may verify the accounts if you wish." Shu Min raised an eyebrow, turning the tables. "Verify it?" "Father, I wish to intern at the company, and checking the accounts could serve as preliminary insight." Previously, Shu Qinghe had desired for Shu Min to learn the ropes of the company, but she had only aspired to be a beautiful flower awaiting Ji Changming's proposal. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, she was determined to reclaim her stake in the company. "Min Min, the company's accounts are complex. You cannot comprehend them." Ji Changming interjected hastily. "If I cannot, we can hire an accounting firm to review them, and I shall observe for learning purposes." "Very well. Min Min, you have finally seen the light." Shu Qinghe nodded. The inquiry into the accounts was now a certainty. "Bring that serpent beast here." With his mood improved, Shu Qinghe found Lu Tingyuan's matter somewhat forgivable. Ji Changming simmered with suppressed anger as he headed to the dungeon. After a night of confinement, Lu Tingyuan remained largely unaffected, his gaze resolute and devoid of panic, for he had committed no wrongdoing. "This is a 500,000 check. I demand you sever your partnership with Min Min." Shu Min was taken aback. She could not afford to lose such a wealthy ally, and her father was about to unwittingly cause her distress. Lu Tingyuan glanced at the check on the table and declared, Chief of the Tiger Clan, I cannot accept your request. Chapter 8. The Sharplaws eager to pounce, Shu Qing'e stared at Lu Tingyuan in silence for a long while, perceiving no hint of deceit in his gaze. You are with Min for her wealth. The 600,000 spent on the concealment fruits is proof that Ji Changming pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Tingyuan, indignation evident, as he sought to expel the serpent beast from the Tiger Clan to regain control over Min. Who says that money came from me? It could very well be his own. Shu Min retorted, suddenly realizing Ji Changming was merely a troublemaker. Impossible. He is a serpent beast. How could he possess such wealth? Ji Changming immediately countered, asserting that it was already a feat for Lu Tingyuan to have survived as a serpent beast, let alone amass 600,000. Serpent beasts were often seen as the pariahs of the wild. Few would employ them, and they lacked even the opportunity to attend school. Not only did Ji Changming disbelieve, but Shu Qing'e did as well that I have online banking on my phone. We can check if there are any records of 600,000 in transactions. Upon hearing Shu Min's words, Shu Qing'e's skepticism began to wane. Ji Changming was left speechless, though still unwilling to concede. Min, you are a small female of the Tiger Clan. Being partnered with a serpent beast will only bring shame to your adoptive father. Why not dissolve your partnership? I assure you, the Tiger Clan will provide for him for life. Shu Min shook her head. We have done nothing wrong. What is there to be ashamed of? Yet you willingly spent 300,000 on by Lian Rui. Should I not suggest that father proposed to the Fox Clan leader on your behalf? Min, you know I have loved you since childhood. Such words pierce my heart. Ji Changming vehemently denied it. His face contorted in anguish as he turned away from the living room. Shu Qing'e sighed, and only then did Shu Min speak earnestly. Father, the one you should be wary of is not Lu Tingyuan. Since I have chosen him as my partner, I have no intention of dissolving our bond. Shu Qing'e fell silent, and Shu Min took Lu Tingyuan and Lu Tingting upstairs. Shu Qing'e sat on the sofa, deep in thought, and 10 minutes later, he made a phone call. Please investigate the accounts of the Shu family. It is evident that he has begun to harbor suspicions regarding Ji Changming, and upon hearing this, Shu Min let out a sigh of relief on the second floor. Her father had always regarded Ji Changming as a potential heir, and dismantling his trust in him would not be accomplished with mere words. Certain truths must be unveiled gradually for Ji Changming's true intentions to be revealed. The following morning, at the breakfast table, Shu Min proposed to Shu Qing'e the idea of sending Lu Tingting to school. Father, I found Tingting on the road, and I wish to enroll her in a school under the Shu family. Shu Qing'e cast a glance at the somewhat timid Lu Tingting and casually replied, Do as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingting was overjoyed. She would finally have the opportunity to attend school. Due to her unique circumstances, she was already 8 years old, yet had never experienced formal education. Having only learned from books at home, she had long yearned for the life of a student. Tingting will be attending your school from now on, so please take good care of her. Shu Min gently reminded Shu Rong in the car. Shu Rong shyly nodded in agreement. I will take good care of Brother Rong. Lu Tingting chimed in, sticking out her tongue and playfully patting Shu Rong's shoulder. Shu Min personally approached the school principal, and the enrollment process for Lu Tingting went remarkably smoothly. She was placed in the 2nd grade, conveniently adjacent to the high school building where Shu Rong studied, allowing them to look out for each other with ease. After the 2nd class on the afternoon of her first day, Lu Tingting excitedly bounced over to find Shu Rong. However, upon reaching the entrance of Class 3 in the first year, she found Shu Rong surrounded by a group of small bullies. Shu Rong was being shoved around, and Lu Tingting felt a surge of displeasure. Shu Rong, you're such a coward. If I slap you, will you dare to fight back? The sight of Shu Rong's meek demeanor delighted one of the bullies, who reached out to strike Shu Rong's face. But in the next moment, a frail little hand grasped the bully's arm. You shall not bully Brother Rong. As soon as she finished her declaration, Lu Tingting bit down hard on the bully's arm. Ji Changqing, are you all right? Seeing Ji Changqing bitten, the 2 other little followers stood bewildered, unsure of how to react. Let go of me, you little brat. Hurry and pull her off. Ji Changqing's 2 little followers hesitated, stammering, There's a rule in our clan that males cannot harm little females. Ji Changqing, feeling helpless, could only endure Lu Tingting's bite due to this strict law. Tingting, Please stop biting, he pleaded, his arm now bleeding, while Shu Rong looked on with a heavy heart. Eventually, Lu Tingting, having grown tired of biting, released her grip and waved her tiny fist defiantly. You are not allowed to bully Brother Rong, or else I will bite you too. Ji Chongqing's arm throbbed with pain, and he begrudgingly retorted. Fine, Shu Rong, if you have the guts, don't leave after school. Shu Rong remained silent, but Lu Tingting glared at him with her hands on her hips. This was Lu Tingting's first day at school, and Shu Min felt a twinge of concern, arriving early to wait at the school gate. As Lu Tingting, with her little backpack, skipped joyfully alongside Shu Rong and exited the school gate. Shu Min was about to step out of the car to greet them when she noticed a group of young males blocking their path in a narrow alleyway. Furrowing her brows, she took a shortcut to the back of the alley and was astonished to find Ji Mingyu and Bai Lianrui there as well. With a sense of curiosity, Shu Min activated her phone's video recording function. Sister Mingyu, this little brat bit me. You must seek justice for me. Due to the rule that males cannot harm little females, Ji Chongqing had sought Ji Mingyu's assistance. Bai Lianrui, who prided herself on her beauty, could not help but feel a pang of jealousy upon seeing the 7- or 8-year-old little female, whose looks were already striking. This must be the little female that Shu Min picked up from the roadside. How unfortunate to be lost from her parents at such a young age. Ji Mingyu's face displayed a look of pity as she approached Lu Tingting and squatted down slowly. Little sister, it is wrong to bite indiscriminately. You must not do this in the future. Ji Mingyu attempted to reach out to touch Lu Tingting. She was dodged. Her gentle expression cracked slightly. Unappreciative. You're just a wild child. Look at how you've bitten Chongqing. You should be properly taught a lesson. Ji Mingyu stood up, adjusted her skirt, and stepped back as the little male surrounding Ji Chongqing closed in. You cannot harm Tingting. I will tell my father. Shu Rong, feeling powerless, realized that his warning had no effect. Chongqing, I'll leave Shu Rong to you. I'll help teach this wild child a lesson. Ji Chongqing instructed, as a few little males trapped Shu Rong in the middle, while Lu Tingting was isolated outside. Bai Lianrui rolled up her sleeves, her sharp nails itching for action. Chapter 9. One-sided beating of Bai Lianrui. Everything that transpired was recorded on the phone. Shu Min turned off the recording and placed the device in her pocket, her high heels clicking as she approached. Well, do you find joy in bullying my younger siblings? Shu Min's voice echoed, causing Bai Lianrui to react as if her tail had been stepped on. Shu Min, what are you doing here? With a resounding slap, Bai Lianrui's face bore 2 fresh scratches. How dare you hit me? Shu Min, Bai Lianrui exclaimed in shock, while Ji Mingyu was equally taken aback by Shu Min's sudden aggression. As Bai Lianrui swung her arms to retaliate, Shu Min deftly evaded her and seized a handful of her hair, causing Bai Lianrui to wince in pain. Shu Min, let go of Lianrui. What you're doing is provoking the entire Fox clan. Ji Mingyu watched Shu Min nervously, who now exuded an aura akin to that of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, causing Ji Mingyu to hesitate to approach for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Ji Mingyu, I truly wish to scrub your teeth clean and wash out that foul mouth of yours. Having seen through Ji Mingyu's duplicitous behavior, Shu Min retaliated without reservation. Ji Mingyu's face flushed crimson as she signaled to Ji Chongqing. But due to Shu Min's status as a little female, the males hesitated to intervene, recalling the past insults Bai Lianrui had hurled at her and the metaphorical knife thrust into her heart. Shu Min's fury boiled over, and she felt an overwhelming urge to rip off Ji Mingyu's skull and use it as a ball to kick. Sister, you are magnificent. You are amazing. Lu Tingting clapped her hands in delight at Shu Min's show of strength, while Shu Rong, watching from the side, wore a worried expression. Sister, if you continue like this, father will be displeased. Immersed in the thrill of vengeance, Shu Min's enthusiasm waned at Shu Rong's words. If I catch you bullying Shu Rong and Tingting again, I will make you bald, Bai Lianrui cried out, clutching her hair, while Ji Mingyu trembled in fear. Shu Min took Lu Tingting by the hand and pulled Shu Rong away, and upon getting into the car, her expression remained dark and stormy. Sister is angry. Is it because of what just happened? Lu Tingting quickly sensed Shu Min's mood. I'm sorry, sister. I won't provoke them again. With her keen intuition, Lu Tingting quickly picked up on Shu Min's emotions. While Shu Rong cautiously glanced at her, Ronger, Are you very afraid of father? Are you frightened of them? Is that why you allow them to bully you? This isn't the first time, is it? In her previous life, after Xu Rong's tragic demise, she discovered in his farewell letter that he had endured bullying since he began school, with Ji Chongqing and his little friends tormenting him throughout middle and high school. He had attempted to report it to teachers, but to no avail. Even after his legs were rendered useless, the humiliation he faced at the hands of Ji Chongqing and his companions escalated, subjecting him to acts such as urination upon him and forcing him to drink toilet water. No, that's not it, sister. The teachers in Mingu said that our identities represent not just ourselves, but also the Tiger Clan. If we cause trouble, we will only bring trouble to the Tiger Clan. In Xu Rong's understanding, fighting was inherently wrong, especially since they were the offspring of the Tiger Clan's leader. Any misstep on their part would only invite trouble for the Tiger Clan and add to their father's burdens. Xu Min narrowed her eyes. Ji Changming was behind this. Xu Rong was at the prime of youth, filled with vigor, and should not be indifferent to Ji Chongqing's oppression. It turned out that Ji Changming and that so-called teacher had instilled such notions in him. All at once, Xu Min's anger dissipated as she realized Rong had been enduring this out of understanding. Her eyes grew misty as she took a deep breath, starting the car and driving towards the Tiger Clan's estate. Meanwhile, Ji Changming received a call from Bai Lianrui, who exaggeratedly recounted how Xu Min had struck her. Upon hearing this, Ji Changming furrowed his brows in concern. Lianrui, have you sold the Heart of the Ocean necklace? My godfather has begun auditing the accounts, and I must quickly make up for the shortfall. It is already online, but the bids are quite low. I want to wait and see that. Don't wait any longer. Sell it if it exceeds 2 million, that I'll find a way to cover the rest. Xu has commenced a meticulous audit of the accounts. Although his records are deftly crafted, they remain vulnerable under scrutiny, compelling him to swiftly rectify any discrepancies to maintain the facade of his deceit. Oh, how vexing it is that you have just gifted me the necklace, yet I have yet to wear it before having to part with it. Bai Lianrui's voice was melodious, laced with discontent. Ji Changming, in dire need of funds, could only offer gentle reassurances. My dear, do not be upset. I shall purchase an entire set for you soon, and I assure you it will be grander than this one. That is a promise you made. The term of endearment left by Lianrui feeling weak in the knees, prompting her to swiftly conclude the call and package the Heart of the Ocean for sale at 2 million. Ji Changming, upon witnessing the transfer notification on his phone, finally exhaled in relief, subsequently transferring a total of 5 million, including his account balance, to Xu's finance department to cover the shortfall. Listening to the sounds of cars outside, a frigid expression flickered across Ji Changming's countenance. He hurried downstairs, speaking urgently. Foster father, Lianrui mentioned that the little female cub brought back by Minmin has injured Chongqing, and Minmin has also scratched her face. What shall we do? Could this incite discontent among the leaders of the Fox and Wolf clans? Upon entering, Xu Rong immediately heard Ji Changming's words, causing him to freeze in alarm. Xu Qinghe glanced at his children who had just entered. Raising an eyebrow, Minmin, perhaps you should apologize to Lianrui and seek her forgiveness. This may prevent any backlash from the Fox and Wolf clans. Ji Changming appeared to propose a compromise. Father, both my sister and I offended by Lianrui for my sake. I shall go and apologize, requesting her forgiveness. Before Xu Min could speak, Xu Rong stepped forward to admit fault. Xu Min felt no sense of relief. Instead, she experienced a profound disappointment. Rong, is this truly how you feel? Xu Qinghe spoke calmly, and Xu Min discerned his own disappointment mirrored in his expression. Xu Rong lowered his head in shame, while Xu Min sighed and retrieved her phone. Father, please take a look at this video. As the video played, it captured the actions of Bai Lianrui and Ji Chongqing. Aiming, do you still believe this is my fault? Xu Min displayed her phone, the video looping, leaving Ji Changming at a loss for words. His cheeks flushed. Father, Rong is your male cub, the future leader of the Tiger Clan. Ji Chongqing has bullied Rong before. Is this not under the direction of the Wolf Clan leader? I believe you should inquire with him. Xu Qinghe, witnessing his son being bullied, felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. This matter ends here. Father, I believe you should establish the young clan leader soon, so the clansmen can recognize whom they ought to pledge their loyalty to. Shu Rong's weakness led many in the Tiger clan to believe that once he married Ji Changming, he would naturally become the next clan leader, resulting in many Tiger clan members being subservient to Ji Changming. Chapter 10. She said, I believe in you. Foster father, Rong is still young. He hasn't even graduated high school. Why ETTO appoint him as the young clan leader now may not garner widespread support. Before Shu Qinghe could respond, Ji Changming vehemently opposed. His reaction was intense, drawing the attention of both Shu Qinghe and Shu Rong. Min, I understand your concern for your brother, but foster father is still in good health. Ji Changming shamelessly twisted words, portraying Shu Min as a schemer. Shu Qinghe's gaze deepened as he quietly observed the shifting expressions of his children. Shu Min, watching her father, felt a deep pang of sympathy. As the leader of the Tiger clan, he had to remain strong, even refraining from announcing his heart condition. In her past life, Rong had taken her own life, causing her father's heart condition to worsen. Ji Changming had seized the opportunity to control the Tiger clan, marrying her and ultimately becoming the new leader. Now that she understood Ji Changming's true intentions, she would not allow him to establish a foothold in the Tiger clan. Her father, strong on the outside but frail within, hoped for Rong to inherit the title of young clan leader to alleviate his burdens. Very well. I shall discuss this matter with the clan elders. Dinner will be served shortly. You may go upstairs to rest. At some point, the atmosphere in the household had shifted. The foster son whom he had watched grow seemed to harbor ulterior motives. And the innocent little cub was no longer so naive. Shu Qinghe's face bore the weight of exhaustion, and Shu Min ceased her insistence. She took Lu Tingting and Shu Rong upstairs to complete their homework, instructing the household staff to prepare a guest room for Lu Tingting. Adjoining her own, Shu Rong, pen in hand, found himself unable to write a single word, the events of the day replaying in his mind. Shu Min, observing his struggle, gently took the pen from him and asked softly, Rong, what occupies your thoughts? Sister, Minggu is smarter and more capable than I. The clansmen trust him greatly. He is the best candidate for the next clan leader. And why do you think that way? Shu Min grasped Shu Rong's hand, speaking earnestly. But everyone says so. Shu Min narrowed her eyes. Everyone. Many in the clan have turned against Ji Changming. The Beast clan is no longer as united as it once was. Now, the clansmen are driven by their own interests. Rong, you are your father's male cub, the future leader. No matter how talented others may be, they cannot claim that title. Do you not desire the position of the Tiger clan leader? Shu Min aimed to genuinely understand Shu Rong's thoughts. If this were not his wish, she would not press him. Rong, what belongs to you must not be given to another, despite her youth. Lu Tingting possessed a perceptive nature. Shu Rong bit his lip, whispering, Can I really? As long as you put in the effort, sister will always support you. Shu Min patted Shu Rong's shoulder, encouraging him with unwavering resolve. This was the first time Shu Rong had received such affirmation. His eyes glistened as he took the pen from Shu Min and began his homework. By the time they finished, dinner was ready. Yet Lu Tingting's brother had yet to return. During dinner, Ji Changming spoke in a low voice. Foster father, why hasn't Lu Tingyan returned yet? He then turned to Shu Min, imploring her earnestly. Min, the serpent beast is unpredictable. If he is out late, you cannot know what he is doing. I trust him. Father, Lu Tingyan has his own work outside. He cannot always be at home, but he is certainly not neglecting his responsibilities. Shu Qinghe continued to eat his rice, not responding, clearly unconcerned about the matter. Ji Changming's attempts to sow discord had failed, and the dining room fell silent once more. Half an hour later, dinner concluded, and Lu Tingyan returned. Leader of the Tiger clan, Lu Tingyan greeted Shu Qinghe, who merely glanced at him before retreating upstairs with a cup of tea. That's just how he is. Don't take it to heart. Shu Min remarked. Sensing the awkwardness, Lu Tingyan shook his head, seemingly indifferent. He is your father. It is only right. Anyone would feel displeased if their cherished flower was suddenly uprooted by another. Ji Changming, unwilling to witness their affectionate exchange, turned and retreated to his own room on the first floor. Lu Tingting and Shu Rong, understanding the situation, also returned to their own rooms, while Shu Min and Lu Tingyan headed to their bedroom. This is for you, a companion gift. Lu Tingyan presented a velvet box before Shu Min, revealing the heart of the ocean diamond necklace from the auction. Isn't this by Lien Ruiz? Shu Min gasped in shock. Her mouth agape, wondering if Lu Tingyin had stolen it. Noticing her wide-eyed expression, Lu Tingyin chuckled softly, tapping her forehead. IT was being sold online, so I purchased it for 2.2 million. That's a full million less. The only reason Bai Lianrui would part with it was due to Ji Changming. It seemed her urgency to audit the accounts had caused him to panic. Now, selling the diamond to cover his tracks was truly regrettable. However, it was sufficient that her father had begun to harbor doubts about Ji Changming that if you need, I can have someone investigate Ji Changming. That would be good, but that's not the most pressing matter. I would like your assistance in training Romer. He has been deliberately raised to be timid and weak, and if this continues, he will be rendered useless. Liu Tingyin furrowed his brow. He had seen Shu Rong a few times and recalled him as quiet and withdrawn. Certainly not the demeanor one would expect from a clan leader. Then perhaps you should call him something more appealing. Liu Tingyin teased, tapping Shu Min's nose, a smile gracing his lips. Shu Min stuck out her tongue, replying playfully, something appealing? Tingtan, Yuan, you little rascal, stop being mischievous. Liu Tingyuan reached out and enveloped Shu Min in his embrace, his fervent breath cascading against her neck, igniting a delightful tickle. Yuan, please help me, she murmured, instinctively pulling back her neck, her cheeks flushed with shyness. That I am a serpent beast. Are you not afraid I would lead Shu Rong astray? Ji Changming was well aware of what had been said in private. Yet he acknowledged the truth in those words. With how well you have nurtured Tingting, it is impossible for you to lead Shu Rong astray. I trust you. Leaning against Lu Tingyuan's chest, Shu Min found solace in her faith in him. Very well. I shall agree to your request that I am quite strict, so do not shed any tears when the time comes. Since it was her desire, it would be granted. The following day, on the way to school with Shu Rong and Lu Tingting, Shu Min conveyed what Lu Tingyuan would teach Shu Rong. Shu Rong nodded silently, accepting her words. Thus, every day after school, Lu Tingyuan would send someone to escort him to the company. It was then that Shu Rong discovered Lu Tingyuan was far more than just a serpent beast. Behind him lay a vast enterprise. The realization that a serpent beast could manage such a significant company only solidified Shu Rong's resolve to learn from Lu Tingyuan. With each passing day, Shu Rong transformed, and the financial affairs of the Shu Group were scrutinized. Shu Qing had dismissed several deceitful old employees, instructing Shu Min to commence her duties in the marketing department in 3 days. Starting from the ground up, Chapter 11. The embarrassment of Aunt Flo as Shu Min prepared to commence her new position. Ji Changming found himself increasingly restless. During dinner that evening, after much hesitation, he finally spoke. Foster father, I have not seen Ronger in recent days. That I heard he is learning from Lu Tingyuan. Was this your directive? Is this truly the case? Shu Qinghe, hearing this for the first time, realized he had been neglectful of his young offspring. That it was I who suggested it. A Yuan runs a company, and it is beneficial for Ronger to gain experience under his guidance. That I see. Shu Qinghe conceded, finding logic in this reasoning and refraining from further comment. Ji Changming, hearing for the first time that Lu Tingyuan owned a company, could not resist inquiring further. Liu Tingyuan has a company? Which one is it? Has he collaborated with our Shu Group? Shu Min shrugged and shook her head. I do not know, but at least he is not idling away his time. Some from Hu Clan had expressed their discontent regarding Lu Tingyuan's late arrivals and early departures, claiming he was wasting his potential. That certainly does not count. As long as he is occupied, that suffices. Min, in a couple of days, you shall be at the company. The marketing department is quite demanding. Why not become my assistant for a more relaxed experience? Shu Min politely declined, retreating upstairs after dinner. Upon returning to her room, she felt a slight heaviness in her lower abdomen and instinctively touched her cool belly. Realizing the unfortunate truth, Aunt Flo had arrived. The female's monthly visitor was referred to as her estrous cycle. Males, with their keen sense of smell, could not resist the allure of a female in her fertile period. In the past, when a female would enter this phase, males would frantically vie for her attention. Without the protection of a community, a female's fate could be tragic, even with the existence of sanitary products. The scent could not be concealed, forcing the female to remain indoors, covering her abdomen. Shu Min made her way to the restroom, changed into fresh clothes, and applied a sanitary pad before retreating to her bed. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, and Lu Tingyuan entered quietly. He swiftly detected the metallic scent in the air, which was unmistakably emanating from her. His eyes glimmered with a green light in the dimness of the room. And as Xu Min turned to see him, she gasped in fear, memories of past horrors flooding back in that dilapidated stone hut. At night, the darkness would be filled with the glowing eyes of stray beasts drawing near. Ah! Xu Min pulled the covers over herself, curling up in fright. Lu Tingyuan halted, his green eyes dimming in an instant. He turned back to the doorway and flicked on the bedroom light before returning to her side. Min, it is me. He tugged at the blanket, while Xu Min huddled tightly, holding her knees. Min, observing her frightened state, Lu Tingyuan felt a pang of regret for not turning on the light sooner. Go away, do not touch me. When his arm brushed against her shoulder, she instinctively recoiled. Xu Min's eyes were wide with terror as she regarded Lu Tingyuan, momentarily stunned by the lack of the fearsome scales of the stray beast upon his visage. She stammered, Lu Tingyuan. After a couple of minutes, realization dawned on Xu Min, and her tear-filled eyes rushed to embrace Lu Tingyuan at a yuan. Please do not send me to the stray camp. Lu Tingyuan comforted her trembling frame. But upon hearing her words, his hand froze. The next moment, he enveloped her tightly, resting his head atop hers as he softly reassured, I will never send you to such a place. Yes, his soothing presence calmed her. Xu Min gradually regained her composure. Just then, the bedroom door was flung open, and 4 figures of varying sizes rushed in. What has happened? Sister, what is wrong? Min, why are you crying? Sister, are you unhappy? The 4 voices harmonized in concern. Xu Min pushed Lu Tingyuan away and hastily wiped her tears. Father, I am fine. I merely had a nightmare. Min, do not shield Lu Tingyuan. Did he bully you? Ji Changming seized the opportunity to cast aspersions. His tone laden with feigned sincerity. No, a yuan is very kind. Xu Min's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, while Xu Rong furrowed his brow and sniffed the air. Sister, you are bleeding. But the scent is strange. Xu Rong's sudden exclamation drew the attention of the other 2 males, who also caught a whiff of the peculiar odor. Xu Min glanced down in shock, realizing she had leaked and stained Lu Tingyuan's clothing. With a startled gasp, she dashed towards the restroom. Xu Qinghe, catching the scent, awkwardly touched his nose before exiting the room. Xu Rong, too, realized the situation, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he pulled Lu Tingting out of the room. Leaving Ji Changming alone, deep in thought, his gaze lingered towards the restroom, as if he wished to see through the glass door. Manager Ji, please. The intensity of Ji Changming's gaze displeased Lu Tingyuan, who silently released his aura. His voice cold as ice. Under the weight of this pressure, Ji Changming could barely hold his head high. Turning to leave the room, he descended to his own room on the 1st floor. Ji Changming muttered to himself, this cannot be. Min clearly bears the mate beast mark. Why is she still a virgin? The scent of a female should become mixed due to the mate beast mark. Yet her estrous cycle's blood cannot lie. If she is still a virgin, then what of the mate beast mark upon her? It has long been said that strays possess a unique bonding method. Is it truly so? Immersed in the joy of Xu Min's virginity, Ji Changming momentarily set aside thoughts of the stray beast's unconventional bonding. The flower he had patiently waited over a decade to pluck remained untouched, invigorating his thoughts that if he could genuinely bond with Xu Min, her heart would inevitably lean towards him, making it far from a daunting task to drive away any interloper. That very night, Ji Changming clandestinely accessed the dark web, trading for some unsavory pharmaceuticals. Meanwhile, Xu Min emerged from the restroom. Noticing that Xu Qinghe and the others had departed, she tiptoed towards the bed and, lifting the blanket, discovered the sheets stained with blood. Swiftly, she yanked the sheets and headed back to the restroom, only to have Lu Tingyuan snatch the bloodied linens from her grasp. I shall wash these. You should rest properly. Having spoken, Lu Tingyuan took the sheets and headed to the bathroom, where the sound of rushing water and the scrubbing of fabric soon echoed. Xu Min, distracted, retrieved a fresh set of sheets, spread them out, and lay down, rolling about while listening to the sound of water until she gradually succumbed to slumber. When Lu Tingyuan emerged after washing the sheets, he tucked her in with a blanket and lay down beside her, fully clothed, before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 12. The young clan leader intentionally destroying the future of the Tiger clan 3 days later. Xu Min's menstrual cycle concluded, and she was preparing to report to the company. However, before doing so, she needed to address an important matter. The teacher who had instilled erroneous beliefs in Xu Rong. Such a person was utterly unworthy of being a teacher. That morning, Xu Min drove to the school where Xu Rong and Lu Tingting studied, her status as a board member granting her unimpeded access. At this hour, students were in class, and the campus was remarkably quiet. Xu Min first checked in on Lu Tingting, who was engrossed in the lesson being passionately delivered by the teacher, with her posture perfectly upright. Lu Tingting listened with rapt attention, allowing Xu Min to feel reassured as she proceeded to Xu Rong's classroom. Class 3 of the first year, and before she could approach, she overheard a chorus of insults. "Xu Rong, is your brain filled with glue? You can't solve such a simple problem, and you got it wrong. You are utterly foolish. You bring shame upon the offspring of the Tiger clan. You might as well abdicate your position to avoid causing further harm to our clan." Xu Min's brow furrowed tightly. Was the current generation of teachers truly so excessive? This was nothing short of personal attacks. With a surge of determination, she kicked open the door to Class 3. The middle-aged male teacher, with a microphone perched on his head and a speaker slung at his side, stared in shock at the fierce entrance of Xu Min. "What do you want, young lady? This is a school. After all, you are aware this is a school yet. As a teacher, you fail to educate and instead resort to verbal violence against your students that you believe you are fit to be a role model." Xu Min strode confidently onto the stage, shielding the dejected Xu Rong behind her. "Sister," Xu Rong called out, his voice laced with sorrowful sobs. "You are Xu Rong's sister, and indeed, you are two of a kind. One a decayed wood unworthy of carving. The other arrogant and tyrannical. Truly a disgrace to the Tiger clan." Xu Min was taken aback by the audacity of this middle-aged man. How could he be so brazen in the face of his mistreatment of students? "Xu Min, Xu Rong simply can't solve the problems. The teacher has clearly taught this many times. Do not wrongfully accuse a good person." Ji Chongqing, also in the class, immediately interjected that if he cannot solve it, "Shouldn't you, as the teacher, reflect on your own shortcomings?" Xu Min raised an eyebrow, glancing at the problem on the blackboard. The solution steps were clearly laid out, yet a large red cross marked the answer. "Regrettably, I cannot teach such fools. You would be better off seeking someone more capable." The middle-aged man held his head high, an air of superiority about him that made Xu Min feel somewhat ill. "Teacher Lu, although I may be foolish, you cannot insult my sister. I got this question right. It is you who has misjudged." Xu Rong, who had been hanging his head, could no longer contain himself upon hearing his teacher insult Xu Min. "I say you are wrong. How could the answer in the course materials be incorrect?" Hearing Xu Rong challenge his judgment, Teacher Lu's arrogance only intensified. "I am not wrong. You are wrong." Xu Rong protested defiantly. And Xu Min whispered, "Ronger, are you truly sure you got it right?" "Sister, I am absolutely certain. Brother Tingyuan taught me this." During this time, Xu Rong had been learning not only about managing the company under Lu Tingyuan's guidance, but had also received frequent homework assistance. The previously confusing problems were now clear to him, akin to a sudden awakening. Thus, he felt confident while double-checking his work, only to be told by Teacher Lu that he was incorrect. Such scenarios had repeatedly occurred. Whenever he made a mistake, Teacher Lu would berate him with harsh words. Xu Min nodded, then took out her phone. "Teacher Lu, how often have the course materials and standard answers been wrong? I may not know how to solve it, but there is now an application called Xiao Yuan Sourcing Questions that we can simply take a photo of the question to see if Xu Rong's answer is correct." She snapped a photo of the problem on the blackboard, and within moments, the original question appeared on the app, complete with detailed solution steps. After carefully comparing, Xu Min confirmed that although Xu Rong had omitted a few steps, the answer was indeed correct. "Teacher Lu, what do you have to say now?" She transcribed the solution steps onto the blackboard and raised an eyebrow at Teacher Lu. "He merely got lucky. I did not anticipate the course materials would be erroneous." "Xu Rong, you may return to your seat. We shall continue the lesson." Teacher Lu attempted to brush the incident aside, but Shu Min was not about to let him off so easily. She directly dialed the principal's number, causing the atmosphere in the classroom to freeze. Sweat beaded on Teacher Lu's forehead as he feigned calmness. "Miss Shu Min, what brings you here? If there is an issue, let us discuss it in the office. Do not disrupt the students' class time." Upon seeing the tense atmosphere in the classroom, the principal's smile faltered, and he sought to usher everyone away. However, Shu Min tossed her hair back and forced a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Principal, this Teacher Lu has publicly insulted a student, calling him foolish as a pig and utterly incompetent to be the descendant of the Tiger clan, that I wonder if such insinuations are sanctioned by you, aimed at deliberately undermining the future of our Tiger clan's young leader." Without further ado, she placed this heavy accusation squarely upon the principal's shoulders. His expression shifted dramatically, and beads of sweat continued to form on his brow. Teacher Lu, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, hastily interjected, "Miss Shu Min, I was merely hasty in my words, and I apologize to Shu Rong. Please forgive me this once, having devoted over a decade to teaching." Teacher Lu was on the brink of retirement. Now facing accusations of student abuse and incurring the ire of the Tiger clan, his prospects for employment in the future were bleak. "You were just so defiant moments ago. This isn't like you that I in this school, who isn't a descendant of the clan leader or an elder's heir. Your teaching attitude threatens the elite talents of all tribes. Principal, is Teacher Lu's misconduct under the influence of some prominent figure within the clan, aiming to damage our next generation?" Shu Min would not forgive the soft violence Shu Rong had endured, the disdain and scorn he had suffered at Teacher Lu's hands. Shu Min continued to heap accusations upon him. Even the principal found it difficult to withstand that he repeatedly assured her, "Miss Shu Min, I guarantee that Teacher Lu's actions are purely personal and unrelated to our school, that I will dismiss him immediately and ensure he is blacklisted within the industry. Would this punishment satisfy you?" As soon as the principal finished speaking, Teacher Lu nearly stumbled off the podium in shock. Shu Min silently nodded and added, "I also hope the principal can transfer Shu Rong to a different class, as there are far too many unpleasant memories here that may affect his studies. Certainly, I will arrange that right away." Watching Shu Rong move to his new class, Shu Min finally felt relieved as she departed. Meanwhile, Ji Changming received a call from Teacher Lu, who was astonished to learn of his dismissal. Chapter 13. Shu Min is drugged. I don't care. Ji Changming, you must compensate my losses, or I will inform the Tiger clan leader of your plans. At that point, it will be difficult for you to ascend to the position of clan leader. Teacher Lu, fully aware that his reputation was ruined, sought to seize his last opportunity for a windfall. With Ji Changming's secrets in his grasp, he was unafraid of failure. "How much do you want?" Ji Changming's fingers turned pale around his phone. This wretched failure, who had botched his task, still wanted money. 3 million. Transfer to my account by tomorrow night. 3 million for a clan leader's position isn't too steep, is it? Teacher Lu calculated that 3 million would suffice for his remaining years. And it wasn't a bad outcome after all. I understand. Ji Changming ended the call, a malevolent glint in his eyes. How fortuitous that Shu Min's visit to the school coincided with this. Was it Shu Rong who inadvertently let something slip? Or had he been discovered? Ji Changming felt uncertain, but it only solidified his resolve for what he intended to do that night. During dinner, Ji Changming deliberately offered to help in the kitchen. And while Chun Ma was preoccupied with cooking, he discreetly slipped a pill into Shu Min's post-meal milk. Shu Min had a habit of drinking milk after meals, a ritual she adhered to without fail. "Sister, I want some milk too," Lu Tingting said, licking her lips at the enticing aroma of the milk. "All right, here you go." Shu Min gently ruffled Lu Tingting's hair as she was in the midst of her growth spurt. "And drinking milk could provide essential nourishment. No, that's not acceptable. That belongs to Min Min," she objected. Ji Changming, noticing Shu Min's intention to give the milk to Lu Tingting, hurriedly intervened. "Tingting, be good. I will pour you another glass." Shu Min regarded his busy figure with some confusion. Yet being within the Tiger clan, she truly did not believe he would dare to act against her. Ji Changming presented a glass of milk to Lu Tingting. Feeling a sense of relief only upon seeing Shu Min still holding her glass, Lu Tingting embraced her cup, sniffing it. This milk seemed different from the one her sister had. Just as she was about to speak, Shu Min had already downed the milk in one go. Upon witnessing Shu Min finish the milk, A smug smile spread across Ji Changming's lips. Ting Ting, it's time to head upstairs and sleep. Shu Min took Lu Tingting's hand to ascend the stairs. The recent heat had made her perspire profusely right after dinner, and she needed a good shower. Back in her room, Lu Tingting recalled the lingering fragrance and quickly dialed Lu Tingyuan's number. On the other end, Lu Tingyuan was driving, the wind whistling past his ears. Brother, the milk sister drank tonight is problematic. It's the same kind of drug that you forced me to take before. With her acute sense of smell, Lu Tingting could detect the substances mixed in the food that go find Shu Min and do not allow anyone to approach her. After conveying his orders, Lu Tingyuan hung up and pressed down on the accelerator. Speeding down the highway, Lu Tingting rushed to knock on Shu Min's door, who was now drenched in sweat and feeling unbearably hot. Tingting, what brings you here? Sister, you've been drugged. Brother will be back soon. Just hold on. Lu Tingting recalled the discomfort she had felt when she was drugged, as if being scorched by a furnace. She swiftly closed and locked the door. Shu Min understood the cause of her body's unusual reactions. Ji Changming, regret washed over Shu Min, realizing the audacity of Ji Changming. Ting, stay put. I am heading to the bathroom. She sought relief from the discomfort with cold water, but just then, the sound of a door opening reached her ears. Brother, Lu Tingting cautiously inquired, but there was no response after a lengthy pause. Just as Shu Min was about to open the door, Ji Changming's voice resounded. Min, it's me. I have something very important to discuss with you. I have already gone to bed. We can talk about it tomorrow, like a tea this point. If Shu Min were still unaware of Ji Changming's intentions, she would truly be foolish. Silence enveloped the hallway, and just as Shu Min thought he had left, the sound of a key turning in the lock pierced the air to Ji Changming. What do you want? The door swung open, and Ji Changming entered with a triumphant expression, attempting to reach out and caress her face. Lu Tingting, witnessing this, pushed Ji Changming away, positioning herself protectively behind Shu Min like a mother hen. Min, your face is so flushed. Are you feeling unwell? Ji Changming shoved Lu Tingting aside, causing her to collide with the corner of the sofa and lose consciousness. His predatory hands once again reaching for Shu Min bent down to check on Lu Tingting, but the effects of the drug had rendered her unsteady. She longed to call out. Yet her throat was parched and no sound emerged. Sister, what are you and Ming Ji doing? Shu Rong, having heard the commotion, entered the room. Ji Changming displayed no sign of panic, wearing a familiar smile as he spoke warmly. Ronger, Tingting has fallen asleep. Hurry and take her back to bed. I have matters to discuss with your sister. There's no need to worry. Shu Min shook her head vigorously, her gaze pleading with Shu Rong for assistance. Ming Ji, it's too late. Why don't you both talk tomorrow instead? Shu Rong felt the awkwardness of a man and woman alone together at this hour, yet Ji Changming was unfazed. Draping his arm over Shu Rong's shoulder to Rong, you know that your sister and I have some misunderstandings. It would be beneficial for both of us to clear the be a good boy and take Tingting outside. You trust Ming Ji, don't you? After much hesitation, Shu Rong complied with Ji Changming's request, lifting Lu Tingting and leaving the room. As Shu Min watched the door close once more, her heart sank further into despair. Why had it come to this? Was there no one who could save her? Ji Changming adjusted his collar and hoisted Shu Min from the floor, tossing her onto the bed and leaning over her. Shu Min attempted to resist, but her body was devoid of strength, rendering her incapable of pushing Ji Changming away. Meanwhile, Lu Tingyuan, climbing the stairs, felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that Shu Min was in peril. This was the function of their partner Beastmark. It allowed him to perceive the situation of his significant other. He quickened his pace, dashing up to the second-floor bedroom. Min, you belong to me now. Ji Changming's hand reached for Shu Min's collar, the sound of ripping fabric echoing through the room. You're seeking death. As soon as Lu Tingyuan entered, he witnessed this scene, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he threw Ji Changming out of the room. Ji Changming attempted to help Shu Min, but she was utterly limp, as if devoid of bones. I will take you, Shu Min observed Ji Changming being punished, a strange sense of pleasure arising within her. In a short while, Ji Changming's body was marked with crisscrossing lash marks. Adoptive father, I know I was wrong. I merely have an overwhelming affection for Shu Min. Please, forgive me this once. The fiery pain coursing through him finally compelled Ji Chongming to speak. Shu Qing he maintained a stern demeanor. Yet, being the child he had raised, brimming with youthful vigor and fervor, and driven by affection for his daughter, his anger gradually diminished. He gazed at Ji Chongming in the tree, coldly stating, "These 50 lashes shall serve as a lesson for you to comprehend what is appropriate and what is not. From this day forth, you shall vacate the main residence. I do not wish to see your presence here again." To Shu Qing Ji Chongming was ultimately an adopted son, dispensable. However, Shu Min was his own flesh and blood. Given Ji Chongming's sentiments, he could not allow him to reside in the main house. Lest such incidents recur. "Yes, thank you, adoptive father," Ji Chongming replied, his heart filled with reluctance, but lacking the courage to resist. Only able to lower his head in acquiescence, he would move to the servants' quarters and take time to reflect. Noticing Ji Chongming's sincere attitude of remorse, Shu Qing he decided to relent. Yet his scornful tone only deepened Ji Chongming's discomfort, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his lower gaze. Standing nearby, Shu Min took in his contorted expression, while Lu Tingyuan also sensed his malice. This individual cannot be allowed to remain. Shu Min ushered Lu Ting and Lu Tingyuan into the main residence. While Ji Chongming was assisted by servants to the quarters for staff in the dead of night, Shu Min, suffering from severe allergic reaction, found herself unable to endure the incessant itching. Tossing and turning in bed without the slightest chance of sleep, Lu Tingyuan, witnessing her distress, felt a deep ache in his heart, gently blowing on her arm. As it improved at all, Shu Min retracted her arm and shook her head. The itch felt as if it emanated from within her body rather than from her skin. Merely scratching the surface proved futile, and refraining from doing so only exacerbated her discomfort. Increasingly agitated, she rolled about on the bed. Lu Tingyuan remained by her side, watching until, in the early hours of the morning, exhaustion finally claimed her, and she fell into a deep slumber, once assured of Shu Min's sleep. Lu Tingyuan stealthily exited the room, making his way to Shu Rong's chamber, where he forcefully roused him from bed. Clad in a thin nightgown, Shu Rong was unceremoniously dragged to the garden of the Tiger Clan estate, where he was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. As Shu Rong struggled to rise, Lu Tingyuan knocked him down again, repeating this cycle until Shu Rong relinquished his fight. Only then did Lu Tingyuan regard him from above. Shu Rong, observing Lu Tingyuan's grim countenance, felt a surge of fear. "Have you considered what it would be like if Ji Chongming's scheme were to succeed? Last night, you could have stopped it. Yet you were deceived by his sweet words. If you had returned just half an hour later, Ji Chongming's plan would have come to fruition." "I'm sorry, Tingyuan." Realizing his mistake, Shu Rong could only lower his head in apology. "The leader of the Wolf Clan will pressure your father to force me and your sister to dissolve our partnership. Ji Chongming will have the opportunity to inherit the position of the Tiger Clan leader. Should you err in any way, you will be utterly cast down. Have you considered what a life without the title of Tiger Clan leader would entail?" Lu Tingyuan coldly articulated the potential consequences. His gaze towards Shu Rong icy. The weight of dread settled further into Shu Rong's heart. "Tingyuan, my sister has not blamed me since awakening. I thought it was merely a trivial matter. Ji Chongming was merely misguided by his affection for her, and I never contemplated its depth." Now, as Lu Tingyuan dissected Ji Chongming's machinations, fear began to envelop Shu Rong. "No, that's impossible. Ming Ge grew up with us." Shu Rong continued to seek excuses for Ji Chongming, yet Lu Tingyuan's words took root in his heart. "Your foolishness is inconsequential. Simply relinquish the chieftaincy to him and beg him to allow you to live on." With a disdainful snort, Lu Tingyuan turned and departed the garden. Chapter 15. A beautiful first battle. After a few days of rest, Shu Min's health improved, and she began to prepare for her entry into the Shu Corporation. How was the preparation of the materials going? Lu Tingyuan observed the industrious Shu Min with a touch of pity. She could easily thrive by depending on him, yet she insisted on relying on her own strength. "These tasks are merely formalities. They're truly unnecessary." "Who said that? What must be done should still be done. After all, this is my first job." As Shu Min spoke, she organized the materials at hand. having gained a general understanding of the marketing department staff. Early the next morning, she reported to the marketing department of the company. "Everyone, allow me to introduce our new employee, Shu Min," announced Chen Yuan, the department manager, as he led Shu Min before the team. The gossipy female colleagues, taken aback by Shu Min's beauty, were curious, considering it was not recruitment season. They began to whisper among themselves, speculating about Shu Min's identity and background. "Hello, everyone. I look forward to your guidance." Shu Min politely greeted them before proceeding to her workstation. As Shu Min settled in her role, busy familiarizing herself with her work, Ji Chongming strolled over in a sharp suit. Exuding confidence that it was remarkable how quickly his recovery had been. After enduring 50 lashes, he appeared fully healed in just a few days. Min, how are you? Are you adjusting?" Ji Chongming spoke as if nothing had transpired, his tone friendly, drawing the attention of the employees present. "Had I known you would report to the company today, we could have come together." Shu Min felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. But in front of everyone, she could not afford to break the facade and could only engage in perfunctory exchanges. "No need. Our paths are different." The Tiger Clan estate featured 2 roads, one for the master, and another for the servants' routine exits. Since Ji Chongming had been moved to the servants' quarters, he had taken to using the latter. His smile momentarily faltered before he regained his composure. Feigning ease, Min, you're merely here to gild your resume. There's no need to take it so seriously. The most basic tasks can be delegated to those beneath you. After all, you're the little female of adoptive father and need not work." Most employees of the Shu Corporation were ordinary folk, and upon hearing this juicy revelation, they exchanged wide-eyed glances with one another. So, the person they had been discussing all morning truly held significant standing. Chairman Shu is Ji's adoptive father, meaning Shu Min is the chairman's daughter. Satisfied that he had achieved his objective, Ji Chongming casually imparted a few more remarks to Shu Min before departing nonchalantly. With a sigh of relief, Shu Min resumed her position and opened her computer, only to be approached by a colleague who whispered, "Miss Shu, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Let us look out for one another." Upon hearing one colleague extend such an offer, others began to gather around, each eager to engage with Shu Min. "What's this about?" a calm male voice interrupted, causing everyone surrounding Shu Min to disperse. Chen Yuan approached her, and Shu Min promptly rose to greet him. "Manager Chun, hello." Chen Yuan was the head of the marketing department and Shu Min's immediate superior. Having been with Shu Corporation for over a decade, he was a stalwart presence. His reputation stemmed not just from his position, but also from his exceptional capabilities, holding a stack of documents. He placed them before Shu Min. "These are all the contract from the marketing department over the past 3 years. Review them thoroughly and then come find me." With that, he turned and walked away. The surrounding employees regarded Shu Min with sympathy. Chen Yuan was known for his strict fairness. Clearly, even with Shu Min being the chairman's daughter, she would not receive any special treatment. Chen Yuan's unwavering impartiality brought a sense of relief to Shu Min. She glanced at the sales performance contracts. 3 years' worth seemed daunting, but since she was here to work, familiarizing herself with this material was certainly necessary. Over the following days, Shu Min diligently examined the contracts from the marketing department and gradually uncovered some discrepancies. One company, HL, had been frequently engaging in business dealings with the marketing department. After conducting a search on Baidu, she discovered that it was not a particularly large firm. Yet this relatively obscure company managed to secure a substantial volume of business for the marketing department each year. "Have you heard of this company, HL?" Shu Min inquired of the person beside her. The colleague paused their work and pondered for a moment. "I don't recall anything specific. The major projects we collaborate on are typically with Fortune 500 companies, and occasionally we delegate smaller proposals to smaller firms." "What about this company?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I was just asking casually," Shu Min replied with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Since the marketing department was unaware, it indicated that this company's business capabilities were not particularly remarkable. Yet, how had this company managed to secure consecutive contracts with the Shu family? Surely, there was something amiss. She discovered that the head of this company was a man named Chun Jianbin. Chun Jianbin. Why did that name sound so familiar? As she gazed at Chun Jianbin's photograph, she furrowed her brows in thought, suddenly realizing something. She remembered that in her previous life, when she married Ji Changming, she had met this person once. Although it was only a fleeting encounter, Shu Min still retained a vague impression of him. Feeling a sense of dread, Shu Min continued her search for information about HL Company. To her astonishment, she found that the scope of this company's operations was not aligned with the business it had undertaken. In fact, it was quite the opposite. This company's primary focus was on hardware. Yet it had managed to secure contracts involving maternal and infant products, baby formula, and toys. Afraid that she might have misinterpreted the information, she meticulously reviewed everything from the beginning and confirmed that her observations were indeed accurate. Just as she was about to delve deeper into her investigation, Chen Yuan knocked on her desk. "Come over," he said. Shu Min reluctantly set aside her work and followed him into the office, where Chen Yuan handed her some documents. "Take a look at this. LU Group?" Shu Min exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the cover, and her astonishment grew as she perused the contents. LU Group was involved in the clothing business, and their new products were showcased at fashion weeks, designed by top-notch international designers. However, their clothing outsourcing was exclusively assigned to one company, with many others failing to secure production rights. Your task is to obtain the clothing agency rights from Lu Group. Shu Min felt a bit dazed by his triple inquiry, but quickly regained her composure and nodded. "All right, I will do my utmost. You may leave now." Chen Yuan nodded indifferently, allowing Shu Min to exit. As she stepped out of the office, she was still somewhat dazed. Her first business opportunity was with Lu Group. That LU Group was the current leader in the clothing industry, and there was only one agency in the entire country. Now that a second slot had opened, if she could secure it, Shu Min began to work overtime, preparing the materials for Lu Group, determined to make a splendid debut in her first undertaking. Chapter 16. Hello, is this the marketing department of Lu Group? I am Shu Min from Shu's marketing department, and I would like to discuss a potential collaboration. The phone call was abruptly terminated within 3 short minutes. Shu Min stared at her phone in disbelief, letting out a sigh of frustration as she ruffled her hair. She then resumed her efforts to gather more information about Lu Group. Meanwhile, Lu Tingyuan emerged from the shower, drying his hair as he approached the bedside. Noticing Shu Min engrossed in her laptop, Lu Tingyuan leaned closer. "What are you looking at?" Being a strikingly handsome man, Lu Tingyuan typically captivated Shu Min's attention at this hour. However, today, her gaze remained fixated on the computer screen, failing to glance at him even once. "I'm reviewing some materials. I took on a project, but there's been no progress for several days. I want to see if I can find a breakthrough." Lu Tingyuan curiously peered at her screen and spotted the information about Lu Group. "You wish to collaborate with Lu Group?" he remarked, raising an eyebrow slightly. Shu Min sighed. "Lu Group is exceedingly aloof. I contacted their marketing department, and within 3 minutes, they politely declined. Such a large clothing company operated with an air of mystery akin to an underground industry." Hearing her words, Lu Tingyuan found it somewhat amusing. Could she not see how obvious it was? Lu Group was indeed his. "All right, take a rest. If they are so secretive, it won't be easy to uncover. Get some sleep. I'll inquire at the office tomorrow." "Really?" Shu Min looked at Lu Tingyuan with excitement, suddenly recalling that he was destined to become a billionaire. Surely, he might know someone at Lu Group. "That would be fantastic." Lu Tingyuan gently patted her head, pulling her into his embrace. "All right, stop worrying. Everything will certainly be fine." The next day, as Shu Min contemplated whether to call the marketing department again, she hesitated for quite some time. To her astonishment, the phone rang back. "Hello, this is the marketing department of Lu Group. We discussed your inquiry yesterday, and we are open to exploring a collaboration, provided you can produce materials that meet our production requirements." Tea first. Shu Min thought she was hearing things. After a moment of stunned silence, she exclaimed in delight, "All right, no problem." Once the call ended, her colleagues looked at her incredulously. "What happened? You seem so happy. Was it Lu Group on the line?" They regarded Shu Min with curious eyes, unable to believe her good fortune. Yes, it was Lu Group. They expressed a willingness to give it a try. After sharing her excitement, she walked straight into Chen Yuan's office. Her colleagues exchanged envious glances, remarking on her extraordinary luck. How is it that the project is being considered now that it has come to her attention? "I heard her on the phone earlier. She said they hung up within 3 minutes." Could this actually be happening? Nevertheless, one must admit that luck is indeed a facet of capability. Chen Yuan sat in his office, sipping tea, and after listening to Shu Min's words, he paused for several seconds before responding. Setting his cup down, he looked at Shu Min and asked, "Are you certain?" Don't make any mistakes that I'm sure. They said that as long as we provide materials that meet their requirements, we can attempt to collaborate. I'll go over there to collect samples. Manager, should we prepare our production line? Chun Yuan nodded. Since Xu Min was so confident, it seemed plausible. This was a significant project. Understood. You go ahead and collect them. Before Chun Yuan could finish, a young assistant knocked and entered. Manager, representatives from Lu Group have personally delivered the sample materials. The assistant was puzzled, wondering when they had begun collaborating with Lu Group. Upon spotting Xu Min inside, she was slightly taken aback. Could it be that Xu Min had indeed secured a partnership with Lu Group? Chun Yuan gestured for the assistant to hand the samples to Xu Min. Since Lu Group has sent the samples, we must act swiftly. Xu Min, you'll be fully responsible for this matter. Oversee the factory. Xu Min nodded enthusiastically, internally motivating herself. All right, no problem. I'll head over to check on the factory situation right away. At the factory, upon examining the fabric, the supervisor furrowed his brow. This material is not compliant with our factory standards. It is quite unique and exclusively supplied to Lu Group by a prestigious fabric manufacturer. A knowledgeable craftsman examined the fabric Xu Min had brought and remarked, "Is it really possible?" Xu Min was astonished, not realizing there was such a connection involved, such intricacies surrounding a mere fabric. No wonder Lu Group had maintained its supremacy in the clothing market. This particular company, specializing in fabric, had only recently developed this product, likely in collaboration with Lu Group. The factory supervisor provided Xu Min with a contact number. Seeing the address written down, Xu Min rushed over and, fortunately, met the owner of the fabric company. The owner appeared somewhat troubled upon seeing the fabric in Xu Min's hands. You see, the materials within this are indeed unique to us. With this, we can certainly achieve the quality of the sample fabric you provided. The only question is, what is your level of commitment? Earlier that morning, the fabric company owner had received a call from Lu Group, instructing him to give Xu Min some leeway. Understanding the owner's words, Xu Min nodded. Rest assured, as long as we can obtain the fabric for shoes, we will do our utmost to meet your requirements. Moreover, if we secure the clothing agency rights from Lu Group, the demand for this fabric will only increase. Opening a business simply equates to making profits. Once this apparel is produced, we will establish a stable partnership with the Lu Group, which will undoubtedly require more than just a trivial amount of fabric, leading to even more secure collaboration in the future. The owner of the fabric factory merely sought to create a minor hurdle for Xu Min, and thus readily agreed. However, the stipulation was that the Xu family must sign a contract for a year's worth of fabric at once, and all materials for the Lu Group must be sourced from their factory. After some contemplation, Xu Min did not refuse. In the fashion industry, it is imperative to not only be trendy, but also to maintain high quality. Although procuring fabric from a prestigious factory would elevate costs, it would enhance our reputation. The principle of achieving greater sales through lower margins is indeed the path to sustainable growth. Consequently, Xu Min, in her personal capacity, signed a contract with the factory owner, agreeing to pay 10% of the total fee up front, amounting to 1 million. After Xu Min departed, Lu Tingyuan received a call, expressing his satisfaction with the factory owner's approach to matters. Chapter 17. The first order success, holding the document in his hand. Chun Yuan nodded in approval. Well done. I didn't expect you to make such swift progress. All right, I will submit this to the higher-ups and see their response. This was merely the contract signed with the factory owner, and there would be further contracts to negotiate with the Lu Group, which I will continue to monitor. Understood, Chun Yuan replied, choosing to say no more. He too believed that utilizing the fabric from the prestigious factory for the Lu Group was a wise decision, far superior to using inferior materials. Xu Min kept a close watch on the contract's progress, but after 5 days, she began to sense something was amiss. The contract she submitted seemed to be stagnant. Shouldn't the matters concerning the Lu Group be treated with utmost seriousness? Why did everything appear so tranquil? After inquiring with Chun Yuan, she discovered that the contract had been consistently rejected by the higher-ups. With no other option, Xu Min took the contract and sought out her father. She ascended to the top floor to personally meet Xu Qinghe, hoping to show him the contract and secure his prompt signature for approval to advance the matter. However, upon her arrival, she found Ji Changming there as well, discussing matters with Xu Qinghe. What a coincidence! It was undoubtedly premeditated. I have reviewed this contract, Ji Changming said, feigning difficulty as he looked at Shu Min. Min, I understand this is your first contract, but there are certain issues that could complicate matters for your adoptive father. Just a few words. Ji Changming made Shu Min appear overly eager. Shu Qinghe furrowed his brow as he took the contract from her hands. Shu Min, perplexed, queried, "Why is it unacceptable? This is the only opportunity to establish a relationship with the Lu Group." "Indeed, but do you realize how much the cost will increase by using fabric from this prestigious factory? Collaborating with the Lu Group is crucial, provided it is profitable." Ji Changming regarded Shu Min as if she were naive. The task of partnering with the Lu Group had been deliberately set for her to undertake, to help her recognize reality. Yet, to his astonishment, she had succeeded, leaving him quite taken aback. Shu Min, however, held a different perspective. While immediate profits might be lower, the principle of selling more at smaller margins meant that once the contract with the Lu Group was sealed, it would yield a significantly substantial income. This contract was not merely about immediate gains. As long as the Lu Group was willing to collaborate, our company's reputation would gradually rise. Shu Min, unwilling to concede, quickly countered, "We are considering long-term benefits. We are focused on future development." Ji Changming, I believe you are not short-sighted. The two exchanged heated words until Shu Qinghe raised his hand. "Enough, I understand what you both wish to convey. I have approved the contract with the Lu Group." Shu Qinghe closed the contract and looked at Shu Min with a glimmer of surprise. Shu Min exclaimed, "Father." "Shu Zong, rest assured, I will diligently follow through." "Adoptive father, you must deliberate carefully." "Enough, Ji Changming. You need not say more. I have contemplated your words. For now, we will proceed with this matter. If the Lu Group is ultimately satisfied with our results, it will undoubtedly be the best outcome for us. Even if the contract is not finalized, the fabric will enhance our quality, causing minimal issues that we must always strive for better." His words effectively silenced Ji Changming, who could merely nod in acquiescence. Shu Qinghe regarded his daughter's joyful demeanor and remarked, "The Lu Group's requirements are not trivial. This time, there will certainly be other competitors involved. We must exercise caution. Should any issues arise, remember to consult Chen Yuan." "Understood, Shu Zong," Shu Min replied, her smile broadening. Following this, she oversaw the production line, creating the fabric and samples to present to the representatives of the Lu Group. The fact that the Lu Group had proactively reached out indicated a certain level of preference towards the Shu family. The competition was fierce, yet Shu Min's team managed to produce the samples and deliver them to the Lu Group. Shortly thereafter, she received a qualification certificate from the Lu Group for participating in a bidding project. Shu Min finally exhaled in relief, and her next task was to find a capable garment factory for production. These past few days have been a whirlwind for Shu Min, but while organizing contracts today, she stumbled upon a familiar name. HL Company? Shu Min furrowed her brows upon seeing this name and scrutinized the contract further. Why was this company involved again? This contract pertained to HL Company securing the production rights for garments from the Lu Group, and they had already submitted samples that met the required standards that moment. Chen Yuan approached, placing another project on her desk. "Shu Min, this is the contract between Shu's and HL Company. They will return tomorrow to sign it. This order is your responsibility, and you will also handle the quality inspection." Shu Min took the contract, glancing over it while mentally calculating the implications. The following day, Shu Min engaged with the representatives from HL Company responsible for this project. "I see that you have collaborated with us several times in the past, but this time, certain aspects differ from before." Shu Min addressed the individuals from HL Company that we need to confirm some details with our supplier. "Supplier? Didn't we previously use our own channels?" The representatives from HL Company appeared puzzled. "Yes, but that is no longer the case. We have signed with a prestigious fabric factory, and their materials will now serve as our primary input. Simultaneously, your fabric materials must also be sourced from them to maintain quality consistency." The two representatives from HL Company exchanged glances, one of them speaking up, "That is not within our purview to decide. Let's proceed as we have in the past and discuss the subsequent details later, shall we? We are not children. The distinction between now and later is irrelevant, don't you think?" The representatives from HL Company hesitated, unable to make a decision. "Let me clarify further. If the fabric is not sourced from the prestigious factory, we will be unable to accept the goods." Shu Min's words were resolute, and seeing that they could not sway her, The two representatives nodded in agreement. We understand. We will comply with your requirements concerning the prestigious fabric factory. In that case, allow me to reiterate, it is not a matter of distrust in our company. This is a critical moment, and I may be frequently inspecting the goods delivered from your company. The HL representative smiled and nodded. Since this is a collaboration, we assure you of our sincerity and welcome your scrutiny. Ultimately, HL Company readily signed the contract. Shu Min sighed in relief as she held the contract in her hands. Things were progressing in a favorable direction. Chapter 18. Sensing anomaly after obtaining the contract. Everything proceeded smoothly. Ji Changming had not anticipated that Shu Min would indeed secure the contract with the Lu Group, and with such ease, it felt as though they were operating as if it were their own family business. Originally, Ji Changming had intended for the Lu Group's contract to serve as a stumbling block for Shu Min, hoping to force her to see reality and withdraw from the company. Yet unexpectedly, it had turned into a situation where he inadvertently aided her in solidifying her position. Shu Min, do not revel in your triumph for too long. Ji Changming, in a fit of rage, swept all the documents off the table with a wave of his arm. In stark contrast to Ji Changming's demeanor. The atmosphere surrounding Shu Min was markedly different. This was indeed her first significant order, and she had devoted herself to it with utmost diligence, tirelessly revising various plans in preparation for the arrival of their first shipment. 3 days later, Shu Min received word that their initial batch of goods had arrived, and the representatives from HL were already waiting in the conference room. Upon receiving her colleague's report, she hurriedly made the necessary preparations and proceeded to the meeting room. Hello, I am the person in charge from HL. Here is the inventory list for the first batch of goods. You may peruse it. All the garments have been delivered to your warehouse, one of the HL representatives announced. Shu Min accepted the list he handed her, briefly scanning it and finding no discrepancies, before accompanying them to the warehouse. Yes, she gazed upon the stacks of white dresses within the warehouse. An indescribable feeling washed over her, causing her eyes to well up with tears of joy. The arduous effort she had invested in securing this order had finally borne fruit, filling her with a profound sense of accomplishment. However, Shu Min was acutely aware of the paramount importance of the task at hand. After conducting a thorough count and confirming that the quantities were correct, she inspected the fabric, which appeared to be flawless. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, as if something was amiss. Unable to articulate her concerns at that moment, she allowed the HL representative to depart. I asked the representative from HL, someone we have not encountered before. Shu Min inquired of her colleagues. During their previous meeting at HL, they had not met this individual. Although her colleagues were somewhat puzzled by her query, they candidly replied, Indeed, we have not seen him before. Perhaps he was absent last time, or is a new hire. Shu Min merely acknowledged their response with a nod. However, upon returning to her office, a knot of unease persisted in her heart, prompting her to contact the Mingjia Fabric Factory. Hello, this is Shu Min from Shu Corporation. A few days ago, we signed a collaboration agreement with HL, and I would like to confirm whether the fabric supplied to HL was sourced from your company. The representative on the other end verified the order details and assured her, rest assured, the materials were indeed ordered from our Mingjia Fabric Factory. After hanging up the phone, Shu Min exhaled a sigh of relief, attributing her earlier anxiety to overthinking. With the delivery deadline looming in half a month, she knew everything was prepared, yet she found herself repeatedly double-checking to ensure all was in order. The Changming's office. His assistant whispered a few words in his ear, and his previously sullen expression transformed into a faint smile. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Once it is resolved, rest assured, I will ensure your future endeavors at Shu Corporation are well supported. He commanded, fully aware that he had no intention of allowing Shu Min to execute this task flawlessly. If he could sabotage this collaboration, it would render Shu Min incapable of regaining her footing. Though it was certain that Shu Corporation would incur some penalties for breaching the contract, the prospect of disappointing the company's upper management and employees, ultimately leading to Shu Min's expulsion, made Ji Changming's efforts worthwhile. As he envisioned the impending triumph, he clenched his fists, watching Shu Min's face, which bore a constant air of pride. Just a couple more days of joy for you. Soon enough, you will have no place to shed your tears. In the days that followed, Shu Min diligently examined the batch of goods, counting and recounting, only to find no issues, which finally allowed her to relax. One evening, she decided to take one of the garments home to study the fabric. Since her father was out discussing collaborations and had not yet returned to the office, she did not think to inform him. After all, it was merely a single dress, and she thought little of it. However, upon her return, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Tingting, who was seated in the living room. Lu Tingting's curiosity was piqued when she spotted the bag Xu Min was carrying. Without hesitation, she reached into the bag and pulled out the dress for inspection. Concerned that Lu Tingting might soil it, Xu Min rushed over to retrieve it. "Sister, this dress is quite lovely," Lu Tingting exclaimed, holding it up and comparing it to herself, as Xu Min approached her side. Xu Min felt a pang of worry, knowing this garment was not procured through official channels. Moreover, she was apprehensive about any potential damage. Unfortunately, during their tug-of-war over the dress, the sleeve was torn. With a sudden rip, the seam gave way, and Lu Tingting, seeing the damage, quickly coughed and shoved the sleeve back into Xu Min's arms. "Sister, I merely wanted to take a look. A glance wouldn't ruin it. This is not my fault," she protested, sticking out her tongue before retreating to her room. Xu Min, however, was oblivious to Lu Tingting's words, her gaze fixated on the dress's fabric, her brow furrowed in concern. She hurried back to her room with the damaged garment. Scrutinizing it under the light, to her dismay, she discovered that the fabric was inconsistent. The material used for the front of the dress was of high quality, while the sleeves were made from inferior material. Upon further examination, she realized that the fabric on the back was also a different, substandard piece, indicating that the dress had been pieced together from defective materials. How could this happen? Xu Min pondered. For Mingjia Fabric Factory was renowned for its high-quality materials, and such defects were unfathomable. Yet here she was, engulfed in contemplation. With no time to waste, she promptly reported the issue to her father. Xu Qinghe, upon his return, mentioning that HL was partially owned by Ji Changming's uncle. With the delivery deadline just half a month away, Xu Min feared that reproducing the garments in time would be impossible. Upon hearing the predicament, her father furrowed his brow and instructed, "First, consult old Chun. He will know how to handle this situation, that we can set Ji Changming aside for now. The contract with Lu Corporation is our utmost priority. But HL's collaboration with our company extends beyond this instance." Previously, Xu Min began, but her words were cut off as Xu Qinghe raised a hand to halt her. Yet, Xu Min understood that the immediate concern was resolving the issue with the garments. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was deliberately sabotaging their efforts. Such a basic error could not have occurred otherwise. For now, she had no choice but to seek out Chen Yuan. At Lu Corporation, the assistant cautiously reported, "Mr. Lu, there are some issues with the garment from Miss Xu Min's side. The IT seems we may not be able to deliver on time." Although they had yet to receive a formal report from Xu Corporation, news of the situation had reached them with surprising speed. Notify the design department to revise the design blueprints. Inform them that we are dissatisfied with the previous samples and will not be proceeding with that design. Lu Tingyuan instructed, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk. He understood that Xu Min was meticulous in her work and that this was her inaugural endeavor. Failure was not an option. Upon hearing his superior's orders, the assistant quickly grasped the intent behind Mr. Lu's directive. He aimed to afford Miss Xu additional time to rectify the issues with the goods. "Understood, Mr. Lu," he replied before hastily departing. Meanwhile, Xu Min was anxiously brainstorming solutions with Chen Yuan, uncertain of how to approach Lu Corporation regarding the situation. "Xu Min, do not fret that I will immediately terminate our contract with HL and blacklist them from future collaborations," Chen Yuan declared. Xu Min opened her mouth to respond, but Chen Yuan, anticipating her thoughts, interjected, "Rest assured, I will ensure we receive a satisfactory resolution and uncover the identity of whoever is undermining us." With that assurance, Xu Min refrained from stubbornly pressing further and responded softly, "Then I will leave this matter to you. Old Chen that I must first communicate with Lu Corporation." As Xu Min settled back at her workstation, she noticed an incoming call on her phone from a familiar number, though she couldn't recall it at that moment. Nevertheless, she answered. "Hello. Who is this?" "Hello, Miss Xu. This is the assistant to Mr. Lu from Lu Corporation." Upon hearing the response from the other party, Shu Min felt a twinge of surprise. The sense of unease washed over her. Could it be that the Liu family was urging them to expedite their delivery? Hello, there are still a few days until the delivery deadline. Shu Min awkwardly began, wishing to inquire about the possibility of a postponement. Yet before she could finish her sentence, the other party interjected with an air of deep apology. Miss Shu, you have misunderstood. I am not here to rush you. I merely wanted to inform you that MR.LU is not entirely satisfied with the design plans from the last time. Our design department has already reworked the blueprints. And once complete, we will send them to Shu Group immediately. The delivery date will be extended by 1 month from the original schedule. After the assistant finished speaking, Shu Min found herself momentarily at a loss for words. When she noticed the silence on the other end of the line, the assistant continued to explain, Miss Shu, I sincerely apologize. This was our oversight, and we are willing to bear all losses incurred by your batch of goods. Upon hearing such courteous words, Shu Min finally confirmed that she was not imagining things that you've misunderstood. That was not my intention. We will adhere strictly to MR.LU's wishes, she replied. Once the two hung up, their emotions diverged sharply. Shu Min felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief that things had unfolded so smoothly. Surely, such a sudden alteration of the blueprints was beyond the capacity of any company. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she realized she did not have the energy to ponder such matters any further. However, since the designs were to be revised, the previous batch of goods would now be rendered useless. This, in a way, alleviated their immediate predicament. They merely needed to produce the goods anew according to Mr. Liu's specifications. Shu Min relayed this development to Xu Qinghe and Chen Yuan, both of whom finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yuan hastily contacted new partners for collaboration. Meanwhile, Xu Qinghe convened a high-level meeting, where he formally announced the termination of the contract with HL Company, expressing his outrage and proclaiming that there would never be a second collaboration. In this situation, gratitude was owed to Shu Min. Had she not discovered the issue with the batch of goods, it would have been Shu Group that suffered the consequences. Xu Qinghe openly commended Shu Min in the meeting room, attributing the success entirely to her, which earned her newfound respect from some of the company's executives. They praised Shu Min as a true reflection of her father, a woman of remarkable intellect. Ji Changming's expression darkened, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Yet, at such a critical juncture, he could not afford to make another mistake, and thus had to swallow his frustration. Xu Qinghe cast an approving glance at Shu Min. Though he did not verbally praise her, she felt content nonetheless. Finally, Xu Qinghe stood and announced, the day after tomorrow evening, we will hold the ceremony to establish the young clan leader. We have invited the leaders of various tribes to attend. And we will formally introduce Liu Tingyuan's identity. Everyone must be present. After the meeting adjourned, Ji Changming glared fiercely at the retreating figures of Xu Qinghe and Shu Min. That day marked Xu Rong's confirmation as the young clan leader. With leaders from all tribes in attendance, Ji Changming stealthily approached Xu Rong, holding a glass of water, while Liu Tingyuan kept a vigilant eye on his actions. As Ji Changming drew near, a foul odor wafted through the air, the unmistakable scent of transformation water. Liu Tingyuan's gaze sharpened, his wariness growing. Transformation water could enable a male to revert to his beast form, and for a brief period, he would be unable to return a human form. On this momentous day of confirming the young clan leader, if Xu Rong were to appear in beast form, it would be a disgrace for him to fail to maintain his human shape. Ronger, congratulations on becoming the young clan leader, Ji Changming said. But as he spoke, he suddenly staggered, nearly spilling the water onto Xu Rong. Liu Tingyuan, anticipating this, swiftly pulled Xu Rong back, causing the transformation water to splash harmlessly onto the ground. Ji Changming's scheme was effortlessly thwarted, and the confirmation ceremony proceeded smoothly. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner, and as the event reached its conclusion, Shu Min observed Liu Tingyuan, feeling that there was an inscrutable aura about him. Liu Tingyuan sensed her scrutiny and intended to approach her. But Xu Qinghe was leading the tribal leaders to introduce his identity. Reluctantly, he had to defer, and by the time he regained his focus, Shu Min's figure had vanished from sight. Chapter 20. The life and death crisis of Xu Rong. Shu Min felt somewhat fatigued, initially contemplating a brief respite in the lounge. However, as she approached the door, she was met with an utterly mortifying sound. Peering through the slightly ajar door, she was taken aback to find Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui exuberantly entangled in a compromising situation. Seizing the moment, Xu Min retrieved her phone and cast the scene onto the large screen in the estate. Modern technology proved to be exceedingly effective. The grand screen in the banquet hall began displaying this scandalous scene without anyone noticing. The Fox clan leader, upon witnessing the debacle, was mortified and bellowed, "Quickly, summon that wretched boy to me." Xu Qinghe, observing the unfolding scene, seized the opportunity to discuss Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui's impending nuptials with the Fox clan leader. With everyone having witnessed the incident, even if the Fox clan leader were reluctant, he would have to acquiesce. After the ceremony concluded, Xu Qinghe sought Ji Changming privately. "Ji Changming, you have now matured. It would not be prudent for you to remain in the Tiger clan's estate any longer. Thus, I suggest you move out and adequately prepare for your marriage to Bai Lianrui." Ji Changming, aware of Xu Qinghe's ulterior motives, felt powerless to object and merely nodded in agreement. "However, given your current position, you are undoubtedly quite busy. The workload is significant, so it will be best to focus on your family for now, that I will arrange for someone else to take over your duties temporarily." "Father, I understand. You are only looking out for my best interests, and I will not disappoint you. Please, take care of yourself. I shall take my leave." After Ji Changming departed, he immediately dispatched someone to investigate the incident that transpired in the lounge, determined to uncover the identity of the person who had ensnared him. Nonetheless, the incident at the young clan leader's banquet had left the Wolf clan leader feeling deeply humiliated. Ji Changming had not adequately prepared and hastily set the wedding date with Bai Lianrui for a month later, neglecting to mention any arrangement for him to return to the Wolf clan. Ji Changming, filled with resentment, sought out his father, Ji Luohong. "Here is a card with some funds. You can use it to purchase a house as your marital residence. It is time for you and Bai Lianrui to have your own space, and you're both of an age where you should be capable of standing on your own." After making this statement, the Wolf clan leader departed, leaving Ji Changming feeling somewhat embarrassed. Though he was deeply dissatisfied, he had little choice but to accept the card. This matter inevitably reached the Fox clan leader's ears, who regarded Bai Lianrui with a mix of love and resentment. "I had warned you to keep your distance from Ji Changming. Do you have any idea how much face you have cost me this time?" The Fox clan leader felt utterly humiliated by the earlier incident. Despite knowing Ji Changming was the adopted son of the Tiger clan leader and the illegitimate child of the Wolf clan leader, he reluctantly agreed to the marriage. However, the hasty arrangements without considering a return to the Wolf clan left the Fox clan leader feeling somewhat compromised. Bai Lianrui, on the other hand, was filled with joy. She had finally secured the approval for her marriage to Ji Changming and felt no need to concern herself with the details. "It's all right, father. Changming truly loves me. Besides, living together outside is quite pleasant. A villa is spacious enough. As long as Ji Changming treats me well, I care little for anything else." Listening to the words of Bai Lianrui, the leader of the Fox clan felt utterly helpless and could only acquiesce to their demands. Ji Changming, however, was far from satisfied with the current situation. The prospect of marrying Bai Lianrui brought him little joy. Rather, he found himself demoted in the company due to recent events, expelled from the Tiger clan, and unable to return to the Wolf clan, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. In the past few days, he had been plagued by anxiety, showing no inclination to attend to their wedding preparations, leaving Bai Lianrui to shoulder the burden alone. Suddenly, Ji Changming recalled that in 3 days it would be Xu Min's birthday. He had initially planned to present her with a grand gift to mend their relationship. But now, having been ousted from the Tiger clan and facing disgrace, he resolved to prepare an extravagant surprise for her. Just then, he received word from the Tiger clan estate that Xu Rong had ventured out alone to procure a gift for Xu Min. "Ha ha ha! It seems fortune is on my side. Xu Rong, I never anticipated you would find yourself alone. I shall ensure that all my grievances are laid squarely at your feet." Filled with a vengeful spirit, Ji Changming seized this opportunity, unwilling to let it slip away. When Xu Min descended the stairs, she spotted Lu Tingting seated on the sofa in the living room. "Good morning, sister. In 3 days, it will be your birthday. Do you have any desired gifts?" Lu Tingting's words triggered a memory of her past life for Xu Min. Xu Rong had gone out alone to procure a birthday gift for her, only to be ambushed by thugs who broke his legs. This thought crossed her mind. A sudden chill gripped her heart, and panic set in. She feared a repetition of that dreadful incident. Where is Rong? Where has he gone? Observing Xu Min's sudden anxiety, Lu Tingting hurriedly reassured her. Brother Rong went out by himself. He said he was preparing a birthday gift for you. With little time to ponder, Xu Min rushed off to find Xu Rong, determined that this second chance bestowed upon her would not allow harm to befall those she cherished. As Xu Min hastily departed, Lu Tingting quickly approached her with concern. What happened? Ronger has gone out alone, and I fear he may encounter danger. I don't know. Sister, in her distress, Xu Min hurriedly dialed Xu Rong's number, only to be met with the dispassionate voice stating, "The number you have dialed is unavailable." Feeling helpless, she enlisted the help of others to search for him. However, it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After an entire morning, there was no sign of progress. Consumed by worry, Xu Min paid no attention to her own feet, which had become sore from the distance she had covered. Her anxiety intensified, and she could not afford to be complacent. In desperation, she turned to Lu Tingyuan for assistance. She took out her phone and dialed his number. Upon seeing Xu Min's call, Lu Tingyuan felt a momentary surprise. Despite being in a meeting, he answered promptly. However, he was unprepared for the anxious voice on the other end, tinged with sobs that, Ronger is missing. Could you please mobilize your people to help me find him? I fear he may be in trouble. We have been searching all morning, yet there is still no news, and his phone is unreachable. Lu Tingyuan's brows furrowed deeply as he sprang to his feet. Do not worry. Tell me your location, and I will come to you. Chapter 21. Secrets revealed after meeting with Xu Min and Lu Tingting. Lu Tingyuan found a secluded underground parking lot. What are you doing? Xu Min, frantic with worry, was baffled by Lu Tingyuan's abrupt stop. The Snake Clan possesses a secret method to locate individuals. Please wait a moment. Lu Tingyuan loosened his tie, removed his suit jacket, and bit his finger to draw blood. He began to chant incantations, and blood floated into the air, slowly forming a map. However, given the vastness of city, locating someone was not an expedient task. Being a serpent beast, he utilized a special method to summon the city's snakes, insects, and rodents to search for Xu Rong's whereabouts. Xu Min watched in fascination as the scene unfolded before her, while Lu Tingting, seated in the back, furrowed her brow. Brother, this method can harm your health if prolonged. I am fine. It will be over soon. Lu Tingyuan persisted in his bloodletting search, while Xu Min observed his complexion growing paler, blood beginning to seep from his lips. Walking Street, Zhenghong Square. 10 minutes later, Lu Tingyuan ceased his incantation, expelling a mouthful of blood to Yuan. Are you all right? Xu Min exclaimed, rushing to wipe his mouth with a tissue. Lu Tingyuan shook his head, pressing the brakes as the car resumed its journey. Meanwhile, at Zhenghong Square, a discreet black car was parked by the roadside, surrounded by a group of oddly dressed individuals. Inside the car, Ji Changming sat, issuing commands. Find this man and break his legs. Once completed, 1 million will be transferred to your account. Along with the envelope and photo, a vial of transformation water was presented, capable of rendering a male form visible while stripping him of much of his combat capability. The young man in the photo was none other than Xu Rong. Although these thugs were mere commoners, Xu Rong, drenched in transformation water, would possess little fighting strength, ensuring he would be dealt with without resistance. A male with broken legs could never inherit the position of the Tiger Clan leader. Thus, the leadership would inevitably fall to Ji Changming. Armed with a deposit of 50,000, the thugs confidently approached Zhenghong Square. After a long morning of searching, Xu Rong finally found a gift he was satisfied with. He purchased a cup of watermelon juice and sat beside the fountain to rest. Big brother. That's him. An astute thug pointed in Xu Rong's direction, and the leader, removing his sunglasses, compared the photo to confirm the identity. Let us go. Xu Rong, lost in thought, suddenly noticed a group approaching him and sensed danger. He swiftly stood up, preparing to leave. As he moved, the thugs mirrored his actions, confirming his fears that they were indeed after him. He hastily retrieved his phone to call for help, but upon pulling it out, he saw the screen was black, his battery was dead. Clutching the wrapped gift tightly, he hurried to the roadside, hoping to hail a passing vehicle. The thugs, realizing his speed, opened the vial of transformation water. Just as a white sports car sped towards them, oh no, they intend to harm Ronger. The commotion between Shu Rong and the thugs drew the attention of passersby, allowing Shu Min to arrive just in time to witness the unfolding scene. As soon as the car came to a halt, Shu Min flung open the door and dashed out, while Lu Tingyuan's expression darkened, and Lu Tingting quickly followed suit. The thugs caught up with Shu Rong, and one of them hurled a vial of transformation water at him. In a rush of desperation, Shu Min lunged forward, using her body to shield him from most of the liquid. However, some still splashed onto Shu Rong and even onto Lu Tingting's legs, who had followed Shu Min closely. Two lovely ladies have arrived. The boss ordered us to break this man's legs. Brothers, get to work, the thug leader commanded, revealing his intentions without a shred of subtlety. Shu Min recognized that this was no mere coincidence. In her past life, Ronger's injury had been a calculated act, not an accident. She had only suspected before, but now she realized Ji Changming's malevolence was indeed beyond comprehension. Ronger, Tingting, be careful. Shu Min positioned herself protectively in front of both, determined to shield them from harm. From the car, Ji Changming observed the scene in shock, never expecting Shu Min to appear at such a critical moment. Hit them! Make it hurt! The thug leader shouted, only to be blindsided by a powerful kick to his back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Turning to see the source of his misfortune, he was met with a face as cold as ice. Who are you? Do you wish to die? The thugs halted, turning to face Lu Tingyuan, who had taken stand. You are all doomed. As the thugs hesitated, Lu Tingyuan noticed Shu Min's injured arm. You insufferable brutes. Brothers, attack. The thug leader, nursing his injury, momentarily abandoned his plans to incapacitate Shu Rong, redirecting his focus towards Lu Tingyuan. However, they were no match for him. Within moments, the thugs lay defeated on the ground, groaning in agony. Ronger, are you all right? Shu Min hurriedly examined Shu Rong's body. At that moment, Shu Rong's arms and legs had transformed into tiger claws, rendering him unable to maintain an upright stance. The onlookers, witnessing Shu Rong's beastly transformation, eagerly took out their phones to capture the moment. Shu Min supported Shu Rong with her own body to prevent him from collapsing. Sister, I'm fine. You should check on Tingting, he urged. Sister, my foot. Lu Tingting tugged at Shu Min's clothing, her voice trembling with fear. Shu Min quickly looked down and saw a green tail protruding from beneath Lu Tingting's skirt. What is this? Shu Min gasped, suddenly recalling that the transformation fluid affects both male and female members of the Serpent Clan. She swiftly raised her head and called out, a Yuan. Something has happened to Tingting. Meanwhile, Lu Tingting's brother, Lu Tingtian, was preoccupied with dealing harshly with some ruffians. Upon hearing Shu Min's words, he noticed Lu Tingting's oddity and quickly approached, wrapping his suit jacket around her before urgently carrying her towards the sports car. Shu Min followed closely behind, assisting Shu Rong as they made their way to the vehicle in the car. Ji Changming squinted at Lu Tingting in Lu Tingtian's arms. If he wasn't mistaken, that was indeed a serpent's tail. The little female was, in fact, a member of the Serpent Clan. With this realization, Ji Changming felt a surge of excitement. The reproductive capabilities of female serpents were formidable, almost guaranteed to succeed. His father had recently expressed disappointment in his actions, but if he brought this little female back to the Wolf Clan as a breeding tool, it would not only strengthen the Wolf Clan, but also serve as a lesson for Lu Tingtian. It was a win-win situation. Ji Changming pulled out his phone and called by Lien Rui. Having moved out of the Tiger Clan manor, he now needed a suitable reason to return. Chapter 22. Almost had my legs broken, Lu Tingtian drove swiftly towards the Tiger Clan manor, with Shu Min cradling Tingting in the back seat while Shu Rong, in his half-beast form, leaned uncomfortably against the rear. Soon, after half an hour, they arrived at the Tiger Clan manor, bustling into the main residence. Seeing the commotion, Aunt's son, who was cleaning, discreetly stepped aside to call Ji Changming and report the situation. Another male, noticing Shu Rong's half-beast transformation and Su Miao's injuries, also called Shu Qinghe to inform him. Given the recent unpredictable events at home, Shu Qinghe had instructed the male members of the Tiger Clan to pay close attention to matters within the household. After hearing the report, Shu Qing has set aside his contract and called for the driver to return to the Tiger Clan manor. Meanwhile, Ji Changming, satisfied, hung up the phone as Bai Lianrui stepped into the car. Changming, why are we going to the Tiger Clan? Bai Lianrui asked, still apprehensive about the Tiger Clan leader, thus reluctant to visit. Surprises await, Ji Changming replied with a smirk, producing a vial of transformation fluid and handing it to Bai Lianrui. He instructed her to pour it over Lu Tingting when she saw her. Though baffled, Bai Lianrui nonetheless placed the vial into her in Shu Min's bedroom at the Tiger Clan manor. Lu Tingting was placed in a bathtub filled with warm water, while Shu Min anxiously splashed water, attempting to wash Tingting's tail. Why isn't this working? Shu Min fretted, knowing that anyone could deduce Tingting's identity from her tail. The potion had evaporated, proving ineffective. Lu Tingting's green eyes scanned the water intently, while Shu Rong stood beside him, equally bemused. When will Tingting's tail revert? He wondered aloud. Probably in 2 to 3 days, Lu Tingtian speculated, frowning. Tingting is still young, and the transformation spell's potency is overwhelming. She simply cannot resist it. All right, I'll excuse Tingting from school tomorrow. She won't have to attend until she recovers. Lu Tingtian sighed, resigned to the situation. Brother, I'm fine, you needn't worry. Lu Tingting reassured him, poking his forehead with her finger, her expression a mix of concern and annoyance. I'm sorry, Tingtian. It's because of me that Tingting is like this. Shu Rong lamented, his head bowed. He felt disheartened to keep apologizing to Ronga. This isn't your fault. Those people were intentionally targeting you. Shu Min comforted, gently tousling his hair. Lu Tingting, smiling, chimed in, Ronga, I'm okay. Not going to school isn't so bad. Sister, who exactly wants to harm me? Who wants to break my legs? Shu Rong asked, having been shielded from the world's cruelties under the protection of the Tiger Clan and Shu Min. Hearing the ruffians openly discussing breaking his legs and preparing transformation fluid was shocking. What deep-seated enmity could warrant such a threat? Just as Shu Min was about to respond, a knock sounded at the door. Min, I heard you were injured. I came to check on you. Shu Min raised an eyebrow, sneering. Well, here you are. Shu Rong, incredulous, clenched his tiger claws and turned to leave the bathroom to open the door, eager to confront his esteemed brother Ming about the intent to harm him. Are you trying to let him see Tingting? Lu Tingtian grasped Shu Rong's arm tightly, his tone laced with barely concealed anger. Seeing this, Shu Min quickly intervened. A Yuan, please don't be angry. I'll send him away right now. She ushered Shu Rong to sit on the sofa and approached the door. Ji Changming, we have nothing to discuss. You should leave. I won't see you. Min, open the door. I brought some high-quality medicine, and I heard that Tingting was injured. It would be a pity for such a lovely girl to be left with scars. Ji Changming insisted, deliberately mentioning Tingting to indicate that he had uncovered her secret. Shu Min's expression changed, and Lu Tingtian emerged from the bathroom, his gaze locked on the door as if to bore a hole through Ji Changming outside. The room fell silent, and Ji Changming began pounding on the door, determined to enter. Shu Min glanced at Lu Tingtian. Mr. Ji, I have a spare key to my room. Aunt Sun's voice called from outside. Shu Min bit her lip, realizing she had inadvertently informed Ji Changming. She was the mole. Quickly fetch it, Ji Changming commanded, halting his assault on the door. Shu Min and Shu Rong exchanged glances, while Lu Tingtian wore a cold expression, his mind racing with potential solutions. You and Tingting should stay together. After a Serpent Clan female pairs, she will maintain her human form. Lu Tingtian's startling statement nearly made Shu Min drop her jaw. Without giving her time to ponder, he yanked Shu Rong back into the bathroom. Using Shu Rong's wolf claw, he sliced Lu Tingting's arm, allowing his blood to drip on her wound. Lu Tingtian began chanting again. And soon, a white wolf appeared on Lu Tingting's arm. Is this how pairing works? He mused, his action swift, leaving Shu Min astonished. Under her watchful gaze, Lu Tingting's green tail transformed back into legs. How extraordinary! Shu Min marveled, suddenly feeling as though she had squandered over 20 years of knowledge. The bond of a partner beast could achieve this. There would be time to discuss later. For now, they had to address the immediate crisis. Lu Tingtian's irritation towards Ji Changming mounted, who kept stirring up trouble. Meanwhile, Ji Changming had successfully obtained the key and turned in the lock, entering the room along with Bai Lianrui and Aunt Sunday. The four of them exited the bedroom, and upon seeing Lu Tingting's legs restored, Ji Changming subtly signaled to Bai Lianrui. She promptly retrieved the transformation fluid from her bag and hurled it at Lu Tingting. Lu Tingting, anticipating this, swiftly grabbed a bedsheet to shield Xu Min and Lu Tingting. The entire vial was blocked, with not a single drop landing on Lu Tingting. Lu Tingting then tossed the bedsheet onto Bai Lianrui's head as Ji Changming hurried to pull it off. "You re-seeking death," Bai Lianrui exclaimed, her hair disheveled and her lipstick smudged. Furious, she raised her hand to strike Xu Min, but Xu Rong stepped forward, blocking her with his tiger claw. "You shall not harm her." It was the first time Xu Rong had stood up so defiantly, filling Xu Min with pride at Ronga. "It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Seeing the situation deteriorate, Ji Changming intervened. "What is the meaning of this?" Xu Qinghe entered the room with a dark expression. Ji Changming, feeling cornered, hastily explained, "Father, it's nothing serious. We were just playing around." Attempting to gloss over the situation, Xu Min refused to let him escape so easily. "Father, today Ronger nearly had his legs broken. How could such a thing happen?" Xu Qinghe's gaze landed on Xu Min's injuries, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 23. Are you declaring war on the Wolf Clan? Today, someone took advantage of Ronger being out alone and conspired with a group of thugs to shatter his legs. Xu Min spoke succinctly, while Xu Qinghe's countenance grew increasingly grim. Moreover, they possessed transformation water, something not typically within the grasp of ordinary human ruffians. This substance renders males impotent in combat, forcing them to revert to their original forms, leaving them utterly defenseless against mere humans. A perilous tool indeed. All beast clans had long issued statements prohibiting the sale of such items in open markets, with only unscrupulous merchants peddling them in the black market, which exclusively caters to beast folk. Ordinary humans lack the qualifications to even set foot in such places. Why would they resort to this? Xu Qinghe could not comprehend how a student like Xu Rong could have attracted the ire of thugs, especially to the extent of suffering such a calamity as having his legs broken. "Father, have you forgotten? Males with disabilities are ineligible to inherit the position of clan leader." Xu Min's simple remark pointedly highlighted the ulterior motives at play. Xu Qinghe's eyes blazed with fury. He turned and struck Ji Changming across the face. "How dare you? How dare you scheme against him?" Although Xu Rong was inherently timid, he remained his son, his male. "Adoptive father wasn't me. This is a misunderstanding." Ji Changming sensed that Xu Qinghe was genuinely enraged this time, and fear crept into his heart. Bai Lianrui, startled, fled the bedroom, leaving Ji Changming alone. A misunderstanding just moments ago. Bai Lianrui had doused us with transformation water. Could that have been a ruse? Transformation water emits a distinct and foul stench, detectable by anyone with a functioning sense of smell. No, I can explain. Ji Changming's eyes darted as he scrambled to concoct an excuse. It was Lu Tingting. She is a young female from the Serpent Clan. I brought the transformation water to test her. Ji Changming pointed at Lu Tingting, prompting Xu Qinghe to scrutinize her. Upon noticing the beast mark belonging to Xu Rong on her, his eyes narrowed, and he turned his gaze back to Ji Changming. "This does not absolve you of your scheming against Ronga." Connecting the dots of Ji Changming's previous actions, it dawned on him that he had been nurturing a treacherous wolf all along. It was you who reminded me that 3 days from now is my sister's birthday, prompting me to remember to purchase her a gift. Had it not been for you, I would not have ventured out alone. Xu Rong was also piecing together his thoughts. Bit by bit, all clues pointed to Ji Changming. Indeed, he was the one who sought to harm him. Hearing Xu Rong's words, Xu Qinghe no longer harbored any reservations regarding Ji Changming. The clan leader has 2 stray beasts seeking an audience at the door. Xu Qinghe furrowed his brow. Did these strays dare to approach so brazenly? "It is I. We have captured that group of thugs." The previously silent Lu Tingyuan spoke up, prompting Xu Qinghe to make an exception and allow the 2 strays to enter. 5 ruffians were brought in by the 2 strays, bearing various injuries. "Speak. Who instigated you to harm Xu Rong?" Xu Qinghe's imposing presence was fully unleashed, and the thugs, having endured the stray's beatings, dared not conceal the truth any longer. Directly implicating Ji Changming. It was him. It was him. The ringleader pointed a trembling finger at Ji Changming, never expecting to have provoked a figure of such stature, let alone the leader of the Tiger Clan, far beyond what an ordinary human could withstand. No, do not speak such nonsense. Despite the clear accusations from the thugs, Ji Changming stubbornly refused to acknowledge his culpability, yet Xu Qinghe would not entertain his protests, issuing a direct order. Seize Ji Changming and confine him to the dungeon. As soon as Xu Qinghe's words fell, several male tigers entered the room. No, adoptive father, believe me, it truly wasn't me. Xu Min observed Ji Changming's unwavering resolve with admiration. Even now, he clung to his denial. Wait! Suddenly, a steady voice echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the bedroom door. Ji Changming's eyes lit up with hope upon seeing the middle-aged male at the entrance. A smile returned to his face. Father. Indeed, the figure at the door was Ji Changming's biological father. Ji Luohong, the leader of the Wolf Clan. It was by Lin Rui, who, sensing trouble, had called Ji Luohong for assistance. Ji Clan leader. What is the meaning of this? This is the Tiger Clan. Xu Qinghe directed a sharp gaze at the few wolf males accompanying Ji Luohong. What does it signify for you to arrive here unannounced? Ji Luohong wore a smile, his warmth contrasting with Xu Qinghe's icy demeanor. Changming has long been under the care of Xu Clan leader. Now that he is grown, I shall take it back to avoid causing you further trouble. Xu Min raised an eyebrow, noting the opportune timing of Ji Luohong's arrival. Changming, do not forget to kneel and express gratitude for your adoptive father's nurturing. Ji Luohong's expression shifted, and Ji Changming obediently knelt, bowing 3 times to Xu Qinghe. Adoptive father, thank you for your nurturing. As he spoke, Ji Changming was visibly moved, and he prepared to leave with Ji Luohong. Wait, Ji Changming's scheming against Xu Rong cannot simply be overlooked. Xu Qinghe's countenance darkened as he released his tiger beast pressure, causing Ji Changming to buckle under the weight, kneeling before him. What does the Xu clan leader intend? Ji Luohong did not back down, countering with his own pressure to alleviate Ji Changming's burden. Are you attempting to protect Ji Changming? Xu Min stepped forward, her gaze signaling to Lu Tingyuan. Lu Tingyuan unleashed his own aura, and the other 2 strays united in their defiance against Ji Luohong. Tension mounted, and at that moment, Ji Luohong keenly detected the presence of strays within the bedroom. Indeed, the Xu clan leader is audacious. Not only has he taken a female from the Serpent clan as his son-in-law, but he has also taken in 2 strays within the Tiger clan. Truly impressive. Xu Qinghe's brow furrowed as he coldly inquired, what do you intend? Release Ji Changming, and I shall remain silent. Is this a threat? Ji Luohong's words made Xu Qinghe acutely wary, and he understood well the consequences of harboring strays, yet he was reluctant to let Ji Changming off the hook so easily. Is the Xu clan leader determined to make an enemy of my wolf clan? 3 days from now marks Ji Changming's ancestral recognition and engagement ceremony. Without the groom's presence, do you not realize you are slapping my face? Xu Qinghe raised his chin, contemplating that if this were the case, he could no longer employ Ji Changming within the Xu clan. He could not invite wolves into his home. Very well, then. Thus, Xu Qinghe relented, and Ji Luohong departed with Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui. Safe from the Tiger clan. Once they had completely exited the Tiger clan, Ji Changming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, Xu Qinghe had truly harbored murderous intent. Had his father arrived a moment later, his life would have been in jeopardy. You have been recklessly bold this time. You have greatly disappointed me. Ji Luohong observed Ji Changming's trembling legs, his expression filled with disappointment. Chapter 24. The last fragments of affection were thin once Ji Changming and the leader of the Wolf Clan departed. Xu Min did not relax. Instead, her expression grew grave. The reason Ji Changming was so well informed about their actions was that there were indeed those within the Tiger clan aiding him, allowing him to manipulate events to his advantage. Xu Min's cold gaze drifted towards the nearby figure of Granny Sun, who was nervously rubbing her hands. It had become increasingly clear. She suspected that Granny Sun was the one who had opened the door for Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui. Granny Sun, why did you open the door for Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui? Xu Min questioned with a deep tone, causing Granny Sun to panic and shake her head vigorously to no. It wasn't me. I didn't. Please don't look at me like that. Mississippi Granny's son felt a tumult of emotions at Shu Min's interrogation. Her eyes darted nervously, and had she not felt guilty, she would not have acted so. Fearing being seen by others, her actions did not escape Shu Qing's notice. Granny's son, an ordinary person, revealed her nervousness in her haste that, "Oh, is that so? If it wasn't you, why are you so flustered? If not guilt, then what could it be?" Upon hearing this, Granny's son fell silent, unsure of how to respond. She instinctively took a few steps back, attempting to flee, only to be blocked by Shu Qinghe, who had appeared behind her. Terrified, Granny's son collapsed onto the ground, looking at Shu Qinghe with fear in her eyes. "Mister, where do you think you are going? Trying to run away?" Realizing her defeat, Granny's son could only admit her fault. Quickly kneeling and bowing her head in apology, I'm sorry, mister. I accepted Ji Changming's money to keep watch over the miss and Shu Rong. Moreover, the bedroom key that fateful night was given to him by me. Even if the lock was subsequently changed, I surreptitiously had another key made, sir. I implore you, spare me. I truly did not intend for this to happen, and I assure you, I shall not dare again." Upon hearing the admission from Ma Sun, Shu Rong was struck down, his spirits plummeting to an abyss. "Ma Sun, I have always regarded you with reverence as an elder. How could your conscience have been devoured by a dog?" Ma Sun, an elder in the Tiger clan, had watched over Shu Min and Shu Rong since their childhood. Shu Rong gazed at her in disbelief, as if struggling to accept the reality of her actions. He still clung to the hope of a reasonable explanation, but Ma Sun trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, unable to meet Shu Rong's gaze. Her reaction was even more unbearable for Shu Rong, causing him profound anguish. Lu Tingting, witnessing this, stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder in a bid to comfort him. "Rong Gij, do not be saddened. From now on, be wary in placing your trust in others. We are here for you, so do not despair." As she spoke, Lu Tingting produced a piece of candy from her pocket and offered it to Shu Rong with a radiant smile. "Rong Gij, be good, do not overthink. Have a piece of candy, and all will be well." Upon seeing the candy in Lu Tingting's hand, Shu Rong's mood brightened somewhat. She was right. He should not punish himself for the mistakes of others. He nodded, then shifted his gentle expression from Lu Tingting to fixate coldly on the kneeling Ma Sun. Instantly, Ma Sun was chilled to the bone by Shu Rong's icy demeanor, shrinking back in fear. This only heightened her terror, compelling her to remain on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. Shu Qinghe, maintaining a stern visage, commanded a male subordinate to expel Ma Sun from the Tiger Clan estate. Never to be employed again, that he swiftly dismissed a group of servants associated with Ji Changming and conducted a rigorous election of those who remained. With the elimination of this hidden threat, Shu Min finally breathed a sigh of relief. After much contemplation, she resolved to speak. "Father, I have matters to discuss with you." Upon noticing Shu Min's subtle cue, Shu Qinghe understood her intent. He led her to a secluded location for a private conversation. "Father, what are your thoughts on Ji Changming? He grew up alongside you. Yet why has he turned out this way?" Shu Qinghe found it inconceivable that the adopted son he had nurtured could have undergone such a transformation. Observing her father's lingering regret, Shu Min sighed deeply. "Father, your kindness blinds you. Have you not considered that perhaps Ji Changming was always like this? He was deliberately sent to the Tiger Clan by the Wolf Clan's leader to earn your trust, with the ulterior motive of becoming the next leader and effortlessly aiding the Wolf Clan in annexing the Tiger Clan. In the absence of others, Shu Min meticulously dissected Ji Changming's sordid intentions. Shu Qinghe's expression, once filled with disappointment, turned icy as he grasped the truth of the matter. In an instant, the last remnants of affection he held for Ji Changming evaporated. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, Shu Min and Shu Qinghe receive an invitation to Ji Changming's engagement banquet. Today not only marked the engagement, but also the occasion where the Wolf Clan leader, Ji Luohong, would announce Ji Changming's recognition of his lineage. From this day forth, Ji Changming would be a true male of the Wolf Clan, no longer seen as an illegitimate child. Shu Min, linking arms with Shu Qinghe, entered the Wolf Clan estate, where numerous tribal leaders and elders had already gathered. They were engaged in conversations with familiar associates, and upon seeing Shu Qinghe and Shu Min, they lowered their heads to whisper among themselves, "Father, let us proceed inside." Very well. Just as they took a few steps, an elder from the Fox clan blocked their path. A sardonic smile adorned the elder's face as he spoke in a mocking tone. "Ah, if it isn't the leader of the Tiger clan. Naturally, you would attend your adopted son's engagement. You are mistaken. Ji Changming is a male of the Wolf clan and has no ties to our Tiger clan," Shu Min retorted, intent on ensuring everyone present understood that Ji Changming was no longer associated with the Tiger clan. Otherwise, he might attribute any misdeeds to them, leading to dire consequences. TSK. Shu Qinghe has raised a white-eyed wolf for over 20 years, and now he still has the audacity to attend the engagement banquet after Ji Changming's recognition. I feel embarrassed for him. With these words, others joined in mocking Shu Qinghe for his losses, if it weren't for today being a union between the Fox clan and the Tiger clan, rather than the Wolf clan. And look at Shu Min, who could have had Ji Changming but chose a male of the Serpent clan instead. How utterly foolish. Point one male, displeased by Lu Tingting's presence beside Shu Min, furrowed his brow, finding the scent of the Serpent clan quite unpleasant. "What are you saying? Ji Changming is about to be engaged. Shu Min must be scrambling to get here. She can only settle for a Serpent clan male." A few gossiping males continued their chatter, while Shu Qinghe's countenance darkened. However, being in the Wolf clan, he could not voice his displeasure. Chapter 25. Lu Tingting's reverse proposal after approximately half an hour. The engagement banquet for Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui was announced to commence. The venue was filled with attendees, all wearing sycophantic smiles. On stage, Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui beamed with joy, and he spotted Shu Min among the crowd. Shu Min regarded him as though he were a stranger, a discomfort settling in her heart as though something precious had been lost. Beside her, Bai Lianrui wore a smug expression, casting a provocative gaze at Shu Min as if to say, "See, it is your own inadequacy that failed to secure a man." Everyone spoke of Shu Min and Ji Changming as a perfect couple, yet now he was marrying her, observing the farcical wedding before her. Shu Min felt an overwhelming sense of irony. In her past life, Ji Changming had hastily wed her, and at that time, she had adored him without reservation, overlooking all else. Their union had merely involved signing a certificate and hosting a few tables of feasting in the Tiger clan. A mere token gesture, devoid of even a diamond ring. When compared to the current engagement banquet, it was indeed a stark contrast. Shu Min internally laughed, her eyes tinged with sadness, recognizing the bitter irony in her previous life. Ji Changming had promised her father and clan that he would cherish her for eternity. What had become of that promise? A treacherous wolf. Yet now, witnessing him kneeling before another woman, she felt nothing but revulsion. On the elevated platform, Ji Changming was placing a diamond ring on Bai Lianrui's finger. Wow, I envy Bai Lianrui. That diamond ring looks absolutely stunning. Indeed, just look at who it is from. The Wolf clan is incredibly wealthy. Oh my, they truly are a match made in heaven. This wedding is simply too romantic. Several young females gazed at Ji Changming's proposal with envy in their hearts. At that moment, a male accompanied by a group of individuals clad in black suits entered. The leading male was exceptionally handsome, with striking green hair that caught everyone's attention. Soon, the males recognized his identity, Lu Tingting, the son-in-law of the Tiger clan leader from the Serpent clan. Wow, that male is so handsome. Who is he? What are they here for? They look so cool. Doesn't he exude the aura of a wedding crasher? A cluster of young females whispered among themselves. Ji Changming's expression darkened as he observed Lu Tingting. Today was his engagement banquet, and he wondered what Lu Tingting was up to. Meanwhile, Bai Lianrui blushed, casting a shy glance at Lu Tingting as she overheard the young female suggest he was there to disrupt the engagement. Just as everyone assumed Lu Tingting intended to crash the wedding, he walked straight to Shu Min, then knelt on one knee, presenting a diamond the size of a pigeon egg. "Shu Min, marry me." "Oh my, a pink diamond. This is so rare. Oh my gosh, kneeling like that is so handsome." The young females gasped, their eyes wide with awe at the sight of the exquisite pink diamond. Following this, bodyguards in black suits bore 999 red roses, their fiery hue painful to Bai Lianrui's eyes. How dare he? Shu Min, overshadowed by her rival, found herself envious of the romantic proposal she had just witnessed. In stark contrast to her own proposal from Latinjuan, hers seemed utterly lackluster. Glancing at the diamond ring adorning her finger, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Why was it that she, Shumin, could not experience such a perfect proposal? The thought gnawed at her. Beside her, Ji Changming wore a similarly grim expression, astonished that Latinjuan, whom he had always regarded with disdain, could orchestrate such a grand gesture. Yet, the most astonished of all was Shumin herself. She swore she had been completely oblivious to this turn of events. Latinjuan's sudden proposal, made without her prior knowledge, and especially on the territory of the Wolf clan, felt like a slap in the face to both the clan leader and Ji Changming. "Shumin, will you marry me?" Latinjuan asked again, his smile warm and inviting. Just then, petals began to rain down from the sky, a cascade of pink and vibrant hues drifting gracefully around them, creating a scene that Shumin believed to be the most beautiful she had ever witnessed. Stealing a glance at Ji Changming, whose eyes blazed with fury, she couldn't help but smile slightly. "I do," she replied, bending slightly to extend her hand, her face radiating joy. It was rather satisfying to witness Ji Changming and the Wolf clan leader in a state of discomfort, and she found herself quite enamored with this proposal ceremony. Latinjuan gently placed the pink diamond onto Shumin's finger. Gazing at her with deep affection, he rose and embraced her tightly, and, as she met his sincere gaze, her heart swelled with emotion. Then, leading Shumin before Shuking, he bowed respectfully, declaring, as the leader of the Tiger clan, "I, Latinjuan, wish to offer half of the Liu family's shares as a dowry to marry Shumin. I hope for your consent." The revelation struck like lightning. He was indeed from the Liu family, the president no less. How audacious to propose such a substantial dowry. In comparison, Ji Changming seemed inconsequential. Indeed, the Liu family was renowned as one of the foremost conglomerates in Huagua, with enterprises spanning various industries. Many of the Beast Clan leaders present had either collaborated with the Liu family or aspired to do so. Ji Changming, standing on stage, felt his countenance darken. Latinjuan had come to undermine him, and Shumin had disrupted his engagement ceremony. While Yinrui glared at the incredibly handsome Latinjuan, her envy only deepening as she looked at the blissful Shumin, wishing she could crush her silver teeth in frustration. One by one, the leaders and elders from various tribes began to congratulate Shumin and Shuking. Those who had previously mocked Shuking for raising a white-eyed wolf swiftly reversed their tune, now extolling him for having such a remarkable son-in-law. "Shuking, your little female is truly fortunate. Congratulations, Shuking. Do remember to look out for me in the future." These individuals were nothing but opportunistic, swayed by self-interest. Shumin thought to herself, while Latinjuan had long since developed immunity to such fickle behavior. He would not spare those who had harmed Shumin or disparaged her. Then, a male stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Those who have insulted Shumin and the leader of the Shuju clan today will be remembered by the Liu family, and we will never engage in business with you again. Let this serve as a warning to all." Upon hearing this, several individuals panicked, hastily apologizing to Shumin and Shuking, with some nearly groveling. "Miss Shumin, I am so sorry. I was blinded by ignorance. Please forgive me." Shumin felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude for Latinjuan's actions on her behalf. Meanwhile, Ji Changming was left feeling quite awkward. What should have been a joyous engagement banquet had crumbled before him. He seethed with anger, questioning why Latinjuan could so easily dismantle the efforts he had painstakingly built over the years. Little did he realize, those who oppress others will ultimately find themselves oppressed. He had chosen to be a white-eyed wolf, betraying Shumin and Shuking, and now he lamented the consequences of his own choices. How tragic and lamentable. Chapter 26. Rescuing Shumin's mother at long last. Ji Changming departed from the Tiger clan, having eradicated the spies within the estate. Su Miao pondered for a moment before approaching Shuking to voice the sentiments that had weighed heavily on her heart. "Father, with the internal and external turmoil of the Tiger clan resolved, I wish to bring Mother back from Uncle's care. Considering her past life, it had been far too long since she had seen her mother. In her previous life, when Rong'er took her own life and her father fell gravely ill, even during her wedding to Ji Changming, her mother had not returned." Yes, Shumin reflected, an uneasy feeling settled in her chest. It had been 2 years since her grandmother passed away, and her mother had gone to the Eagle clan for mourning, never to return since, with scarce communication in between, were it not for her uncle's occasional updates. She might even have doubted her mother's existence. Indeed, I too haven't seen your mother in 2 years. It is time for her to return. Tomorrow, you and Shurong shall go fetch her. Shuking replied, his expression filled with affection at the mention of his wife, Qin Xianglian. With her father's support, Shu Min sought out Shurong. Tomorrow was conveniently Sunday, and he wouldn't have to attend school, making it the perfect opportunity to reunite the family. Sister, will mother truly come back with me? Shurong asked innocently, as every time their father proposed bringing their mother home, their uncle had always declined, citing her unwillingness to return to the Tiger clan. He too longed for their mother and cherished the hope of reuniting. Min, I shall accompany you to the Eagle clan, Latinjuan declared, unwilling to miss out as the son-in-law. I sent to your company busy? Shumin questioned, bemused by the transformation of this once aloof individual. Why was it that after the proposal, Latinjuan seemed to cling to her? Previously, he would not return home until late at night, yet now he seemed eager to accompany her to work at the Shumin family's establishment. The matter of my mother is paramount. The company will not collapse in my absence for a day, Latinjuan insisted earnestly, leaving Shumin with no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, President Liu, if you wish to accompany us. Then so be it. She feigned exasperation, though warmth filled her heart. Thus, on the following day, the trio set off for the Eagle clan, located on the outskirts of the city, and they arrived within half a day. However, upon reaching the Eagle clan, they found themselves unable to enter. I am Shumin of the Tiger clan, the Nisuger clan leader. Please inform him that I am here to bring my mother home. The male guarding the entrance, upon recognizing her as a member of the Tiger clan, dared not be negligent and promptly made a call. He says he is not here. The Eagle clan leader, Qin Baiwan, sat leisurely sipping tea in the hall, a cold smile creeping across his face upon hanging up. Dream on if you think you can take Qin Xianglian back. She will remain here to contribute to the Eagle clan. Apologies, but our clan leader is unavailable. Miss Shumin, perhaps you can visit another time, the Eagle male stated before retreating to the security booth. Wait, whether or not my uncle is present is irrelevant. We are merely here to bring my mother back. Shurong expressed his discontent with the uncle who consistently obstructed their attempts to see their mother, yet the Eagle male showed no inclination to engage further. Shumin, puzzled by the Eagle male and Qin Baiwan's demeanor, quickly thought of a reasonable excuse. We have brought gifts for my uncle today. Surely you will allow us to present them and have a brief meeting with our mother. Knowing that Qin Baiwan had a penchant for small gains, she devised this plausible rationale. Hesitant, the Eagle male pondered before ultimately deciding to let them in. Shu Min and her companions entered the estate, making their way directly to the residence of Qin Xianglian. Just as they neared their destination, the Eagle clan leader, Qin Baiwan, appeared before them. Uncle, it has been a long time. How have you been? Shu Min greeted respectfully, presenting a gift box that her father had prepared prior to their departure. Uncle, Ronger, Mrs. Mother dearly. Today father has sent us to bring her back to the Tiger clan. Your mother must observe mourning for 3 years. This is only the 2nd year. You cannot see her. Leave the gifts and depart, he replied dismissively. Uncle, rules may be rigid, but humanity is alive. Surely our grandmother in the afterlife would not wish for us to be separated from our mother. Even if we cannot bring her back, we at least wish to see her, Shu Min pleaded, her heart heavy with unresolved longing. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Baiwan refused her request, leaving Shu Min bewildered and no, it is not permissible. On what grounds? Latinjuan interjected, his commanding presence radiating an aura of authority that demanded attention. I said no, and that is final. There is no need for further discussion. Shu Min exchanged a knowing glance with Liu Tingyuan, prompting the three of them to charge in resolutely. Liu Tingyuan held back Qin Baiwan, attempting to restrain him, while Shu Min and Shu Rong entered the room. As soon as the door creaked open, they were met with the shocking sight of a burly male figure pressing down upon their mother. The scene left Shu Rong frozen in disbelief, while Shu Min rushed forward to tug at the intruder. Liu Tingyuan, she called out. However, the male's robust physique rendered Shu Min's efforts futile. She was far too small to dislodge him. Desperate, she cried out for Lu Tingyuan. With a swift motion, Lu Tingyuan cast Qin Baiwan aside and entered the bedroom. Upon witnessing the alarming situation, he, too, was taken aback. Unleashing his serpent beast form, he revealed his formidable tail, which coiled around the male intruder and hurled him out of the room. Xu Min hurriedly dressed Qin Xianglian, and the trio dashed toward the exit of the Eagle clan. They had to be stopped. Escape was not an option. Seeing this, Qin Baiwan quickly commanded his men, and a flock of Eagle clan males descended from the sky. While cradling Qin Xianglian, Lu Tingyuan engaged them in battle. Although the eagle beasts were the natural enemies of snake beasts, Lu Tingyuan's prowess was not to be underestimated. Before long, all the eagle males were brought down. Supporting Qin Xianglian, Xu Min grasped Xu Rong, who was still in shock, and together they fled the Eagle clan. Once outside, Qin Baiwan dared not pursue them further. Trembling with fear, Xu Min and Xu Rong returned to the Tiger clan, finally exhaling a collective sigh of relief. What had transpired? How had it come to this? Xu Qinghe, having awaited their return instead of going to the company, was stricken with concern upon seeing Qin Xianglian's weakened state. Observing the anguish etched on his father's face, Xu Min hesitated, but ultimately recounted everything she had witnessed in the Eagle clan. That beast, Qin Baiwan, I will kill him one day. Father, the most pressing concern now is to care for Mother. She is inherently kind-hearted, and I fear she may despair. Understood, Xu Qinghe replied, his resentment toward Qin Baiwan intensifying as he looked at the disoriented Qin Xianglian. Lianer, I swear I will avenge you. Under Xu Qinghe's attentive care, Qin Xianglian gradually recovered, her pallor giving way to a healthy glow. I'm so sorry. Qinghe, I've remembered everything. One morning, as Qin Xianglian gazed at a lily. Her emotions spiraled out of control. I am his biological sister, yet he commands me to bear offspring for the Eagle clan. Qinghe, I am so sorry. My existence only brings you shame. Haunted by her memories, Qin Xianglian contemplated suicide, but Xu Qinghe caught her just in time. Lianer, it is my failure for not protecting you. I am the one who should apologize. Regardless of what you have endured, I will love only you for the rest of my life. I love you. I cannot live without you. Listening to Xu Qinghe's heartfelt confession, Qin Xianglian clung to him, weeping uncontrollably. Xu Min constantly monitored Qin Xianglian, and under the family's loving care, her suicidal thoughts began to dissipate. Chapter 27. Our little female of the Tiger clan, after much contemplation, Ji Changming remained suspicious of Lu Tingting's identity and resolved to devise a method to test her, seeking reassurance. However, he realized that if he acted on his own, he would be too conspicuous, which could lead to complications with Xu Min glancing around. Ji Changming formed a plan. Ji Changqing attended the same school as Lu Tingting, providing him an opportunity to act under the radar. That day, as soon as classes ended, Ji Changqing arrived at Lu Tingting's classroom door. Spotting her exiting alone, he tightened his grip on the transformation water in his hand and confidently stepped forward. Blocking her path, Lu Tingting paused momentarily. Recognizing him, Ji Changqing, what do you want? She inquired, recalling him as the male who had assaulted her brother Rong. Without responding to her question, Ji Changqing leisurely opened the lid of the transformation water. Finding him peculiar, Lu Tingting attempted to sidestep him, but he shifted to block her again. Irritated, she reached out to push him aside. Why do you insist on obstructing my way when there's plenty of space? Because I feel like it. What can you do about it? Ji Changqing replied arrogantly, emboldened by Ji Changming's encouragement, convinced that he could easily handle a mere girl. Anger flared within Lu Tingting as she glared at Ji Changqing. Will you move or not? I don't have time to play games with someone like you. She turned to leave. Ji Changqing accidentally spilled the transformation water all over her. The liquid was colder than ordinary water, releasing a pungent stench. Concerned that the amount was insufficient, he pulled out another bottle and drenched her completely. Bainuanyuan, who had initially thought Lu Tingting was conversing with someone, rushed closer only to witness Ji Changqing bullying her friend. Infuriated, she was about to charge in but stopped short, realizing she might not be enough to confront him alone. Instead, she hurried to inform Xu Rong, knowing he was in Class 5 of the first year and was Lu Tingting's older brother. Breathless, Bainuanyuan reached Class 5 and dragged Xu Rong out without explanation. Although perplexed, He followed when she mentioned a male was bullying Lu Tingting. Ji Chongqing, reveling in Lu Tingting's disarray, could not help but mock her further. Seeing her furious expression, he smirked, preparing to grab her hair and teach her a lesson for underestimating him. Stop. Xu Rong arrived just in time, pulling Lu Tingting behind him, soaked from head to toe. She felt a wave of relief at his presence, but Ji Chongqing remained unperturbed, still standing proudly. Oh, Xu Rong, if you want to play the hero, you better have the ability to back it up. How dare you bully a little female, Ji Chongqing? You are utterly shameless. Xu Rong refused to waste words on Ji Chongqing. Though he considered himself weak, he could not allow Ji Chongqing to mistreat Lu Tingting. Without hesitation, he transformed into his beast form and charged at Ji Chongqing, ready to teach him a lesson. Ji Chongqing scoffed, never having feared anyone before, and met Xu Rong's attack head-on. The two, one fueled by reckless bravery and the other by overconfidence, engaged in a fierce struggle, their clash reverberating through the hall. The commotion quickly drew a crowd, with onlookers speculating on the outcome of the fight between a wolf beast and a tiger beast. Unfazed, Xu Rong continued to land solid blows, causing Ji Chongqing to yelp in pain. News of the brawl between the two males soon reached the principal, who, upon learning that it involved Ji Chongqing and Xu Rong, felt a headache coming on. He knew that a private resolution would risk offending someone, so he promptly dispatched staff to separate the fighters and lock them in an empty classroom. He also sent word to Xu Qinghe and Ji Luohong, urging them to come to the school at once. Surprised by the news, Xu Qinghe was aware of his son's temperament and wondered why he would engage in a fight. Meanwhile, Xu Min suspected that Ji Chongqing had provoked him. But the exact circumstances would be revealed upon their arrival. Ji Changming, who was discussing matters with Ji Luohong at their company, frowned upon hearing that Ji Chongqing had gotten into a fight. They both felt perplexed as they made their way to the school. Once there, the principal asked them to explain the situation. Ji Chongqing glanced at Ji Changming, uncertain whether to lie or tell the truth. Xu Rong, however, had no such reservations, simply stating that he could not stand by while Ji Chongqing bullied Lu Tingting. You're speaking nonsense. Father, I didn't do anything. As Ji Chongqing was about to erupt with frustration, he felt a sharp pain from the bruises on his face, rendering him speechless. Xu Min had already positioned herself beside Lu Tingting, observing that the latter was drenched and emanating an unpleasant odor. Anger surged within her as she contemplated that this incident likely involved more than just Ji Chongqing. Ji Changming was probably complicit, still harboring doubts about Tingting's identity, aware that this matter would be difficult to evade Xu Min's scrutiny. Ji Changming stepped forward, offering a brief explanation, claiming it was merely a misunderstanding. Xu Min scoffed and retorted, "You surely have ulterior motives." "You are indeed correct," Ji Changming admitted without hesitation, "that I suspect her true identity." He gestured, prompting the crowd to direct their gazes towards Lu Tingting. Xu Min seized Lu Tingting's hand, rolled up her sleeve, revealing a mark on her arm. Everyone stared intently at the mark, which turned out to be a partner B seal. Even if she were merely a young female of the Serpent clan, she was now the partner of Ronger. What more could you possibly doubt? The discerning among them had already grasped the truth of the situation. Yet out of respect for the Wolf and Tiger clans, they feigned ignorance. Xu Qinghe stepped forward as well, addressing Ji Luohong. "Lu Tingting is one of our Tiger clan. There is no need for the Wolf clan leader to concern himself." With matters having reached this point, both parties tacitly agreed to refrain from further discussion, each escorting their respective sons home. Chapter 28. Evil meets its match. Ji Luohong's expression was notably grave. He was well aware of his son's character. Yet Ji Changming was merely his illegitimate child, a fact too sensitive to be publicly acknowledged. That Ji Chongqing, lacking exceptional talents, could not entirely meet his expectations. After reprimanding both boys, Ji Luohong cautioned them against spreading rumors, and the three returned to the Wolf clan. Upon entering, Ji Chongqing immediately spotted his mother, Lin Wanqing, waiting in the main hall. The moment Lin Wanqing beheld her son's battered visage, her surprise swiftly transformed into concern. Ji Chongqing suddenly remembered that his injuries would likely provoke a scolding from her, just as he contemplated devising an excuse to retreat to his room. He was too slow to execute his plan. "What happened to your face? Did someone strike you?" Lin Wanqing seized Ji Chongqing and launched into a tirade, leaving him feeling as though his ears were about to burst. Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered, "Isn't it Ji Changming who sent me there?" This incident was never his intention. He had been the one assaulted, and while his father failed to defend him, he was subjected to further reprimand, igniting a simmering rage within Ji Chongqing. "What?" Lin Wanqing cast a glance at Ji Changming before pulling Ji Chongqing closer, insisting that he clarify the situation, with no choice but to comply. Ji Chongqing recounted the entirety of Ji Changming's scheme, that he had never been interested in Lu Tingting. He had simply not anticipated Xu Rong's interference, which had led to his current predicament. Lin Wanqing was infuriated, believing that had her son been attacked by an ordinary person, she would have ensured the aggressor faced consequences. However, given the assailant was from the Tiger Clan, she had to consider the Wolf Clan's interests. Moreover, she realized that Ji Changming had maliciously manipulated her son into a precarious situation, likely with intentions beyond merely uncovering Lu Tingting's background, perhaps even hoping to see Ji Chongqing suffer. The more she reflected upon her husband's misplaced trust in Ji Changming, the more her ire grew. Her son was the rightful heir to the Wolf Clan, while Ji Changming was merely an illegitimate child with such nefarious thoughts. It was imperative that Ji Changming not succeed. Lin Wanqing's internal alarm bells rang. She recognized Ji Chongqing's shortcomings, yet it was precisely for this reason that she felt compelled to eliminate any obstacles in his path. Observing Ji Changming standing nonchalantly, Lin Wanqing marched over and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Ji Chongqing reveled in Ji Changming's astonishment and humiliation, thinking to himself that in the Wolf Clan, his father and mother held sway, and Ji Changming, having plotted against him, deserved this punishment. Lin Wanqing scolded Ji Changming for his treachery. "You are nothing but a base-born wretch, daring to conspire against my Chongqing. Do you even know your own worth?" Lin Wanqing hailed from noble lineage, the beloved daughter of the Lion Clan leader, and her elevated status explained her fiery temperament and authoritative demeanor. After marrying into the Wolf Clan, she utilized her Lion Clan heritage to benefit the Wolf Clan. A fact not to be underestimated. Ji Luohong, though the leader of the Wolf Clan, recognized that Ji Changming was at fault. Lin Wanqing had every right to be angry, and it would be unwise to say anything further in her presence. He quickly cast a warning glance at Ji Changming, urging him to back down, for he had no intention of offending Lin Wanqing over trivial matters. Ji Changming seethed internally, nearly choking with indignation. How could Ji Chongqing, a fool, ruin such a meticulously crafted plan and then vent his frustrations on him? Yet he understood that if he did not feign submission, Lin Wanqing would not relent. Having endured humiliation for years, he decided to swallow his pride once more. That he resolutely knelt, stating, "It was my fault. I beg for your forgiveness, madam." Lin Wanqing, still unsatisfied, unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Ji Changming. "If it weren't for my mercy, do you think you would still be alive today? Instead of supporting Ji Chongqing, you sabotage him, believing that by undermining him, you could carve out a place for yourself." Ji Changming's face fluctuated between shades of red and green, but he gritted his teeth and bore it in silence. As tensions escalated, word came from outside announcing Ji Mingyu's return. Lin Wanqing's expression softened slightly. Providing a temporary respite from her tirade against Ji Changming, Ji Mingyu, having heard the gist of the situation, entered to find Lin Wanqing seething with rage, while Ji Changming remained on the floor. Understanding Lin Wanqing's temperament, he urged her to take a seat and rest. He then dispatched someone to check on Ji Chongqing's injuries, ensuring no scars would remain. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement. Listening as Ji Mingyu reproached Ji Changming for his rashness, suggesting that he should not have acted independently due to his suspicions regarding Lu Tingting, he further remarked on Xu Rong's audacity. Taking advantage of his status as the Tiger Clan leader's son, showing blatant disregard for the Wolf Clan, in his words, he subtly portrayed Ji Changming's instigation as an act for the Wolf Clan's benefit, while depicting Xu Rong as an unreasonable aggressor. Ultimately, Lin Wanqing cared solely about Ji Chongqing's ordeal. Ji Mingyu, known for his eloquence, skillfully shifted the focus onto Xu Rong, advising Lin Wanqing to consider the greater good and avoid embarrassing Ji Luohong. Gradually, she began to see reason, her fury dissipating somewhat. Although her disdain for Ji Changming remained deeply rooted, not merely sparked by this incident, she was disinclined to prolong the argument, allowing Ji Changming to rise from the floor. Ji Changming, now compliant, showered Lin Wanqing with insincere gratitude, but she dismissed him with indifference. Although she had spared him this time, she had more to convey. Ji Changming would need to temper his behavior. He could not be allowed to enter the company with such arrogance. Upon hearing this, Ji Changming's expression soured, yet he feigned nonchalance, eager to observe how his father would respond. Luohong offered no objection. Regardless of Ji Changming's character, he remained merely his illegitimate son. Ji Changqing, on the other hand, was Lin Wanqing's legitimate offspring, deserving of her protection regarding his future. Lin Wanqing, contemplating the situation, took Ji Changqing by the arm. Adopting a tone of earnest persuasion, Ji Changqing is our son, the rightful heir of the Wolf clan. Whether concerning the clan's company or leadership, it is he who shall inherit. Ji Changqing felt a swell of pride. His mother was indeed on his side. When she spoke, even his father could not counter her. I will only assign Ji Changming to manage the branch company, in our Wolf clan. No one can undermine Ji Changqing's position. Ji Changming will not impede his path. Ji Luohong has indeed provided Lin Wanqing with a satisfactory response. Seeing that the situation was favorable, Lin Wanqing chose to withdraw, as long as Ji Changming harbored no ulterior motives. She felt little inclination to concern herself with his fate. Casting a disdainful glance at Ji Changming, Lin Wanqing felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 29. Excessive lead content. Originally, Ji Changming was slated to assume the role of general manager at the Ji Group, but his promising future was abruptly curtailed by the intervention of the cunning Lin Wanqing. He gazed at the Curson Company before him. His expression darkened. The primary business of Curson Company revolved around the production of electronic components, and its deputy manager was none other than Lin Wanqing's brother, Lin Songrong. With him in the mix, it would be quite challenging for Ji Changming to exert his influence as general manager. Taking a deep breath, Ji Changming slowly entered Curson Company. The primary industry of the Wolf clan was fur, which meant that Curson Company's profits were far from impressive, teetering on the brink of closure and bankruptcy. Is that not our newly appointed general manager? Come, everyone, let us give him a warm welcome. As Ji Changming stepped out of the elevator, he was met by Lin Songrong, who led a contingent of employees in an exaggerated display of applause. Thank you all. I look forward to collaborating with you, and I hope for your kind support, Ji Changming said, forcing a smile despite the awkwardness of the situation, while Lin Songrong continued to lavish praise upon him. Our general manager not only descends from the clan leader, but is also a graduate of a prestigious university. He will surely lead Curson Company to new heights and achieve greatness. With a dramatic flourish, Lin Songrong prompted the surrounding staff to applaud once more. Lin, you are too kind. We shall work together to achieve our goals. Ji Changming thought Lin Songrong was attempting to entrap him, and thus he refrained from making any rash promises, opting instead for humility. However, Lin Songrong showed no signs of letting him escape, promptly retrieving a contract from an employee nearby. General Manager, I have heard you are the adopted son of the Tiger Clan leader. Surely you have a good relationship with the newlywed son-in-law of the Tiger Clan leader, General Liu. I understand that the electronic components under Liu's company are to be outsourced, and that surely requires just a word from you. Ji Changming maintained his composure outwardly, yet inwardly he was cursing Lin Songrong vehemently. This matter could be discussed at a later time. Yet Lin Songrong was undeterred, eagerly rallying the employees around him. Our general manager is simply shy. Let us encourage him. Ji Changming felt as though he was being roasted over an open flame, and in a moment of resignation, he accepted the contract. He then found himself ushered into a car by Lin Songrong, who wore a scornful smile as they drove away. A mere illegitimate child dared to vie with his nephew. How utterly shameless. Meanwhile, Liu Tingyuan and Xu Min had just entered Liu's company. It was only when Xu Min stepped onto the tiles of Liu's corporation that she truly believed the Liu Group was indeed his. General Liu, madamed a man in a suit, approached respectfully. He was the one who had made bold declarations at Ji Changming's wedding. Madam, I am General Liu's assistant, Gao Qifei. Hello, Assistant Gao. Xu Min recognized that being an assistant to General Liu required considerable capability. General, The upper management is waiting to see you. Gao Qifei's demeanor was serious as he led Lu Tingyuan to the top floor of the Lu group. Yes, Shu Min followed them out of the elevator. Several middle-aged men rushed towards them. General, we heard that you have given half of the Lu Group's shares as a dowry to the leader of the Tiger Clan. General, while one may love a beauty, there must be limits. Two impatient middle-aged men spoke bluntly. Shu Min raised an eyebrow. Were they addressing her? If I wish to give my shares, I shall do so. I in the face of their inquiries. Lu Tingyuan remained unperturbed. General, you truly are reckless. Do you not fear causing turmoil within the company? With me here, who would dare? If you have nothing further to discuss, you may disperse. These men, who were upper management at the Lu Group, typically did little but meddle in the company's affairs. However, this time, Lu Tingyuan chose not to entertain them any longer. After speaking, he took Shu Min's hand and entered the president's office, while Gao Qifei persuaded the middle-aged men to leave. Half of the shares. Are you truly willing? A yuan? Shu Min observed Lu Tingyuan with a smile, knowing he was destined to become a wealthy magnate, yet she had not realized that the renowned Lu Group belonged to him. You deserve Lu Tingyuan, unflustered by Shu Min's playful teasing, lifted her hand and pressed a kiss upon it. You are insufferable. Shu Min blushed and withdrew her hand. Though they were a couple, they had never shared a marital bond. During their time together, whenever they were alone, Lu Tingyuan's gaze towards her grew increasingly fervent. At that moment, he leaned closer, his body encroaching upon hers. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Gao Qifei entered. General Ji from Curson Company wishes to meet with you. General Ji? Shu Min inquired, puzzled. Madam, he is the son of the Wolf Clan leader, Ji Changming, who has just taken over as the general manager of Curson Company. Shu Min nodded at Lu Tingyuan, and they exchanged thoughts in their eyes. Show him in less than 3 minutes. Ji Changming was brought in by Gao Qifei. Upon seeing Shu Min present, his smile faltered momentarily before he quickly restored it, appearing even more cheerful, as if the previous events had never transpired. Shu Min observed him with a measure of admiration. Tingyuan, I have heard that the Lu Group intends to outsource electronic components. I have just taken over Curson Company. Our collaboration would strengthen ties between our families. Ji Changming was indeed eloquent, presenting it as though the Lu Group was eager to partner with Curson Company. General Ji, there are many companies eager to collaborate with the Lu Group. There is no need for you to concern yourself with this. Gao Qifei offered no quarter, bluntly undermining Ji Changming's position. Tingyuan, Curson Company has always dealt in electronic components. We can negotiate prices once we establish a partnership. Seeing Ji Changming's anxiety, his tone turned pleading. Lu Tingyuan looked at Shu Min before coolly stating, the documents will be reviewed by the appropriate department, and you will be notified in due course that I have other matters to attend to. Assistant Gao, please see General Ji out. With that, Lu Tingyuan effectively dismissed Ji Changming, who had no choice but to leave. After they departed, Shu Min casually perused the materials Ji Changming had left behind, while Lu Tingyuan did not even glance at them. Curson Company seems decent. But what a pity. Madam, there is no need for regret. Gao Qifei returned after escorting Ji Changming out and shook his head upon hearing Shu Min's praise of Curson Company. The lead content in Curson Company's electronic components exceeds the standard, and the waste rate is alarmingly high. They must be replaced within 6 months, and online reviews are quite poor. Shu Min furrowed her brow and ceased to comment. Before she could speak, a young female entered the room. Tingyuan Gij, Aunt may want you to take that little female of the Tiger Clan to see her. Chapter 30. The offspring of the serpent beast are cold-blooded. This young female burst in, chattering away, leaving Shu Min somewhat bewildered. If she was not mistaken, she was likely referring to herself. I am Shen Huan, my cousin, a little female of the Lion Clan. Lu Tingyuan interjected to clarify, and Shu Min silently nodded toward Shen Huan. Are you my Tingyuan's partner? That little female of the Tiger Clan? Only then did Shen Huan notice Shu Min's presence in the office and hurried over to scrutinize her closely. Her sudden approach startled Shu Min, but sensing no malice, she allowed Shen Huan to inspect her. Quite lovely indeed. No wonder you caught my brother Tingyuan's eye. Shen Huan tilted Shu Min's chin, unabashedly complimenting her. Shu Min cast a pleading glance at Lu Tingyuan, who nodded and spoke slowly. I understand. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Lu Tingyuan's gaze towards Shen Huanhuan was devoid of warmth, lacking even a hint of emotion. Aware of her cold-blooded cousin's demeanor, Shen Huanhuan chose not to stoop to his level. Having said what needed to be said, she elegantly turned away and departed from the Lu group. That evening, Lu Tingyuan drove with Xu Min to the entrance of an opulent estate. Upon seeing a garden grander than that of the Tiger Clan, a momentary panic flickered across Xu Min's face. But Yuan, you've never mentioned anything about your family. Your mother, Lu Tingyuan, had always been reticent about matters concerning his family. Apart from Lu Tingting, she was unaware of any other relatives he might have. She had assumed that Lu Tingyuan was without family, but now it was clear that his mother held a significant status. This is the Long clan's private estate. My mother is Long clan chief sister, Long Mei. Long Mei. Xu Min gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that Lu Tingyuan's mother was the renowned Long Mei. Her name was one that echoed in her ears since childhood. Though Long Mei was a lesser female, she possessed exceptional business acumen, managing half of the Long clan's enterprises, and thus stood on equal footing with the clan leader. Long Yuegang, let us proceed inside, Lu Tingyuan said, leading her towards a grand little villa. As they descended from the car, he took Xu Min's hand and guided her toward the banquet hall. Inside, numerous guests were already seated, and a lavish array of dishes adorned the dining table that a young male at the table turned at the sound of their footsteps, raising an eyebrow upon recognizing Lu Tingyuan. Oh, isn't this Lu Tingyuan of the Lu group? I heard you use half of the Lu group shares as a bride price for the Tiger Clan leader. Yes, that true. Lu Tingyuan ignored him, slowly leading Xu Min to the side of a middle-aged female seated at the head of the table. Mother, this is my partner, Xu Min with respect. Xu Min was about to speak, but Long Mei waved her hand dismissively, saying, Understood, take a seat there. Lu Tingyuan gently squeezed Xu Min's hand, guiding her to an empty spot at the table. No sooner had they sat down than a servant placed a dish before Xu Min, while only cutlery was set before Lu Tingyuan. Xu Min looked at him with suspicion, and he furrowed his brow. Miss Xu, I apologize, but I have a phobia of sharing meals with outsiders. The young female sitting beside Lu Tingyuan spoke lightly, yet her eyes were filled with disdain. In that case, I'll share a dish with her. After all, I do not bear the Long surname, and am thus an outsider as well. With that, Lu Tingyuan pulled the dish closer to himself, causing the young female's expression to darken. Tingyuan, are you blaming Qingqing? Long Qingqing's voice quivered, tears shimmering in her eyes. You come in and bully Qingqing. What do you want? Don't think that just because the Lu group is doing well now, you can disregard your mother. A young male across from Long Qingqing slammed the table, rising abruptly. Brother Aoe, it's my fault. Don't blame Brother Tingyuan. Bring Miss Xu's food away. I want to eat it. Long Qingqing's tone grew increasingly aggrieved, prompting Xu Min to silently applaud her from the side. Such acting could easily win an Oscar. Lu Tingyuan, why should you starve Qingqing upon your arrival? Do you not care about your mother? Long Qingqing's words only fueled Long Aoye's anger. He glared at Long Mei, while Xu Min attempted to explain, but was silenced by Lu Tingyuan's gentle grip on her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Listening to their exchange, it was apparent that Long Qingqing and Long Aoye were siblings of Lu Tingyuan. Enough, this meal is far from enjoyable. Since you have found a partner, you should bring Tingting to the private estate. She should be starting school soon. It's wonderful that you are bringing Sister Tingting back. I have longed for a sister to play with. The rapid change in Long Qingqing's expression was truly astonishing. There is no need for concern. Tingting has already begun her studies. She is already in school? Where? Is it safe? Long Qingqing feigned worry, then added slowly, Brother Tingyuan, Tingting is a little female of the Serpent Clan. If others discover her, it may not bode well. Long Mei's face darkened at the thought. Unable to hold back, Xu Min interjected, Tingting has consumed a century-old concealment fruit. She will be safe for the next 10 years. Upon hearing this, Long Qingqing appeared somewhat disappointed. Long Mei's expression softened slightly, yet she remained resolute in bringing Lu Tingting back. Mother, I heard that Tingting seems to have partnered with the Tiger Clan leader's son. What? How can this be? Long Mei's face turned a deep shade of anger, and she slammed her bowl onto the table, her voice cold. You must immediately sever that partnership. Long Mei's words displeased Xu Min. No, although Ting Ting's partnership with Rong'er was a reluctant decision, it is nonetheless a fact. The only way for a little female to break a partnership is through a specific method, and the male who is released from the little female's partnership becomes a rogue beast. Unable to bond with another little female ever again, that Rong'er has done nothing wrong. Why must we sever their bond? What did you say? Rong'er is my brother. He has done nothing wrong, and I will not allow them to break their partnership. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? Long Aoe, already brimming with frustration, found an outlet in Xu Min's defiance. Mother, I will not force Ting Ting to sever her partnership. Since this meal is so unpleasant, we shall take our leave. Lu Tingyuan, unwilling to endure their insincerity any longer, took Xu Min's hand and left the banquet hall. Long Mei watched them depart, her eyes filled with coldness. The offspring of the Serpent Clan are indeed cold-blooded, heartless, and devoid of emotion. Chapter 31. Do not deceive me, or I shall kill you. Lu Tingyuan, holding Xu Min's hand, did not directly exit the Long Clan estate, but instead navigated through a garden to another location. Where are we headed? Lu Tingyuan nodded, pointing ahead to a small house not far off. Today, I brought you here to meet my father. Your father is still alive? Xu Min exclaimed in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. She then looked apologetically at Lu Tingyuan. Instead of being upset, patiently explained, my father has always resided in the private estate, but my mother forbids him from going out. Since Ting Ting was born, she has faced various accidents, and I could only take her away from the estate, leaving my father behind. Long Qingqing and Long Aoe are truly your mother's children. Observing their attitudes towards Lu Tingyuan, Xu Min felt skeptical. Yes, they're my uncles and mothers, he confirmed. The males of the Long Clan were known for their formidable strength, regarded as the pinnacle of the Beast Clan. The Long Clan traditionally believed in alliances among the powerful, resulting in offspring who were robust. However, Xu Min had not anticipated the peculiar lineage of Long Qingqing and Long Aoe, and no wonder the Long Clan leader had never bonded with a little female. Little females can bond with multiple males, but males can only bond with one little female. Generally, they would not choose to sever a partnership unless under special circumstances. The fact that Long Mei and Lu Tingyuan's father had also given birth to Lu Tingyuan, and Lu Tingting likely displeased the Long Clan leader. Realizing this, Xu Min gasped. Could Tingting's situation be the Long Clan leader's doing? Lu Tingyuan silently nodded, confirming Xu Min's suspicion. And no wonder Long Mei had insisted on bringing Lu Tingting back, and Long Qingqing had been so eager. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived, the architecture here appearing starkly plain compared to the previous opulence. Lacking intricate decorations, it was instead clean and unadorned. As they approached the door, a male came forth to open it. Though older, he retained a strikingly handsome visage, with long green hair cascading down to his waist. This must be Lu Tingyuan's father. Tingyuan, is that really you? From a distance, Lu Jinghuan sensed his son's presence but dared not confirm until the footsteps grew closer. It is I, father. In contrast to Long Mei's cold demeanor, warmth filled Lu Tingyuan's eyes upon meeting his father. Excellent, excellent. Come in, young Master Tingyuan has finally returned, and Lu has been mentioning you every day. Upon seeing Lu Tingyuan, Lu Zhenghuan's heart brimmed with joy, completely oblivious to the presence of Xu Min beside him. Old Lu, who stood nearby, hurried to welcome Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min into the house, also heading to the kitchen to prepare tea. Once they settled down indoors, Lu Jinghuan finally noticed Xu Min. Tingyuan, this is father, this is my partner. Xu Min, this is my father. Lu Jinghuan's nose twitched. He could indeed detect Lu Tingyuan's scent lingering faintly on Xu Min, however. The aroma was quite subtle, causing Lu Jinghuan's gaze to flicker. A serpent beast. He understood well that Lu Tingyuan had employed some special means to form a bond with this young female. Lu Jinghuan sighed. It was all because he was a serpent beast. Otherwise, Tingyuan would not have found himself in such a situation. He slightly lowered his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Why didn't Tingting come back with you? Has something happened to her? Suddenly, Lu Jinghuan thought of Lu Tingting, his little female cub, who had left his side at such a tender age. He wondered how much she had grown and whether she still remembered him as her father. Father, rest assured, Ting Ting is doing well. She is at home doing her homework, which is why she couldn't come. Seeing Lu Zhenghuan's anxiousness, Shu Min hurriedly interjected. Yes, Tingting should be in school by now. What did you just call me? Lu Zhenghuan was pleasantly surprised, yet somewhat astonished, his eyes reflecting undisguised joy as he gazed at Shu Min father. Since Lu Tingyuan treated her sincerely, it was only natural for her to address him as such. Wonderful, wonderful. I shall prepare a red envelope for you right away. Lu Zhenghuan's smile broadened as he immediately began rummaging through drawers for the red envelope. In his haste, the sleeves of Lu Zhenghuan's clothing rolled up, revealing his swollen wrists, marked by a deep red scar. What happened? Did she hit you again? Lu Tingyuan grasped Lu Zhenghuan's arm, rolling his sleeves up further. Indeed, there were several whip marks on his arm, already scabbed over, indicating they had been there for several days. No, it was my own carelessness, Lu Zhenghuan quickly explained as Uncle Lu approached with 2 cups of tea. Unable to resist, he spoke up upon seeing Lu Tinglin's inquiry about the injuries. No, madam, it was young Master Ao. The other day, young Master Ao, he was riding in the garden. When the sir was walking there, he blocked his path and was struck by the riding whip. Lu Tingyuan furrowed his brow, continuing to question Uncle Lu. Did she know? Shu Min was also somewhat puzzled. Lu Zhenghuan was the partner of Long Mei. Did she really allow her son to bully his partner like this? The madam was aware, but chose not to elaborate. Uncle Lu's face bore a look of regret. The madam had always treated the sir with indifference, leading young Master Ao, and Miss Qingqing to show him no respect. It was only because the sir had a good temper that he endured everything silently. Uncle Lu, pack your things. You are coming with me now. Lu Tingyuan clenched his fist and spoke coldly. Uncle Lu was taken aback, and Lu Zhenghuan quickly interjected, It's nothing. I am fine. You have your own difficulties outside, so do not worry about me. Lu Zhenghuan was accustomed to enduring, so he did not wish to make a fuss. Besides, he had Long Mei in his heart. Otherwise, with his capabilities, leaving the Long family's villa would be a piece of cake. Lu Tingyuan could not bear to see his father in such a state, and his expression darkened, leaving him speechless. Tingyuan, do not be angry. I'm really fine. These injuries will heal quickly. It is nothing. All right, Yuan, instead of sulking here, why not fetch some medicine for father? Seeing the awkward atmosphere in the room, Shu Min stepped in as a peacemaker. Lu Zhenghuan looked at Shu Min with immense gratitude, thinking she was truly a good child. With such a young female like her by Ting Yuan's side, he felt reassured. Tomorrow, I will have someone deliver some medicine for you. Father, please take care of yourself. After Lu Tingyuan finished speaking, he left with Shu Min from the Long family's villa. Once in the car, he remained silent, and Shu Min did not dare to speak freely. It was not until they entered the Tiger clan's estate that Lu Tingyuan's expression gradually improved. After getting out of the car, he did not rush upstairs, but instead took Shu Min for a leisurely stroll in the garden. They walked in silence until they reached the lakeside, where he suddenly drew Shu Min into his embrace with considerable force. Min, you must not deceive me, or I shall kill you. Chapter 32. Some matters should not be taken too far. The next day, Lu Tingting and Shu Rong took a car to school together, chatting and laughing about recent events. Everything was peaceful, and nothing out of the ordinary occurred. However, just as the cars stopped at the school gate and they began to gather their belongings, several figures suddenly appeared before them. Shu Rong did not recognize them, but Lu Tingting recognized 2 of them. Long Qingqing, Long Ao, what do you want? Shu Rong stood protectively in front of Lu Tingting, his gaze filled with intense wariness, preparing for any sudden attack. The expressions on the faces of Long Ao, and Long Qingqing were laced with a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Tingting stood behind Shu Rong, gripping his sleeve tightly. The 2 figures before them advanced with intent, and she sensed the danger enveloping the air, a wave of fear and unease washing over her heart. Long Tingting, I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Long Ao sneered as he spoke, and as soon as he finished, he waved his hand. The Dragon Clan males behind him moved forcefully, attempting to separate Lu Tingting from Shu Rong. Let go of me. Lu Tingting struggled fiercely, trying to break free from the grasp of the Dragon Clan males. Shu Rong watched in anger as Lu Tingting was taken away from him, an overwhelming fury surging within him. What do you want? Let her go. Shu Rong's fists flew towards them as he sought to rescue Lu Tingting with his strength. However, it was merely a futile effort. As a tiger beast, he was no match for the group of Dragon Clan males before him. Before he could make another attempt, he was forcibly restrained, unable to move. Despite using all his strength to escape, it was nothing more than a tickle to the Dragon Clan males who held him tightly. Long Aoe observed lazily, and after witnessing Shu Rong's useless struggle, he casually remarked, "A tiger beast attempting to be reckless in front of dragon beasts is simply laughable. You truly overestimate yourself." The dragon beasts were the most formidable males among all beast clans, and thus, in the face of absolute strength, any technique was rendered useless. Lu Tingting was firmly held captive, her eyes filled with indignation and rage. If looks could kill, her glare would have brought her captors to their knees. "What good is glaring at me? I must take you away today." T Long Ching's signal, under Shu Rong's furious gaze. The Dragon Clan males took Lu Tingting and ushered her into a car as they departed. Once that vehicle finally disappeared from sight, the remaining Dragon Clan males released their hold on Shu Rong. Even if Shu Rong wished to chase after them now, the distance had already widened, leaving him with no means to pursue. What should I do? What can I do? Shu Rong felt a surge of panic, seemingly at a loss for any solution. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "Sister, I need to call her." Flustered, Shu Rong hurriedly took out his phone to call Shu Min, his tone anxious and apprehensive. "Sister, Tingting has been taken." The sudden news left Shu Min stunned, as if she could hardly believe her ears, prompting her to ask again, "Ronga, what did you say?" Shu Rong repeated, "Tingting has been taken away by a group of Dragon Clan males." At that moment, Lu Tingyuan was beside Shu Min, and upon hearing this news, his brow furrowed, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. What exactly had transpired? Tell me everything in detail, word for word. I need to know the specifics. Lu Tingyuan's brow remained tightly knit, his expression darkening with displeasure. He urgently sought more concrete information about the direction they had taken and the means by which they had kidnapped her. Shu Rong was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He understood that it was imperative to convey every detail to Lu Tingyuan without omitting a single point. Just moments ago, as they arrived at the school gate, they encountered them. Shu Rong dared not conceal anything, revealing the entire ordeal. They had surrounded them with a group of male dragons, forcibly separating me from Lu Tingting. Memories of the recent events surged in Shu Rong's mind, causing a slight tremor in his emotions. Hearing the agitation in Shu Rong's voice, Shu Min hurriedly sought to soothe his distress, hoping to avert any unforeseen complications. "Ronger, do not panic. We shall resolve this matter." Upon hearing about the male dragons, Shu Min surmised that Lu Tingting had been taken by them. "Let us proceed to the Dragon Clan," Lu Tingyuan, seething with uncontrollable rage, set his sights on the Dragon Clan's villa. Yet, upon their arrival, the circumstances they faced were far from what they had anticipated. "Where is Tingting? Release her at once." Lu Tingyuan's voice was icy as he glared intently at Long Qingqing, who stood before him. "What are you saying, brother Tingyuan?" "I fail to comprehend." Long Qingqing replied, her expression one of innocent bewilderment, as if nothing had transpired. Lu Tingyuan's anger intensified at her feigned innocence. "Have I shown you too much leniency?" Before a confrontation could ensue, Long Mei stepped forward, her demeanor one of displeasure as she regarded her son. "Is this how an elder brother speaks to his younger sister? Tingting was brought here at my behest. You need not act this way." Long Mei spoke haughtily. "Shu Rong is merely a male of the Tiger Clan. How could he possibly be worthy of my daughter? Even if you were to resort to violence today, I would never allow you to take Tingting away." Abandoned such thoughts, the chill permeated the air as both parties remained locked in a standoff. "Mother, are you truly so resolute?" Lu Tingyan's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on Long Mei. She raised an eyebrow, dismissive of his concerns. "Tingting will remain with me. You shall bring Shu Rong here tomorrow. I intend to dissolve their bond." Long Mei's pent-up frustrations erupted at that moment. Moreover, with Lu Tingting already back in the Dragon Clan's fold, there was no way she would relinquish her hold. After all these years of Tingting being with Lu Tingyuan, it was evident she had not received the best education. "Madam, some matters should not be taken too far." Initially, The circumstances were unforeseen, leading Ronger and Tingting to become partners. Forcing their separation would render Ronger a stray beast. There were only two ways to dissolve the bond between a male and a female, one by force, the other only if one party were to perish. Long Mei's rigid stance threatened to cast Ronger into a life of wandering, and Xu Min could no longer remain silent. Chapter 33. Xu Rong becomes a stray beast. Lu Tingyuan clenches fists. Determined to breach the Dragon Clan's interior, intent on forcibly retrieving Lu Tingting. His speed was remarkable, catching everyone off guard as he reached the door of Lu Tingting's room, his hand poised to knock. However, a figure suddenly appeared before him, halting his advance. Long Ao, he stood in front of Lu Tingyuan, a mocking smile on his lips. Lu Tingyuan, you shall not take Lu Tingting away today. Mother has spoken. Do you dare defy her orders? Without a second thought, Lu Tingyuan swung his arm, clearly unwilling to engage in dialogue with Long Ao. Observing the escalating situation, Xu Min stepped out from her concealment. The scene had devolved into utter chaos, with Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min maneuvering through the fray like fish in water. As a female, Xu Min was not targeted by the male dragons. Although Lu Tingyuan was immensely powerful, he found himself outnumbered by the dragon males. As time wore on, Lu Tingyuan's stamina began to wane. Lu Tingyuan, do you still refuse to concede? Long Aoyi's taunting voice sliced through the tumult. Lu Tingyuan turned toward the sound, his pupils widening in shock that, in the midst of the confusion, Long Ao, he had disregarded the Beast Clan's rules and commanded the male dragons to seize Xu Min. Seeing her firmly restrained, unable to move an inch, Lu Tingyuan's eyes blazed with fury. He had acted too impulsively, not only ensnaring himself in peril, but also endangering Xu Min. The beast world had strict regulations forbidding males from harming females. At that moment, Long Ao, he showed no remorse, brandishing Xu Min as a blatant hostage. Lu Tingyuan, if you do not depart, do not blame me for my cruelty. Long Aoyi's claws hovered dangerously close to Xu Min's delicate neck. Release her, and I shall leave immediately. For Xu Min's safety, Lu Tingyuan was compelled to relent. True to his word, Long Ao released Xu Min, leaving the two with no choice but to retreat. Yet another matter awaited their resolution. To allay Xu Qinghe's concerns, they devised a falsehood, claiming that Lu Tingting had gone to visit relatives and wished to stay a few more days to unwind. This simple fabrication sufficed to quell Xu Qinghe's suspicions, sparing them from undue worry. As they spun this tale, neither exhibited the slightest sign of shame. Fortunately, Xu Qinghe and Qin Xiangyan accepted Xu Min and Lu Tingyuan's explanation without a hint of doubt. However, while this ruse might convince their parents, it could not fool Xu Rong. After all, he had witnessed Lu Tingting's abduction and recognized the ill intentions of those who had taken her. After dinner, Xu Rong sought out Xu Min, eager to ascertain Lu Tingting's fate. What of Tingting now? The tension and anxiety coursed through him. He was deeply concerned for her safety. Xu Min gently placed a hand on Xu Rong's shoulder. Attempting to calm his frayed nerves, do not worry. We will bring Tingting back. And please, do not reveal any emotions before father and mother. I do not wish for them to fret over this matter. Despite Xu Min's assurances, Xu Rong's heart remained heavy with unease. Until he heard of Tingting's safety from her own lips, he could not find solace. Determined to uncover the truth, Xu Rong resolved to infiltrate the Dragon Clan's villa under the cover of night. Intent on retrieving Lu Tingting's darkness enveloped the surroundings. He concealed his form, stealthily making his way into the Dragon Clan's estate. Everything around him was eerily quiet, as if no one had detected his presence. Yet, this illusion of security was fleeting. Just as Xu Rong began to feel at ease, a figure emerged before him. It seems a little mouse has snuck in, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Looking up, he saw Long Ao, the male dragon he had encountered at the school gate. Long Ao stood before Xu Rong, his tone laced with a mocking softness that it appears someone believes that the villa's defenses are rather lax. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Xu Rong realized the precariousness of his situation and attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. Long Ao wasted no time in sealing off all avenues of escape, capturing Xu Rong with ease. Let me go. Shu Rong struggled fiercely, yet to Long Ao, he was no more than an insect. Who are you? Long Ao, recalled him as the male tiger who had been by Lu Tingting's side. Shu Rong clenched his jaw, refusing to speak. Yet, Long Ao, relying on his keen sense of smell, detected Lu Tingting's essence mingled with Shu Rong's. You are Shu Rong. Long Ao, regarded the captive with a cold smirk. You chose to wander into danger, and here you are, delivered right to me. I have awaited your arrival. Having confirmed Shu Rong's identity, it dawned on Long Ao, that he was indeed Lu Tingting's partner. Now that he had captured him, it would be expedient to sever the bond between Shu Rong and Lu Tingting. This thought struck him suddenly, and without hesitation, Long Ao, dragged Shu Rong toward Lu Tingting's location. Lu Tingyuan, it seems you have failed to keep a certain tiger in check, allowing him to sneak into the Dragon Clan's villa. With his plans falling neatly into place, Long Ao, dialed Lu Tingyuan. His tone dripping with sarcasm and veiled mockery to them. Shu Rong was merely a hapless rodent delivered to their doorstep. What have you done to him? Lu Tingyuan suddenly shouted, yet the call had already ended, leaving him bereft of any further information. When he hastily arrived at the Dragon Clan's villa, he found Shu Rong weakly lying against the outer wall, by the time Lu Tingyuan brought Shu Rong back to the Tiger Clan. The intense scent of a rogue beast startled Shu Qinghe, and Qin Shenglin, Qin Xianglian beheld her son transformed into a rogue beast. The overwhelming shock surged through her mind like a heavy hammer, striking her consciousness, causing Shu Min to faint instantly. Shu Qinghe, disregarding Shu Rong, hurriedly took Qin Xianglian back to their room, for the severing of their bond and the grievous injury inflicted by Long Ao, he had left her in a critical state. Shu Min gazed sorrowfully at Shu Rong, lamenting how he had inexplicably become a rogue beast. Yuan, is there any way to help? I cannot bear to see Rong Er truly become a rogue beast. Shu Min's face was etched with grief, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Observing Shu Min's heart-wrenching demeanor, Lu Tingyuan hesitated for a moment before proposing a solution. Blood transfusion, as long as a blood relative was willing to donate blood. It could reverse the transformation into a rogue beast. This was the sole method available to address the urgent predicament at hand. Chapter 34. Shu Min and Shu Rong's blood transfusion. Listening to Lu Tingyuan's words, Shu Min grasped his hand with fervor. I will do anything to save Rong Er. For her, the most pressing matter was to prevent Shu Rong from fully transforming into a rogue beast. Therefore, despite the inherent dangers, Shu Min exhibited no hesitation. Yuan, please help me. Assist me in giving Rong Er a blood transfusion. Her voice was filled with earnest pleading, hoping Lu Tingyuan would acquiesce to her request. Since Shu Rong had only been a rogue beast for less than a day, the transfusion needed to occur swiftly. Otherwise, after a full day, even the most divine being would struggle to save him. Time was of the essence, allowing no room for carelessness. Immediate action was imperative. If the blood transfusion could be completed within a specific time frame, it would facilitate a rapid return to normalcy and avert further complications. Time is pressing. Let us commence without delay. Shu Min cast a trusting glance at Lu Tingyuan, for he was her sole hope in this dire situation. Even if Lu Tingyuan was reluctant, he could not refuse Shu Min's heartfelt plea. Shu Min and Shu Rong lay Long Ao. He found himself persistently thwarted at the entrance, unable to gain entry regardless of his entreaties. Seething with rage, he yearned to unleash his fury right there at the door. He had pressing matters to discuss with Lu Tingyuan, yet he was summarily dismissed by the male of the Tiger Clan, never even allowed to cross the threshold. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? A voice suddenly resonated beside him. Turning, Long Ao beheld a wolf beast standing not far from the entrance of the Tiger Clan. Chapter 35. A fly will not bug a seamless egg. Long Ao's rejection by the Tiger Clan male did not escape Ji Changming's notice as he arrived. After a subtle sniff, Ji Changming discerned the unmistakable scent of the dragon beast emanating from Long Ao. A contemplative expression adorned his face as he approached. The fact that Lu Tingyuan had ties with a male of the Dragon Clan piqued his curiosity. Although he could not grasp the full extent of the situation at that moment, he had already formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. He recalled encountering this dragon male at a previous banquet. where he had heard whispers that he was none other than Long Ao, the offspring of the Dragon Clan's chieftain. Cultivating a favorable relationship with Long Ao, could significantly elevate his status within the Wolf Clan. Ji Changming stepped forward with his characteristic composure, inquiring, "Greetings, I am Ji Changming, the adopted son of the Tiger Clan's chieftain. May I inquire what troubles you? Should you have any matters to discuss, I shall do my utmost to assist you." His tone was resolute, and he patted his chest earnestly while gazing sincerely at Long Ao. Seizing this opportunity to engage with Long Ao, could yield substantial benefits for him in the future. Thus, he felt compelled to capitalize on this moment. However, when Long Ao glanced at Ji Changming, he felt no interest whatsoever. Instead, his expression bore signs of impatience. A male of the Wolf Clan held no allure for him. Furthermore, his sole purpose for being here was to seek out Lu Tingyuan, rendering Ji Changming utterly inconsequential to him. "I am looking for Lu Tingyuan. Take me to him," Long Ao commanded, his tone laced with authority. He cast a sidelong glance at Ji Changming, awaiting a response. Ji Changming was taken aback, unprepared for such a dismissive attitude. The cold command left him momentarily stunned. Long Ao furrowed his brow. "What? Are you incapable of fulfilling this request?" A look of disdain crossed Long Ao's face at Ji Changming. Not blind to Long Ao's contempt, felt a surge of indignation rise within him. He had already forfeited his opportunity to enter the Tiger Clan, and it was indeed beyond his current capacity. Yet, with the situation having escalated to this juncture, he steeled himself to press on. He sought an excuse. "I will relay your message shortly." Upon hearing Ji Changming's response, Long Ao pressed on. "It is my mother who wishes to meet him. You must ensure it is accomplished." Ji Changming blinked in surprise. He had heard of the legendary Long Ao's mother, who, despite being a mere female, wielded control over half of the Dragon Clan's enterprises and held significant standing within the clan. Long Ao nodded firmly, observing Long Ao's unwavering demeanor. Ji Changming understood that he was not jesting. Why would Long Mei wish to meet Lu Tingyuan? What connection could they possibly share? As Ji Changming processed this bewildering notion, Long Ao preemptively offered an explanation. Given that Lu Tingting had severed her partnership with Shu Rong, it was only logical that Lu Tingyuan and Shu Min should also dissolve their bond, as per his mother's wishes. Long Ao spoke these words with a sense of embarrassment. The bloodline of our Dragon Clan must never be tainted by other races. Ji Changming was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he contemplated the implications of Long Ao's statement. If Lu Tingyuan possessed the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, it meant he was also Long Mei's son. Moreover, with Shu Rong and Lu Tingting's separation, did that not render him a rogue beast? If Shu Rong had become a rogue beast, he would no longer qualify to inherit the Tiger Clan and could not ascend to the position of its next chieftain. Was this a fortuitous opportunity for him? Contemplating this, Ji Changming agreed. "Very well. I will convey your message to Lu Tingyuan. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed." With a quick flick of his eyes, Ji Changming devised a plan in his mind. "Why not provide me with a means of contact? Once I have results, I shall reach out to you." Long Ao, after considering Ji Changming's request, readily provided his contact information, after kindly seeing Long Ao into a vehicle. Ji Changming pondered how he should navigate the ensuing challenges. Upon returning to the Wolf Clan, he sought out Ji Luohong. Recounting the recent events, Ji Changming continued, "Father, this is my opportunity. Soon we shall be able to seamlessly annex the Tiger Clan." Ji Luohong nodded, agreeing with Ji Changming's assessment. "Indeed, you must act swiftly. If we can leverage this opportunity to expose Shu Rong's identity as a rogue beast, I will position you as the chieftain of the Tiger Clan." Yet, Ji Changming hesitated. "But father, I currently cannot gain entry to the Tiger Clan." Amidst the excitement, Ji Changming felt a pang of embarrassment. Ji Luohong furrowed his brow, contemplating before waving his hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with that. Focus on preparing for your wedding by Lien Rue. Representatives from the Tiger Clan and other tribes will certainly be in attendance." That Ji Changming's eyes lit up. "Then we shall publicly unveil Shu Rong's identity as a rogue beast at the ceremony." compelling the various tribes to pressure the Tiger clan to eliminate him at that point. The Tiger clan shall be ours. Very well. Proceed as I have instructed, but ensure that these plans remain confidential. We must avoid any missteps, Ji Luohong cautioned with a grave expression. Ji Changming recognized the wisdom in his father's words to utterly dismantle an adversary. One must seize the opportunity and deliver a decisive blow, ensuring they're left with no means to retaliate. Given the current state of affairs, vigilance was paramount. No vulnerabilities could be permitted as the days passed. The wedding of Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui drew near. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Luohong personally visited the Tiger clan, exuding cheerfulness as he addressed Xu Zuchong. 3 days hence, the wedding of Changming and Bai Lianrui will take place. You must bring your family to participate. After all, you were once Changming's adoptive father. I've come to personally inform you. Should you refuse to bring your family, it would be tantamount to snubbing me. Xu Qinghe was taken aback, unable to fathom why Ji Luohong would make such a request. Chapter 36. Unveiling the veil of Qin, Xianglian. Previously, Ji Changming had committed acts against Xu Rong, publicly declaring during the engagement banquet that Ji Changming was no longer his adopted son. Now, Ji Luohong appeared as if nothing had transpired. Had Ji Changming's audacity been inherited? Xu Qinghe's expression hardened as he flatly rejected. The joyous occasion of the Wolf clan is not one for the Tiger clan to intrude upon. Seeing this, Ji Luohong's demeanor shifted, his smile fading as he responded with a serious tone. The chieftain of the Tiger clan speaks thus. It is a slight against the Wolf clan. All clan leaders shall be in attendance. If the Tiger clan does not appear, it may give rise to speculation about its well-being. Xu Qinghe pondered this, realizing the truth in Ji Luohong's words. Noticing Xu Qinghe's silence, Ji Luohong took his leave, reminding him, "You must bring your family to the event. I expect your cooperation." After Ji Luohong's departure, Xu Qinghe was left perplexed, questioning the motives behind such insistence and the true nature of the situation, unable to grasp the full picture. Upon hearing of these developments, Xu Min sought out Xu Qinghe. "Father, could it be they are plotting against us once more? Since her rebirth, Ji Changming's schemes have been incessantly plaguing her. Now, they are vehemently insisting on her attendance at the wedding. What could possibly be their motive?" Xu Qinghe is also pensive, her brow furrowed in contemplation. "Your words hold considerable weight, if that is the case. We must exercise a degree of caution and avoid falling into his trap." "Very well, I have already given him my word, and failing to uphold it would undoubtedly provide others with ammunition against me. Furthermore, with all the families attending the wedding, it would indeed be unseemly for us to abstain." Listening to her father's remarks, Xu Min pondered what Ji Changming and his associates were plotting. That evening, when Lu Tingyuan returned, Xu Min recounted everything that had transpired during the day. Lu Tingyuan frowned, not withholding any information, including the recent close association between Ji Changming and Long Aoi. How could the two possibly be connected? Lu Tingyuan shook his head in uncertainty, but he had received reports of their increasing intimacy. "This is troublesome," Xu Min exclaimed, striking her thigh in realization, prompting a puzzled glance from Lu Tingyuan. "What is it?" "The matter concerning Ronger nearly becoming a stray beast. Does Ji Changming not know of it? You mentioned it was a close call. What is there to fear?" Xu Min's eyes sparkled mischievously as she suppressed a smile. She has finally comprehended Ji Luohong's intentions for summoning them to the wedding, likely stemming from Ji Changming's suspicions regarding Xu Rong's identity. Lu Tingyuan reassured her, stating, "There is no need for concern. We shall turn the tables on him. Regardless of what transpires next, I will undoubtedly find a way to assist you. Your health is paramount, so do not worry. Simply entrust these matters to me." Xu Min nodded, resting against Lu Tingyuan's embrace, confident in his capabilities to resolve the issues at hand. Thus, she felt no need for excessive worry and resolutely affirmed her trust in him. 3 days later, on the day of Ji Changming's wedding, Xu Min had Xu Rong consume a concealment fruit. This would mask the masculine sin of the tiger beast. Their actions were intended to confound Ji Changming. To Xu Min and Lu Tingyuan's astonishment, Long Aoi also attended Ji Changming's wedding. The presence of the Dragon Clan at the event surprised many, prompting them to regard Ji Changming with newfound respect. With a smile gracing his features, Ji Changming welcomed the arriving clan leaders and elders to this moment. Xu Min was acutely aware that beneath the facade of harmony, tumultuous currents were already surging beneath the surface. Thus, they must remain vigilant and cautious to thwart Ji Changming's traps. The wedding unfolded in spectacular fashion, with an elevated platform erected in the clearing of the Wolf clan, adorned with flowers and balloons. Clad in a stunning wedding gown, Bai Lianrui ascended the platform, accompanied by Ji Minggu. Her face radiated with a bright smile, and when she caught sight of Xu Min, a hint of triumph glimmered in her gaze. Xu Min rolled her eyes. He was merely a scoundrel, yet he acted as if he were a prized catch. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji Changming placed a diamond the size of a pigeon egg on Bai Lianrui's hand. Proudly displaying it for all to see, as he turned toward Xu Min, Bai Lianrui lingered for a few extra seconds. Xu Min intentionally lifted her hand to adjust her hair, revealing her own pink diamond ring. While white diamonds were commonplace, this pink one was decidedly rare. Bai Lianrui, momentarily taken aback, quickly averted her gaze. After the wedding ceremony concluded, Xu Min and the others were ushered into the banquet hall for the feast. To their surprise, they found themselves seated at the same table as Long Aoi, an unexpected turn of events. Long Aoi had lowered his status to attend Ji Changming's wedding, having heard that Lu Tingyuan had also returned. He had specifically requested Ji Changming to arrange a table for them, so he could converse with Lu Tingyuan. His mother had been fretting daily over the funding issues plaguing the Dragon Clan's company. If he could seize this opportunity to gain Lu Tingyuan's agreement, his mother would undoubtedly regard him with greater esteem. As soon as they sat down, Long Aoi spoke up. "Mother, you must dissolve your partnership with Xu Min and fully restore the collaboration between the Lu family and the Dragon Clan." Lu Tingyuan frowned and replied, "That is impossible, unless you return Ting. Long Aoi was taken aback by Lu Tingyuan's unwavering stance, that a look of surprise crossed his face as he continued, "Do you dare defy my mother's command?" Qin Xianglian, overhearing Long Aoi's intention to disrupt her daughter's marriage, wore a displeased expression. "Why, what right do you demand my daughter sever her bond with Lu Tingyuan?" Long Aoi, still reeling from his earlier defeat at the hands of Lu Tingyuan, retaliated without reservation. "You are merely a breeding tool. You have no standing to speak here. In truth, Long Aoi had already investigated the circumstances surrounding the Tiger Clan, well aware of Qin Xianglian's past as a captive of the Eagle Clan, used as a breeding instrument. However, for Qin Xianglian, those memories were far too humiliating to bear. Xu Qinghe and Xu Min had refrained from mentioning them, respecting her desire to avoid confronting the past. Now, with her shame laid bare by Long Aoi, Qin Xianglian's complexion turned ashen. Chapter 37. Slapping Long Aoi, "You dare speak of my mother in such a manner." Xu Min's fury ignited upon hearing Long Aoi's words. Her mother's psychological wounds had only just begun to heal. Now, Long Aoi's resurfacing of old wounds was akin to stabbing her heart. Rising from the table in indignation, Xu Min raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Long Aoi's face. The sound sharp and clear, resonating painfully in the air. "How dare you strike me?" Long Aoi, a male from the Dragon Clan, had been pampered and protected since childhood, never having faced such treatment, not even from Long Mei. Now, being slapped publicly by a mere female left him seething with rage that he had never encountered such disrespect, especially not from a small female in front of an audience, that if word of this spread, how would he ever show his face again? No, he must retaliate. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became, and he raised his hand to strike back. Just as he was about to do so, he heard Lu Tingyuan and Xu Rong's voices that, "Do not touch her, or you shall regret it. Stand down. Males must not harm females." Lu Tingyuan and Xu Rong positioned themselves protectively in front of Xu Min, drawing the attention of the surrounding males. Xu Min had exerted considerable force, leaving a clear handprint on Long Aoi's face. The murmurs of the onlookers only fueled Long Aoi's fury further, as the sense of the dragon, tiger, and serpent beasts filled the air, creating a tense standoff in the distance. Ji Luohong observed the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Changming. Ji Changming understood immediately and approached with Bai Lianrui to offer a toast. "Thank you all for attending my son's wedding as a gesture of appreciation. Let Changming and Lian Rui toast to everyone. Changming poured a cup of wine for Long Aoi and squeezed his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Long Aoi exhaled heavily, downing the drink in one gulp before returning to his seat. Changming poured another cup and approached Shu Rong with a smile. Come, Rongna, let me toast you. Today is my wedding. You must drink this cup, or it means you are still angry with me. Brother Ming, I cannot drink. Shu Rong immediately declined, having been deceived by Ji Changming too many times to accept anything he offered without hesitation. Rongner, are you still upset with me? Show some courtesy to your elder brother, Ji Changming insisted, urging Shu Rong to drink the wine that Rongner is still young. Do not make her drink, Shu Min observed as Ji Changming insisted that Shu Rong partake in the wine, prompting her to suspect that the drink must surely be tainted. Long Aoe, noticing Shu Rong's reluctance to imbibe, coldly remarked, a male who cannot even drink is truly a disgrace to all beasts. He sighed, my little brother is indeed just a little brother, a veritable model student who cannot even manage a single cup of wine. Undoubtedly provoked by Long Aoye's scorn, Shu Rong, possessing a certain temperament, seized the cup and downed the contents in one swift motion. Are you satisfied now? After witnessing Shu Rong's act, Long Aoe fell silent. Having achieved his objective, he merely wished to partake in the spectacle. If you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute. Shu Min watched Long Aoe ridicule Shu Rong. Her resentment towards him deepened. Turning her gaze to Shu Rong, she noted his composure, which somewhat eased her mind. Was it truly just a cup of wine? Surely, it posed no significant threat. However, unbeknownst to them, the wine had been laced with vervain, which would silently nullify the effects of the concealed fruit. This was precisely why Ji Changming had so forcefully compelled Shu Rong to drink it. Observing Shu Rong consume the wine, Ji Changming turned away, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Following the toast, Ji Luo Hong ascended the platform to deliver an impassioned speech regarding the dangers posed by stray beasts, declaring that among them lurked a stray beast. If discovered, it must be exterminated without mercy. At this juncture, a male voice questioned, Wolf Clan leader, are you implying that there is a stray beast among us? Indeed. Wolf Clan leader, please clarify your statement. One individual initiated the inquiry, prompting a chorus of young males to press Ji Luo Hong for answers. Enthralled by his fervent rhetoric, they were resolved to capture and eliminate the stray beast. Ji Luo Hong paused, his gaze landing on Shu Rong as he declared, it is he. Shu Rong is the stray beast. Just as Ji Luo Hong accused Shu Rong, Shu Qinghe and Qin Xianglian returned. Upon hearing that their son was being labeled a stray beast, Shu Qinghe vehemently protested. Impossible. That is a baseless claim. Shu Rong is my male from the Tiger Clan, certainly not some wretched stray beast. Ji Luo Hong disregarded Shu Qinghe's words and addressed the crowd. If you doubt my claim, you may detect the scent of the stray beast upon him. Indeed, I believe I can smell it. I too can discern that unmistakable scent. After Ji Luo Hong's declaration, the crowd indeed detected the odor of a stray beast emanating from Shu Rong. Adoptive father, I advise you to cease concealing the truth. Reality cannot be disguised, and everyone has perceived it. Ji Changming interjected at an opportune moment, eager to render them speechless. You possess no valid justification for claiming Rong heir is a stray beast. The scent you perceive belongs to another. Shu Min observed the multitude attacking Shu Rong. She stepped forth to counter their claims. Ba Lian Rui, witnessing Shu Min's steadfast denial, asserted, Shu Min, at this juncture, you still refuse to concede. Stray beasts must be eradicated. Do you intend to harbor one within the Tiger Clan, as if plotting rebellion? If your clan desires to prove its innocence, then Shu Rong must be slain, allowing Ji Changming to assume leadership of the Tiger Clan, and we shall no longer trouble you. With her arms crossed, Ba Lian Rui regarded Shu Min with a smug expression. What if Rong heir is not a stray beast? Shu Min, unperturbed, began to entrap Ba Lian Rui. Should he prove not to be a stray beast, I shall kneel and apologize to you on the spot. Ba Lian Rui's assertion was delivered with unwavering conviction. Yet, Ji Changming furrowed his brow slightly, refraining from intervening. Chapter 38. Ba Lian Rui kneels in apology. Ji Chongming believed he had secured victory. All evidence pointed towards Xu Rong as a stray beast. Observing Xu Min's anxious yet defiant gaze, he triumphantly produced a stone from his sleeve. As the stone emerged, the crowd began to murmur. And oh wonder, Ji Chongming exuded such confidence. This was a blood-testing stone. What is a blood-testing stone? Someone inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. This stone is a relic from ancient times. A drop of blood placed upon it will inevitably reveal the beast form of the male. The assembly became instantly intrigued, familiar with such stones yet curious about the prospect of testing beast forms in their presence. Ji Chongming raised the stone aloft, proclaiming, "The blood-testing stone cannot be deceived. No method can escape its inherent truth." Xu Min understood that the function of the blood-testing stone was akin to that of human DNA. Fabricating a falsehood was nearly impossible. Ji Chongming beckoned Xu Rong to stand beside him, his expression a mixture of pride and arrogance. "Come now, Xu Rong, let your blood fall upon this stone. It will affirm your identity." Xu Rong glanced at Xu Min, clenched his fists, and stepped forward with a swift motion. He drew a sharp nail across his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the blood-testing stone. The crowd held its breath, eagerly anticipating the stone's reaction. Gradually, the stone began to glow crimson. And as the blood spread, an image of a tiger emerged. Indeed, he was a male of the Tiger clan. The spectators resumed their discussions, their gazes at Bai Lian Rui and Ji Chongming now tinged with derision. How could this be? Impossible. Ji Chongming stared at Xu Min in shock, his expectations utterly shattered. They had been entirely confident in proving Xu Rong to be a stray beast, yet this revelation cleared him of suspicion. Rendering their actions a trap set for Xu Rong, Ji Chongming's grip on the blood-testing stone began to tremble. He fought the urge to hurl the accursed object away. After all, he had previously asserted that the stone was infallible. He could not now admit to having been mistaken. Xu Min smiled faintly at Ji Chongming, raising her voice. "Do you have anything further to say?" Ji Chongming was on the brink of fury, yet he refrained from exploding in front of the crowd. He was convinced that Xu Min had employed some trickery to deceive even the blood-testing stone. Not only he, but even Long Ao felt bewildered. He had personally removed the mate's mark from Ting Ting. How could Xu Rong no longer be a stray beast? As the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, with Ji Chongming's reputation hanging in the balance, Ji Luo Hong could not remain passive. He stepped forward to chastise Ji Chongming. "I have warned you young ones against such impulsiveness. This was merely a jest among family. Not to mention that Xu Rong is not a stray beast. Even if he were, would you dare to expose him publicly?" Ji Luo Hong, as the leader of the Wolf Clan, commanded a certain authority. His intervention managed to quell some of the murmurs among the crowd. "You wretched son, you only bring me trouble. Hurry back with me." He then proceeded to apologize profusely to the assembled crowd, claiming his failure as a parent and insisting on taking Ji Chongming and Bai Lian Rui to meet the elders of the Wolf Clan. Xu Min could not help but scoff. Truly, he was a cunning old fox. In such a moment, he attempted to extricate Ji Chongming from the predicament, as if they were not to be trifled with. "Halt!" Xu Min's voice was icy. "Some may have forgotten the terms of our wager. Shall I reiterate them before everyone?" Bai Lian Rui gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing that Xu Min had been well prepared. It was evident that she had orchestrated the scenario to humiliate Bai Lian Rui into kneeling and apologizing, thereby achieving her own satisfaction. Yet now, with no options left, Bai Lian Rui sought Ji Chongming's assistance. Ji Chongming, turning to her, donned a facade of apology and guilt. "This entire debacle stemmed from my own rashness. Fortunately, I had the blood-testing stone on hand, which has now dispelled the misunderstanding. Otherwise, everyone would have believed Rong Heir to be a stray beast, branding him with a lifetime of disgrace." Xu Min refrained from responding, keen to observe how Ji Chongming would justify his actions to absolve himself. Ji Chongming continued to force a contrived smile. "Ultimately, we are all family. Do not hold it against Lian Rui. She acted out of desperation. What malice could she possibly harbor?" Xu Min cast a cold glance at them, letting out a sigh before the gathered crowd. She thought to herself, in this world, it is not only you who can feign pity, can I not play the innocent as well? Indeed, I must express my gratitude to everyone for finally vindicating my brother's innocence. But my tiger clan is not one to be casually doubted. As the saying goes, one must honor their bets. The wolf clan, a proud lineage, would surely be ridiculed if word got out that some among you wagered yet lacked the courage to concede. Bai Yinrui, brimming with indignation, opened her mouth to speak, but was firmly restrained by Ji Changming that if they were to confront Xu Min at this moment, it would only serve to reinforce the notion that they cannot bear to lose. Xu Min, with a pleasant demeanor, remarked, "It is merely an apology I seek. Such a request is hardly unreasonable." Just as Ji Changming was about to respond, Xu Min continued, "Now that Ji Changming has returned to the wolf clan, he is no longer my concern. He serves but one master now." She looked at the crowd with a pitiful expression. If today it is proven that Rong-er is a stray beast, I fear they would not spare him either. Today, Ji Changming and Ji Luohong harbored murderous intent towards Xu Rong. How could she allow Bai Lianrui to slip away unscathed? Bai Lianrui longed to retort, had he truly been a stray beast, we would have slain him long ago, and there would be no need for your idle chatter. Yet, burdened by their guilt, Bai Lianrui dared not voice her true thoughts. Mr. Luohong's expression darkened. Ji Changming signaled to Bai Lianrui, urging her to handle the situation herself. Reluctantly, Bai Lianrui rose and retrieved a cup of tea from a nearby table, kneeling down with great reluctance. "Xu Min, today I acknowledge my fault. I kneel to apologize and hope you can forgive my unintentional mistake." Bai Lianrui felt Xu Min's scornful gaze upon her, and in front of everyone, she felt utterly humiliated, having already adopted this submissive posture. Xu Min chose not to dwell on it further. She graciously accepted Bai Lianrui's tea and listened to her lengthy apology, marking the end of the matter. Chapter 39. Lu Tingting finally returns. Xu Min's family continued to enjoy their meal peacefully. The earlier embarrassment of Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui casting a shadow over others, who now refrained from provoking them. "Now that we are full, let us return." Xu Qinghe spoke first, to which both Xu Min and Xu Rong nodded in agreement. Xu Min noticed the weariness in her father's eyes. Indeed, Ji Changming had disappointed him greatly. Lu Tingyuan accompanied them, and as they reached the entrance of the Tiger Clan's estate, they encountered a group of imposing males blocking their way. At the forefront was none other than Long Mei, her face equally filled with anger, seemingly there to demand accountability. Xu Min felt a surge of indignation. It seemed trouble had come knocking once again today. Did they truly believe the Tiger Clan was devoid of defenders? Concerned for her father's declining health, Xu Min was reluctant to burden him further. Thus, she stepped forward to confront Long Mei, inquiring about her intentions. Xu Qinghe, discerning Xu Min's intentions, shook his head, cautioning her against rash actions. This group was evidently composed of males from the Dragon Clan, and their numbers were not to be underestimated. He had already sensed the oppressive aura emanating from them. The Dragon Clan's males were formidable and should not be confronted head-on to him. Both Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min were still mere children, and he deemed it unnecessary for them to shield him. "Ah, Miss Long Mei, what brings you here?" Xu Qinghe, as the leader of the Tiger Clan, had encountered Long Mei before Tia's words. She merely snorted in disdain. The Dragon Clan males accompanying her exuded an intimidating presence. Bearing down on Xu Qinghe, the latter momentarily faltered, realizing that Long Mei would not dare to confront him unless she possessed a measure of confidence. He shook his head, sighing, "Miss Long Mei, if you have something to say, please do so directly." Seeing her side gaining the upper hand, Long Mei's previously tense demeanor relaxed somewhat. Having spent many years in the Dragon Clan, she was well aware that force often dictated discourse. Were it not for pressing matters, she would have little interest in visiting the Tiger Clan's humble abode. Long Mei pointed a finger, her gaze settling on Lu Tingyuan. "I merely wish to inquire how you intend to restore our business collaboration." Since Lu Tingyuan severed their partnership, Long Mei's company had been in decline. She had assumed that a few projects were inconsequential, only to discover that they jeopardized her entire financial chain. This was far from a trivial matter. Long Mei was not just concerned about her reputation, but the very survival of her enterprise. The elders of the Dragon Clan were beginning to voice their discontent as they observed the dwindling assets under her management. Hence, in desperation, Long Mei resorted to pressuring Lu Tingyuan into compliance. Lu Tingyuan, observing her anxious demeanor, quietly scoffed while maintaining an indifferent facade. Very well. Return Tingting to me, and our collaboration will naturally resume. You dare to negotiate with me. Long Mei was about to explode in anger when the males beside her signaled her to prioritize saving her company. Yet, she found herself powerless. Lu Tingyuan's resolute demeanor left her with no choice but to acquiesce. Fine. I will have someone bring her to the Tiger Clan. In that case, I will honor my word. Lu Tingyuan was not one to bear grudges unnecessarily. With Long Mei's concession, he decided to go along with her. Long Mei shot Lu Tingyuan a final glare of fury before whispering something to the male beside her, who then departed swiftly. Not long after, he returned with Lu Tingting. The moment Lu Tingting spotted Lu Tingyuan, she hurried over, blinking away tears she could no longer contain. Xu Min quickly reached out to ruffle her hair, sensing that the young girl had endured hardships, unaware of how Long Mei had treated her. However, as Xu Min grasped Lu Tingting's hand, she noticed deep bruises around her wrist. Upon closer inspection, she saw that Lu Tingting bore numerous bruises on her head and legs, concealed beneath her clothing. Xu Min felt a surge of fury. Having been raised by her father with tender care, she had never witnessed a mother treat her daughter in such a manner. Unable to suppress her indignation, she questioned Long Mei. Is she not your biological daughter? Is this how you treat her? Do you possess a heart of stone? Seeing a younger generation daring to point an accusing finger at her, Long Mei's anger intensified. Just as she was about to rebuke Xu Min, a sweet voice chimed in from the side. This is merely a child's trivial matter, Xu Min. Why raise your voice so? It was then that Xu Min noticed Long Qingqing had also arrived, having remained unnoticed in the corner until now. Long Qingqing approached Lu Tingting, gently stroking her hair. Lu Tingting instinctively flinched. Long Qingqing wore a concerned smile, softly saying, "You cannot keep trying to escape. Look at the injuries you've sustained. Not even your mother, but I feel pain for you." Initially, Lu Tingyuan had been quietly observing the exchange, yet Long Qingqing's blatant attempt to shift the blame onto Tingting was utterly intolerable. Lu Tingting lowered her head, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Lu Tingyuan leaned down to comfort her, asking gently, "Tingting, tell me how you got hurt. Do not be afraid. Your brother will advocate for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Tingting glanced up at Lu Tingyuan, then at the threatening expression on Long Qingqing's face, ultimately shaking her head. "I hurt myself accidentally. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Long Mei exhaled in relief, casting an unceremonious look at Xu Min. "Are you satisfied now? Out of respect for your father, I will not hold this against you." With that, she redirected her attention to Lu Tingyuan, stating in a low voice, "I've returned the person. You had best expedite our collaboration. My patience is limited." With her objectives met, she had no desire to linger a moment longer and called for Long Qingqing, leading the males of the Dragon Clan away. Once they departed, Xu Min and the others hurriedly ushered Lu Tingting inside the estate to rest. Lu Tingting obediently followed, evoking even more sympathy from Xu Min. When they were finally alone, Xu Min discreetly asked Lu Tingting, "Did you speak the truth just now?" Lu Tingting was acutely aware that she could not conceal the truth from Xu Min, and thus she reluctantly divulged the reality to her. "It was Long Qingqing who attacked me. However, if I were to reveal this, she would surely not spare my father. Regardless, I have already stepped out, and I cannot neglect my father." Upon reflecting on her own father, Xu Min immediately empathized with Lu Tingting. Such a tender age. Lu Tingting's sincerity towards her family evoked both compassion and admiration in Xu Min. Subsequently, she personally assisted Lu Tingting with her bath and meticulously tended to her wounds. Chapter 40. Inviting the wolf into the hen house. At Shu's, the situation had seemingly reached a resolution, and life within the Tiger Clan returned to its tranquil state. Yet, early one morning, an uninvited guest arrived. Upon hearing that the visitor was the chieftain of the Eagle Clan, Xu Min's countenance darkened. However, Qin Xiangyan had already permitted the individual entry, and it was too late for Xu Min to intervene. The Eagle Clan still tugged at her mother's heartstrings. She pondered this as Qin Baiwan, the chieftain of the Eagle Clan, who was also her uncle, stepped into the living room, wearing a fawning smile. Accompanying Qin Baiwan was his son, Qin Xinhua. Xu Min felt an increased aversion towards them. Yet out of respect for her mother, she refrained from expelling them and merely turned to ascend the stairs to her own room. Qin Baiwan, ever astute, approached Qin Xianglian with a face full of contrition. "Sister, I realize my unexpected visit may be disruptive, but after all, we are still family. We cannot allow our relationship to remain strained indefinitely." Qin Xianglian regarded Qin Baiwan and recalled past grievances, initially intending to turn away from him. However, Qin Baiwan's incessant apologies and nostalgic tales of their childhood softened her heart. Noticing a shift in Qin Xianglian's demeanor, Qin Baiwan continued, "Sister, I too was deceived by that male. How could I have known he would act in such a manner? Had I foreseen it, I would never have allowed him into your room. Alas, I am truly a fool." Qin Xinhua, standing by, implored Qin Xianglian, "Aunt, my father has been unable to eat or sleep for quite some time due to his guilt over this matter. He dares not come to provoke your anger further. With your kind heart, please forgive my father's folly this time." Qin Xianglian, being of a benevolent nature and recognizing that he was her own brother, found it difficult to harbor true resentment. "As he said, could this family truly remain estranged for a lifetime? I understand that these years have not been easy for you, but as the chieftain of the Eagle clan, how can you afford to be so gullible and easily misled?" Upon hearing Qin Xianglian's words, Qin Baiwan quickly assured her, "Sister, you need not worry. I will never be deceived again." His earnest demeanor finally coaxed a smile from Qin Xianglian. She invited Qin Baiwan and Qin Xinhua to sit, inquired about Qin Xinghua's current situation, and thereby fully forgave them. Yet, Qin Baiwan's intentions extended beyond merely seeking Qin Xianglian's forgiveness. Otherwise, he had no need to bring his son to share in this humiliation. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Xianglian, he broached the topic of his son. "Sister, as you know, the Eagle clan's investments have been fraught with difficulties in recent years, and it is my incompetence that has delayed this child." Regarding the Eagle clan's affairs, Qin Xianglian had heard some whispers. Ever since Qin Baiwan ascended as the chieftain, the Eagle clan's investments had floundered. Now, their family business teetered on the brink of collapse, barely maintained by some remaining assets for the time being. Thus, Qin Baiwan conceived of the Tiger clan. "Sister, I am inept and unable to guide Xinhua. Perhaps he could join Shu's to hone his skills. In the future, he may assist me in managing the company. What do you think?" This was indeed the purpose of Qin Baiwan's visit today, to secure a stable position for Qin Xinhua while also hoping the Tiger clan could bolster the Eagle clan's fortunes. Observing her nephew, who appeared quite promising, Qin Xianglian felt somewhat swayed. "As for the company's matters, I do not interfere, and I can only offer a few words. Ultimately, it depends on Qinghe's willingness." Qin Baiwan hastily flattered Qin Xianglian. "Sister, you need not worry. If you speak, there is nothing that cannot be done." Before long, Shu Qinghe returned home, and Qin Xianglian recounted Qin Baiwan's visit to apologize, also mentioning Qin Xinghua's desire to join Shu's. Initially, Shu Qinghe held no particularly favorable impression of Qin Baiwan. However, given the Eagle clan's current plight, and with Qin Xianglian already having acquiesced, he could hardly refuse to grant Qin Xinhua a position. Not wishing to undermine his mother's wishes, since he possesses an education, let him serve as an office manager. It should pose no significant issue. Qin Xianglian nodded, finally acquiescing to Qin Baiwan's request, thus doing her utmost for her family. Just as Xu Min descended the stairs, she overheard Shu Qinghe's arrangement and inwardly disapproved. Qin Xinhua, who had been reveling in the idea that he would soon ascend to a prominent position at Shu's, was now confronted with Xu Min's remarks. "Father, Qin Xinhua is a fresh graduate. To assign him such a position at Shu's right away might lead others to accuse us of favoritism." Shu Qinghe pondered for a moment, evidently considering Xu Min's words. Just as Qin Baiwan was about to retort, Xu Min elaborated. "Father, I began as a mere employee when I entered the company and understand that in a family business, gaining recognition from others requires starting from the bottom. Qin Xinhua should accumulate experience on his own. Only then will success come naturally." Accustomed to pride in his prestigious university background, Qin Xinhua took offense at Xu Min's implications, believing she intended to undermine him, using her connection to Shu Qinghe to belittle him. "Cousin, I am a university graduate. How can I possibly be compared to a mere high school graduate like you? Shu Min's expression hardened. This was her home, and it was Qin Xinhua who was seeking a favor. His boisterous demeanor was unbecoming. Yet, Shu Min did not engage in a quarrel, but instead maintained her composure, saying, out of familial consideration, I merely wish to remind you that even with a prestigious degree, relevant experience is still necessary. As she spoke, she articulated various projects and requirements within the company, subsequently questioning Qin Xinhua about his involvement in large-scale projects during his studies and whether he had any internship experiences at major companies. Never before had Qin Xinhua been subjected to such scrutiny, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Regardless of his qualifications, he was still a high-achieving student and the future heir of the Eagle clan. So what if I lack experience? We are all family. How does my work affect you? Shu Min shook her head, offering a sardonic response. There are plenty of graduates from prestigious universities outside. Perhaps you should seek your fortune elsewhere. You might even land a position as a general manager. That you're insufferable, Qin Xinhua exclaimed, raising his hand as if to strike Shu Min, who he deemed arrogant and presumptuous. Noticing the escalating tension, Qin Baiwan recognized the peril of a confrontation. If it escalated, his son might end up without even a position, rendering the entire endeavor futile. He quickly soothed Qin Xinhua, saying, Xinhua, your cousin makes a valid point. It is prudent to secure a position first. Surely your aunt would not treat you unfairly? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qin Xinhua conceded, albeit begrudgingly. Thus, he, like Shu Min, began his journey in the marketing department as a junior employee, though he outwardly refrained from voicing his resentment. Inwardly, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Shu Min. Chapter 41. Qin Xinhua's schemes. The following morning, Qin Xinhua accompanied Shu Min to the Shu Corporation's towering edifice. It was his first time entering such a vast conglomerate since graduating from university. Upon entering the Shu building, he was taken aback by the scale and stringent management of the establishment. He couldn't help but think that had it not been for Shu Min's interference, he might have already secured a position as an office manager, rather than toiling as a lowly employee. Shu Min was well aware of Qin Xinhua's thoughts, but believed he was still young enough to adapt his mindset. While Qin Baiwan's words might have swayed her mother, they certainly did not deceive her. Moreover, she harbored intentions to test Qin Xinhua, sensing that her uncle's sudden proposition for his son to work was driven by ambitions beyond mere employment. Having returned to the marketing department, Shu Min was greeted by her colleagues, who all turned to regard her with curiosity. Hello, everyone. This is our new recruit in the marketing department. Please take a moment to introduce yourself. Qin Xinhua cast a glance at Shu Min, instantly recognizing the trust that these individuals placed in her, and he found it hard to believe that someone like Shu Min, merely a high school graduate, could secure a position in the marketing department without the connections afforded by Shu Qinghe. With a swell of pride, he proceeded to introduce himself, his tone brimming with self-importance. I am a university graduate, freshly embarked on my professional journey. I humbly seek your guidance. Shu Min, eager to find someone to mentor her and acclimatize to the work environment of the marketing department, was met with Qin Xinghua's refusal. Sister, there's no need for that I shall remain by your side, learning diligently, so that I may assist you as soon as possible. Shu Min furrowed her brow slightly. Despite the sincerity in Qin Xinghua's words, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She decided to share some collaboration proposals from the marketing department with Qin Xinhua for his examination, as she had several projects at hand that could serve as practice for him. Qin Xinhua patiently occupied the office for a while, during which he inquired with other colleagues about any significant business developments. Once he had gathered sufficient information, he approached Shu Min with a suggestion. Sister, with so many collaboration proposals, I wish to handle one myself. Initially, Shu Min believed that Qin Xinhua had come to a realization and was eager to make his mark in the marketing department. However, the next moment, he articulated his intentions. Cousin, I hope you can entrust me with the collaboration with the Liu family. Shu Min looked at him in surprise. The relationship between the Liu family and the Shu family was far from ordinary, representing not merely a partnership but also a significant business alliance. Entrusting such an important matter to a newcomer left her feeling uneasy. After some contemplation, she declined. The collaboration with the Liu family has already been negotiated. We are merely awaiting the project proposal submission. You are new here, It is prudent to establish a solid foundation first, and opportunities will arise in due course. However, Qin Xinhua was not easily dissuaded. Countering, cousin, since it is merely a project proposal submission, allow me to assist in running errands for you. Noticing Xu Min's continued silence, he feigned a wounded and indignant expression. Cousin, do you not trust me? True, I am young, but if you do not grant me the opportunity, how can I gain experience? Despite Xu Min's repeated explanations of the stakes involved, Qin Xinhua persisted, urging her to allocate a portion of the Liu family's collaboration to him. With no other recourse, Xu Min reluctantly handed over the project proposal to Qin Xinhua, hoping it would temporarily placate him. Upon receiving the proposal, Qin Xinhua was elated. Joining the Xu family was merely his first step. Who could deny the immense transaction value that came with collaborating with the Liu family? If he were to take charge, he would not only earn a commission, but also enjoy numerous other benefits. The Liu family was on the verge of developing a real estate project, and given the relationship between Xu Min and Liu Tingyuan, their collaboration was all but assured. Furthermore, the Xu family's construction materials company was among the best in the industry. However, Xu Min was adamant about not allowing others to speculate that she had leveraged her connection with Liu Tingyuan to secure the collaboration. Sister, I will head to the Liu family now and ensure that I secure the contract for you. Yes, it must be conducted fairly and justly, Xu Min replied with a subtle nod. Qin Xinhua readily agreed, yet inwardly, he held her in disdain. Xu Min was merely concerned with her reputation, fearing the judgments of others. In truth, her relationship with Liu Tingyuan was well known, and Qin Xinhua perceived her demeanor as mere pretense. Half of the Liu family shares were essentially Xu Min's dowry. What significance did a contract hold? As Qin Xinhua entered the Liu family premises and approached the elevator, he was halted by a receptionist. Hello, sir. May I please see your identification and appointment record? Qin Xinhua cast a sidelong glance at the receptionist and slammed the documents onto the counter. I am from the Xu family marketing department, here to see President Liu. The receptionist, intimidated by Qin Xinghua's aggressive demeanor, hesitated but explained the company's protocol, stating, I'm sorry, sir, you need an appointment to meet President Liu. Unexpectedly, Qin Xinhua burst into laughter, pointing at himself. Oh, you know who I am. I am Xu Min's brother, and my sister sent me to deliver documents to Liu Tingyuan. If this delays matters, will you take responsibility? The receptionist was taken aback, realizing that Xu Min was to become the future president's wife, and thus she could not afford to offend her. Yet, she was also reluctant to grant him access without confirmation. So she called Assistant Gao to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing that the visitor claimed to be Xu Min's brother, Assistant Gao instinctively assumed it might be Xu Rong, possibly bearing urgent news from Xu Min, and instructed the receptionist to allow him entry. Seeing the receptionist's cautious demeanor, Qin Xinhua strode confidently into the Liu family's elevator. He ascended to the top floor, contemplating how he would exploit his identity to establish rapport with Liu Tingyuan. However, as the elevator doors opened, he and Assistant Gao were taken aback upon seeing each other. Assistant Gao quickly realized that the visitor was not Xu Rong. He had misjudged the situation. Hello, sir. I am assistant to President Liu. He is currently in a meeting. There's something you would like to discuss? Qin Xinhua glanced at the man before him, perceiving him as an ordinary individual. I am Qin Xinhua, Xu Min's brother. My sister asked me to bring the project proposal that I wish to meet Liu Tingyuan personally to discuss the collaboration. Assistant Gao hesitated, glancing at the clock with a look of discomfort. President Liu is quite busy today. Perhaps you could leave the project proposal with me, and I will ensure it reaches him promptly. Reluctantly, Qin Xinhua complied. Even if he could not meet Liu Tingyuan, he believed Liu Tingyuan would not doubt Xu Min. He handed the project proposal to Assistant Gao. This is something my sister entrusted me to deliver personally. Please ensure that Liu Tingyuan reviews it thoroughly. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, Assistant Gao replied, assuring him as he escorted Qin Xinhua back to the elevator. Once Qin Xinhua had departed, Assistant Gao returned to the president's office. Chapter 42. A deep calculation. Assistant Gao delivered the project proposal to the president's office and recounted the earlier events. The visitor was Madame's cousin, Qin Xinhua, who brought the project proposal for your reviewed. Liu Tingyuan couldn't help but smile wryly at Assistant Gao's report. Xu Min was being excessively cautious. She could have easily handled this matter herself, and they could discuss it at home that evening. Yet she insisted on adhering to protocol. However, upon reflection, Lu Tingyuan acknowledged that Xu Min's approach had its merits. Yet he had not heard much about Qin Xinghua before. Nevertheless, since he was sent by Xu Min, he presumed he was someone trustworthy. I understand, Lu Tingyuan replied, taking the project proposal and swiftly flipping to the last page, preparing to sign his name. Observing the president lost in his thoughts, Assistant Gao furrowed his brow and cautiously reminded him, President Lu, perhaps we should review this document thoroughly. Instinctively, Lu Tingyuan was about to assert that materials sent by Xu Min were beyond reproach and required no scrutiny. However, as he casually flipped through a few pages, he noticed something amiss with the project proposal. Typically, project proposals adhered to a fixed format, but this one possessed an inexplicable oddity. Notably, at the bottom of one page, there was a line of text in a small font. Su Gao Construction Materials Company will also participate, providing half of the building materials. If he had not scrutinized the document closely, he might have overlooked it entirely. Knowing Xu Min to be meticulous and thorough in her preparations, he found it hard to believe that she would allow such a blunder to slip through. It raised the question of whether Qin Xinghua's inexperience had led to this oversight. Yet, since he had claimed to be delivering the proposal on Xu Min's behalf, it was reasonable to assume she had reviewed it as well. Trusting his instincts as a businessman, Lu Tingyuan set down his pen and reopened the pricing sheet, meticulously reviewing the project proposal from start to finish. Assistant Gao, observing the president's unusual demeanor, inquired, Is there a problem? President Lu Tingyuan, non-committal, nodded slightly without revealing the specifics, merely closing the project proposal. Let us set this aside for now, that he merely glanced at it and immediately noticed that the price list in this project proposal was somewhat higher than those of other companies. Although this price was barely within his acceptable range, one could easily overlook the fact that the total cost of all materials amounted to an additional 10 million if not scrutinized closely. Lu Tingyuan was not one to merely sit in an office and listen to reports. He was well aware of the prices of various materials himself. At this moment, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Feeling that something was amiss, he needed to confirm with Xu Min before grasping the specific issue at hand. That evening, after finishing work, Lu Tingyuan returned to the Hu clan, concocted an excuse to summon Xu Min to his bedroom, and handed her the project proposal presented by Qin Xinghua. Min, please take a look and see if there are any issues. Upon seeing the cover of the proposal and Lu Tingyuan's serious demeanor, Xu Min felt a twinge of confusion as she began to peruse its contents. This proposal had been drafted by her, so she merely glanced over at it. Lu Tingyuan took the document back and flipped through a couple of pages, pointing out several areas he found problematic. After reviewing the pricing and additional terms, Xu Min was momentarily at a loss for words, engulfed in anger. This proposal had been altered. She was utterly shocked. The price list was undoubtedly her handiwork. Yet, the current version bore subtle modifications, and only she and Qin Xinghua had handled the document. Thus, the only one who could have altered the prices was him. No wonder Qin Baiwan had hurriedly pushed Qin Xinghua onto her. It turned out the ulterior motive was not merely to drink. They were scheming behind their mother's soft-heartedness. Xu Min felt a surge of anger. Fortunately, this issue had been discovered in time. Or, not only would the Lu family suffer losses, but the reputation of the Xu family would also be tarnished. There was a possibility of creating discord between her and Lu Tingyuan. What a cunning scheme. Lu Tingyuan, precisely because of this, had come to discuss matters with Xu Min personally. He could easily refuse collaboration with anyone else, but his relationship with Xu Min was different. He felt compelled to protect her. Upon hearing that her cousin had been pushed into this situation, Lu Tingyuan found it difficult to intervene lightly. What do you plan to do now? Xu Min remained silent, turning to print another copy of the project proposal. Since the Xu family and the Lu family were still to collaborate, it was only natural that they should do so formally. Those who sought to take shortcuts had underestimated her. Xu Min handed her personally revised project proposal to Lu Tingyuan with a smile, saying, Please review it thoroughly to avoid any oversights. Lu Tingyuan detected the jest in her words and, without further ado, took the proposal and signed his name. Xu Min teased, General Lu, aren't you afraid that this price exceeds the previous one by 20 million? Lu Tingyuan chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. If you were the sort of person to play games, you could have simply told me directly instead of dancing around the issue. Shu Min had already devised a plan in her mind. Gaotai Company, she thought mockingly, was attempting to deceive under the guise of a false contract, letting them experience the consequences of their own actions. Qin Xinhua had been pondering why he had not received a response regarding the project proposal for so long. A sense of unease crept into him. Could it be that Lu Tingyuan had scrutinized the proposal and found it unsatisfactory, leading to the delay? However, upon reflection, if Lu Tingyuan had truly discovered issues with the proposal, he would have promptly informed Shu Min, but seeing Shu Min today in high spirits, even showing concern for the progress of his project, it was evident she was unaware of the matter. As he hesitated whether to call Gao Te to urge a follow-up, his phone rang. Qin Xinhua quickly answered the call, and Gao Te's voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Qin. The project proposal that Miss Shu asked me to deliver yesterday has already been signed by General Liu. Please feel free to come and collect it at your convenience." Had it not been for the presence of others, Qin Xinhua would have nearly leaped for joy. He had not anticipated such smooth progress in this matter. Everyone claimed that the owner of the Liu family was the shrewdest of businessmen. In his eyes, it was merely due to a woman that he overlooked the contract's pricing. No wonder they faced losses. Yet, Qin Xinhua was also concerned that prolonged delays might lead to discovery. He quickly bid farewell to Shu Min and rushed to the Liu family. Gao Te was already waiting for him in the office, warmly welcoming him upon his arrival. "Indeed, Miss Shu has an eye for talent. Mr. Qin, with your youthful achievements, you are bound to achieve great things." After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Xinhua hastily retrieved his project proposal, noticing Lu Tingyuan's signature prominently on the last page, which filled him with even greater pride. As he stepped out of the Liu family's premises, Qin Xinhua hurriedly called his father, Qin Baiwan. "Father, the matter has been settled successfully. Everything has gone smoothly. We just need to prepare the construction materials promptly to ensure we make a significant profit from this project." Chapter 43. They have fallen into their own trap. Qin Xinhua returned to the Shu family's marketing department, project proposal and contract in hand, his face alight with joy. Shu Min, already aware of his intentions, feigned ignorance and inquired about the progress of the collaboration with the Liu family. Qin Xinhua chuckled, waving the contract in his hand. "General Liu has agreed to collaborate with us, and the contract is complete. We can commence supply in a month." Shu Min maintained her facade of nonchalance, offering praise. "Xinhua, I didn't realize you would achieve such success with your first project. I underestimated you before." She then publicly commended Qin Xinhua in front of all the marketing department employees, causing him to beam with delight. When Shu Min reached out to take a look at the project proposal and contract, Qin Xinhua instinctively recoiled. "Cousin, since the contract is in place, we should immediately begin preparations." Shu Min internally scoffed. She had little patience to play along with him. However, she needed to navigate this situation carefully to ensure her uncle's efforts were not in vain. Thus, she patted his shoulder, her tone gentle. "Since you are so confident, from now on, you shall be responsible for tracking this batch of orders. Remember to ensure the materials meet the standards. Once the project is completed, I will inform my father of your contributions." Observing Shu Min turn to leave, Qin Xinhua scoffed. Shu Min excused herself, claiming she needed to inspect the lower-level companies, but she had already privately contacted the Shu family's construction materials company, providing them with a confirmed order quantity. The head of the construction materials company was somewhat perplexed, as Qin Xinhua had just been in contact with them in the marketing department. Why was Shu Min now presenting them with another project proposal? What was the truth behind this confusion? Shu Min offered little explanation, instructing them to supply according to her order. However, regarding the marketing department, she made a shushing gesture, softly stating, "Just pretend to cooperate with the marketing department, but keep track of the actual quantities at all times. Report to me immediately if any issues arise." The head of the construction materials company was not naive. He understood that Qin Xinhua must have secretly altered some aspects of the project. Yet, both parties remained tacitly aware, without explicitly addressing the matter. Meanwhile, Qin Baiwan was enthusiastically preparing on his end. The Eagle clan had finally received such a significant order, especially in collaboration with the Liu family. and they intended to make the most of this lucrative opportunity. Once they became familiar with Lu Tingyuan, they could leverage Xu Min's name to foster direct collaboration with him. Qin Baiwan, filled with ambition, believed it would not be long before they surpassed the Xu family, liberating themselves from having to be cautious of the Hu clan. They took a full month to gather all the materials required by the project proposal. Qin Xinhua contacted the Lu family's procurement department, instructing them to act according to the contract, and both felt at ease as they arranged to deliver the goods personally to the Lu family's construction site. Qin Baiwan led a group of workers, driving several trucks loaded with materials to the construction site, where he immediately called out to find the project manager. The project manager emerged, sizing up Qin Baiwan with a curious expression. "What materials are you here to deliver?" Qin Baiwan pointed to the project proposal in his hand, chuckling, "We have signed a supply cooperation agreement with your Lu family. We are here to provide you with materials." "Oh, I see," the project manager nodded. "Are you with the Xu family?" Just as Qin Baiwan was about to shake his head, the construction site manager flipped through the material list, stating, "The Xu family's goods have already been delivered. You should check with them to see if there was a mix-up, as we no longer require anything from your end." Qin Baiwan hastily denied the allegations, quickly presenting the contract for his perusal. The materials from the Xu family were indeed theirs, as were those from Gayoke Company, which had been specially delivered today. Everything was clearly stated in the contract. The chief supervisor took the contract, opened it, yet his expression grew increasingly perplexed. This was not right. The contract I received contained no mention of Gayoke Company whatsoever. With so many people present and voices raised in confusion, mere verbal assertions would not suffice. Qin Baiwan began to feel anxious. Had the Lu family discovered something and sought to breach the contract? However, his son had clearly stated that the president of the Lu family had already signed the contract. They could not simply renege on it. He hastily opened his own contract, intending to confront the chief supervisor. To his dismay, he discovered that the original signatures had vanished, and upon flipping through a couple more pages, he found even the official seal was missing, causing a wave of panic to wash over him. The site supervisor had begun to suspect Qin Baiwan was attempting to defraud them, disdainfully remarking, "There are other companies eager to supply us with materials. You should first negotiate a partnership with our president that we do not accept just any goods from anyone." With that, he turned and left. Qin Baiwan found himself at a loss, having suffered an unwarranted blow, yet he possessed no evidence to validate his contract with the Lu family. His only recourse was to urgently locate the original contract. As long as it bore Lu Tingyuan's signature, everything would be resolved. With this thought, Qin Baiwan promptly called Qin Xinhua, instructing him to check whether there were discrepancies with the contract in his possession. Qin Xinhua was equally taken aback by the turn of events. He had been overseeing this collaboration from the beginning, and Xu Min had not intervened at any point. Could it be that the contract stored in the marketing department differed from the one in his hands? He contemplated sneaking a look at the marketing department's records, but worried that doing so might arouse Xu Min's suspicions regarding the contract's integrity. Thus, he feigned the need to work late, assuring Xu Min that he would be the last to leave the office. Xu Min, praising his dedication, obliged him, allowing him to stay alone in the office. After an exhaustive search, Qin Xinhua finally located the backup contract in the marketing department, only to find that its contents were completely at odds with his own. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he pondered whether Xu Min had previously drafted a contract, and they were merely executing that version. Considering the potential losses to his family, Qin Xinhua hastily reached out to Xu Min's sister. There's an error with the Lu family contract. We're facing issues with the supply. Could you possibly have President Lu sign a new contract? Little did he know, the developments were all under Xu Min's control. Qin Xinhua was nearly beside himself. This was no trivial sum of money. Only by promptly renegotiating a contract with the Lu family could he hope to mitigate the losses. Yet, regardless of how he pleaded, Xu Min remained steadfast, insisting, the contract cannot possibly be erroneous. At that moment, realization dawned on Qin Xinhua. His hand trembling around the phone, he had thought victory was assured, but it seemed Xu Min had been prepared all along. It was clear they had fallen into a trap. Chapter 44. The intruder arrives. Qin Baiwan. Come out. Don't be a coward hiding away in there. Otherwise, we'll smash your door down, and you won't be able to escape. Exactly. Don't expect me to show you any mercy. 3 days later, a throng gathered at the entrance of the Eagle tribe, vociferously demanding Qin Baiwan's immediate appearance. The male members of the Eagle tribe, seeing the commotion, rushed to inform Qin Baiwan, not daring to delay for even a moment. As Qin Baiwan approached the tribe's entrance, the sight of the crowd and familiar faces sent a chill of dread coursing through him. "Oh, you dare to show your face? We thought you were too scared to come out. That if you deny your debts, be wary. We'll make you regret it." A cacophony of voices rose around him, some playing the role of the heavy, others the light, leaving Qin Baiwan's cheeks flushed with shame and beads of sweat on his brow. In pursuit of the Liu family collaboration, Qin Baiwan had borrowed extensively to finally gather the construction materials. Now that the Liu family refused to accept their goods, he found himself in a precarious situation. Before he could utter a word, someone shouted, "You need to pay us back right away. Your debts have lingered for far too long. And we refuse to wait any longer. Yes, return our money quickly." With the creditors blocking the entrance to the tribe, Qin Baiwan began to panic. He thought it best to placate them for the time being, buying whatever time he could. "You're talking nonsense. We heard all about your situation. Do you think you can hide it from us? Listen here, Qin Baiwan, don't think you can simply brush us off. We're here to see you pay up." These individuals were not easily swayed by his words. Prior to their arrival, they had already learned that the collaboration between the Liu and Shu families had been finalized, leaving the Eagle tribe with no stake in the matter. Therefore, they dismissed Qin Baiwan's claims of repayment in a couple of days as mere fabrications. The creditors knew he was merely putting on a fade, and they cared not whether he had money or not. All they knew was that he owed them and must repay. "Someone, give this man a good beating. Yes, beat him well, but don't let it lead to any fatalities." Regardless of how they struck him, Qin Baiwan maintained his stance of being broke. "Stop! Enough! The distinguished leader of the Eagle tribe is not someone you ordinary folk can lay a hand on." The esteemed leader of the Eagle tribe being assaulted by a group of commoners prompted the elders of the tribe to intervene. That a dozen or so males from the Eagle tribe encircled the assailants, who finally relented. "Qin Baiwan, we give you 3 days to settle your debt. Otherwise, the consequences will be far more severe than a mere beating." With the elders of the Eagle tribe now involved, the assailants dared not overstep their bounds. Having vented their frustrations, they left with threats, leaving a disheveled Qin Baiwan behind. "Father, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Upon returning home, Qin Xinhua was taken aback by his father's battered appearance and immediately inquired about the circumstances. "Oh, don't even ask. It was those debt collectors. They came today, beat me up, and threatened me to repay within 3 days or face dire consequences." Qin Baiwan sat on the couch, sighing heavily as he recounted the day's events with a defeated demeanor. "Father, what shall we do now? We don't have that much money on hand to deal with these people, and they've only given us 3 days. Let us go seek your aunt." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Baiwan decided that was the only course of action, as the Shu family was their sole hope for salvation. With that, the two gathered their things and set off for the Tiger tribe to find Qin Xianglian. "Sister, please help me. Those debt collectors are driving me to the brink. I have no way out." Upon arriving at the Tiger tribe and seeing Qin Xianglian, Qin Baiwan began to cry and lament his plight. Coupled with his bruised face, it was enough to evoke sympathy. "Baiwan, what happened to you? Who did this?" The kind-hearted Qin Xianglian, seeing her brother's battered visage, inquired with concern. "Sister, you don't understand. I was cornered by those debt collectors at my doorstep and beaten. Afterward, they threatened my life if I didn't repay within 3 days. How much do you owe?" Qin Xianglian gasped in shock, covering her mouth. "With various material costs, it totals 20 million. That you know my current situation. Where am I supposed to find that kind of money? Why don't we just buy Baiwan's materials? Not for any other reason, but simply because he looks so pitiful. What do you think?" While the two in the Tiger tribe were playing the sympathy card, Shu Min received word from her servants that Qin Baiwan and Qin Xinhua had arrived at her home, prompting her to rush back from the company. Upon arriving home and seeing Qin Baiwan and Qin Xinhua, she feigned ignorance of the situation. "Uncle, what happened to your face? Your uncle owes 20 million and was beaten by debt collectors. Your father and I were discussing buying his construction materials. After all, we own a construction company, and we're family. It's only right to help." Qin Xianglian, having only one brother, was willing to assist despite knowing how he had treated her in the past. Is that so? But I heard your uncle only owed 5 million. Did I have the receipts here? If mother doesn't believe it, she can take a look. Shu Qinghe furrowed his brow, and the expression on his face shifted slightly. Though wealthy, it did not imply foolishness. Qin Million and Qin Xinhua displayed awkward expressions, compelled to offer explanations that it must be a mistake on Minmin's part. How could my vast array of construction materials possibly be valued at a mere 5 million? Shu Min gave a cold huff and raised her hand, signaling as several male members of the Tiger clan entered, carrying steel, lime, and stone slabs. Shu Min picked up a piece of steel, exerting force with one hand, causing it to bend and break. Following that, she kicked a stone slab, which shattered into fragments. Such shoddy materials, if indeed utilized for construction, could endanger lives. Qin Xianglian, inherently kind-hearted, felt her heart twist at the very thought of such a possibility. Why did her uncle not mention why he was acquiring these inferior materials? Qin Million felt a pang of guilt, while Shu Min directly presented the revised contract altered by Qin Xinhua for Shu Qinghe to see. Father, mother, uncle did not send Xinhua to the Shu family for training, but rather to undermine our Shu clan. Qin Xianglian looked at Qin Million in disbelief, shocked that her brother could deceive her in such a manner. At that moment, Lu Tingyuan entered the main residence, dragging a tightly bound male with him. Upon seeing this male, Qin Xianglian's emotions spiraled out of control, for he was the very one who had once assaulted her within the Eagle clan. Attempting to violate her. Chapter 45. Fantasy's ruthlessly shattered mother. Do not fear. I am here. Seeing Qin Xianglian so agitated, Shu Min hurriedly stood beside her, grasping her hand to provide a sense of security. Once Qin Xianglian held Shu Min's hand, her panic lessened significantly, and her emotions calmed somewhat. Shu Qinghe embraced her gently, whispering words of comfort. Lu Tingyuan discarded the bound male onto the ground and began to speak slowly. His name is Qin Liang, one of the participants in the Eagle Clan seed program. In recent years, the Eagle Clan's offspring have dwindled, leading to discontent among the elders, prompting Qin Million to establish this program to select males with strong reproductive capabilities to sire children for the Eagle Clan. Qin Liang knelt on the ground, beginning to clarify the sordid methods employed by Qin Million. That I was forced to assault Qin Xianglian under Qin Million's orders, who claimed she had excellent fertility. I initially had no desire to do this, but as clan leader, we males had no choice but to comply with his commands. Qin Liang openly admitted that the assault on Qin Xianglian had been instigated by Qin Million. Qin Million, you beast! Upon hearing this, Qin Xianglian collapsed, overwhelmed by despair. Nothing could be more devastating than this revelation. This was her own brother. How could he treat her in such a way? Moreover, Qin Xianglian believed she had never wronged Qin Million. Why would he seek her ruin? Had it not been for Minmin and Lu Tingyuan's timely arrival that day, she might have long ceased to exist. Qin Million, Xianglian is your own sister, who has always had your best interests at heart. How could you bear to treat her so? Qin Million, I demand that you pay for her suffering. Your punishment should be 1,000-fold for this atrocity. Hearing of Qin Million's vile scheme only deepened Shu Qinghe's sorrow for his wife, and he could scarcely imagine the torment Qin Xianglian endured at the hands of the Eagle clan. Furthermore, given the circumstances at that time, she must have been even more terrified alone than she was now. Brother-in-law, please spare me. I shall never dare again. Yes, uncle, please spare my father. He had no other option. The situation took a sudden turn. With irrefutable evidence at hand, Qin Million found himself unable to defend himself. Seeing Shu Qinghe prepare to settle the score, he hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. How could the Tiger clan possibly contend with Shu Qinghe? He could only endure this humiliation for now, hoping that they would eventually settle their debts once this turmoil passed. Spare you? How can I possibly spare you? Did you ever think of sparing your sister back then? Stop! Do not proceed! Before Shu Qinghe could finish, a voice belonging to an elderly man with white hair echoed from outside, interrupting his actions. Father, you have arrived. Qin Million, kneeling on the floor, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing his father. Rushing to his side in joy, the newcomer was none other than Qin Xianglian and Qin Million's father, the former leader of the Eagle clan, Qin Minghuai. Shu Qinghe, I understand your hatred for him. For he has harmed Xianglian, But could you not spare him for my sake? If you do, I am willing to offer a mountain of the Eagle clan's territory as recompense. That Akati turned out that Qin Minghuai had learned of Qin Million's beating and, concerned for his safety, had come to check on him. Upon arrival, he felt fortunate to have intervened in time. Otherwise, Qin Million would surely have suffered greatly. Grandfather, uncle, and mother are also your flesh and blood. Why do you favor uncle so, while neglecting mother? You must know that uncle plotted against her, yet you turn a blind eye. How can you be so biased? Is it that only your uncle is my child, while my mother is not? Min girl, it is not that I favor your uncle. The Eagle clan still relies on him, that if you all agree to spare him, I will ensure that Qinhua inherits the position of Eagle clan leader, as a means of providing you with closure. Furthermore, I shall personally mentor him, ensuring he does not follow in his father's footsteps. Qin Minghuai understood that failing to make concessions today would leave him with no way out. He had only one male heir, and if both he and Qinhua were to meet with misfortune, the entire Eagle clan would be relinquished to the other elders, a fate he could not accept. Father, Qin Xianglian, already teetering on the brink of despair, felt her heart ache further upon hearing these words, to the extent that she contemplated death. She even began to doubt whether she was truly her father's biological child. As the saying goes, a tiger does not consume its cubs, and yet, as his precious little female, how could they treat her this way? Mother, do not be sad. These people are not worth it. You still have me, and you have father as well. We will always be by your side. Xu Min, feeling compassion for Qin Xianglian, encouraged her mother to stay strong. Indeed, I am not without support. I have all of you. The distraught Qin Xianglian slowly regained her composure upon hearing her daughter's words. She had a lovely little female child, an admirable son-in-law, and a husband who cherished her like a treasure. She had a warm little family. Very well, since you insist, I too have a condition. Father, I shall address you as father one last time. Since you have treated me this way, your actions have left me heartbroken. Henceforth, I sever all ties with you. The Eagle clan and the Qin family, I shall no longer bear your surname. I will take my husband's surname. From this moment on, I will cut all relations with you. Any matters concerning your family shall have no bearing on me. Do not seek me out. My life and death are of no concern to you, and vice versa. After uttering these words, Qin Xianglian felt as though her heart were being pierced by needles. The pain so intense that breathing became difficult. Since they were so heartless, she would not be unfilial that if severance was to occur, let it be done cleanly. After all, whether they had her or not, it would make no difference. Very well, we shall take our leave for now. Upon hearing these words, Qin Minghuai said nothing, departing from the Tiger clan with Qin Baiwan and Qin Xinhua without a backward glance. As though the preceding remarks had not been addressed to them at all, it was as if they were mere spectators, unaffected by Qin Xianglian's words. They truly abandoned Qin Xianglian, returning as they had come. Witnessing this, Qin Xianglian suddenly felt a sense of absurdity, as if her very existence were a mere jest. She had clung to a final shred of hope, but it was ruthlessly shattered upon returning to the Eagle clan. News spread of Qin Baiwan's resignation from the position of clan leader, with Qin Xinhua set to inherit the mantle. However, no banquet was held, and the Eagle clan sold a parcel of land to settle Qin Baiwan's debts. Chapter 46. The mantis catches the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits, Ji Chongqing had long harbored resentment towards Xu Rong for the incident where he was struck. Thus he remained vigilant regarding everything related to Xu Rong. He even instructed the male members of the wolf clan nearby to keep a close watch on Xu Rong's movements, ready to seize any opportunity, though they were not in the same class. They were merely separated by two, often crossing paths. Therefore, as soon as class ended that day, he noticed Xu Rong seeking out Lu Tingting once more. The keen ears of a wolf could pick up on their conversation from quite a distance, and he overheard Xu Rong mentioning plans to go out on Sunday. Humph, what a splendid opportunity. Xu Rong, I shall ensure your joy turns to sorrow. On that day, follow those two closely, and do not lose sight of them. Find a right moment to capture them. Ji Chongqing commanded the two male members of the wolf clan at his side, wishing to maintain complete oversight of Xu Rong and Lu Tingting's actions. On Sunday, Xu Rong and Lu Tingting ventured to Zijing Park for some leisure As their vehicle exited the Tiger Clan, it was unwittingly tailed by a small white sea air, as the saying goes. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. Upon reaching a bend, a black car also followed suit. At that moment, Ji Changming, who was busy handling contracts at the company, received a call. A faint smile gracing his lips. Master, Ji Changqing appears to be taking action while tailing Xu Rong. Ji Changming casually flipped through the pages of a contract, yet his mind was elsewhere. Stay close to them. And report any movements immediately. Previously, due to reprimands from Lin Wanqing, he was unable to engage in any mischievous antics. However, today, with Ji Changqing orchestrating matters, he would not hesitate to fan the flames that Ji Changming was well aware of Ji Changqing's vengeful nature. He had not forgotten the incident where Xu Rong struck him, and he would surely seek an opportunity for retribution. Liu Tingting and Xu Rong, still young, soon grew weary after a short while of play. Xu Rong bought 2 ice creams, and they sat in the park, enjoying them. And Brother Rong, this ice cream is truly delicious. Liu Tingting stuck out her little tongue to lick the ice cream, her demeanor adorably reminiscent of a small puppy. Just as they were savoring their treat, Liu Tingting suddenly laughed, recalling something. This smile left Xu Rong momentarily entranced, reflecting that not only was she beautiful, but her laughter was enchanting as well. Brother Rong, why are you grinning like that? Hurry and eat your ice cream. It's almost melting to— Oh, I was just admiring the ice cream. Lost in thought, Xu Rong was jolted back to reality by Liu Tingting's voice. Realizing that ice cream was dripping onto his hand, prompting him to hastily devour it like a dog. This scene elicited a hearty laugh from Liu Tingting, and seeing her so joyful made Xu Rong smile as well. Just as the two were reveling in their laughter, an ambush was being prepared behind them. However, after undergoing rigorous training from Liu Tingyuan, Xu Rong quickly detected the approach of several males. Tingting, stop eating and come with me. Xu Rong finished his ice cream in one bite and grabbed Liu Tingting, bolting away. Brother Rong, are people trying to catch us? Liu Tingting, accustomed to fleeing, sensed something was amiss with Xu Rong's expression. Yet, they had not run far when 2 tall males appeared before them. Xu Rong narrowed his eyes, catching the scent of wolf beasts emanating from the two. Could it be Ji Changming again? Let go of me! Let go of me! Who are you? And what do you want from us? Surrounded, Xu Rong found himself outnumbered, and both he and Liu Tingting were shoved into an unmarked van. This scene was witnessed clearly by the males under Ji Changming's command, who promptly reported back. Master, they have kidnapped Xu Rong and Liu Tingting and are getting into an unmarked van, heading towards the suburbs. You must stay close and observe their intentions. After hanging up, Ji Changming pondered for a moment, and then quickly drafted a text message to Xu Min. Ji Changqing has made a move. Xu Rong is in danger, and he had long wished to eliminate Ji Changqing, thus positioning himself as the sole heir to his father, making him the rightful leader of the Wolf Clan. Upon hearing this, Xu Min hesitated, unsure of the veracity of his claims. However, she was currently in a meeting and paid no heed to Ji Changming's text, assuming it to be yet another of his schemes. Half an hour passed without a call from Xu Min, prompting Ji Changming to send a photo of Xu Rong and Liu Tingting bound. Xu Min furrowed her brows, clicked on the image, and upon confirming it was indeed Xu Rong and Liu Tingting, she dialed Ji Changming's number. Min, you finally called. Tell me where Rong'er is. Xu Min had no time for pleasantries, cutting straight to the chase. In a decrepit factory. I'll send you the location, but you must hurry. I have no idea what Ji Changqing might do. After Ji Changming's words, Xu Min hung up and immediately called Liu Tingyuan to relay the situation. Tingyuan, Ji Changqing has kidnapped Rong'er and Tingting. I'm heading over to meet you. All right. After ending the call, Liu Tingyuan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. This wolf clan was indeed troublesome. Meanwhile, Ji Changming, having abruptly been cut off, clenched his phone in anger. Xu Min, you ungrateful wretch, using me and then casting me aside. Yet once his anger subsided, Ji Changming opened his phone and sent Xu Min a location for the factory. Upon receiving the information, Liu Tingyuan hastened his drive to find Xu Min. After hanging up, Xu Min rushed to meet Liu Tingyuan. They had not traveled far when Ji Changming sent a location for a dilapidated factory just 10 kilometers away. Inside the rundown factory on the outskirts, Xu Rong and Lu Tingting lay bound on the ground. Xu Rong, you have finally fallen into my grasp. Ji Chongqing. What do you intend to do? As Ji Chongqing approached Lu Tingting, Xu Rong's heart raced. Though she was young, she was quite attractive, being the offspring of Long Mei. She was more than qualified to be my partner. In the Beast Clan, males mature early, and there are specialized teachings on pairing. So Ji Chongqing understood a thing or two about romantic matters. He produced a pill, gripping Lu Tingting's cheeks firmly. She opened her mouth, and he forced the pill down her throat, where it dissolved. This drug would awaken the latent potential within the young female, and it would manifest shortly. Under Xu Rong's watchful gaze, Lu Tingting's face gradually flushed red. She let out a soft moan of discomfort. Stirring Ji Chongqing's desires, he waved his hand, dismissing the other males, leaving only Xu Rong to observe that Ji Chongqing, cease this at once. I will kill you. Xu Rong witnessed Ji Chongqing forcefully pinning Lu Tingting to the ground, her desperate struggles only tightening the bonds that restrained him. His arms were marked with blood from the constricting ropes, yet he remained unable to break free at a critical moment. Lu Tingting was rescued by Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min, who arrived just in time. Xu Min untied Xu Rong's bindings, and he clenched his fists as he approached Ji Chongqing. With a swift blow, Ji Chongqing's head tilted, and he collapsed into unconsciousness, filled with a furious desire for vengeance. Xu Rong longed to dismantle Ji Chongqing piece by piece. However, with Lu Tingting in peril, he could only follow Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min to the hospital to tend to her injuries. Chapter 47. Ji Chongqing's punishment. Once Lu Tingyuan and Xu Rong departed, the dilapidated factory regained its former tranquility, leaving only the unconscious Ji Chongqing lying there. From the shadows emerged a figure clad in gloves, wielding a dagger. This was Ji Changming. He approached Ji Chongqing, who lay on the ground as if in slumber, devoid of any fraternal affection, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ji Chongqing's existence thwarted Ji Changming's aspirations of becoming the leader of the Wolf Clan. For as long as Ji Chongqing was capable of procreation, Ji Changming would remain in his shadow. However, if Ji Chongqing were to lose that ability, he would forever be barred from becoming the clan's heir. The Wolf Clan would never allow a male incapable of siring offspring to lead. Thus, the position would inevitably fall to Ji Changming. He envisioned the day when Lin Wanqing and Ji Chongqing would be brought low, trampled beneath his feet. As he contemplated this, a triumphant smile crept upon Ji Changming's lips, solidifying his resolve. Fearing that Ji Chongqing might awaken due to pain, he first administered a hefty dose of sedative. Then he swiftly pulled down Ji Chongqing's trousers to his calves, and with a swift stroke of the knife, Ji Chongqing would never again be a man. Blood poured from Ji Chongqing's mangled form, swiftly staining the ground beneath him. Yet, even as the act concluded, Ji Chongqing merely furrowed his brow, remaining blissfully unaware. Having successfully executed his vile plan, Ji Changming tidied up the implements of his crime and returned to Ji Chongqing's side. His mind already concocting a new scheme, he had recently learned that Lu Tingyuan intended to take Lu Tingting to a university hospital, and he, too, planned to join the fray on the way to the hospital. Ji Changming feigned concern, notifying Ji Luohong and Lin Wanqing of Ji Chongqing's injury without disclosing the specifics of his wounds. Upon hearing of Ji Chongqing's condition, both Ji Luohong and Lin Wanqing were filled with worry. Lin Wanqing, in particular, seemed to sense an impending disaster. Her anxiety palpable. Ji Luohong grabbed the car keys and rushed out, but the usually composed Ji Luohong found himself unable to drive normally, his nerves betraying him. He had no choice but to summon a sickly driver from their home to take the wheel. Throughout the journey, Lin Wanqing anxiously urged the driver to accelerate, her tears flowing freely to, "I have only one son. Chongqing, if anything were to happen to him, how could I possibly go on?" She cried, her heart heavy with despair. Enough, do not weep. Chongqing will surely be all right," Ji Luohong reassured her, though he too was plagued by uncertainty. The car soon arrived at a university hospital, where the couple hurried to Ji Chongqing's ward. That moment, Ji Chongqing's wounds had been treated, and he lay in bed receiving infusion, still unconscious. Seeing that Ji Chongqing appeared to be out of grave danger, Ji Luohong and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid disturbing Ji Changqing's rest, Ji Luohong took Ji Changming outside the ward to inquire further. With Lin Wanqing following closely behind, where exactly was Changqing injured, and what did the doctor say? Ji Luohong questioned Ji Changming, his face etched with confusion. The doctor said that Ji Changming hesitated, deliberately leaving his sentence unfinished. What did the doctor say? What is wrong with my Changqing? Lin Wanqing interjected, her heart racing as she sensed something amiss. The doctor said that Changqing will never be able to have children again. Ji Changming mumbled, lowering his gaze. Unable to meet Ji Luohong and Lin Wanqing's eyes, he did not feel guilt for being the one who rendered his brother incapable of fatherhood. Rather, he feared they might see the excitement that shimmered in his eyes. What did you say? Repeat that. What has happened to Changqing? Lin Wanqing could hardly believe her ears, her body swaying precariously until Ji Luohong caught her in time. Ji Changming remained silent, feigning sorrow, while only he knew the exhilaration that coursed through him at that moment. Seeing Ji Changming's silence, Lin Wanqing struck him with a sharp slap. Speak. Did you orchestrate this? Is it true that you wished to usurp the position of clan leader from Changqing, and thus you cruelly harmed him? It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't. No matter what, Changqing is my own brother. How could I ever harm him? Ji Changming protested, his expression innocent as he glanced at Ji Luohong, who had remained silent. You needn't feign innocence. It must be you. If not you, then who else could it be? Lin Wanqing was resolute in her belief that Ji Changming was behind the heinous act committed against Ji Changqing in his quest for the leadership of the Wolf clan. It was Xu Rong. Ji Changming had already plotted to frame Xu Rong for the crime. Xu Rong? Ji Luohong spat the name through gritted teeth, recalling how Xu Rong had previously beaten Ji Changqing severely. It was because Changqing kidnapped Lu Tingting that Xu Min and Xu Rong did this to him. That be why the time I arrived, they had already fled. This was the alibi Ji Changming had carefully crafted. Although Ji Luohong had been skeptical of Ji Changming's words, he now recalled the unmistakable scent of Xu Rong lingering on Ji Changqing's person, leading him to conclude that Xu Rong was indeed involved. At that moment, Ba Lianrui, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, chimed in. Father, Mother, remember how Xu Rong had previously beaten Changqing black and blue over Lu Tingting, and now it seems to be happening again. But this time he is the heir of the Tiger Clan, and what of the Tiger Clan? No one is permitted to lay a hand on my son. Lin Wanqing shouted, her fury unabated. Indeed, I will gather people to settle the score with them, Ji Luohong declared, turning to leave. Father, please do not act impulsively, Ba Lianrui urged, feigning concern. Changming, you must intervene. I just saw Xu Min and the others at the hospital. If they cross paths, things could escalate. Very well, they are at the hospital. This saves me a trip, Ji Luohong responded, his anger flaring anew at the thought. Enraged, he swiftly gathered the Wolf Clan's males and headed for University Hospital. Meanwhile, Ba Lianrui wore a look of regret for having let slip crucial information. While Ji Changming pretended to share her concern, their performance is worthy of the silver screen. Chapter 48. Danger approaches. Ji Changming saw Ji Luohong rushing off to confront Xu Rong and feign benevolence by sending Xu Min a warning message. Ji Changqing has been punished. The Wolf Clan leader is gathering the males to apprehend Xu Rong. Upon receiving the message, Xu Min was taken aback. Why would Ji Changming offer such a timely heads-up? Could it be yet another plot? In truth, Xu Min had sensed something amiss when Ji Changming had informed her of Lu Tingting's abduction. Now, with Ji Changming feigning kindness by alerting her to Ji Luohong's intentions, she found it difficult to trust him completely. Had she not witnessed Ji Changming's cunning in her past life, she might have believed him without hesitation. However, her experiences had taught her caution, and she decided to share the message with Lu Tingyuan, hoping he might discern the truth behind it. While Ji Changming was no saint, Xu Min reasoned, he was not one to waste time on frivolities. Lu Tingyuan recognized her suspicion. That makes sense. He would not be so bored as to send such a message without reason. Xu Min conceded that while Ji Changming was undoubtedly devious, he was also not prone to pointless actions, that he must have had a motive. Yet, what if what he claims is true? What if Ji Changqing really has suffered such a fate? Xu Min hesitated, her cheeks flushing at the implication. It does seem plausible. Lu Tingyuan furrowed his brows. perplexed by the unfolding events. In his haste to bring Lu Tingting to the hospital, he had entrusted everything else to Shu Rong. And it was unlike Shu Rong to act in such a manner. "Sister, why are you all looking at me like that? You can't possibly believe I did this, can you?" Faced with the accusatory gazes of Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan, Shu Rong felt profoundly wronged. That it was evident that someone was framing him, that I was merely infuriated and knocked him unconscious. I did nothing else. Shu Rong wished he could sprout 800 mouths to proclaim his innocence. Just because you didn't do it doesn't mean others have it. Shu Min, while convinced that Shu Rong was incapable of such cruelty, realized that if Shu Rong was innocent, then someone must have wished to blame him after injuring Ji Chongqing. But why did Ji Luohong insist that it was Shu Rong who harmed Ji Chongqing? Lu Tingyuan also sensed something amiss. Only they had been present at the scene, even though Shu Rong was the last to leave. He had just asserted that he was not responsible. Clearly, someone else had injured Ji Chongqing, yet Ji Luohong was adamant that Shu Rong was the culprit. Indeed, why does he assert that I harmed Ji Chongqing? Shu Rong's intellect finally returned to him. "It is the scent on you. It is the scent on you," Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan exclaimed in unison. "You struck him, leaving your scent on him." Shu Min elaborated. Previously, during the wedding of Ji Changming and by Lin Rui, Shu Rong's concealment had been dispelled, thus allowing his scent to linger, based on the information at hand, if it were not for someone framing him. Ji Luohong could only deduce that Shu Rong was responsible for injuring Ji Chongqing due to the scent he left behind. In truth, Lu Tingyuan found the possibility of Shu Rong being framed more plausible. Yet he lacked evidence. All of it was merely conjecture. Indeed, but what is most pressing now is that Ji Chongqing might only bear Shu Rong's scent. If that is the case, then Shu Rong will undoubtedly bear the blame. Shu Min regarded the situation as quite precarious, but regardless, he would not allow the Wolf clan to harm Shu Rong. "Sister, how could this be? I truly did not do it. Have I once again brought trouble to the Tiger clan?" As a high school student, Shu Rong could not help but feel fear upon hearing Ji Luohong claim he was the assailant of Ji Chongqing. "Do not be afraid. We are devising a plan," Shu Min reassured, contemplating their next move. "I will stay here to care for Tingting. You and Shu Rong should return to the Tiger clan and hide for a while." Lu Tingting had yet to regain consciousness and required constant supervision. Lu Tingyuan insisted that Shu Min and the others leave first while he remained to tend to Lu Tingting. "No, it is too dangerous for you to stay here alone." Shu Min worried that the Wolf clan might seek retribution on Lu Tingyuan if they could not locate her and Shu Rong. Although Lu Tingyuan was touched by Shu Min's concern, he knew that this was not the time for sentimentality. "Rest assured, they are seeking Shu Rong and will not harm me. Moreover, Ji Chongqing was the one who first kidnapped Tingting. He does not hold the moral high ground." Lu Tingyuan attempted to persuade Shu Min, as it was evident that remaining here could implicate them all. After hearing Lu Tingyuan's reasoning, Shu Min found it somewhat convincing. "All right, I will." Just as Shu Min was about to agree to take Shu Rong back to the Tiger clan, Lu Tingyuan interrupted him. "There is no time left." Lu Tingyuan had already sensed the approaching scent of Wolf clan males. Realizing that it was too late to leave now, "What should we do?" Shu Min looked to Lu Tingyuan for guidance. Given the current circumstances, relying solely on Shu Min and Shu Rong to escape was futile. He had to take them along. But what about Tingting? Lu Tingyuan glanced once more at Lu Tingting's bed. "Here is the plan. You call your father and have him bring the Tiger clan males to assist us. We will leave together shortly." Lu Tingyuan, seeing no alternative, sought help from the outside. "And what about Tingting?" "I will have the stray beast take her away first. It's settled. We have little time left. They are coming soon." "Quickly call your father." As Lu Tingyuan spoke, he instructed Shu Min to contact Shu Qinghe while hastily approaching Lu Tingting's bedside. He summoned the stray beast lurking in the shadows and directed it to take Lu Tingting to safety. "Have you connected?" After ensuring the stray beast would take Lu Tingting away, Lu Tingyuan turned to Shu Min. "Yes. Father is on his way with the Tiger clan males. Then we must hurry. We cannot linger here any longer." Lu Tingyuan opened the hospital room door and swiftly led Shu Min and Shu Rong into the elevator. As the elevator descended slowly, Shu Rong anxiously watched the flickering numbers above, fervently wishing for a quicker descent. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor, and the trio hastily exited, the hospital's main entrance just ahead. However, a group of Wolf Clan males suddenly appeared, gradually advancing towards them, surrounded by foes on all sides. Xu Min, Lu Tingyuan, and Xu Rong found themselves encircled in the hospital lobby. Chapter 49. Terms of the transaction. Xu Rong, where do you think you're running? Ji Luohong's eyes blazed with hatred as his fierce gaze bore down on Xu Rong. Although Xu Rong had mustered some courage, he was still but a child. Confronted with such a daunting scene, he instinctively hid behind Xu Min. Fear not. We are here, Xu Min reassured, slightly turning to pat Xu Rong's hand, which was gripping his arm tightly. It seems the clan leader has no intention of granting us an opportunity for explanation. Lu Tingyuan observed the pack of Wolf Clan males poised with hostility, ready to pounce. What are you waiting for? Seize all three of them. At Ji Luohong's command, the Wolf Clan males charged towards Lu Tingyuan and his companions that, in a one-on-one confrontation, they would all fall short against Lu Tingyuan. However, the sheer number of Wolf Clan males, combined with Lu Tingyuan's need to protect Xu Min, hampered his ability to unleash his full potential. Furthermore, he could not summon the stray beast hidden in the shadows. Doing so would only provide Ji Luohong with leverage against them. Complicating matters further, Lu Tingyuan fought valiantly against the Wolf Clan males, who, aware of his predicament, deliberately provoked him. One Wolf Clan male took advantage of Lu Tingyuan's momentary distraction to rake his claws across Lu Tingyuan's back. The pain caused Lu Tingyuan to instinctively turn, landing a punch that sent his assailant sprawling to the ground. In the chaos, Xu Min, startled, was captured by two Wolf Clan males. Meanwhile, Xu Rong, lacking significant strength, struggled against two Wolf Clan males and soon found himself overpowered. Ji Luohong glowered at Xu Rong, hatred radiating from him. It was this wretched boy who prevented his son from becoming a true male. The more Ji Luohong thought about it, the angrier he became, turning to the nearby Wolf Clan males with clenched teeth, tear him apart. After receiving their orders, the Wolf Clan males dragged Xu Rong away, planning to deal with him later, back on their territory. Father, what about Xu Min? Ji Changming had arrived in the lobby unbeknownst to them, and upon seeing Xu Min in captivity, he stealthily approached Ji Luohong. Ji Luohong, upon noticing Xu Min being held by two Wolf Clan males, felt his rage intensify. Leave her be. We shall use her as a breeding tool for the Wolf Clan. Upon hearing Ji Luohong's command, Ji Changming secretly rejoiced, realizing that he too could partake in the benefits of having her as a breeding tool. Just then, Long Mei and Long Qingqing arrived at the hospital for a medical visit. Coincidentally entering the lobby, observing Lu Tingyuan's disheveled state, she showed no inclination to intervene. However, Ji Luohong greeted Long Mei politely. Hello, Mrs. Long, have you come for a medical consultation? Yes. What has transpired here? Long Mei inquired casually. Not genuinely interested. Oh, it is nothing. Merely some family matters among the Wolf Clan. No need for your concern. Ji Luohong has not yet been foolish enough to provoke the Dragon Clan. He merely wishes to hasten the departure of Long Mei so that he can seek vengeance for Chongqing. Very well, we shall take our leave. With that, Long Mei turned to leave. Wait. As Long Mei was about to depart, Lu Tingyuan pushed aside the male wolf blocking his path and approached her. In truth, the moment Long Mei appeared in the hospital, he felt as if he had encountered a savior. However, recalling that Long Mei would not easily offer her assistance, he hesitated. Yet, thinking of Xu Min and the others, he felt he had no choice. He could not allow Xu Min to fall into the hands of the Wolf Clan. The male wolves behind him still intended to drag Lu Tingyuan back, but Ji Luohong signaled them with his eyes to refrain from acting rashly. Can you help me? Given the circumstances, Lu Tingyuan had no choice but to seek Long Mei's aid. Long Mei glanced at Lu Tingyuan before looking at the captured Xu Min and Xu Rong. Why should I help you? Lu Tingyuan was aware of Long Mei's conditions. Her silence indicated she wanted him to voice them himself. As long as you are willing to assist me, I shall return with you to the Dragon Clan's secluded residence. Also, Tingting must accompany us. Long Mei added another condition, stating that Lu Tingting, being a young female, should not remain outside for too long lest she be led astray and bring shame upon the Dragon Clan. Very well, I agree to your terms. Under such circumstances, Lu Tingyuan had no choice but to acquiesce. He then succinctly recounted the events leading up to this point. It seemed that the Wolf clan had come to capture them before the matter was fully investigated, which was rather unreasonable. Long Mei addressed Ji Luohong, saying, "Is there truly a need for further investigation? The only aura on my son is that of Shurong. If he's not the one who harmed my son, then who could it be?" Ji Luohong suppressed the fury rising within him, unwilling to unleash it in Long Mei's presence. To conclude solely based on aura that Shurong was responsible was rather hasty on the part of the Wolf clan leader. Should it later be revealed that Shurong was not the culprit, it would be detrimental for both clans to fall into enmity. Long Mei invoked the authority of the Dragon Clan to pressure Ji Luohong, hoping he would retreat in the face of difficulty. Indeed, it is rather rash to apprehend someone without a thorough investigation. That moment, Shuking arrived with male members of the Tiger Clan, matching the Wolf Clan in formidable presence. Regardless of the investigation, it was your male cub who harmed my Chongqing. Upon seeing Shuking, Ji Luohong became even more agitated. "I trust my Ronger would never commit such a cruel act." Shuking, glancing at Shurong not far away, wore an expression of unwavering faith in his son. "Very well. Since Madame Long has spoken, I shall grant you this favor and will not demand Shurong's life for the time being. However, I must take him back to the Wolf Clan for questioning. Should you refuse, I will take this boy's life immediately." For Ji Luohong, this was the greatest concession he could offer. Moreover, with the Dragon Clan now involved in Shuking and the Tiger Clan present, a direct confrontation would likely yield no advantage for them. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest." Shuking sought to avoid unnecessary conflict, as injuring anyone would be undesirable, but we request visitation rights. Fearing for Shurong's safety in the Wolf's LA, although Ji Luohong had agreed to their visit, Shumin was acutely aware that meeting Shurong would not be a simple endeavor. After arranging their plans for the following day, the two returned to their respective chambers. The next morning, Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan accompanied Shu Qinghe for breakfast, during which they informed him of their intention to visit the Wolf Clan to see Shurong, and then they hurriedly departed. Upon their arrival at the Wolf Clan, it became evident that Shu Min's prior suspicions were indeed correct. Upon hearing of their wish to see Shurong, Ji Luohong simply avoided them. Shu Min was taken aback by the fact that the esteemed leader of the Wolf Clan would be so duplicitous, failing to honor his word. However, she was resolute in her determination to see Shurong and ascertain his well-being before she could feel at ease. Consequently, they had no choice but to seek Ji Changming's assistance, as Shu Min was certain he would possess a solution. Yet, Ji Changming evaded their request, claiming it was Ji Luohong's orders, asserting that he had no authority to intervene. Both Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan discerned that Ji Changming was deliberately making things difficult for them. In a bid to pressure him, Shu Min reminded Ji Changming of his previous act of informing them of matters in secret. "Very well. If you refuse to take us, I shall seek an audience with the clan leader regarding the treatment of those who betray confidences." Ji Changming, being a shrewd individual, recognized that Shu Min was not one to shy away from taking bold action. That if she were to reveal his previous indiscretion to Ji Luohong, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. "In truth, taking you is not out of the question. However, you must be swift and ensure that my father does not discover your presence." Ji Changming begrudgingly acquiesced. The dungeons of the Wolf Clan were significantly larger and far more foreboding than those of the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Clan's dungeons had fallen into disrepair due to years of neglect, appearing dilapidated and crumbling in stark contrast. The Wolf Clan's dungeons were spacious and well-lit, indicating they were frequently utilized, suggesting their continued significance within the Wolf Clan. Ji Changming guided Lu Tingyuan and Shu Min through the dungeon for quite some time before they finally arrived at the cell where Shurong was confined. Chapter 51. The Sacred Herb of the Dragon Clan, Dragonbone Grass. Upon seeing Shurong, who was battered and bruised, Shu Min rushed to his side. "Sister, brother Tingyuan," Shurong, having endured a night of torment, collapsed into Shu Min's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Let me see." Shu Min gently pulled Shurong away, observing his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. Likely the result of a sleepless night. After all, who could rest in such a dreadful place? Many of Shurong's garments were torn. and while his wounds were not overly severe, they undoubtedly indicated he had suffered greatly. How could you strike him? Was it not agreed that he would be brought here for questioning? Shu Min turned to Ji Changming, questioning how the Wolf Clan could be so cruel as to inflict such harm upon Shurong. Her heart aching with empathy that it was my father's command. I advised against it, but he would not listen, and I am powerless to change that. Ji Changming was indeed adept at feigning innocence, for it was he who had suggested that Shurong should be made to suffer a little. Hoping to elicit a confession, he had assumed that a child would easily succumb to fear. A few blows would suffice to force a confession, and he had thought himself safe from any repercussions. To his surprise, Shurong, who typically appeared rather docile, had proven resilient, refusing to admit to any wrongdoing despite the torment endured throughout the night. That I will take him away from here. Unable to bear the sight of Shurong's suffering, Shu Min grasped his hand and attempted to leave. You think you can just walk out? The door is not open for you. At some point, Lin Wonking had entered the dungeon, advancing toward Shu Min with a menacing demeanor. Raising her hand, she prepared to strike Shu Min, but Lu Tingyuan swiftly intervened, seizing Lin Wonking's hand and positioning himself protectively in front of Shu Min. Lu Tingyuan, remove your filthy hands at once. This is the clan leader's wife. Bai Lianrui rushed forward in haste. Lu Tingyuan shot a glance at Bai Lianrui, but remained silent, roughly releasing Lin Wonking, who stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. Why Chongqing is still in the hospital. You, the murderer, cannot escape. Lin Wonking, clutching her wrist where Lu Tingyuan had gripped her, glared fiercely at Shurong. Earlier that morning, she had visited Ji Chongqing in the hospital, where the doctor had informed her that due to the delay in receiving treatment, it was a miracle he was still alive. However, the prospect of him fathering children again was utterly bleak. This news struck Lin Wonking like a thunderbolt. Her standing within the Wolf Clan hinged entirely on her son being the heir. Now that Chongqing was unable to bear offspring, her position was precariously threatened. Moreover, with her advancing age, the possibility of having another male heir was practically non-existent. For all these reasons, her current predicament within the Wolf Clan was exceedingly precarious. Especially with many elders supporting Ji Changming as the next clan leader. She had always been at odds with Ji Changming. Should he ascend to the leadership, her days of comfort would surely come to an end. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't. Shurong had repeated this many times. Why could they not believe him? Shu Min, unwilling to engage with Lin Wonking, was determined to take Shurong away, ready to confront Ji Changming and the others. At that moment, Ji Luohong arrived, drawn by the commotion in the dungeon. Seeing the chaotic scene, he bellowed, "Enough!" The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to Ji Luohong. Well then, you have seen him. You may leave. Shu Min still wished to hold Shurong's hand, eager to say something more, but Lu Tingyuan gestured for her to remain silent. After all, they were on the territory of the Wolf Clan, and any attempts at confrontation would only lead to their own detriment. Furthermore, until the matter was thoroughly investigated, the Wolf Clan would not easily release Shurong. We will return, Lu Tingyuan stated firmly, fixing his gaze on Ji Luohong. Sister, don't leave me. Brother Tingyuan, please don't abandon me. As Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan prepared to depart, Shurong panicked. Do not worry, Shurong. Sister and brother Lu will not forsake you. Shu Min steeled herself, turning away alongside Lu Tingyuan as they exited the Wolf Clan's dungeon. What shall we do now? Shu Min's mind was in turmoil, uncertain of their next steps. Until the true culprit was identified, no one would believe Shurong's innocence, making it imperative to uncover the perpetrator as soon as possible. Lu Tingyuan thoughtfully analyzed their circumstances. Who could the culprit possibly be? Shu Min pondered, struggling to identify anyone who might harbor a grudge against Shurong to the extent of framing him. The two retraced the events of the previous day, from Lu Tingting's abduction to Shurong's capture, concluding that Ji Changming was the most probable suspect. Moreover, with Ji Chongqing's current state, the leadership of the Wolf Clan would inevitably fall to Ji Changming. Shu Min was convinced that if the conflict were over the clan leadership, Ji Changming would stop at nothing to achieve his ambitions. Yet, this remained merely speculation, as they lacked concrete evidence to prove Shurong's innocence. Shu Min found herself ensnared in despair once more. Then let us seek a way that does not require proof. Liu Tingyuan had already devised a strategy in his mind and a method that does not require proof. Xu Min was bewildered. Did this mean they would abandon Shurong? Subsequently, Liu Tingyuan laid out his plan in detail. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Xu Min was aware that Lin Wangqing would undoubtedly visit Ji Changqing in the hospital that afternoon, so she arrived early to await her arrival. When Lin Wangqing finally appeared, Xu Min informed her that she had discovered the identity of the person responsible for injuring Ji Changqing, requesting that they discuss the matter privately at a nearby CAF after she visited. Originally, Lin Wangqing had been steadfast in her belief that Shurong was the one who harmed Ji Changqing. However, upon seeing Shurong in such a battered state, she began to waver and thus agreed to Xu Min's proposal. I give you my word. The one who harmed Ji Changqing is certainly not my brother. In a secluded corner of the CAF, Xu Min fervently sought to prove Shurong's innocence to Lin Wangqing. He is your brother. Of course you would say that. Lin Wangqing retorted angrily. Although she was no longer entirely convinced that Shurong was responsible for the harm done to Changqing, she would not release him from suspicion until the true culprit was found. Do you not sense that something is amiss? Xu Min recognized that Lin Wangqing was not a fool. She simply had her son's welfare at heart and had not considered the situation thoroughly. What is amiss? You shall not attempt to obfuscate the truth here. Do you not know who the real perpetrator is? Upon seeing Xu Min, Lin Wangqing's thoughts drifted to her brother, Shurong, igniting a surge of anger within her. Chapter 52. The Dread of the Dragon Clan's Retreat. Have you never contemplated who ultimately benefits from the incident involving Ji Changqing? Noticing Lin Wangqing's impatience, Xu Min chose to cut through the pretense and directly address the crux of the matter. It is Ji Changming, Lin Wangqing suddenly exclaimed, vocalizing Ji Changming's name. Realizing her outburst, she feigned shock and took a sip of the coffee on the table. I always knew that this illegitimate child would not willingly take Changqing to the hospital. It turns out he was the one who harmed Changqing. Lin Wangqing's eyes brimmed with disdain and hatred. Madam Lin, we are aware that the sacred herb of the Dragon Clan, dragon bone grass, can aid in conception. Even an 80-year-old man can easily father a child with the aid of this herb in due time, if you were to bear a male cub or a female one. You would have a new pillar of support, rendering you unafraid of Ji Changming. Dragon bone grass indeed exists, though it is rare among the sacred herbs of the Dragon Clan. However, for the sake of Shurong, Xu Min resolved to give it a try. One of her objectives in moving into the Dragon Clan alongside Liu Tingyuan was precisely this. Why should I trust you? Upon hearing Xu Min's words, Lin Wangqing felt a flicker of hope. Given the current circumstances, Ji Changqing was no longer a reliable ally. If she wished to continue living securely within the Wolf Clan, bearing another child was indeed a commendable idea. Of course, I have my conditions. I need you to guarantee my brother's safety within the Wolf Clan. Xu Min certainly could not be so benevolent as to assist her without reservations. Very well, I promise you that I will ensure Shurong's safety within the Wolf Clan. Ultimately, she had nothing to lose. Lin Wangqing decided to tentatively place her trust in Xu Min. All right, once I locate the dragon bone grass, I will deliver it to you immediately. After reaching an agreement, the two hurriedly departed the CAF. That evening, when Liu Tingyuan, Xu Min, and Liu Tingting arrived at the Dragon Clan's retreat, Long Mei had already arranged their rooms in advance. Instead of placing them in the main residence of the Dragon Clan, she situated them in a remote courtyard some distance away. The courtyard was not particularly large, but it sufficed for the three of them. Perhaps due to its long-standing vacancy, it felt somewhat desolate, yet it was tidily maintained. The rooms of Liu Tingyuan and Liu Tingting were adjacent to one another, a thoughtful arrangement by Long Mei. As for Xu Min's accommodation, since Liu Tingyuan had not informed Long Mei of her inclusion, she was still assigned to share a room with Liu Tingyuan. They arrived with minimal belongings, so the unpacking was swift, and they soon settled in. Father, you have arrived. Just as they finished tidying up, Liu Jinghuan appeared, with Liu Tingting being the first to notice him. He warmly welcomed Xu Min's presence and urged Liu Tingyuan to take good care of her, for he held a fondness for this daughter-in-law. Tingting, come let your father take a look. After conversing with Liu Tingyuan, Liu Jinghuan pulled Liu Tingting close, scrutinizing her until he was reassured that she bore no traces of the Snake Clan's female scent. At that moment, Long Ao and Long Qingqing approached at Lu Tingting. You'll be attending the prestigious school starting tomorrow. Long Ao commanded, disregarding Lu Jinghuan's presence, as if issuing an edict. I know. I will take her there tomorrow. Lu Tingyuan, not wishing to put Lu Jinghuan in a difficult position, reluctantly interjected, despite his reluctance to engage with Long Ao. What with that unwilling demeanor? No matter how formidable you are, you can never escape your mother's grasp. Long Ao sneered at Lu Tingyuan. Lu Tingyuan remained silent, merely gesturing for Lu Tingting to go outside and play. Regardless, even if one ingratiated themselves, they would still find themselves relegated to this remote corner by their mother. Seeing Lu Tingyuan's silence, Long Ao grew increasingly irritated and spoke even more harshly. Ultimately, Long Ao, realizing Lu Tingyuan's indifference, left the retreat in a huff alongside Long Qingqing. The following morning, the servants of the Dragon Clan summoned them to the main residence for breakfast, but only called for Lu Tingyuan and Lu Tingting, neglecting Xu Min entirely. Lu Tingting, however, paid no heed to the exclusion and dragged Xu Min to the main residence. Upon their arrival, Xu Min felt somewhat awkward. Yet Long Mei, upon seeing her, said nothing. Noticing Long Mei's tacit approval of Xu Min's presence, Long Qingqing arranged for a meal to be served to her. Xu Min nodded in acknowledgement to Long Mei and sat down to begin her meal. At the dining table, everyone treated the act of eating as a serious affair. Each person focused intently on their food, with not a word spoken. To be honest, Xu Min was rather unaccustomed to such a quiet dining atmosphere. In the Tiger Clan, she and Xu Rong would always chat and laugh while eating, creating a lively scene. In this hushed environment, Xu Min found the food unappetizing, finishing only half a bowl before feeling full. As it appeared others were also eating little. After dinner, everyone gathered in the front hall. Long Mei instructed Lu Tingyuan to arrange a position for Long Qingqing in the Lu Corporation. Since Qingqing is reluctant to work at the Dragon Clan's company, just assign her to any position within the company. That I refuse to work at the Dragon Clan's company. Everyone there knows I am the young lady and will surely prevent me from doing anything. I might as well stay home. It was evident that the young lady wished to experience life outside. Elder brother, how about I work as your secretary at the Lu Corporation? Long Qingqing boldly expressed her desire to be Lu Tingyuan's secretary. Lu Tingyuan had no intention of engaging with his half-sibling. Yet with Long Mei present, he found himself without the opportunity to refuse. Qingqing, why not come to the Shu Corporation as my assistant? Noticing Lu Tingyuan's predicament, Xu Min stepped in to alleviate his discomfort. The Shu Corporation? Qingqing is my Long Ao's sister. How could she work in such a lowly place? Long Ao interjected sarcastically before Long Qingqing could respond. A lowly place. Xu Min found Long Ao's terminology quite offensive, yet being in the Dragon Clan, she could only endure it for the time being. Elder brother, please, I just want to be your secretary. Long Qingqing continued to ignore Xu Min's suggestion, tugging at Lu Tingyuan's arm insistently. Very well, I agree. Although Long Mei had remained silent, Lu Tingyuan realized that even if he voiced a refusal, Long Mei would find a way to place Long Qingqing in the Lu Corporation, so he opted to acquiesce. After Lu Tingyuan's agreement, Long Qingqing declared her intention to start work immediately, instructing Lu Tingyuan to wait for her while she changed clothes. Intending to accompany him to work in his Lu Tingyuan found himself unable to refuse. Thus he reluctantly drove Long Qingqing to the office. Chapter 53. The White Lotus. Long Qingqing upon arriving at the Lu Corporation. Long Qingqing followed closely behind Lu Tingyuan to the top floor, his office. Along the way, employees speculated about the identity of the beautiful woman accompanying Lu Tingyuan, as he had never before brought a woman to the company. In response to the curiosity of the crowd, Lu Tingyuan wished to avoid elaboration, simply stating that Long Qingqing was his newly appointed secretary. Meanwhile, Long Qingqing, while professing her disinterest in preferential treatment at the Lu Corporation, inadvertently revealed herself to be Lu Tingyuan's sister. Hello everyone, I am Long Qingqing, and Lu Zong is my brother. I look forward to your kind assistance in the future. With an innocuous demeanor, Long Qingqing greeted everyone. Upon hearing she was Lu Tingyuan's sister, the employees' expressions transformed instantly. Initially tinged with disdain, their gazes shifted to one of deference and respect. Assigning Long Qingqing as a secretary was an act of reluctance on Lu Tingyuan's part. Therefore, he had no intention of assigning her any significant responsibilities, opting instead to delegate only simple tasks. Soon, lunchtime arrived, and as Long Qingqing exited Lu Tingyuan's office, she was swiftly surrounded by a group of employees heading to the cafeteria. Long Qingqing appeared to relish the attention. Akin to a princess incognito, it is said that the pantry is the most gossipy place in the company, yet the employee cafeteria is not far behind. Miss Long, I'm sure the president dotes on you tremendously. We've been at the Lu Corporation for quite some time, yet we never knew the president had such a beautiful and capable sister. An employee, while savoring a large chicken leg, did not hesitate to flatter Long Qingqing. The other employees dining nearby eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Long resembles a movie star. Huh, you flatter me. Long Qingqing felt a surge of joy within. The feeling of being adored like a celestial body was truly delightful. It seemed she had made the right choice in joining the Lu group. Miss Long, since you are the sister of President Lu, you must be acquainted with his fiancée, Miss Xu, right? Another employee could not restrain their curiosity and began to gossip. Long Qingqing lowered her head, casually stirring her food with chopsticks. What could President Lu possibly see in her? Miss Xu is merely average in appearance and has only just graduated from high school. They seem utterly mismatched. One employee displayed a look of indignation, as if the compatibility of Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min was a prerogative to judge. Who could disagree? No matter how one looks at it, Miss Xu is unworthy of our tall, handsome, and wealthy President Lu. Another employee chimed in, concluding with an expression akin to that of an enamored fan. It's not as exaggerated as you say, but regardless of her shortcomings, as long as my brother likes her, that's all that matters. Long Qingqing had no intention of defending Xu Min. She relished the notion that everyone disapproved of her. After all, even her mother disliked Xu Min. Oh dear, Miss Long, you are quite the sister-in-law. If I were in your position, I would never allow someone like her to be my sister-in-law. The employee, realizing that flattery was well received by Long Qingqing, continued to praise her in various ways. Long Qingqing smiled faintly, remaining silent as she continued to eat her meal with disinterest. So, Miss Long, have you met Miss Xu? Another employee persisted in her inquisitiveness, eager to pry for information. Yes, she currently resides in our home. Long Qingqing casually revealed that Xu Min was living with them. She's living with you, and they aren't even officially married yet. A group of employees looked at Long Qingqing as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. Yes, she just moved in yesterday. Long Qingqing continued to disclose. Goodness, who would have thought that Miss Xu would be so cunning? Securing a connection with our President Lu is one thing, but now, without being married, she is so eager to move in with you. The tone of the Lu group employees suggested that Xu Min had committed some unspeakable act. Is it not so? I suspect she must be afraid that President Lu might come to his senses and reject her, which is why she is hastily moving in to cling to him. The employee spoke with conviction, as though she were privy to Xu Min's innermost thoughts. All right, let us eat quickly. Miss Xu dislikes me discussing her too much. Although Long Qingqing appeared to advocate for peace, she secretly aimed to tarnish Xu Min's reputation. Upon hearing this, the already unfavorable opinion of Xu Min among the employees deteriorated further. Watching as the group began to disparage Xu Min, Long Qingqing quietly lowered her head, revealing a triumphant smile. In the office of Chun Yuan, the head of the marketing department at Xu Group, he handed a project collaboration document to Xu Min, who sat across from him. This pertains to a new collaboration project with the Lu Group. I'll entrust it to you. Good. Xu Min accepted the document and skimmed through it. After thorough company discussions, we have decided to promote you to the team leader of the marketing department. That a barely perceptible smile appeared on Chun Yuan's face. Although he was often stern with Xu Min, he felt a sense of pride in her growth. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will certainly work even harder in the future. Xu Min felt little stirrings of emotion. After all, her ambitions extended far beyond this. After reviewing the project document in her own office, she handed it over to her colleague, Zhang Lanxin. However, a week passed, and Zhang Lanxin had yet to provide Xu Min with any updates regarding the collaboration. Lanxin, has there been any response from the Lu Group? Shu Min inquired about the progress of the collaboration. Sister Shu, I was just about to tell you. The executives at the Lu Group refused to acknowledge the letter of intent that I feel they're deliberately making things difficult for us. Zhang Lanqin looked at Shu Min with a pitiful expression. What? How can this be? Is there an issue with the letter of intent? Shu Min took the letter and examined it closely. Since they have not accepted the letter, it cannot possibly be due to any fault in the document. Moreover, I have meticulously verified it multiple times. It is absolutely flawless, Zhang Lanqin assured. All right, I will confirm with Mr. Chen once more. Shu Min took the letter of intent to Qin Yuan, requesting his assistance in confirming its validity. The letter of intent is indeed sound. Qin Yuan also confirmed that there were no issues with the document. Then I will have Zhang Lanqin submit it again. Shu Min instructed Zhang Lanqin to take the letter of intent to the Lu Group once more, that if they refuse to accept it again, it must be that they are intentionally making things difficult. However, to Shu Min's astonishment, the Lu Group not only rejected the letter of intent, but also ridiculed it as garbage, causing Zhang Lanqin to break down in tears. Chapter 54. The Lu Group flexes its muscles previously. Shu Min could not be entirely certain that someone was deliberately obstructing their efforts. Now, witnessing Zhang Lanqin's tear-streaked face, she was convinced that someone at the Lu Group was indeed undermining them. Suppressing her rising anger, Shu Min decided to confront the situation directly, bringing the letter of intent to the Lu Group's office building. Though she could approach Lu Tingyuan directly, potentially resolving the matter with ease, Shu Min preferred not to be perceived as someone who relied on connections to secure collaborations with the Lu Group. Thus, she went straight to the project approval department, where she found Shun Hongxia, the very person who had scolded Zhang Lanqin. Director Shun, may I inquire why you have not accepted our letter of intent? Shu Min placed the document firmly on Shun Hongxia's desk, making it clear she was there to demand answers. Shun Hongxia, unperturbed, retorted without reservation. The inadequacy of your letter of intent is not my concern. Whether it is acceptable or not can only be determined after reviewing it. How can you declare it unfit without even glancing at it? Shu Min endeavored to remain calm, hoping to resolve the issue amicably. There is no need to review it. The question of its validity rests solely on your word. Miss Shu. Shun Hongxia implied that Shu Min was only able to collaborate with the Lu Group due to her connections. Since Lu Tingyuan had previously brought Shu Min to the Lu Group, Shun Hongxia recognized her. Director Shun, I will ask one last time. Will you accept the letter of intent or not? Shu Min felt her patience wearing thin. Miss Shu, do not pretend to be high-minded here. Everyone knows the relationship between Shu Group and Lu Group. Why bother with these pretenses? Long Qingqing had already spread rumors about Shu Min's character within the Lu Group, and Shun Hongxia had been closely associated with Long Qingqing since her arrival. The continuous rejection of Shu Group's letters of intent was, to some extent, influenced by Long Qingqing. Director Shun, there's a clear distinction between public and private matters. Do not conflate the two. Shu Min, intrigued, wondered why. Knowing her connection to the Lu Group, Shun Hongxia would adopt such a stance. It is not a matter of mixing public and private. Miss Shu, do not accuse me of such. You might as well go whisper sweet nothings to President Lu and turn him against me. Shun Hongxia, swayed by Long Qingqing's influence, believed she could disregard Shu Min without consequence, assured that Long Qingqing would protect her. While Shun Hongxia and Shu Min were embroiled in their confrontation, word of the incident spread throughout the company, claiming that the future boss lady, Shu Min, was throwing her weight around. Upon hearing this news, Long Qingqing rushed to report to Lu Tingyuan. Brother Tingyuan, you must come see. The project approval department is in disarray. The project approval department? What has happened? Lu Tingyuan inquired without lifting his head. Its Shu Min. The whole company is buzzing, saying she is pressuring Shun Hongxia to approve her contract. Long Qingqing embellished the story with exaggerations and nonsense. Upon hearing the name Shu Min, Lu Tingyuan finally lifted his gaze from pile of documents. Why had Shu Min come to the company only to avoid seeking him directly, opting instead for the project approval department? He set down his pen and, accompanied by Long Qingqing, made his way to the project approval department. Lu Tingyuan understood well the nature of Shu Min. He believed the situation could not possibly be as Long Qingqing had portrayed it, and there must be more to the story. His intention to accompany Long Qingqing stemmed from a desire to uncover the truth and lend support to Shu Min. At that moment, the conflict between Shu Min and Shen Hongxia had escalated to an irreconcilable level that it was hardly surprising, given that Shen Hongxia avoided discussing work altogether, repeatedly mocking Shu Min regarding her relationship with Lu Tingyuan. Finally, Shu Min could no longer contain herself, and, in a moment of rage, struck Shen Hongxia unexpectedly. Just then, Lu Tingyuan and Long Qingqing arrived on the scene. Long Qingqing rushed forward, feigning concern for the struck Shen Hongxia. "Are you all right, Hongxia?" Upon seeing Long Qingqing and Lu Tingyuan, Shen Hongxia immediately shed her previous arrogance and assumed the role of the victim. "Oh dear, you're all red. Shu Min, how could you resort to violence? You're not even married to Tingyuan yet. Isn't it a bit premature to flaunt the authority of a president's wife?" Long Qingqing intentionally raised her voice, as if to ensure the entire world knew of Shu Min's alleged transgression. While simultaneously casting aspersions upon her character, Shu Min chose to ignore Long Qingqing's tirade. She had indeed struck Shen Hongxia, but she felt no need to explain herself, especially not to Long Qingqing. As for Lu Tingyuan, he had always placed unwavering trust in her. Even if she had acted in aggression, he understood there must have been a justifiable reason. "Is your hand all right?" Lu Tingyuan inquired, moving closer to examine Shu Min's hand. Shu Min was taken aback by Lu Tingyuan's intimate gesture in front of so many witnesses and shyly withdrew her hand. "I'm fine that it was her who struck first," she replied. Long Qingqing, shocked by Lu Tingyuan's protection of Shu Min, became increasingly agitated. "President Lu, you must stand up for me." Receiving Long Qingqing's signal, Shen Hongxia, feigning distress, covered her face where she had been struck. Pleading for Lu Tingyuan to deliver justice on her behalf, stand up for you, and who will advocate for Zhang Lanxin, who was left in tears. "How dare you slander me?" When Shu Min mentioned Zhang Lanxin, Shen Hongxia's confidence faltered. After all, she was not truly malevolent. She had merely been misled by Long Qingqing. "Whether I am slandering you or not, let President Lu be the judge," Shu Min asserted, recounting how Zhang Lanxin had repeatedly delivered letters of intent only to be rebuffed by Shen Hongxia, who had even gone so far as to reduce her tears. Having heard Shu Min's account of events, Lu Tingyuan turned to Shen Hongxia before she could offer a defense. "Where's the letter of intent? Bring it to me. I wish to review it." "The letter of intent? The letter of intent," Shen Hongxia stammered, fearful of revealing her ignorance. Shu Min bypassed Shen Hongxia and retrieved the letter of intent from her desk, handing it to Lu Tingyuan. Seated on the sofa in Shen Hongxia's office, Lu Tingyuan meticulously reviewed the document. "Are you certain there's an issue with this letter of intent?" he asked, fixing his gaze on Shen Hongxia after finishing. Yes, there's a problem. No, it's not that there's a problem. It's just poorly done." Shen Hongxia attempted a feeble last-ditch effort to amend her statement, hoping to exonerate herself by claiming it was merely poorly executed. "All right then, what exactly is lacking?" Lu Tingyuan probed, leaning back with an air of expectation. Faced with Lu Tingyuan's serious demeanor, Shen Hongxia stuttered, yet could not articulate a single valid point. "Then tell me, what is the quoted price of the steel in this letter of intent?" Lu Tingyuan posed another question. "The price of steel is 500. Shen Hongxia, having never reviewed the letter, was at a loss and could only guess a figure based on past experience. In reality, Shu Min's letter quoted a significantly lower price of 480, which was competitive within the industry. You can't even name the price of the steel and yet claim you've reviewed the letter of intent." Lu Tingyuan's expression darkened further. He was astonished to discover such incompetence among his employees. Most infuriatingly, it had driven Shu Min to physical confrontation. Shen Hongxia realized she was cornered and helplessly glanced at Long Qingqing, seeking her assistance. "You haven't even looked at the letter of intent. On what grounds do you claim it is poorly done? I brought you on board to do your job." Although Lu Tingyuan's voice remained steady, a palpable authority underlined his words, instilling fear, particularly in Shen Hongxia, who could only look to Long Qingqing for rescue. Seeing the situation escalate beyond control, Long Qingqing understood that she could no longer defend Shu Min and thus sought to protect Shen Hongxia instead. "Tingyuan, please don't be angry. Hongxia has just been overwhelmed with work and may have made a mistake in haste. I think this is all just a misunderstanding." Why not forgive her this once and let it go? If the project approval department is too busy, then you can manage the warehouse. It's less demanding there. Liu Tingyuan decisively reassigned Shen Hongxia to oversee the warehouse. President Liu, please, I promise I won't do it again. Just spare me this once. The disparity from a leadership position in project management to a mere warehouse clerk was staggering, and Shen Hongxia pleaded for leniency. Yes, Tingyuan, considering this is Hongxia's first offense. Can you not let it go this time? Long Qingqing continued to advocate for Shen Hongxia. You will report to the warehouse immediately. Liu Tingyuan disregarded Long Qingqing's pleas, finishing his statement as he took Xu Min by the hand and led her to the top floor office. The presidential office of the Liu Corporation, located on the top floor, boasted the finest view of the city, offering a panoramic vista. Upon her return to Liu Tingyuan's office, Xu Min noted that the decor mirrored Liu Tingyuan's own persona, clean and precise, yet devoid of warmth. Standing by the window, she observed as Liu Tingyuan signed documents at his desk. After the commotion of the day, it seemed he would now have to sign the papers directly. Once he completed signing the letter of intent, Liu Tingyuan called Gao Qifei on the internal phone, instructing him to collect the signed document from his office. From now on, you will personally oversee the cooperation between the Shu and Liu corporations, he declared, wishing to prevent similar incidents in the future by entrusting the collaboration to his most trusted aide. Understood, President Liu. I will personally handle all matters related to the Shu Corporation from now on. Gao Qifei nodded at Xu Min before departing Liu Tingyuan's office. In that moment, only Liu Tingyuan and Xu Min remained in the office. Liu Tingyuan rose from his chair, circled the desk, and approached her by the window. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, resembling a languid koala. It was only in Xu Min's presence that Liu Tingyuan could shed his icy demeanor, allowing himself to relax fully. Thank you for your unwavering faith in me earlier, he murmured. Initially, Xu Min had expected Liu Tingyuan to reprimand her for her actions upon seeing him and Long Qingqing. Yet he had not queried her at all. His choice to trust her filled her with a profound sense of security. There's no need for thanks. I know exactly what kind of person you are. If Shen Hongxia hadn't truly crossed the line, you would have resorted to violence. Liu Tingyuan had never harbored any doubts about Xu Min from the very day they became partners. He resolved to always believe in her and protect her. Xu Min turned away from Liu Tingyuan, burying her face in his embrace. Breathing in his delightful scent, she silently rejoiced that she had not given up on him back then. The two of them stood in each other's arms, lost in deep affection. Liu Tingyuan pushed Xu Min against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, ready to kiss her, but was abruptly interrupted by Long Qingqing's sudden entrance. As Long Qingqing entered, holding 2 cups of coffee, she was met with the sight of the two about to kiss. Brother Tingyuan, I knocked, but you both must not have heard, she remarked, upon hearing Long Qingqing's voice. Xu Min quickly pushed Liu Tingyuan away. Although they were already partners, Xu Min still felt somewhat unaccustomed to such intimate gestures between them. Just put on the table, she suggested. Liu Tingyuan, displeased, adjusted his clothes and took a seat on the office sofa, signaling for Long Qingqing to place the coffee on the table, implying that she could leave. Long Qingqing was well aware of Liu Tingyuan's intent to usher her out, yet if she were the type to obediently heed his commands, she would not be Long Qingqing. She approached Liu Tingyuan and handed him one of the cups of coffee. Liu Tingyuan accepted the coffee and placed it on the table, showing no intention of drinking it. Meanwhile, Long Qingqing carried the other cup of coffee to Xu Min, and just as Xu Min was about to take the cup, she deliberately let go, spilling the entire cup of hot coffee onto Long Qingqing's hands and clothes. Fortunately, the fabric offered some protection, but her hands instantly turned red, appearing severely scalded. Ouch, Xu Min, what are you doing? Even if I just spoke a few words on behalf of Sister Hongxia, you needn't be so cruel as to scald me with hot coffee. Long Qingqing shrieked, accusing Xu Min of deliberately targeting her. I didn't do anything. You just didn't hold the cup properly. I didn't even touch it, Xu Min retorted, feeling as though she could never clear her name. Brother Tingyuan, look at her. She scalded me like this and still won't admit it. You must stand up for me, Brother Tingyuan. Long Qingqing whined, holding her injured arm with her other hand as she approached Liu Tingyuan, seeking his support. Chapter 56. The turmoil at the Long clan's residence, Lu Tingyuan observed everything that had just transpired without uttering a word. He merely made a phone call to Gao Qifei, instructing him to take Long Qingqing to the hospital for treatment. Seeing that Lu Tingyuan did not reprimand Xu Min, but instead arranged for Gao Qifei to take her for medical attention. Long Qingqing, filled with indignation, stomped her foot in frustration. "Miss Long, let us depart," Gao Qifei said as he entered. For reasons unknown, he found it hard to warm up to the younger sister of the esteemed Lu. "Oh, it hurts so much." Long Qingqing feigned distress in front of others, transforming her expression into one of pitiful vulnerability. Truly, she was like a blooming white lotus, adept at changing her demeanor at a moment's notice. With her sorrowful visage, Long Qingqing exited the CEO's office. The employees outside, as she had anticipated, unanimously believed that she was merely trying to stand up for Shun Hongxia and had been bullied by Xu Min as a result. They were shocked to learn that Miss Xu was indeed as ruthless as the rumors suggested, having just demoted manager Shun to the warehouse, and now Long Qingqing had been scalded simply for defending her. Misled by Long Qingqing's narrative, the employees harbored even more disdain for Xu Min. Look at what has become of Miss Long's delicate hands. How could she be so cruel? One employee lamented, feigning sympathy for Long Qingqing. Enough of your gossip. By the looks of it, she seems destined to become the CEO's wife, that if you keep bad-mouthing her behind her back and she happens to overhear, you shall face the consequences, warned one employee, disapproving of Long Qingqing's actions. As for Shun Hongxia's situation, she brought it upon herself that we did not witness what transpired in the CEO's office. But if Lu Tingyuan can manage such a large corporation, he surely possesses basic judgment, another employee argued, unwilling to accept Long Qingqing's version of events. Realizing that preserving their jobs was paramount, the employees gradually dispersed. That evening, Xu Min returned alone to the Long clan's residence. Before she had even reached their villa, someone from the Long clan informed her that Long Mei wished to see her at the main residence. Xu Min surmised that Long Mei sought her out regarding the incident earlier in the day, where Long Qingqing had been scalded by hot coffee. However, she was taken aback to find Long Aoe present as well. "You call for me?" Xu Min entered the main hall of the Long clan villa, maintaining a composed demeanor as she regarded Long Mei, who reclined imperiously on the sofa. "I heard that Qingqing was scalded in the office earlier today. You were present at the time?" Long Mei did not directly accuse her. "Yes, I happened to be at Lu's to discuss a collaboration between our companies that I trust you have already gathered the details of today's events," Xu Min replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Fully aware that even if she explained, Long Mei might not believe her. "I do not care what your business was with Lu's. I simply wish to know how Long Qingqing got scalded," Long Mei demanded, acutely aware that she was only hearing Long Qingqing's side of the story and that hastily condemning Xu Min would invite accusations of bias. It was her own clumsiness that caused the incident. Xu Min maintained her dignified stance. "Mother, you need not waste your breath on her. Xu Min, if you do not want my sister to go to Lu's, you should just say so plainly. Why resort to such underhanded tactics to scald her?" Long Aoe finally could no longer remain silent. Taking up Long Mei's argument, "I have said it was her own carelessness that led to this. It has nothing to do with me." Xu Min reiterated patiently, "You need not feign innocence. I've already inquired at Lu's and learned that you offended someone from their project department. Lu Tingyuan is backing you. Yet Long Qingqing merely spoke a few words of fairness and was immediately scalded by you." Long Aoe twisted the narrative to suit his claims that, "If you do not believe me, I cannot help it," Xu Min replied, recognizing that words were futile in the face of such baseless accusations. As she turned to leave, Long Aoe commanded, "Stop. You think you can just walk away?" "Block her." With a single command, two imposing male members of the Long clan swiftly positioned themselves in front of Xu Min, obstructing her path. Long Aoe, "What do you intend to do?" Xu Min turned back, feigning calm as she questioned him. Long Aoe was capable of anything, and with Lu Tingyuan still absent, she feared she might not escape if he truly meant to harm her. "What do I intend to do? I want you to experience the pain of being scalded as well." With that, Long Aoe gestured, and two individuals approached with a bucket of boiling water. Presenting it before Xu Min despite feeling a surge of fear at the sight of the steaming bucket, Xu Min quickly devised a plan for escape. glancing at Long Mei, who stood by with an approving expression. It was clear she tacitly permitted the unfolding drama. Long Ao, I have told you, Long Qingqing's scalding was purely accidental. It had nothing to do with me. Shu Min once again attempted to assert her innocence. It is too late for your excuses now. I shall ensure you taste this boiling water. Long Ao approached Shu Min while speaking tea that moment. Lu Ting, who had not seen Shu Min return after school, learned that Shu Min had been summoned to the main residence of the Long clan by her mother. Although Lu Ting was still young, she could discern who treated her well and who did not, and she had a general understanding of the disputes among adults. After waiting for a considerable time, without any sign of Shu Min returning to the villa, Lu Ting made her way to the main residence of the Long clan to search for her. However, just as she reached the entrance, she overheard Long Ao threatening to torture Shu Min. Terrified, Lu Ting hurried to seek help from her father, Lu Zhenghuan. Once Lu Zhenghuan understood the situation, he realized that he might not be able to rescue Shu Min on his own, given his precarious position within the Long clan. Thus, he quickly called Lu Tingyuan to inform him, advising her to wait at the villa and not to wander off, while he ventured alone to the main residence of the Long clan to save Shu Min that moment. Lu Tingyuan was engaged in discussions with a business partner, Mr. Chen. Upon receiving Lu Zhenghuan's call, he expressed that he had urgent matters at home and needed to leave, asking Gao Qifei to continue the conversation. However, no matter how Lu Tingyuan pleaded, Mr. Chen stubbornly refused to negotiate with Gao Qifei, seemingly intent on detaining Lu Tingyuan. Lu Tingyuan soon realized that Mr. Chen's sudden appearance coincided with his return to the Long clan's villa, and now he was making various excuses to prevent him from going back, clearly a ploy orchestrated by Long Mei. Consequently, Lu Tingyuan decided to cancel the cooperation and hastily made his way to the Long clan's villa. Chapter 57. Lu Zhenghuan gets injured. Lu Zhenghuan arrived at the main residence with remarkable speed, relieved to find that Shu Min had not yet been subjected to torture. Long Mei, I see that Long Qingqing's injuries are not severe. Please spare Shu Min, he implored cautiously, aware that despite their marriage, he could never truly dominate Long Mei. Not severe. Should I try burning you as well? Before Long Mei could respond, Long Ao interjected. He had always harbored disdain for Lu Zhenghuan, who understood that Long Ao's actions were implicitly condoned by Long Mei if Long Mei opposed it. Long Ao would not dare to act so brazenly. Therefore, Lu Zhenghuan ignored Long Ao and continued to plead with Long Mei, just consider it a favor to me. Let Shu Min go this time. In response to Lu Zhenghuan's entreaties, Long Mei maintained her icy demeanor, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, simply watching Shu Min in silence. It was Long Ao who seized the opportunity to assert himself. His disdain for Lu Zhenghuan growing stronger. A favor to you. Do you fancy yourself of any significance? Look in the mirror. What do you amount to, demanding a favor from your mother? With that, Long Ao ordered the guards to commence the torture on Shu Min, who cried out in panic, Ao, aren't you afraid of Tingyuan coming back to settle the score? Mentioning Lu Tingyuan only fueled Long Ao's anger further. You too, quickly immerse her hands in that hot water. I want her to experience the pain of being scalded. Just as Shu Min's hands were about to come into contact with the boiling water, Lu Zhenghuan dashed forward and seized the bucket. However, in his haste, he spilled the entire bucket of scalding water onto his chest and arms, instantly inflicting burns upon himself. The two Dragon Clan males holding Shu Min instinctively stepped back, allowing Shu Min to retreat as well, narrowly avoiding the hot water. How dare you, Lu Zhenghuan, oppose me? You too, hold her tightly, and you, go to the kitchen and bring me another bucket of hot water. Everyone present, including Shu Min, was taken aback by Lu Zhenghuan's boldness in attempting to snatch the bucket. Long Ao, he was particularly surprised that the usually submissive Lu Zhenghuan would risk injury to protect Shu Min. Father, are you all right? As Shu Min was resecured by the two dragon males, she gazed at Lu Zhenghuan, whose brow was furrowed in pain. But I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Zhenghuan managed to force a smile despite the excruciating pain. Meanwhile, Long Mei sat silently, observing the unfolding drama as if it had no bearing on her. Just as Long Ao, he prepared a new bucket of hot water to scald Shu Min's hands. Lu Tingyuan arrived, accompanied by several stray beasts. The beasts swiftly overturned Long Ao, and several dragon males nearby, rescuing Shu Min subsequently. Lu Tingyuan carried the injured Lu Zhenghuan away from the main residence of the Long clan. Mother, are you really going to let them leave? They are showing utter contempt for your authority. As Lu Tingyuan not only took away Lu Zhenghuan, but also freed Shu Min. Long Ao approached Long Mei, trying to incite her against him. Long Mei glanced at Long Ao but remained silent, instructing the males nearby to fetch the clan doctor to tend to Lu Zhenghuan's injuries. Lu Tingyuan carefully laid Lu Zhenghuan down on his bed upon returning home, concerned about the extent of his burns. Father, are you all right? He noticed that Lu Zhenghuan's clothes were stuck to his skin, indicating a significant area of burns. I'm sorry. Father, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Shu Min, seeing Lu Zhenghuan in distress, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If it weren't for her, Lu Zhenghuan wouldn't have been injured. Not knowing how to articulate her remorse, she could only repeatedly apologize. It's not your fault, my dear child. Lu Zhenghuan reassured her, for he had chosen to protect her, and she had not wished for such an outcome. All right, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Trust that your father will recover soon. On the way back, Lu Tingyuan had already been informed by Shu Min about the events at the main residence. So he felt not only pain for his father, but also gratitude and admiration for him after learning of his sacrifice. At the tea that moment, the clan doctor arrived, taking a seat beside the bed to examine Lu Zhenghuan's injuries. He began cutting away the clothing stuck to Lu Zhenghuan's chest and arms. The damp fabric clung painfully to the burned skin, and as it was peeled away, it was more agonizing than tearing off a bandage, as some areas were directly adhered to the flesh. After considerable effort, the doctor managed to remove the clothing, revealing extensive areas of burned skin covered in blisters. The doctor explained that if these blisters were not drained, they could lead to severe infections. Thus, he meticulously began to lance each blister on Lu Zhenghuan's chest and arms. The procedure was excruciating, nearly causing Lu Zhenghuan to faint. Watching his injured father, Lu Tingyuan felt profound sympathy that he understood that if he did not confront Long Ao now, he would continue to torment Lu Zhenghuan with impunity. Therefore, Lu Tingyuan went directly to the main residence to confront Long Ao. Isn't everyone gone already? What are you still doing here? Long Ao had never encountered such a bold Lu Tingyuan before, and for the first time, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Without further ado, Lu Tingyuan delivered a punch that sent Long Ao sprawling to the ground. Caught off guard, Long Ao curled up in pain, unable to rise, yet he still retorted defiantly. Lu Tingyuan, how dare you strike me? Aren't you afraid I'll inform Mother? Feel free to tell her. Lu Tingyuan replied. Unfazed, he was not genuinely afraid of Long Mei. His deference stemmed from respect for her. And more importantly, he wanted to shield his father from hardship. However, it was becoming clear that his attempts to placate her did not guarantee his father's safety, and instead, it led Long Ao to believe that Lu Zhenghuan was an easy target for bullying. Lu Tingyuan pressed his foot down firmly on Long Ao's hand, hearing the unmistakable sound of bones breaking, causing Long Ao to scream in agony that, I warn you, Long Ao, I will only say this once. Listen carefully. If you dare to harm my father, Shu Min, or anyone close to me again, I will not merely settle for breaking your hand. With that, Lu Tingyuan stomped heavily on Long Ao's hand once more before turning and leaving the main residence. Chapter 58. A Brush with Death. Is Father feeling better? Lu Tingyuan finished repairing Long Ao at the main residence and went to Lu Zhenghuan's room to attend to his father as he drifted off to sleep. Upon returning to the guest house's bedroom, Shu Min approached him. Yes, after taking the medicine prescribed by the clan doctor, he has fallen asleep. You need not worry excessively, as so much had transpired that day. And upon seeing the evident fatigue in Shu Min's eyes, Lu Tingyuan felt a pang of guilt. Had he not allowed Long Ao to mistreat his father from the outset, perhaps today's events could have been avoided. It's fortunate. I never anticipated that father would endure such hardships in the Long clan. Reflecting on the scene from earlier when Lu Zhenghuan pleaded for him in the main hall, Shu Min realized the dismal life Lu Zhenghuan had been living here. Father has tolerated all this for my sake. In his youth, Lu Zhenghuan could only endure silently for Lu Tingyuan's well-being. What if we send father to the Tiger Clan? I believe he could become good friends with my father, and it would free us from our current constraints, Shu Min suddenly suggested. Very well. Lu Tingyuan nodded in agreement with Shu Min's proposal. Fearing that Lu Zhenghuan might object, the two of them took advantage of his deep slumber to send both Lu Zhenghuan and Uncle Qin back to the Tiger Clan. The following morning, Lu Tingyuan and Shu Min took Lu Tingting to school early, and they did not return to the Long clan's guest house thereafter. When Long Aoi, accompanied by a group of males, sought trouble with Lu Zhenghuan, he found that Lu Zhenghuan was nowhere to be found. Upon searching the guest house for Shu Min, Lu Tingting, and Lu Tingyuan, he discovered they had long since vacated the premises. Frustrated and unable to vent his anger, Long Aoi begrudgingly returned to the main residence. Meanwhile, Shu Min's investigation into Ji Chongqing's incident yielded significant findings, which she exchanged with Lin Wanqing. You mentioned you have made a significant discovery. What is it? Since reaching an agreement with Shu Min previously, Lin Wanqing, while still harboring little fondness for her, no longer rejected her outright. That I can tell you, but I have a condition. You must first take me to see my brother. Shu Rong. Once I ascertain his safety, I will divulge the information. Eager to see her brother, Shu Min realized that the route to Ji Changming was evidently no longer viable, leaving her with no choice but to approach Lin Wanqing. All right, come to the Wolf Clan at 3 in the afternoon, and I will take you to see your brother. However, we must not linger. At most half an hour, if we are discovered, we both face dire consequences. Given that Ji Chongqing had lost his qualification as the leader of the Wolf Clan, Lin Wanqing's position there was also precarious. I will arrive promptly at 3-30, T3:30 in the afternoon. Shu Min arrived at the Wolf Clan, and Lin Wanqing kept her promise, leading Shu Min to the dungeon to meet Shu Rong. Shu Rong had visibly improved, indicating that Lin Wanqing was indeed true to her word regarding his care. As he had not been subjected to further torture, reassured by her brother's safety, a significant weight lifted from Shu Min's heart. Although Shu Rong was still adapting to life in confinement, he was no longer as agitated as he had been previously. After repeatedly assuring Shu Rong that she would find a way to rescue him, she left the Wolf Clan's dungeon at Lin Wanqing's urging. Now that you've seen him, can you tell me what your significant discovery is? Although Lin Wanqing had previously considered Ji Changming to be the perpetrator behind Ji Chongqing's injuries, she lacked evidence to substantiate her claims, and Ji Luong would not believe her without it. In Ji Changming's room, there's a glass jar that I suspect it contains what Ji Chongqing lost when he was harmed. Shu Min leaned closer to Lin Wanqing, covering her mouth with her hand, whispering in her ear. What? Lin Wanqing gasped in shock that not be alarmed. I'm not entirely certain yet, but is highly likely. Next, we should discreetly investigate further to confirm before making any decisions. Shu Min urged Lin Wanqing to remain calm and wait for confirmation. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement. Just as Lin Wanqing led Shu Min out of the dungeon, news reached Ji Changming, prompting him to consider swiftly dealing with Shu Rong to avoid complications. That very evening, he sent poison to Shu Rong. Having already promised Shu Min to care for Shu Rong, Lin Wanqing had also placed spies in the dungeon to monitor Ji Changming closely, instructing them to report to her immediately if he approached. Thus, when Ji Changming arrived with food for Shu Rong, Lin Wanqing was promptly informed and hurried to the dungeon. Who allowed you to bring him food? Lin Wanqing could not yet reveal her alliance with Shu Min. I simply felt pity for him and thought to bring him something to eat. Ji Changming was startled when he saw Lin Wanqing return. Pity? I see far more pitiable stray cats and dogs outside. Why not bring them food instead? Lin Wanqing, who had previously disdained Ji Changming, now harbored a deep loathing for him, realizing his plan was thwarted. Ji Changming fell silent. You should leave immediately. After Ji Changming exited the dungeon, Lin Wanqing turned to Shu Rong that if you wish to live, do not eat anything he offers. Understood, Shu Rong replied, puzzled as to why Lin Wanqing would help him, but surmised it must be due to his sister, as she had brought Shu Min to see him that afternoon, that I did not cause Ji Chongqing as harm. Please believe me, Shu Rong called after Lin Wanqing, who did not look back, merely replying, we will discuss it once we have evidence. After rescuing Xu Rong, Lin Wanqing informed Xu Min about Ji Changming's intent to poison him. Grateful, Xu Min engaged in analysis with Lin Wanqing regarding Ji Changming's motivations. They speculated that someone planted in the dungeon by Ji Changming must have informed him about Lin Wanqing, bringing Xu Min to see Xu Rong. Fearing that Lin Wanqing and Xu Min would uncover his role in Ji Changming's injury, Ji Changming acted in desperation, attempting to eliminate Xu Rong before they could gather evidence against him. With Xu Rong's death, there would be no witnesses, allowing Ji Changming to frame others without consequence. Thankfully, Lin Wanqing's timely intervention thwarted Ji Changming's nefarious plot. Chapter 59. Infiltrating the Wolf Clan. Upon Lu Tingyuan's return to the Tiger Clan, Xu Min revealed Ji Changming's scheme to poison Xu Rong. I cannot believe Ji Changming was so impatient. Lin Wanqing had just taken you to see Xu Rong, and now he's attempting to poison him. Is this not a blatant display of guilt? Initially, Lu Tingyuan had planned to wait for more compelling evidence before demanding justice from the Wolf Clan. It seemed someone could not wait any longer. Ji Changming was notoriously ruthless, operating outside the bounds of reason. In her past life, Xu Min had witnessed the depths of Ji Changming's cruelty. This time, she would not allow him the opportunity to harm her family. Since Ji Changming has acted out of desperation, we cannot remain passive. We must devise a plan to acquire the evidence he is hiding, that if he disposes of it, we will face significant trouble. Lu Tingyuan contemplated where Ji Changming might conceal such crucial evidence. It may prove challenging. The Wolf Clan's defenses are formidable. How do we plan to retrieve it? Xu Min recalled that during her previous visits to the Wolf Clan, security had been exceedingly tight, making unauthorized entry nearly impossible without assistance. That if we cannot enter openly, we must find a way to infiltrate. That Lu Tingyuan had already devised a plan for how to sneak into the Wolf Clan. What could that possibly be? Unless the guards vanish entirely. Xu Min pondered, unable to conceive an effective strategy to retrieve Ji Changming's belongings. He will need to lead me. Lu Tingyuan teased, withholding details. You have a plan? Don Tiu? Just tell me what it is. Xu Min urged, eager to learn of Lu Tingyuan's clever scheme. Want to know? For once, I'm not wearing a serious expression, Lu Tingyuan replied with a rare smile. Yes, I do. Xu Min gazed at Lu Tingyuan with her large, expressive eyes, exuding an insatiable curiosity. It was only in Xu Min's presence that Lu Tingyuan exhibited such a relaxed demeanor, and she too transformed into a delicate woman when she stood before him. How much did he desire her? Observing Xu Min's innocent expression made him yearn to tease her further, a pastime he was unaware he even enjoyed. Oh, do hurry and tell me, Xu Min playfully whined, her face flushing with a charming shyness she had never witnessed in herself. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Her playful demeanor made Lu Tingyuan feel as though his very bones had turned to jelly. He had never realized the immense power of Xu Min's charm. At that moment, if she had asked for the stars in the sky, he would have readily climbed to fetch them for her. Quickly, tell me your plan. Unbeknownst to her, Xu Min failed to notice Lu Tingyuan's transformation, mistaking his demeanor for impatience with her persistence. It's quite simple, that I merely need to let a few stray beasts create a ruckus at the entrance while searching for Ji Changming. Once he steps out, I can slip inside amidst the chaos. Lu Tingyuan divulged his scheme to Xu Min. That's a good idea, but isn't it a bit too perilous? Xu Min's concern for Lu Tingyuan's safety overshadowed her excitement. Hearing her worry for him filled Lu Tingyuan with warmth. He had assumed she was solely preoccupied with Xu Rong and was surprised to discover her concern for his well-being. Not fret. I will be exceedingly careful. Then I shall accompany you, Xu Min insisted, feeling that her presence would provide him with more security. You should wait for me at the Tiger Clan. If you come along, I will only worry about you, Lu Tingyuan replied, though he was uncertain whether unexpected complications might arise in the Wolf Clan, and he did not wish for Xu Min to place herself in harm's way. I want to go inside. I will wait for you outside, Xu Min insisted, reasoning that should anything go awry, she could promptly alert the Tiger Clan for assistance. Very well, but once we arrive, you must promise to wait patiently for my return. Lu Tingyuan acquiesced, knowing Xu Min's tenacity. Once she set her mind to something, it was akin to trying to restrain a wild bull. With that, the pair prepared to embark toward the Wolf Clan. Just as they were about to exit the hall, Shu Qinghe descended the stairs and inquired about their destination. Shu Min shared their plan with him, and Shu Qinghe did not object, though he cautioned them to proceed with caution and asked if they needed assistance from a few male members of the Tiger clan. However, Lu Tingyuan expressed that if their scheme were to be exposed and the Wolf clan discovered the presence of tiger males, it could lead to unnecessary trouble for the Tiger clan. He insisted on proceeding only with the strays. Shu Qinghe acknowledged the logic in Lu Tingyuan's reasoning and reminded them to keep in touch should any issues arise. After bidding farewell to Shu Qinghe, Lu Tingyuan and Shu Min swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Wolf clan. Lu Tingyuan first found a secure spot for Shu Min and instructed 2 strays to protect her from the shadows. He then sent the remaining strays to the entrance to feign ferocity while searching for Ji Changming. The Wolf clan dispatched someone to inform Ji Changming. The rest became embroiled in a fray with the strays. Amidst the chaos, Lu Tingyuan stealthily infiltrated the Wolf clan. Fortunately, having previously sought Ji Changming when he first met Shu Rong, Lu Tingyuan quickly located Ji Changming's quarters, after rummaging through Ji Changming's room for some time. Lu Tingyuan eventually uncovered the glass jar containing the evidence he sought. Upon confirming that it was indeed what he needed, he opened the door to leave. However, as he dashed into the courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered the hastily returning Ji Changming. It turned out that Ji Changming had seen the strays at the main entrance, and, upon realizing they were not his allies, he quickly returned. What a clever diversion, Lu Tingyuan! If I hadn't hurried back, you might have escaped today. Quickly, return what you have, Ji Changming demanded, eyeing the jar filled with evidence in Lu Tingyuan's possession. Are you certain this belongs to you? Lu Tingyuan engaged Ji Changming in a verbal sparring match, attempting to buy time while contemplating his escape plan. To his surprise, Ji Changming did not respond but lunged forward to seize it. Naturally, Lu Tingyuan was unwilling to relinquish it. Thus, a struggle ensued between Lu Tingyuan and Ji Changming in the courtyard. Their equal prowess rendered it impossible to determine a victor. At that moment, Ji Luohong appeared. Having caught wind of the commotion, and he quickly entered Ji Changming's courtyard. Lu Tingyuan, you have quite the audacity to steal from my clan. Seize him, Ji Luohong commanded, his voice booming with authority. Lu Tingyuan, however, was not one to surrender easily. Initially, he could manage Ji Changming alone, but with the arrival of several more male members of the Wolf clan, he soon found himself overwhelmed and subdued. Fortunately, the glass jar remained safely in his possession. Tell me, Wolf clan leader, are you not curious about what I risked my life to steal? Lu Tingyuan inquired with a hint of amusement in his tone as he regarded Ji Luohong. What is it? Ji Luohong asked instinctively. Within this jar lies the remnants of Ji Changqing, a treasure found in Ji Changming's quarters. As for where it came from, perhaps you should ask your beloved son. Lu Tingyuan suggested, offering Ji Luohong a pointed clue. Is it truly you? How could you be so heartless? That is your own brother. Ji Luohong struggled to process the revelation of his eldest son's betrayal against the youngest. Indeed, father, it was I who did this, but what of it? You are left with no other son now. You have no choice, Ji Changming boldly declared. Unafraid of the consequences at this point, he felt secure in his position as the sole heir to the Wolf clan's leadership. You insolent wretch! I shall, Ji Luohong stammered, his mind racing with shock and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the son he had always regarded as gentle would commit such an atrocious act. Yet, what left him most helpless was the undeniable truth. Despite Ji Changming's treachery, he was now the only one fit to inherit the position of clan leader. Now that we have identified the true culprit behind Ji Changqing's injury, might we release Shu Rong? Lu Tingyuan, despite being in dire straits, was still intent on rescuing Shu Rong. Lu Tingyuan, you are in no position to concern yourself with Shu Rong's fate while your own is in jeopardy. Ji Changming mocked, a smirk playing on his lips. Father, Lu Tingyuan knows far too much. He cannot be allowed to live, Ji Changming urged Ji Luohong. While Ji Luohong harbored no affection for Ji Changming at that moment, he recognized the validity of his son's point. If news of infighting among the Wolf clan were spread, it would tarnish their reputation. Thus, it would be wiser to eliminate Lu Tingyuan entirely. Just as Ji Luohong was about to issue the command for Lu Tingyuan's demise, Lin Wanqing, accompanied by Shu Min and Tiger Clan leader Shu Qinghe, made a sudden entrance. "Wait!" Lin Wanqing shouted, halting Ji Luohong in his tracks. It turned out that after Ji Changming realized he had fallen into a trap and returned to his quarters, the strays had returned to Shu Min's hiding place, after waiting for quite some time, without sight of Lu Tingyuan. Shu Min sensed that something was amiss and quickly contacted Lin Wanqing and her father, Shu Qinghe, urging them to assist her in entering the Wolf Clan. They had arrived just in time. Although Lu Tingyuan appeared to have sustained some injuries, his life was not in immediate danger. "What brings you here? And who are they? How did you manage to enter?" Lin Wanqing's arrival surprised Ji Luohong, particularly when he referred to Shu Min and Shu Qinghe. "I brought them in," Lin Wanqing replied. "What was the purpose of your visit?" Ji Luohong's displeasure was evident. Today's events were far from honorable, and he wished to keep them from becoming widely known. "Have you found the perpetrator behind Changqing's injury?" Lin Wanqing disregarded Ji Luohong's question, focusing instead on the information she most desired. "Shall we discuss that shortly?" At present, with outsiders present, it seems impossible for Ji Luohong to conceal the matter any longer. However, he desires to keep the circle of knowledge limited. "Am I right?" Lin Wanqing inquired, pointing at Ji Changming. "Wanqing, allow me to explain," Ji Luohong began, aware that Lin Wanqing had never held Ji Changming in high regard. Yet, what could be done? Currently, he was the only viable candidate for the position of the Wolf Clan leader. Meanwhile, Ji Changming remained inscrutable, his expression betraying nothing. "I at him. Tell me, is it him?" Lin Wanqing pressed, her agitation palpable as she once more pointed at Ji Changming, seeking confirmation from Ji Luohong. Observing Lin Wanqing's fervor, Ji Luohong realized that withholding the truth was no longer an option. "Indeed, it is him." Upon receiving the answer she sought, and confirming that Ji Changming was the one who had harmed her son Changqing, Lin Wanqing found an unexpected calmness. Since the true culprit had been identified, it would be prudent to release Shu Rong. Evidently, this matter bore no connection to him. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Wanqing suddenly declared, "In truth, my suggestion to release Shu Rong is primarily to acquire the dragon bone grass. From Shu Min only by obtaining this herb can I hope to bear another offspring, thereby disqualifying Ji Changming from claiming the title of Wolf Clan leader. After all, as a mere illegitimate child, he holds no comparison to my progeny." Upon entering earlier, she had come to understand that Ji Luohong would not take revenge for Ji Changqing. Otherwise, Ji Changming would not still be standing there unscathed. Thus, to secure the dragon bone grass, she needed to continue her collaboration with Shu Min very well. "I will defer to your wishes," Ji Luohong replied, his heart heavy with guilt. After Shu Rong was released, Shu Min escorted the injured Lu Tingyuan and Shu Rong back to the Tiger Clan. Upon their return, learning of Lu Tingyuan's injury, Lu Jinghwan hurried to his room to assess his condition. Finding Lu Tingyuan's wound severe, he instructed Uncle Chun to procure the dragon bone grass for treatment. "Father, how did you come by the dragon bone grass?" Shu Min inquired, knowing that this herb was sacred and exceedingly valuable to the Dragon Clan. She had searched extensively without success and was astonished to discover that Lu Jinghwan possessed it. This was a gift from Long Mei when Ting Ting was born, as she was overjoyed at the occasion. Lu Jinghwan reminisced, recalling that at that time, his relationship with Long Mei had not yet blossomed into what it was today. "In my haste to move, I only brought the dragon bone grass along." Uncle Chun, who had served Lu Jinghwan for many years, was well aware of what held the utmost significance for him. "Father, these are merely minor injuries. The dragon bone grass is unnecessary. You should take it back," Lu Tingyuan said, leaning against the headboard, wincing slightly at the pain from a minor wound. "Since I have offered it to you, I shall not reclaim it. If you do not require it, let it be given to Shu Min. It is said that the dragon bone grass greatly aids women in conception. I hope you may soon bear a child," Lu Jinghwan said kindly, handing the herb to Shu Min, grateful for the dragon bone grass. Shu Min felt a twinge of guilt for having to accept Lu Jinghwan's goodwill, but reassured herself that she could always return the favor by finding him another in the future. Chapter 61. Simultaneous pregnancies. The day after acquiring the dragon bone grass, Shu Min arranged to meet Lin Wanqing at the coffee shop where they had previously convened. "Mrs. Lin, thank you for rescuing my brother. Here is the dragon bone grass as promised." Xu Min expressed her sincere gratitude. Had it not been for Lin Wanqing, not only would Xu Rong have remained in peril, but Lu Tingyuan's safety might also have been compromised. She was a woman of her word, and now they shared a common adversary in Ji Changming. Though they could not yet be called friends, future collaboration seemed inevitable. Is this truly the dragon bone grass? Lin Wanqing asked, eyeing the unimposing herb that resembled mere wild grass with skepticism. Rest assured, I would not deceive you. We must continue our partnership, Xu Min assured her. Very well. I trust you. Through their interactions, Lin Wanqing had come to perceive Xu Min as a commendable individual. I wish you a swift conception of a strong male offspring. Xu Min genuinely hoped for Lin Wanqing's early pregnancy. Such an outcome would ensure that Lin Wanqing would not allow Ji Changming to usurp the position of Wolf Clan leader. Thank you for your kind words. After exchanging smiles over their cups of coffee, they parted ways. That a month later, having used the dragonbone grass, Lin Wanqing discovered she was indeed pregnant. Eager to confirm the gender, she rushed to the hospital for an examination, and to her delight, the results indicated she was expecting a male child. After verifying the report with a doctor, she hurried to Ji Luohong. You are expecting again. Is this true? Ji Luohong questioned, disbelief evident as he inspected the report in her hands. Indeed, and it is a male. Look, it is written right here. Lin Wanqing pointed out the confirmation on the report. This is wonderful news. We are to have a son. Ji Luohong beamed with joy, a feeling he had not experienced since Ji Changqing's injury. Now that we have a new male heir, can we not expel the one who harmed Chongqing from the Wolf Clan? Lin Wanqing's eyes gleamed with vengeance. But why go to such lengths? Changming was merely confused in a moment of folly. I assure you he will never harm Chongqing again. Ji Luohong, torn by his paternal instincts, found it difficult to act against his own son. Confused? I have long suspected him of harboring ill intentions. He must have coveted the position of Wolf Clan leader for some time, plotting to render Chongqing powerless to eliminate any competition. Lin Wanqing, now enlightened, had discerned Ji Changming's ulterior motives with remarkable clarity. Ji Luohong was caught in a dilemma, as both sides of his heart were at stake. Very well, if you refuse to cast him out, I cannot guarantee the male members of the Fox Clan will refrain from taking action. Lin Wanqing strategically invoked the Fox Clan to apply pressure on Ji Luohong. Is there truly no other solution? Ji Luohong inquired, wary of the Fox Clan's potential retaliation. Furthermore, with Lin Wanqing pregnant, he feared her displeasure might adversely affect her unborn child. No, not only must he be expelled from the Wolf Clan, but his name must also be stricken from the clan registry. Lin Wanqing's resolve was fierce. Should Ji Changming be removed from the clan registry, he would become an outcast, stripped of any claim to the leadership of the Wolf Clan. Seeing Lin Wanqing's unwavering stance, Ji Luohong reluctantly acquiesced. Unbeknownst to Lin Wanqing, Ji Changming had established covert connections not only in the dungeon, but also within Ji Luohong's inner circle. Every word exchanged between Lin Wanqing and Ji Luohong was meticulously relayed to Ji Changming. Upon learning of Ji Luohong's intentions to expel him from the Wolf Clan and erase his name from the registry, Ji Changming felt a surge of panic. He paced restlessly in his room, muttering to himself in frustration that I never anticipated that Lin Wanqing, at her age, would conceive again, and a male at that. Just then, Bai Lianrui burst in, excitement radiating from her as she brandished a pregnancy test. Changming, look! 2 lines, what of 2 lines? Ji Changming, already vexed, snapped in response. 2 lines mean I am pregnant, Bai Lianrui exclaimed, lost in her own joy, oblivious to Ji Changming's irritable tone. Pregnant? Is that true? Ji Changming could hardly believe his ears. Of course it is. Did you not see the 2 lines? Bai Lianrui reiterated, showing him the test once more. Ji Changming examined the test. His mood shifted dramatically, excitement eclipsing his previous annoyance. 2 lines. 2 lines, this is splendid news. The timing could not be better. What do you mean by the timing could not be better? Bai Lianrui was baffled, unaware of Ji Changming's newfound resolution to evade expulsion from the Wolf Clan. I meant that the child's father will undoubtedly be thrilled. He adores children, that we must share this joyous news with him at once. Ji Changming hastily pulled Bai Lianrui to find Ji Luohong, feigning ignorance of Ji Luohong and Lin Wanqing's plans. With exuberance, he divulged the news of Bai Lianrui's pregnancy to Ji Luohong. This marked Ji Luohong's first grandchild, and naturally, he regarded it with utmost importance. Consequently, he resolved to refrain from expelling Ji Changming entirely, opting instead to banish them from the Wolf Clan. So, are you implying that what we discussed earlier is now null and void? Lin Wanqing furiously interrogated Ji Luohong. Taken aback that Bai Lianrui would conceive at this juncture, displaying a remarkable sense of timing. What do you mean by null and void? Did I not clearly state that they must vacate the Wolf Clan and cannot return without my consent? Is that not sufficient? Ji Luohong retorted that if Ji Changming were to be removed from the Wolf Clan's lineage, he would become a stray beast, and consequently, Bai Lianrui's offspring would not gain recognition from the Wolf Clan. Thus, for the sake of the child within Bai Lianrui, Ji Luohong had no choice but to alter his stance. Did we not agree to expunge him from the Wolf Clan's lineage? Lin Wanqing pressed once more, incredulous that a decision just made had already been reversed. Upon learning of Bai Lianrui's pregnancy, Ji Luohong had swiftly changed his mind. Could you refrain from being so confrontational? Now that Lianrui is expecting, are you not aware that should Changming become a stray beast, the child will also go unacknowledged by the Wolf Clan? Ji Luohong's voice inadvertently rose in volume. Very well, this matter is settled. No further discussion, he declared. Fine, Ji Changming, just you wait. I shall not let this slide. Lin Wanqing recognized that despite Ji Luohong's usual affection for her, his stern demeanor signaled her need for restraint. Thus, even though she felt a surge of indignation, she was powerless to alter Ji Luohong's decision. Chapter 62. Interwoven schemes in a state of helplessness. Lin Wanqing sought out Xu Min once more to devise a strategy, hoping she could concoct a plan to deal with Ji Changming. What? Bai Lianrui is also expecting. In the same secluded corner of the CF, it was Xu Min who gasped in disbelief this time. She had anticipated success in rendering Ji Changming a stray beast, only to discover that Bai Lianrui had become pregnant at such a critical moment that so close to success. How unfortunate. Indeed, I am equally astonished, Lin Wanqing replied, harboring suspicions that this was all part of Ji Changming's scheme. However, upon reflection, she realized that pregnancy was not something Ji Changming could easily manipulate. Moreover, Bai Lianrui was not like her, who could ensure pregnancy through the use of dragonbone grass. So how will Ji Luohong handle Ji Changming now? The question lingered in Xu Min's mind, as she was most concerned about whether Ji Changming could still become a stray beast. No, for now, they will merely be expelled from the Wolf Clan, unable to return without Ji Luohong's consent. Lin Wanqing relayed Ji Luohong's decision regarding Ji Changming that is it truly that simple? He gets off so easily. Xu Min expressed her dissatisfaction. Originally, Ji Luohong had agreed to remove Ji Changming from the Wolf Clan's lineage. Yet before the decision could be announced, he had taken Bai Lianrui's pregnancy into account. Lin Wanqing's frustration escalated as she realized that she had nearly avenged her elder brother, only for Ji Changming to evade punishment once more. Do not be so hasty. Even if Bai Lianrui is pregnant, once your male offspring is born, the clan leader will still be your male child. The Wolf Clan will ultimately remain under your control. Observing Lin Wanqing's seething anger, Xu Min swiftly regained her composure. She began to analyze the current situation, hoping to devise a new strategy to bring Ji Changming down. While your point is valid, Bai Lianrui's pregnancy precedes mine by a month. If her offspring is born first, and it happens to be a male, the Wolf Clan leader will still belong to my male child. However, if she delivers a female, the Wolf Clan has few females to begin with, which would only endear her to Ji Luohong. At that point, it would be even more difficult to remove Ji Changming from the Wolf Clan's lineage. Lin Wanqing had learned from those close to Bai Lianrui that she was indeed a month ahead in her pregnancy. However, Bai Lianrui had not yet confirmed the gender of the child, which was Lin Wanqing's greatest concern. Though this notion was somewhat ruthless, she believed that too much leniency towards someone like Ji Changming would only invite further trouble. These are mere trifles. With your capabilities, it would be a piece of cake to ensure that the child in Bai Lianrui's womb disappears without a trace, wouldn't it? Xu Min remarked, sipping her coffee and observing Lin Wanqing's troubled expression. Lin Wanqing, being quite astute, immediately understood what needed to be done upon hearing Shu Min's suggestion that I know how to deal with her. Lin Wanqing declared, rising to leave, determined to find a way to eliminate Bai Lianrui's child. I look forward to your good news. After Lin Wanqing departed, Shu Min also exited the CAF in pursuit of her own agenda. Upon returning to the Wolf Clan, Lin Wanqing contemplated how to make Bai Lianrui's child vanish without drawing suspicion upon herself. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, her informant monitoring Bai Lianrui returned with news that she had hired a nutritionist to ensure a healthy pregnancy. This Bai Lianrui truly knows how to indulge herself, hiring a nutritionist for a mere wildling's offspring. How presumptuous, Lin Wanqing scoffed. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her on how to make the child in Bai Lianrui's womb disappear. She quickly arranged for the nutritionist to be discreetly summoned. Initially, the nutritionist adhered to professional ethics, refusing to engage in anything that could harm her employer. However, Lin Wanqing's generous offer ultimately swayed the nutritionist's principles. After generously compensating the nutritionist, Lin Wanqing instructed her to devise a method to ensure that Bai Lianrui's child would vanish without a trace. The nutritionist, well-versed in the dietary restrictions during pregnancy, was aware that certain foods, if consumed excessively, could pose a risk of miscarriage. Thus, Lin Wanqing directed the nutritionist to incorporate these hazardous foods into Bai Shu Min had suffered greatly at the hands of Ji Changming in her previous life. And in this existence, she held not a shred of goodwill towards him. Moreover, she felt no joy at the news of Bai Lianrui's lost fetus. The thought of a fragile life extinguished due to the grievances of adults filled her heart with sorrow. Upon hearing Shu Min's words, Lin Wanqing hurriedly ordered an inspection of her surroundings, only to discover that her belongings had indeed been tampered with. In a state of panic, she rushed to the hospital, and the results revealed a devastating reality. Originally, there had been 3 wolf cubs in her womb, but now only 1 remained. Just as Lin Wanqing felt a flicker of relief, the doctor informed her that even if this last cub were to be born, its constitution would be frail, advising her to take extra care of her health. Lin Wanqing's day had been akin to a roller coaster ride. First, the excitement over Bai Lianrui's miscarriage, followed by the unsettling discovery of her own compromised items. And finally, the anxiety over her remaining cub. Though heartbroken, she found solace in the fact that at least 1 cub remained. A weak constitution could be nurtured, and having 1 was surely better than none. At least she would still have the potential to become the leader of the Wolf Clan. Chapter 63. Mr. Liu, please do not reject her. Once Liu Tingyuan's injuries had begun to heal, he expressed his intention to return to the Dragon Clan's villa. After all, he had previously promised Long Mei, and with Liu Tingting still within the Dragon Clan, his return was imperative. Naturally, Shu Min insisted on accompanying him. They had already agreed upon this arrangement when they brought Lu Jinghuan to the Dragon Clan. Brother, sister, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you, Liu Tingting exclaimed joyfully upon their return to the Dragon Clan villa. Oh, not fret, Tingting, your brother and sister are back safe and sound. Shu Min affectionately ruffled Liu Tingting's hair. Despite her youth, Tingting was perceptive and astute. But what about Rongge? Did you rescue him from the Wolf Clan? She inquired, her concern for her beloved Rongge evident. Rongge has returned to the Tiger Clan now. You should go do your homework, as her brother and sister have matters to discuss. Liu Tingyuan replied, relieved to see Tingting in good spirits. Even as he sought to discuss sensitive matters with Shu Min away from her ears. All right, Tingting obediently retreated to her room to study. What do you wish to discuss? Shu Min asked curiously after Tingting had left. Before I departed, I broke one of Long Ao's hands. Although I warned him not to harm you, I cannot guarantee he will heed my warning. Therefore, during your stay at the Dragon Clan Villa, exercise caution, especially in the main residence. Unless necessary, try to avoid it, Liu Tingyuan cautioned, deeply concerned about Long Ao's character and potential threat to Shu Min. You worry too much. Long Ao poses no real danger to me. Having encountered Ji Changming's tactics in my previous life, I consider Long Ao a mere insignificant player. Shu Min reassured him that I cannot always be by your side to protect you. You must learn to safeguard yourself. Liu Tingyuan implored, adopting a tone of earnest concern. Since when did you become so overprotective? Shu Min teased, recalling that Liu Tingyuan had not been so verbose before. Are you implying that I am being overly talkative? He replied, bemused by his own tendency to ramble in her presence. The two shared a light-hearted moment, embracing in the room, as Xu Min realized she was not entirely averse to Lu Tingyuan's intimate gestures. Perhaps this was a promising beginning. During dinner at the Dragon Clan's main residence, Long Mei proposed an engagement for Lu Tingting. I intend to arrange a betrothal between Tingting and Long. Oh, she announced. She is still in elementary school. Far too young for such commitments. I cannot agree to this. Lu Tingyuan objected, unwilling to see his sister deprived of the right to choose her own partner. It is precisely because she is young that it is called a betrothal. Long Mei insisted, believing it would elevate Tingting's standing within the Dragon Clan and fortify her own influence. However, Lu Tingyuan perceived this as a selfish maneuver on Long Mei's part, sacrificing his sister's happiness for her own power. He was certain that their father would have opposed such a notion if he were present. Reluctant to engage in a dispute with Long Mei, yet unwilling to see his sister's future happiness jeopardized, he firmly stated Tingting should not marry. She should stay with her brother and sister forever. Though Tingting's words carried little weight, her declaration was clear. Long Mei, recognizing the futility of her proposal, shifted her focus, requesting Lu Tingyuan to bring Lu Zhenghuan back from the Tiger Clan. Despite her feelings for Lu Zhenghuan, Long Mei maintained a facade of pride as a female member of the Dragon Clan. Unwilling to reveal her vulnerability, bring your father back from the Tiger Clan, she ordered. In truth, her suggestion for Lu Tingyuan to retrieve Lu Zhenghuan was a significant concession on her part. Father likely would not wish to return. He was not happy here. Staying in the Tiger Clan allows him a more comfortable existence. Lu Tingyuan replied without hesitation, unwilling to subject his father to the same distressing circumstances he had endured previously. His words deepened the displeasure on Long Mei's face. But having already lost face by suggesting Lu Zhenghuan's return, she refrained from further argument. In the lobby of the Lu Corporation, a woman of striking beauty and seemingly respectable lineage was engaged in a conversation with the receptionist. This woman was none other than Ji Mingyu, a low-ranking female member of the Wolf Clan. Just tell them I'm a close friend of Xu Min. He will not refuse to see me. Ji Mingyu instructed the receptionist, claiming to be there to discuss a partnership with Lu Tingyuan. Despite her luxurious attire, the receptionist did not recognize her and hesitated to grant her access to Lu Tingyuan, opting instead to call Gao Qifei for confirmation. However, Gao Qifei happened to be away, and the call was answered by Long Qingqing. Upon hearing that someone was using the guise of Xu Min's friend to seek an audience with Lu Tingyuan, Long Qingqing took it upon herself to allow Ji Mingyu upstairs. My apologies for the wait. Miss Ji, Mr. Lu's office is on the top floor, she said, leading Ji Mingyu to the elevator. I told you he would not refuse to see me. Yet you doubted me, Ji Mingyu replied smugly as she strode confidently toward the elevator in her high heels. Upon reaching the top floor, Long Qingqing personally escorted Ji Mingyu to Lu Tingyuan's office. Seeing both Long Qingqing and Ji Mingyu enter his office, Lu Tingyuan immediately suspected that Long Qingqing was up to mischief again. With Gao Qifei out running errands, it was improbable that Ji Mingyu would have been permitted access otherwise. Nevertheless, as Long Qingqing had already brought her in, he resolved to handle the situation. Mr. Lu, I am here to discuss a collaboration with you, Ji Mingyu stated, settling herself in the chair opposite his desk as Long Qingqing exited the office. Leaning forward, she deliberately showcased her figure, aware of the effect it might have. Lu Tingyuan was well aware of Ji Mingyu's previous collusion with Bai Lianrui in their harassment of Xu Min, and thus he held no favorable impression of her. Even as she attempted to allure him, he chose to remain indifferent. Collaboration? The Lu Corporation has never engaged in any partnership with the Wolf Clan. The Wolf Clan does not qualify for collaboration with us, he asserted firmly. Just because it has not happened before does not mean it cannot happen now. After all, I am here, am I not? Ji Mingyu retorted, her intentions transparent. The Lu Corporation had no intention of collaborating with the Wolf Clan, and he firmly requested, Miss Ji, I must ask you to leave. Mr. Lu, please do not be so hasty in your rejection. Ji Mingyu pleaded, having finally secured an audience with him and eager to make her move, but Lu Tingyuan was resolute in his dismissal. Gao, please escort Miss Ji out of my office, he instructed. Anticipating Gao Qifei's return. Chapter 64. You carry her fragrance. As Ji Mingyu was ejected from the president's office, she seethed with indignation, only to be discreetly followed by Long Qingqing. What happened? Did Ting Yuan scold you? Long Qingqing feigned concern as she approached Ji Mingyu. Ting Yuan, you're Long Qingqing? Ji Mingyu asked, surprised. Ji Mingyu was aware that Lu Tingyuan had two younger sisters. One was his biological sister, Lu Tingting, who appeared to be about 8 or 9 years old. The other was his half-sister, Long Qingqing. Oh, you know me. This question genuinely surprised Long Qingqing. However, she often heard Ji Changming speak of Mingyu. Praising her beauty and competence, Ji Mingyu thought it was wise to begin her approach with those close to Lu Tingyuan. Not at all. Long Qingqing feigned modesty before suddenly recalling something and asking. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while, after which Long Qingqing took the initiative to request Ji Mingyu's contact information and arranged to have dinner together that evening. Long Qingqing's enthusiasm towards Ji Mingyu stemmed from her keen awareness of Ji Mingyu's affection for Lu Tingyuan. She intended to leverage Ji Mingyu to disrupt the relationship between Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min. They agreed to meet at a newly opened Western restaurant, lavishly decorated and clearly a place frequented by the affluent. For both Long Qingqing and Ji Mingyu, only such establishments could reflect their sense of superiority. The ambience was pleasant, though the location was somewhat difficult to find. After considerable effort, Ji Mingyu finally located the Western restaurant hidden within an alley. Yes, it's newly opened, and not many people know about it yet, but their steaks are exquisite, all imported. You must try them, Long Qingqing said, pointing to the steak on the menu. All right, I'll definitely give it a try. As the two exchanged pleasantries, they placed their orders and awaited their meals. Long Qingqing was the first to voice her curiosity. You have feelings for my brother Ting Yuan, don't you? Did you notice? Ji Mingyu did not deny in fact. Long Qingqing was quite certain of Ji Mingyu's affection for Lu Tingyuan, a sentiment she gleaned from the way Ji Mingyu looked at him. Her question was merely to confirm her suspicion and to segue into what she truly wanted to say. You know, the first time I saw you today, I felt an instant connection. I thought how wonderful it would be if my brother could find a sister-in-law like you. Yet he has his eyes set on that little vixen Xu Min. Long Qingqing feigned a look of regret while observing Ji Mingyu's expression. Really? You genuinely want me to be your sister-in-law? Ji Mingyu's heart soared at Long Qingqing's words, as though she were already wed to Lu Tingyuan. Of course, besides, my mother does not favor Xu Min. She prefers gentle girls like you. Long Qingqing's statement was a blend of truth and fabrication, yet it elicited genuine laughter from Ji Mingyu. But they are already partners. I fear I may have no chance. Ji Mingyu feigned a pitiful demeanor. Oh what? They are not married yet. You certainly still have a chance, Long Qingqing insisted, eager to incite discord between Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min. What should I do? Ji Mingyu decided to heed Long Qingqing's advice, believing that even if things went awry, Long Qingqing would have her back. You simply need to create opportunities for the two of them to be alone together. Like delivering lunch to brother Tingyuan or bringing him a comforting cup of coffee. The more time you spend together, trust me, he will definitely notice and come to like you. Long Qingqing rambled on, presenting herself as a love expert, though her knowledge was primarily gleaned from television dramas. Beginning the next day, Ji Mingyu followed Long Qingqing's counsel. She would casually deliver coffee to Lu Tingyuan and bring him heartwarming lunches every day. However, Lu Tingyuan never acknowledged her presence with a kind word, nor did he ever consume the coffee or meal she offered. This left Ji Mingyu feeling humiliated and contemplating giving up. Meanwhile, Long Qingqing internally chastised Ji Mingyu for her naivety while simultaneously encouraging her to persist. For she had yet to witness the unraveling of Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min's relationship. That evening, as Lu Tingyuan returned to the Long family estate from the company, Xu Min was assisting Lu Tingting with her homework. The moment Lu Tingyuan approached Xu Min, she detected a familiar scent emanating from him. This fragrance was one she recognized well from her past life, specifically the perfume crafted by Ji Mingyu, made from rare ingredients not available for purchase. Moreover, Ji Mingyu had boasted about it in front of Xu Min on multiple occasions. Confused, Xu Min wondered why Lu Tingyuan bore the scent of Ji Mingyu's perfume. Ting, why don't you return to your room to finish your homework? I need to speak with Sister Xu Min, Lu Tingyuan said, his expression far from pleasant. Although Xu Min was unaware of her misstep, It was evident to her that Lu Tingyuan's demeanor was influenced by her actions. That is something wrong? Xu Min inquired cautiously, deliberately avoiding the topic of the perfume for the moment. Nothing, Lu Tingyuan replied tersely, sounding like a sulking child. Then why do you look so upset? Xu Min observed his disgruntled expression, finding it rather endearing. Lu Tingyuan, noticing Xu Min's amused scrutiny, became even more irritated. He turned his face away. Struggling to articulate his feelings, which stemmed from his frustration over Xu Min never having brought him a heartwarming lunch, he recognized that being upset over such a trivial matter was petty and strange, especially when Ji Mingyu consistently expressed her affections through coffee and lunch deliveries. In contrast, Xu Min had never bestowed such gestures upon him, leading him to feel as though she did not truly care for him. Are you going to tell me or not? What exactly has made our esteemed so displeased? Xu Min teased in a playful tone. Why don't you ever bring me heartwarming lunches? The pent-up desire for a thoughtful meal overpowered his shyness, and he confronted her about it. That you're upset just because I didn't bring you a heartwarming lunch? Xu Min laughed, surprised by Lu Tingyuan's sensitive side. Is it really that amusing? Lu Tingyuan pulled Xu Min into his embrace, sulking as he gazed at her beaming smile. So, is it Ji Mingyu who has been seizing the opportunity to curry favor with you by delivering heartwarming lunches? Xu Min struggled to maintain her composure. How did you know Ji Mingyu was the one bringing me lunch? Lu Tingyuan was intrigued, as he had never mentioned Ji Mingyu to her. It's simply because you smell like her perfume. Xu Min blurted out. Chapter 65. Lu Tingyuan falls for the trap. Xu Min immediately realized she should not have said that. She watched Lu Tingyuan's reaction anxiously, relieved when he did not dwell on it. So, are you going to bring me lunch or not? Lu Tingyuan pressed on relentlessly. All right. I will bring you a heartwarming lunch tomorrow afternoon, Xu Min replied, treating him as if he were a child. Now that's more like a tea. Lu Tingyuan held Ji Mingyu in his embrace, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The following morning, noticing that Ji Mingyu had yet to successfully attract Lu Tingyuan, Long Qingqing decided to lend her a hand. Seizing the opportunity while Gao Qifei and Lu Tingyuan attended a routine meeting, Long Qingqing discreetly added a colorless, odorless drug to the water Lu Tingyuan regularly consumed. Aware that Ji Mingyu would not return till noon, she ensured the drug's effects would take time to manifest, activating just around lunchtime. Long Qingqing gazed at the cup of water, confident that this time Lu Tingyuan would fall into her trap. After the meeting, Lu Tingyuan returned directly to his office, with Gao Qifei closely following him, carrying the tainted cup of water. During the lunch break, Ji Mingyu, as usual, brought her lovingly prepared meal for Lu Tingyuan. Good luck. Upon encountering Ji Mingyu, Long Qingqing offered her encouragement, accompanied by a curious glance. Ji Mingyu, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of hastening her meeting with Lu Tingyuan, showing little interest in deciphering Long Qingqing's peculiar expression. At that moment, the effects of the medication had already begun to take hold of Lu Tingyuan. He felt a wave of heat surging through his body, his cheeks flushed and his mouth parched. Struggling against discomfort, he loosened his tie, taking several hurried gulps of water from a glass on the table. Yet, an unnamed fire continued to smolder within him, prompting him to further loosen his tie. Revealing his bronze skin as he unbuttoned the top 3 buttons, as Ji Mingyu entered, she beheld Lu Tingyuan in disarray, exuding a sensual allure despite his disheveled appearance. She mistakenly believed his state was a result of her recent gestures of kindness, thinking he would reciprocate her affections that afternoon. With this in mind, she placed the lunch she had brought onto his desk, swaying her alluring waist as she navigated around the expansive office desk toward his chair. Brother Tingyuan, are you all right? She inquired, noticing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, sensing something was amiss. That do not come any closer. Lu Tingyuan gritted, struggling to suppress the turmoil within himself, realizing that something was indeed wrong. Observing his flushed face and his efforts to maintain composure, Ji Mingyu suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Long Qingqing's earlier gaze. It was evident that Long Qingqing had drugged Lu Tingyuan, with the truth dawning upon her. Ji Mingyu seized the opportunity, deliberately adopting a provocative demeanor as she prepared to sit on Lu Tingyuan's lap. Irritated, Lu Tingyuan swiftly knocked her to the ground, then reached for his phone to call Gao Qifei. Now suspecting Long Qingqing's involvement. "Come to my office immediately," he commanded. Upon receiving the call, Gao Qifei hurried to Lu Tingyuan's office. "Throw her out," Lu Tingyuan ordered upon seeing Gao Qifei. With some effort, Gao Qifei carried Ji Mingyu out, only to be spotted by Long Ao, who was arriving to find Long Qingqing. Intrigued by Gao Qifei's apparent disregard for such a stunning woman, Long Ao decided to take her away, reasoning that his visit to see Long Qingqing was of little importance, merely prompted by her invitation to show him around her workplace. After ensuring Ji Mingyu was dealt with, Gao Qifei rushed back to Lu Tingyuan's office, having noted Lu Tingyuan's disconcerting condition, which suggested he had been drugged. "Are you all right, President Lu?" Gao Qifei inquired with concern. "I am fine, but I require assistance to the lounge," Lu Tingyuan responded, feeling he could barely endure much longer and needed solitude for a moment. "All right, take it slow, President Lu," Gao Qifei replied, quickly moving to support him toward the lounge. "Fetch me some ice water, quickly," Lu Tingyuan exclaimed, feeling unbearably hot, as if engulfed in flames. "Understood, I'll be right back," Gao Qifei assured. Turning to find the ice water, inadvertently colliding with Xu Min, who was about to enter. Xu Min exclaimed in surprise. Be careful." Gao Qifei managed to catch her just in time, preventing her from falling. "I apologize, Miss Xu. Did I hurt you?" he asked, worried that he might have caused her harm. "But it's fine. But what about you? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Where's President Lu?" Xu Min inquired, peering into the president's office only to discover it empty. President Lu is in the lounge. "I will take you there," Gao Qifei replied, unaware that the nature of Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min's relationship was not as it appeared. "The lounge? Is he unwell? Why would he go there?" Xu Min pondered aloud as she followed Gao Qifei to the lounge entrance. "President Lu is inside. You can enter yourself. I won't go in," Gao Qifei stated before swiftly making his exit. Upon entering the lounge, Xu Min found Lu Tingyuan looking distressed, as if he were suffering from an intense fever. "What brings you here?" Lu Tingyuan asked, feeling the flames within him intensify at the sight of her. "Why must she come at such an inopportune moment? Did you not request a loving lunch delivery?" "Here it is," Xu Min said, extending the lunchbox toward him. Seeing her approach, Lu Tingyuan recoiled as though startled. "Just place it on the table." Given his current predicament, he feared that Xu Min's proximity would overwhelm his self-control, and he desperately wished to avoid any intimate encounter with her at this moment. Just before Xu Min entered, he had felt he could conquer the fire raging within him, but upon gazing at her, it flared back to life, more fervent than ever. Xu Min set the lunchbox on the table. Noticing Lu Tingyuan's odd demeanor. "What is wrong with you? Your face is so red. Are you running a fever?" "Let me check," she said, moving closer to touch his forehead. "Do not come any closer," Lu Tingyuan shouted, evading her outstretched hand as if it were contagion. "The lunch has been delivered. You may leave now." In his current state, Lu Tingyuan only wished for Xu Min to depart quickly. He was on the brink of losing control over his desires. Uncertain of his actions should she linger. "What is the matter with you? I simply want to check if you have a fever. Why do you keep avoiding me?" Xu Min persisted, stepping closer again, reaching out to touch his forehead. "What are you doing?" Just as Xu Min's hand was about to make contact, Lu Tingyuan seized her wrist, pulling her down onto himself, swiftly flipping their positions so that she was beneath him. "Did you not wish to ascertain whether I am feverish? Well, now you know," he declared before eagerly capturing her lips with his own. Whether it was Lu Tingyuan's intoxicating kiss or Xu Min's realization of the state he was in, she gradually closed her eyes and ceased to resist. Meanwhile, Long Qingqing, having conspired with Long Mei and Long Ao the night before to invite them to observe her workplace, was unaware of the events unfolding. She assumed Ji Mingyu was still in Lu Tingyuan's office when she rushed to fetch Long Mei. However, upon opening the lounge door to showcase her findings, she was taken aback to discover the room occupied by Xu Min and Lu Tingyuan, with no sign of Ji Mingyu. Hearing the door open, Lu Tingyuan hastily placed a cup over Xu Min's body, commanding, "Leave it." Lu Tingyuan was genuinely enraged this time. He could now be utterly certain that it was Long Qingqing who had drugged him. Long Mei's expression was equally grim, and without uttering a word, she took Long Qingqing and departed from the Lu group. As for Long Ao, he placed Ji Mingyu into his car, and sought out a nearby hotel, where he spent the night with her. The following morning, upon awakening, Long Ao-e discovered that Ji Mingyu had yet to stir, likely due to the forcefulness of Lu Tingyuan's earlier actions. He turned Ji Mingyu over and soon discovered the partner beast mark on her collarbone, which took the form of a black dragon in the beast clan. Once ordinary males and females formed a pair bond, the bond could only be severed if both parties willingly consented, and a male was prepared to sacrifice half of his life. However, such archaic customs belonged to a bygone era in the present day. As dragon society advanced with civilization, they had long since developed methods to safely and swiftly dissolve partner relationships, even if one party was unwilling. The bond could be amicably severed without causing harm to the male. Unfazed, Long Ao-e retrieved a crystal-clear stone and circled it over the black dragon mark, which then vanished into the stone. Thus, the partner bond between Ji Mingyu and Long Ao-e was dissolved, and he nonchalantly exited the room, leaving Ji Mingyu still in slumber. When Ji Mingyu awoke, she found herself lying naked on the grand bed of the hotel. Believing that her encounter had been with Lu Tingyuan, she felt a surge of delight. Unhurried, she dressed and applied a simple touch of makeup before gracefully leaving the hotel. Little did Ji Mingyu know that Long Qingqing had been barred from entering the president's office due to her role in drugging Lu Tingyuan. A month swiftly passed, and in the hall of the Wolf Clan, everyone was enjoying their meal. Suddenly, Ji Mingyu rushed away, retching. "Mingyu, what's wrong?" Ji Luohong inquired with concern upon her return to the table. Mingyu hesitated, unsure of how her father would react to the news of her unwed pregnancy. Observing her earlier bout of nausea and her current stammering demeanor, Lin Wanqing, being a mother herself, speculated that Ji Mingyu was likely pregnant. "Are you expecting?" Ji Mingyu neither confirmed nor denied. "Mingyu, is what your mother said true?" Ji Luohong, noticing Ji Mingyu's inability to articulate a response, anxiously slammed his bowl onto the table. Ji Mingyu was not genuinely embarrassed. Rather, she was striving to present herself as a victim, hoping Ji Luohong would lend her support so she could marry Lu Tingyuan as she desired. Unbeknownst to her, the child within her was not Lu Tingyuan's, but rather Long Ao-e's. In truth, Ji Mingyu had contemplated confronting Lu Tingyuan for responsibility upon discovering her severe pregnancy symptoms at the hospital. Yet, she felt uncertain about her chances of success and recognized that Long Mei's words carried significant weight. Thus, she conceived the idea of having Ji Luohong approach Long Mei to exert pressure on Lu Tingyuan, ensuring he would have no choice but to marry her. Who is the child's father? At this juncture, Ji Luohong had no choice but to accept the situation. As Lu Tingyuan's Ji Mingyu's voice was soft, yet it was loud enough for everyone present to hear. "Lu Tingyuan," Lin Wanqing exclaimed in shock, recalling that he was engaged to Shu Min, and they seemed to share a strong bond. "Are you certain?" Ji Luohong was equally taken aback, never having anticipated that it would be Lu Tingyuan. Uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, Ji Luohong was aware that Lu Tingyuan was the president of the Lu Group, a corporation even more formidable than the Long Group, a top-tier conglomerate nationwide. The Lu Group was involved in various industries, and even the Dragon Clan sought collaboration with them. If the child Ji Mingyu carried was indeed Lu Tingyuan's, the Wolf Clan could forge ties with the Dragon Clan, and Lu Tingyuan would become Ji Luohong's son-in-law. Absolutely, Ji Mingyu feigned a sorrowful demeanor, as if Lu Tingyuan had forced her. "Rest assured, Mingyu, I shall seek justice for you." Ji Luohong's concern for his daughter was genuine, but he also harbored ambitions of elevating their family status through connections with the Dragon Clan and the Lu Group. "Thank you, Father." Ji Mingyu pretended to wipe away tears, though none fell, achieving her goal. The two barely finished their meal before instructing the driver to wait outside. Ji Luohong and Ji Mingyu changed their attire before heading to the Dragon Clan to find Long Mei. Originally, Ji Luohong had intended for Lin Wanqing to accompany them, but she declined, citing her nearing due date. Chapter 67. Making Lu Tingyuan take the blame. In truth, Lin Wanqing's reluctance to go stemmed partly from a desire to protect her unborn child. She had already been venturing out less frequently, as the wolf cub in her womb represented her only hope. Another reason for her hesitance was her suspicion that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. especially since Xu Min had previously assisted her. Consequently, she opted to distance herself from the unfolding events. Upon arriving at the Dragon Clan's villa, Ji Luohong and Ji Mingyu found that Lu Tingyuan had already gone to work and was not present. Meanwhile, Long Ao had just awakened and, upon hearing of Ji Mingyu and Ji Luohong's arrival, hurried to ascertain what was occurring on his way. He encountered a listless Long Qingqing. "That aren't you supposed to be at work? My job is exceedingly dull. What difference does it make? I heard Ji Mingyu and Ji Luohong are here, but I wonder what brings them." Long Qingqing, barred from the president's office, found fewer opportunities to stir up trouble, leading to a lack of enthusiasm for work. "What is there to see? Hurry back to your job." Long Ao and Long Qingqing exchanged banter as they approached the hall. Upon reaching the entrance, Long Ao caught sight of Ji Mingyu seated beside Ji Luohong. She was the very female he had encountered previously. He had initially thought Ji Mingyu was merely a casual female, not realizing she was the partner of the Dragon Clan's leader. Fearing recognition, Long Ao felt a pang of anxiety, forgetting that Ji Mingyu had been unconscious during their encounter and thus did not recall him. "Do you know Ji Mingyu?" Long Qingqing inquired. Noticing Long Ao's no, I don't know her, he replied, momentarily recalling that Ji Mingyu had never seen him. Reassured, he regained his composure. Then why the peculiar expression? Sensing that Long Ao was concealing something from her, Long Qingqing suspected it was related to Ji Mingyu. "Come on, let us go in. Don't you want to see the commotion?" Ignoring Long Qingqing, Long Ao hastily took a seat on the hall's sofa. "Since we are all straightforward individuals, I will not beat around the bush. My daughter is pregnant with Lu Tingyuan's child, and we hope the Dragon Clan can provide the Wolf Clan with an explanation." Ji Luohong stated directly, laying bare their intentions. Long Mei, skeptical of Ji Mingyu's claim that the child was Lu Tingyuan's, chose not to express her doubts. After all, they had come seeking assistance, and it was prudent to extend some courtesy. "What kind of explanation do you seek?" "We want Lu Tingyuan to dissolve his bond with Xu Min and pair with Ji Mingyu." Summoning his courage, Ji Luohong stated their objective. Though Long Mei was a mere female, Ji Luohong felt inexplicably anxious in her presence. While she harbored no fondness for Xu Min, she was reluctant to worsen the already strained relationship between Xu Min and Lu Tingyuan. Therefore, she opted to deflect the matter, suggesting they wait for Lu Tingyuan's return. Even if Ji Mingyu's child truly belonged to Lu Tingyuan, she needed to confirm with him before making any decisions. Ji Mingyu listened to Long Mei's words and wanted to declare that she was carrying Lu Tingyuan's child. However, Ji Luohong restrained her, preventing her from finishing her statement. After all, Long Mei held considerable influence within the Dragon Clan and the entire Beast Realm, and he dared not provoke her, so he could only agree for the time being. "Very well. Let us return and await news," Ji Luohong concluded, pulling Ji Mingyu away from the Dragon Clan's villa. As Ji Mingyu exited the villa with a dark expression, her heart simmered with frustration. She had initially believed that with Ji Luohong's intervention, the matter would surely be resolved. To her dismay, Ji Luohong's fear of Long Mei had led to their abrupt dismissal with just a few words. After watching Ji Luohong and Ji Mingyu depart, Long Ao began to plot in his mind that he had never anticipated that the beauty he had rescued would turn out to be the little female of the Wolf Clan's leader. Had he known Ji Mingyu was the daughter of the Wolf Clan's leader, he would have refrained from engaging with her. Now that Ji Mingyu was pregnant, and since she believed the child to be Lu Tingyuan's, let Lu Tingyuan take responsibility for the offspring. In Long Ao's view, although Ji Mingyu belonged to the Wolf Clan, she was still not a match for him. The proud dragon was truly unexpected. Lu Tingyuan was quite adept, managing to bond with a little female of the Tiger Clan while simultaneously causing a little female of the Wolf Clan to conceive. Long Ao expressed this thought in a peculiar tone, secretly observing Long Mei's reaction. Upon hearing Long Ao's comments, Long Mei sensed that he had more to say and chose not to engage further. "If you don't care for your mother, why not sever ties with Xu Min? It would grant the Wolf Clan's little female and her unborn child a rightful status." As Long Ao noticed Long Mei's silence, he continued to voice his opinions, based solely on their father-daughter testimonies. It could not be determined that the child in Ji Mingyu's womb was indeed Lu Tingyuan's. "Let us wait until Lu Tingyuan returns. Long Mei stated her intentions. That even a question? The girl has come to you. It cannot be false that I suggest you promptly dissolve the bond between Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min and unite with Ji Mingyu instead. Long Ao's eager expression betrayed him. Long Mei, not being naive, discerned that Long Ao's fervent desire for Lu Tingyuan to end his relationship with Xu Min must tie back to his own involvement. The child in Ji Mingyu's womb yours? Long Mei inquired of Long Ao. I do not even know her. How could she possibly be my child? Long Ao, feeling guilty, dared not meet Long Mei's gaze. That moment, Long Mei became increasingly convinced that the child in Ji Mingyu's womb must indeed belong to Long Ao. Your eyes have betrayed you. Now, tell me what transpired. Long Mei's expression turned serious. Terrified, Long Ao recounted how he had found Ji Mingyu and brought her to the hotel, divulging every detail. After listening to Long Ao's account, Long Mei's expression remained inscrutable. Mother, you must help me. I was merely toying with her. I do not wish to marry Ji Mingyu. Long Mei's silence intensified Long Ao's anxiety. He genuinely feared that she would compel him to wed Ji Mingyu. Witnessing Long Ao's demeanor, Long Mei initially contemplated the possibility of forcing him to marry Ji Mingyu. However, despite her authoritative exterior, she had always doted on Long Ao and Long Qingqing. Whenever they desired something, she would find a way to help them achieve it. The last instance, when Long Qingqing went to the Lu family to serve as Lu Tingyuan's secretary, was a prime example. Chapter 68. She is expecting a child so. The child in Ji Mingyu's womb is yours, and oh wonder you appeared so flustered outside. You were afraid Ji Mingyu would recognize you. Long Qingqing remarked after hearing Long Ao's account of that day. She realized that after she had left, Lu Tingyuan had discarded Ji Mingyu, only for Long Ao to pick her up at that moment. It was no wonder that when she brought Long Mei to Lu Tingyuan's lounge, she encountered Xu Min. What is there to be flustered about? That little female of the Wolf clan has no idea who I am. Long Ao thought only of how to persuade Long Mei to have Lu Tingyuan marry Ji Mingyu. You engage in such affairs and still have the audacity to speak. Long Mei, aware of her excessive indulgence toward Long Ao and Long Qingqing, was nonetheless just an ordinary mother who wished to provide for her children. Mother, I am Long Ao of the Dragon Clan. I cannot marry a little female of the Wolf Clan. Even if she is the daughter of the Wolf Clan's leader, she is still not worthy of me. Long Ao's unwavering confidence in his superiority over Ji Mingyu was perplexing. What do you propose then? The girl is indeed carrying your child. Long Mei expressed her frustration, torn between admonishing him and her maternal instincts. Did Ji Luohong not mention that Ji Mingyu believes the child is Lu Tingyuan's? If that is the case, we can let the tide carry us. Let Lu Tingyuan bear the blame, that it wouldn't be unjust to him. Long Ao laid out his plan to Long Mei, hoping for her approval. Mother, please support my brother. I find Xu Min insufferable. If Ji Mingyu marries Lu Tingyuan, we shall be rid of that woman. Long Qingqing interjected, her only concern being to oust Xu Min indeed. Mother, this is a splendid idea that serves two purposes. Long Ao eagerly chimed in, encouraged by Long Qingqing's support. But the child in Ji Mingyu's womb is yours. Long Mei hesitated, knowing that despite her strained relationship with Lu Tingyuan, she could not bring herself to place the blame on him, as he was still her son. It is precisely because it is my child that she should marry Lu Tingyuan. Long Ao stated without a hint of shame. What do you mean? Long Mei was perplexed by his reasoning. You see, Ji Luong brought Ji Mingyu today, seeking a status for her, to marry Lu Tingyuan. This way, Ji Mingyu gains a position, and the child in her womb receives recognition that in either case, whether Ji Mingyu marries me or Lu Tingyuan, the child's status remains similar. Long Ao elucidated his perspective to Long Mei. After hearing Long Ao's audacious logic, Long Mei surprisingly found merit in his argument. After all, the child in Ji Mingyu was indeed Long Ao's, and it warranted acknowledgement. If Long Ao refused to provide it, Lu Tingyuan would be the optimal choice. Thus, Long Mei reluctantly agreed to this absurd proposal. However, would Lu Tingyuan obediently comply and marry Ji Mingyu? Although Long Mei had consented, Long Qingqing worried that Lu Tingyuan would not easily acquiesce. Considering his affection for Xu Min, that is uncertain. We could detain Shu Min and use her as leverage. If it comes to that, Lu Tingyuan would certainly comply, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Long Ao had already devised a plan, confident that Lu Tingyuan would not simply yield. Yet, as long as they had Shu Min in their grasp, they were not concerned about Lu Tingyuan's compliance. Let us proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing Long Mei's assertion that Lu Tingyuan would willingly sacrifice himself for Shu Min, she immediately acquiesced without a second thought. That very evening, within the confines of the Long clan's secluded estate, Shu Min gazed in astonishment at the 2 lines on the pregnancy test. For the past few days, she had sensed something amiss with her body, feeling nauseous at the sight of greasy foods. Furthermore, her monthly period had been delayed by a week. Recalling the events that transpired in Lu Tingyuan's lounge, she discreetly procured a pregnancy test from the pharmacy. To her surprise, the result confirmed her pregnancy. She carefully stowed the test away, intending to surprise Lu Tingyuan upon his return. However, before Lu Tingyuan could arrive, she was unexpectedly confronted by Long Ao, who, accompanied by several male members of the Long clan, barged into her room. Without affording Shu Min a moment to react, they forcibly confined her in the basement. After dining with clients, Lu Tingyuan eagerly drove back to the Long clan's estate, his anticipation to see Shu Min palpable. Since their intimate encounter in the lounge, their bond had grown increasingly profound. Each evening, he endeavored to return home early, all for the sake of seeing her. Today was no exception. Having parked his car, he hurried towards the Long clan's residence. Yet, upon his arrival, he scoured every room but found no trace of Shu Min just as he was about to call her to inquire if she had yet to return. He was summoned to the Long clan's main mansion by Long Mei's envoy. Reluctantly, he proceeded to the main residence, sensing that his mother's summons would not bode well. "Mother, what is it that you require of me?" Long Ao inquired, sitting with an air of confidence on the sofa as he regarded the impassive Long Mei. Ji Mingyu is pregnant with your child. Are you aware of this? Long Mei took a sip from her teacup, setting it down as she spoke slowly. Impossible. Lu Tingyuan vehemently denied that Ji Mingyu was carrying his child. Today, Ji Luohong came to confront us, demanding an explanation from the Long clan. Long Mei was resolute in her intention to compel Lu Tingyuan to marry Ji Mingyu, insisting that he grant legitimacy to Long Ao Yi's offspring. "Mother, I have stated that Ji Mingyu's child is not mine. I shall never marry her." Lu Tingyuan wished to leave immediately. He had to find Shu Min. Yet, just as he rose to depart, Long Ao approached him, threateningly stating, "If you refuse to marry Ji Mingyu, then Shu Min may not see the light of tomorrow." Upon hearing Long Ao's threat against Shu Min, Lu Tingyuan stepped forward, seizing Long Ao's collar. "If you dare lay a finger on Shu Min, I will make you regret it." Unable to escape Lu Tingyuan's grip, Long Ao turned to Long Mei for assistance. "Mother, look at him. For a mere woman, he treats his own brother this way. Release him. Do you not recognize me as your son?" Long Mei, witnessing Lu Tingyuan's aggression towards Long Ao, felt an intensified disdain for Shu Min. Chapter 69. Life and Death Ultimatum as an Elder. Long Mei commanded authority. Lu Tingyuan shot a fierce glare at Long Ao. She released him and walked towards the entrance of the hall. At that moment, Lu Tingyuan remained oblivious to Shu Min's abduction by Long Ao. Meanwhile, Long Ao, standing behind Lu Tingyuan, coldly remarked, "I wonder if Shu Min is frightened in the dark confines of the basement." Lu Tingyuan halted, turning to confront Long Ao, who instinctively took refuge beside Long M. "Do not approach, lest I truly harm Shu Min." Aware of Shu Min's precarious situation, Lu Tingyuan chose to bide his time. "What do you want?" he demanded. "It is simple. If you agree to marry Ji Mingyu, I will release Shu Min." Long Ao proposed. "I shall reiterate. Impossible that I'm already engaged to Shu Min and cannot marry another woman." Lu Tingyuan was resolute in his commitment to his love and partner. "Should you dissolve your bond with Shu Min, marrying Ji Mingyu would be feasible. I have even thought of this for you." Long Ao believed he was not entirely heartless, as he sought to ensure Ji Mingyu's child had a father of Long clan lineage. "I will not sever my bond with Shu Min." "Very well, if you're unconcerned for her well-being. Long Ao, he tightened his grip on Lu Tingyuan, who shot him a murderous glare. Lu Tingyuan, remember, Shu Min is in my possession. You would do well to choose your words carefully. Long Ao Yi's confidence grew with every word that if you consent to marry Ji Mingyu, I will release Shu Min. If you refuse, I cannot predict my actions. Long Ao Yi continued to threaten Lu Tingyuan. Mother, will you allow Long Ao Yi to act so recklessly? Lu Tingyuan implored Long Mei. Yet, Long Mei stood firmly by Long Ao Yi's side. Simply agree to marry Ji Mingyu, and he will naturally release Shu Min. You see, even your mother has spoken. Do you dare defy her command? Seeing Long Mei's stance, Lu Tingyuan realized she and Long Ao Yi had likely conspired together. It appeared that if he did not acquiesce to Ji Mingyu today, Shu Min's fate would be grim. Thus, Lu Tingyuan decided to temporarily compromise, hoping to find a way to rescue Shu Min later. Very well, I will consider marrying Ji Mingyu, but you must first allow me to see Shu Min. That is out of the question. What if you abscond with her? Long Ao Yi remained wary that I will not agree without first ensuring Shu Min's safety. Lu Tingyuan was equally steadfast. Brother, just agree to him. You will still need Shu Min's partner mark later. Long Qingqing interjected, eager for Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan to sever their bond. Long Ao Yi glanced at Long Mei, seeking her approval. Long Mei nodded slightly, understanding his intent. Long Ao Yi then strode toward the door. Soon, Long Ao Yi returned with Shu Min in tow, flanked by a cadre of male Long clan members. Observing the situation, Lu Tingyuan realized the chances of absconding with Shu Min were slim. Shu Min, are you all right? Did he harm you? Lu Tingyuan inquired, his concern palpable as he scanned her for injuries. Although she appeared unharmed, he needed her assurance to feel at ease. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. Shu Min understood that revealing her pregnancy at this moment would not be prudent, so she chose to remain silent. Now that you have seen her, tell me, where's Shu Min's partner mark? Long Ao Yi was eager to remove her partner beast mark, thus dissolving the bond between her and Lu Tingyuan. Why must you remove my partner beast mark? Shu Min asked, panic evident in her gaze as Long Ao Yi approached her. Why? Because Long Ao Yi no longer wants you. Ji Mingyu is carrying a child, and he intends to marry her. Long Ao Yi spoke vaguely, intentionally sowing seeds of doubt in Shu Min's mind. You are lying. I refuse to believe you. Shu Min's instinct was to trust Lu Tingyuan, certain that he would never betray her. Lu Tingyuan was at a loss for how to explain, opting for silence instead. Will you tell me yourself, or must I find out for you? Long Ao Yi smirked maliciously at Shu Min seeking assistance. Shu Min looked toward Lu Tingyuan, who simply replied, it is on her left shoulder. Shu Min felt a profound sense of disappointment upon realizing that Lu Tingyuan not only refused to assist her, but also divulged the location of the handprint on her body to Long Ao Yi. She stood there in a daze, allowing Long Ao Yi to tear away the fabric from her shoulder and place the Dragon Clan's crystal stone upon her companion beast mark. The icy touch of the crystal made Shu Min shiver. Yet as Long Ao Yi circled the crystal over her companion beast mark, he discovered that it contained nothing at all. Undeterred, Long Ao Yi placed the crystal on Shu Min's companion beast mark once more. But still, there was nothing. The crystal's inability to remove the companion beast mark could only occur under one circumstance: that the little female was pregnant to protect the offspring within her womb. The companion beast mark forbade the dissolution of their bond during this period. The fact that the crystal could not remove Shu Min's companion beast mark indicated that she, too, was with child. Lu Tingyuan was astonished, unable to fathom that Shu Min was pregnant. It seemed he would need to contemplate his next steps more carefully. Meanwhile, Long Mei and Long Qingqing were equally taken aback. Especially Long Mei, who hesitated upon learning of Shu Min's pregnancy, that on one side, Ji Mingyu was expecting Long Ao Yi's child, while on the other, Shu Min was carrying Lu Tingyuan's, regardless of whom Lu Tingyuan married. One child would inevitably suffer in the matter of dissolving the bond between Lu Tingyuan and Shu Min. Long Qingqing was more proactive than Long Ao. She quickly devised a plan that would satisfy the Wolf clan while temporarily avoiding the dissolution of Lu Tingyuan and Shu Min's relationship. The strategy was to allow Lu Tingyuan to grandly marry Ji Mingyu, as he was merely engaged to Xu Min, not married. Furthermore, the Wolf clan was primarily concerned with face, and other details were of lesser importance. After Xu Min gave birth, the couple's relationship could be dissolved without issue in order to protect Xu Min and her unborn child. Lu Tingyuan reluctantly agreed to proceed according to Long Qingqing's proposal, albeit with his own stipulations. Chapter 70. Lu Jinghuan injures Long Mei. Lu Tingyuan's condition included sending Xu Min and Lu Tingting back to the Tiger clan. He originally believed that by sending both of them away, he would be free from concerns within the Dragon clan. However, he was taken aback when Long Mei proposed sending Lu Jinghuan back to the Dragon clan's villa. Lu Tingyuan understood that if he did not comply, none of them would be permitted to leave the villa that day. Thus, he had no choice but to accommodate Lu Jinghuan's extended stay for a few more days, after reaching an agreement with Long Mei. Lu Tingyuan, fearing prolonged complications, sent Lu Tingting and Xu Min back to the Tiger clan that very night. He informed his father, Lu Jinghuan, of the situation. Initially, Lu Jinghuan thought that Long Mei merely had a personality clash with Lu Tingyuan. However, upon realizing how difficult Long Mei was being toward his son, the usually good-natured Lu Jinghuan became genuinely angry. Regardless of the late hour, he hurried back to the Dragon clan's villa with Uncle Chen. Upon hearing of Lu Jinghuan's return, Long Mei, who had not seen him in quite some time, promptly summoned him. Unexpectedly, Lu Jinghuan concealed a dagger on his person. During the ensuing altercation with Long Mei, he accidentally injured her. Upon hearing that Lu Jinghuan had harmed Long Mei, Long Ao rushed in her room, shouting that he would kill Lu Jinghuan. Let anyone try. As long as I am here, no one shall harm him. Long Mei intervened, preventing Long Ao from taking lethal action against Lu Jinghuan. With that, Long Ao stormed out of Long Mei's room in a huff. Lu Tingyuan never anticipated that the tender moments shared with Xu Min would lead to her pregnancy. Yet, the current situation was rather complex, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. Why does her mother insist on you marrying Ji Mingyu? She is merely a little female of the Wolf clan, lacking any advantage over us tigers. After listening to Lu Tingyuan recount the events of the evening, Xu Min felt a sense of intrigue that I, too, find it curious why my mother would trust Ji Mingyu's words over mine. Despite Lu Tingyuan's repeated assertions that the child in Ji Mingyu's womb was not his, she remained unconvinced and insisted that he marry Ji Mingyu. In contrast to Long Mei, Xu Min believed in Lu Tingyuan's fidelity. The child in Ji Mingyu's womb was unequivocally not Lu Tingyuan's. The crucial question remained: whose child was it that warranted such importance from Long Mei, compelling her to insist upon this marriage? Xu Min concluded that the key to the issue lay in uncovering the true parentage of the child in Ji Mingyu's womb. Whose child it is, I shall take Ji Mingyu for an ultrasound tomorrow and find out. Reluctantly, Lu Tingyuan realized he had no other viable options. That it seems we must proceed this way. Be cautious tomorrow. Once we uncover the truth, it is best not to let Ji Mingyu know right away. Xu Min cautioned, fearing that Ji Mingyu might complicate matters further. The following morning, Lu Tingyuan feigned great concern for the child in Ji Mingyu's womb, escorting her to a hospital under the Lu family's name. He expressed curiosity as a pretext, watching Ji Mingyu undergo the ultrasound. When the result emerged, Lu Tingyuan discovered that the child was indeed not his. That Ji Mingyu's womb held a cluster of eggs, slightly larger than snake eggs, unmistakably dragon eggs. He instructed the doctor to keep the information confidential for the time being and arranged for Ji Mingyu to be returned to the Wolf clan. Lu Tingyuan then hurried back to the Tiger clan to inform Xu Min of the revelation. They're dragon eggs. Xu Min was taken aback. She had initially thought Ji Mingyu had entangled herself with a stray beast and falsely accused Lu Tingyuan of fathering her child. However, with the ultrasound revealing dragon eggs, it suggested that Ji Mingyu's child was not only unrelated to stray beasts, but likely connected to the Dragon clan as well. Indeed, from the ultrasound, it is clear that the eggs in Ji Mingyu's womb are larger than snake eggs. They are distinctly dragon eggs. Lu Tingyuan was equally astonished that Ji Mingyu was carrying dragon eggs, and oh wonder Long may have been so insistent about compelling him to marry Ji Mingyu. It turned out the child belonged to the Dragon clan. This revelation clarified Long Mei's previous actions. Furthermore, she must have known whose child it was. Otherwise, despite her disdain for him, she would not have forced him to marry someone pregnant with an unknown child. In truth, Lu Tingyuan had always suspected that Long Mei knew the child was not his. He simply could not understand why. Knowing the child was not his, she still insisted he dissolve his bond with Xu Min to marry Ji Mingyu. Who do you think the father of Ji Mingyu's child is? Xu Min pondered, already formulating an answer in her mind, eager to ascertain whether Lu Tingyuan shared her thoughts. What do you think? Lu Tingyuan had come to a conclusion of his own. Long Ao Y.it is Long Ao Yi's. The two of them simultaneously uttered Long Ao Yi's name. However, if the child truly belonged to Long Ao Yi, why did Ji Mingyu claim it was Lu Tingyuan's? Although Ji Mingyu harbored feelings for him, the child in her womb was indeed Long Ao Yi's. If she were to marry, it would naturally be Long Ao, who held a higher status within the Dragon Clan than Lu Tingyuan. There were too many inconsistencies to make sense of, leaving Xu Min feeling overwhelmed. Let's set aside other matters for now. To my knowledge, Long Ao Yi and Ji Mingyu do not know each other. When did they become involved? Indeed, Ji Mingyu has been delivering you heartfelt lunches lately. How could she suddenly have a child with Long Ao Yi? As Xu Min recalled Ji Mingyu's recent gestures towards Lu Tingyuan, she could not help but roll her eyes. Could it be that day? Lu Tingyuan suddenly recalled the events that transpired on the day he was drugged by Long Qingqing. What day? Xu Min was slightly perplexed. The day I was drugged by Long Qingqing. Actually, Ji Mingyu had come by before you, but had knocked her out and had Gao Qifei dispose of her. Lu Tingyuan remembered that he had been rather forceful that day, likely causing Ji Mingyu to remain unconscious until the following morning. It is entirely possible that Long Qingqing intended to create an opportunity for you and Ji Mingyu, which suggests that Long Ao Yi and Ji Mingyu had no prior relationship. Xu Min continued her analysis that I suspect that Long Qingqing invited Long Mei to the company not for a tour of the work environment, but rather to catch Ji Mingyu in a compromising situation. However, Long Qingqing did not anticipate Ji Mingyu being disposed of, and she likely arranged to meet Long Ao Yi that day, who simply did not show up, which is quite peculiar. Lu Tingyuan found Xu Min's analysis to be quite reasonable, thus deciding that the following day they would go to the Lu Corporation together to review the surveillance footage from that day. Chapter 71. Crisis averted. Early the next morning, Xu Min and Lu Tingyuan arrived at the Lu Group. They requested that all the videos from the location where Gao Qifei discarded Ji Mingyu be retrieved and sent to the president's office. Indeed, it was him. Upon seeing Long Ao Yi escorting Ji Mingyu away, Xu Min could not help but exclaim, "And no wonder Long Mei wanted you to take the blame. It seems that the aloof Long Ao Yi looked down upon Ji Mingyu, a mere little female of the Wolf clan. Hence, Long Mei had no choice but to use Lu Tingyuan to settle the debt." However, Xu Min refrained from voicing this thought, as Lu Tingyuan still harbored feelings for Long Mei. Long Ao Yi's terrifying behavior was not a first. With the power of the Dragon Clan's crystal, he had no worries. Yet this time, it was a matter of coincidence, for Ji Mingyu was pregnant. Lu Tingyuan had a certain understanding of his brother. However, one thing puzzled him. While it was understandable that Long Ao Yi looked down on Ji Mingyu, why had she claimed the child was his? Could it be that Ji Mingyu also rejected Long Ao Yi? Xu Min was direct in her assessment that both Ji Mingyu and her father, Ji Changming, were not good individuals. She surmised that her interest in Lu Tingyuan was largely due to his status as the president of Lu Corporation. Yet now that a better option like Long Ao Yi had emerged, should she not cling to him? Moreover, she was carrying Long Ao Yi's offspring. Perhaps Ji Mingyu was entirely unaware that her partner was Long Ao Yi. Lu Tingyuan boldly speculated that Ji Mingyu had been knocked unconscious by him that day and subsequently discarded by Gao Qifei. It was quite possible that Ji Mingyu had never known of Long Ao Yi's existence. How could that be? In such situations, how could one possibly remain unaware of their partner's identity? I may not have mentioned it before, but when I struck her, I exerted considerable force. She likely did not regain consciousness until the following day. Lu Tingyuan continued to elucidate. Then let us return and inform Mother that we have uncovered the truth. I refuse to marry Ji Mingyu. let Long Aoi take her, as his OW. Lu Tingyuan grasped Shumin's hand, intent on heading to the Dragon Clan's villa. Wait, do you think our knowledge of the truth matters to Long Mei and Long Aoi? Knowing that the child in Ji Mingyu's womb belongs to Long Aoi, would she still insist on you marrying Ji Mingyu? Would she care whether you were aware of the truth? Shumin believed that the matter could not be resolved with Long Mei. What do you propose we do? Surely, you cannot genuinely want me to marry Ji Mingyu. Perhaps he cared too much for Shumin and valued their relationship too highly. Lu Tingyuan momentarily lost his focus. Even if you wished for it, I would not be pleased. Shumin approached the sofa, sitting beside Lu Tingyuan and poking his chest with a delicate finger. Lu Tingyuan took hold of Shumin's slender hand, drawing her into his embrace. Then pray tell, what should we do? Let us inform the Wolf Clan and compel them to pressure Long Mei. I believe that between you and Long Aoi, the Wolf Clan would undoubtedly choose Long Aoi. Shumin articulated her plan. Are you implying that I am inferior to Long Aoi? Lu Tingyuan said in a threatening tone, suggesting that if Shumin dared to agree, she would be in for trouble. Of course not, for you have me. I will not allow them to choose you. Shumin realized that Lu Tingyuan was indeed acting childishly. Previously, he had insisted she prepare him a heartfelt lunch, and now he was irrationally jealous of Long Aoi. Subsequently, Shumin called Lin Wanqing to inform her that the child in Ji Mingyu's womb was not Lu Tingyuan's but Long Aoi's. Initially, Lin Wanqing was unaware of Long Aoi's significance, but upon Shumin's explanation that Long Aoi was the offspring of the Dragon Clan leader with a promising future, she quickly grasped the implications. Moreover, Lu Tingyuan was Shumin's partner. Even if Ji Mingyu married Lu Tingyuan, he would not treat her kindly. Lin Wanqing promptly conveyed the news regarding the identity of the child in Ji Mingyu's womb to Ji Luohong, who was infuriated. He recalled that day when he visited the Dragon Clan, Long Aoi had merely observed the commotion. The next day, Ji Luohong stormed back to confront Long Mei, demanding that Long Aoi take responsibility for Ji Mingyu. Upon hearing that Ji Luohong and Ji Mingyu were seeking him out for accountability, Long Aoi hurried to plead with Long Mei. Mother, please assist me. Long Aoi did not wish to marry so soon, nor did he want to be tied to a mere female of the Wolf Clan. Wolf Clan leader, I have already discussed this with Lu Tingyuan. You will take responsibility for your little female. Why do you suddenly waver? Long Mei, determined to protect Long Aoi, was quite unreasonable. That day, I was unaware that the one bullying my daughter was Long Aoi. Now that I know the child in her womb belongs to him, it is only natural that he must take responsibility, Ji Luohong boldly asserted. What does your little female say? Who does she wish to marry? Long Mei inquired, looking towards Ji Mingyu. I will listen to my father. Ji Mingyu replied, her head lowered in shyness. In truth, on the way there, Ji Luohong had already informed her of the events that transpired that day. When Ji Luohong suggested she marry Long Aoi, she thought to herself that as the son of the Dragon Clan leader, Long Aoi was certainly preferable to Lu Tingyuan. Thus, she had no objections. What do you mean by that? Does it imply that your Dragon Clan does not intend for Long Aoi to take responsibility? Ji Luohong was eager to establish a connection with the Dragon Clan. Both of them are my sons. Marrying either one is the same. Long may still wish for Ji Mingyu to wed Lu Tingyuan. If you refuse to allow Long Aoi to take responsibility for my daughter, do not blame me for reporting him to the guild. Ji Luohong, seeing that Long Mei was still unwilling to permit Long Aoi to marry Ji Mingyu, resorted to using the guild as leverage. The guild's strict regulations stated that males could not bully females. Left with no other options, Long Mei had to agree to the union of Long Aoi and Ji Mingyu. The gestation period for dragon offspring is 3 months, and fearing the delay would make the marriage less presentable, she proposed that the wedding be scheduled for the following month. Very well, we shall proceed as you say. Ji Luohong no longer exuded the formidable presence he had moments ago, for he had already achieved his objective. He still needed to rely on the Dragon Clan in the future, thereby rendering it unnecessary to strain their relationship. Meanwhile, Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan were filled with joy upon receiving the news of Long Aoi and Ji Mingyu's impending marriage. Lu Tingyuan incessantly praised Shu Min's cleverness, marveling at how she effortlessly resolved the issues without their intervention. Most importantly, he was elated that he would no longer have to dissolve their partnership, which brought him immense happiness. Chapter 72. She could no longer conceive. A month swiftly passed, and today Lu Tingyuan and Ji Mingyu were to wed at the Dragon clan's separate residence. This wedding could be deemed the grandest celebration between the Dragon and Wolf clans in many years. Although Long Aoi was not entirely willing to marry Ji Mingyu, the Dragon clan had nonetheless invested considerable time, effort, and funds into the preparations. The clan had replanted vibrant flowers and plants both inside and outside the main residence, which had undergone a complete renovation. Only the Dragon clan possessed such resources, enabling them to accomplish so much in just a month. Other beast clans would find it exceedingly difficult to match such capabilities. The significance the Dragon clan placed on this wedding stemmed not only from Long Aoi being the Dragon clan leader's offspring, but also from the numerous prominent figures expected to attend, thus ensuring the clan would not lose face to AS for the child growing in Shu Min's womb. She and Lu Tingyuan had already confirmed at the hospital that it was a female. Lu Tingyuan expressed his delight at having a daughter, as it would allow him to protect both of them. Shu Min's gestation period was 10 months, and she was currently 2 months along. Her belly was not yet pronounced, enabling her to don a beautiful gown for the wedding. However, Shu Min's happiness was marred by an unexpected encounter with Ji Changming and by Lin Rui at the wedding. Ji Mingyu was Ji Changming's sister. She should have anticipated meeting them. What surprised Shu Min even more was the revelation that Bai Lin Rui was pregnant once again. This news further dampened Shu Min's spirits, as she had not expected Bai Lin Rui to conceive so quickly. That it appeared that Ji Changming had clung to Bai Lin Rui's pregnancy as a lifeline. Yet, Ji Luohong seemed to place great importance on the child within Bai Lin Rui. Softening his displeasure towards Ji Changming, Ji Luohong undoubtedly had his own considerations. With Ji Chongqing rendered incapable, Ji Changming was all he could rely on as for Lin Wanqing's child. Even if it were a male, it would still require at least a decade of care. Bai Lin Rui and Ji Changming, of course, noticed Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan, especially since they had come prepared for this occasion. The two stood at the entrance, maintaining only a slight distance from Long Aoi and Ji Mingyu, who were greeting guests to go enter the wedding venue. One had to pass by them as Shu Min and Lu Tingyuan approached Ji Mingyu. Bai Lin Rui attempted to push Shu Min into Ji Mingyu, hoping both would miscarry. However, before Bai Lin Rui could act, Shu Rong, who had accompanied Shu Min, intercepted her. Shu Rong stood protectively behind Shu Min, causing Bai Lin Rui to realize she was unable to push her. This scene caught Ji Chongqing's attention, who harbored resentment towards Ji Changming. Furthermore, with Bai Lin Rui pregnant with Ji Changming's child, Ji Chongqing felt a surge of jealousy. Once Shu Min and her companions departed, Ji Chongqing exerted force and pushed Bai Lin Rui, causing her to collide with Ji Mingyu. Both fell to the ground, clutching their bellies in pain. Long Aoi and Ji Changming rushed to assist Ji Mingyu and Bai Lin Rui, respectively. The wedding venue erupted into chaos, and Lu Tingyuan quickly pulled Shu Min aside, fearing for her safety. Shu Rong informed Lu Tingyuan of Bai Lin Rui's earlier attempt to push Shu Min, which he had thwarted. Realizing the situation was untenable, Lu Tingyuan promptly led Shu Min and Shu Rong away from the Dragon clan's residence back to the Tiger clan. Meanwhile, Long Mei observed Ji Mingyu and Bai Lin Rui, both holding their bellies and crying out in pain. She hurriedly instructed Long Aoi to carry Ji Mingyu back to her room, reminding him to be cautious. She then dispatched someone to summon the clan's physician to attend to Ji Mingyu. As for Bai Lin Rui, she was advised to return to the Wolf clan or the hospital, whichever she preferred. Long Mei wished to avoid any unfortunate incidents involving Bai Lin Rui within the Dragon clan, as the repercussions would be unfavorable, and she personally felt it would bring bad luck. Other guests, upon witnessing the commotion, understood that the wedding could not proceed, and they began to leave the Dragon clan's residence. After ensuring everything was in order, Long Mei wasted no time in heading to Ji Mingyu's room. "Physician, how is it? Can her egg be saved?" Long Mei's greatest concern was that if Ji Mingyu's egg could not be preserved, the marriage would be in vain. "Indeed, physician. Will her egg survive? Please, speak." Long Aoi, more anxious than Long Mei, knew he was marrying Ji Mingyu primarily for the sake of the child in her womb. If the child were lost, it would render his efforts pointless. "Please do not panic just yet. The egg can indeed be preserved," the physician replied slowly. Fortunately, the dragon egg was safe. The three present, especially Ji Mingyu, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the dragon egg were to be lost, Long Aoi would sever their partnership. However, even if these 5 dragon eggs were saved, they would be considered premature. Once grown, they would be frail. The physician then cautiously introduced a but. As long as it can be preserved, we can focus on nurturing its health. The critical issue now is ensuring she safely delivers these 5 dragon eggs. Long Aoi was nearly driven mad by the physician's slow demeanor. The physician proceeded to list various precious medicinal herbs, some of which were unique to the dragon clan and in limited supply. Yet in order to ensure Ji Mingyu successfully birthed the 5 dragon eggs, Long Mei ordered that all the herbs mentioned by the physician be procured. For the sake of Long Aoi's 5 dragon eggs, Long Mei was truly investing heavily. Once the herbs arrived, the physician, along with the servants, began to prepare them. After Ji Mingyu consumed the processed herbs, the physician commenced the delivery. Ji Mingyu exerted tremendous effort, ultimately managing to bring forth the 5 dragon eggs. Long Mei and Long Aoi gazed joyously at the 5 dragon eggs, not even sparing a glance at Ji Mingyu, who lay on the bed. When Ji Mingyu requested a sip of water, Long Mei and Long Aoi seemed oblivious, their attention solely fixated on the 5 dragon eggs. In stark contrast, Bai Lianrui was not as fortunate. When Ji Changming drove Bai Lianrui to the hospital, she had lost too much blood and her lips had turned pale, despite the doctor's best efforts to save her. The child in her womb could not be preserved. The most devastating news for Bai Lianrui was that the doctors declared she would never be able to conceive again. This revelation was a heavy blow not only to Bai Lianrui, but also to Ji Changming, who now had to devise new strategies to gain Ji Luohong's attention. Bai Lianrui's inability to conceive soon reached Xu Min's ears. Upon receiving the news, Xu Min felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. In her past life, Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui had caused her to suffer a tragic death during childbirth, and now she finally felt a sense of retribution. Chapter 73. An alliance between 2 clans a month after Long Aoi and Ji Mingyu's wedding. Lin Wanqing was on the verge of giving birth. However, just days before her due date, she arrived at the Tiger Clan, requesting Xu Qinghe to allow her to deliver there, concerned for Lin Wanqing's safety. Ji Changqing accompanied her to the Tiger Clan. Xu Qinghe was perplexed by Lin Wanqing's choice to give birth in the Tiger Clan. The truth was that ever since Bai Lianrui's child was lost, and she could no longer conceive, Lin Wanqing had not experienced a single peaceful day in the Wolf Clan. Accidents seemed to occur frequently, and had she not been extraordinarily cautious, even hiding in her room, her child might have perished numerous times. Although Lin Wanqing was aware that Ji Changming was out for revenge, she had no evidence to confront him. Thus, she feared that he might harm both her and her unborn child during her labor. Consequently, she dared not give birth in the Wolf Clan. The Tiger Clan was the only place she could think of as relatively safe and reassuring, perhaps due to her connection with Xu Min. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's account, Xu Qinghe felt some sympathy for her, but he remained wary of the possibility that this could be Ji Luohong's scheme if Lin Wanqing and the little wolf cub within her were to encounter any unforeseen misfortune. It would indeed spark a fierce conflict between the Wolf Clan and the Tiger Clan. However, Xu Qinghe has always been opposed to resolving issues through force, and he is even less inclined to incite war among the beast tribes. Thus, he finds himself in a state of hesitation. Xu Min, of course, is aware of this dilemma, but she recognizes that aiding Lin Wanqing this time would solidify their alliance even further. Consequently, she proposes her own terms. You may give birth within our Tiger Clan, but after the cub is born, it must remain here to be raised. Furthermore, since the child in my womb is a female, we can arrange a betrothal between them. This way, the Tiger Clan will fully support the little wolf cub in becoming the new leader of the Wolf Clan. Before Lin Wanqing could respond, Ji Changqing interjected with his objections. Xu Min, isn't this taking advantage of the situation? You're clearly using my brother as a hostage. How can this be seen as taking advantage? Xu Min retorted. You are the ones in need of our assistance. We are extending our help to you. Is it not reasonable to expect some benefit in return for the risks we are undertaking? Xu Min's intentions extend beyond mere profit. If Lin Wanqing's child were to be betrothed to her own female cub, She would feel compelled to ensure the safety and well-being of Lin Wanqing's little wolf cub. Should the cub return to the wolf clan for upbringing, it would likely fall victim to Ji Changming's malice. You can choose to help or not. We will not acquiesce to your demands. Come, mother, we are returning to the wolf clan. Ji Changqing, being young and inexperienced, only perceives the surface of the situation. He is fixated on the idea that Xu Min is exploiting them, and his dissatisfaction grows as he pulls Lin Wanqing away. However, Lin Wanqing must consider the welfare of the little wolf cub within her. She cannot be certain that even if she successfully gives birth, she will be able to protect the cub in the wolf clan. Where Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui have made their intentions clear, she is uncertain of her ability to safeguard the cub. Moreover, Ji Changqing's impulsiveness makes him an unreliable ally. Even if he desires to protect his brother, he is no match for Ji Changming. Thus, she makes a significant decision, breaking free from Ji Changqing's grasp and returning to the hall of the Tiger Clan. I can accept your terms. I will allow the little wolf cub to be raised in your wolf clan, and I will also agree to the betrothal with your female cub, but I have one condition. You must agree to my condition before I agree to yours. What condition? Xu Min inquired, perplexed by what Lin Wanqing might propose. That my condition is that Ji Changqing must also remain in the Tiger Clan. Lin Wanqing stated her requirement. Mother, why must both my brother and I stay in the Tiger Clan? We are male cubs of the wolf clan. Ji Changqing was bewildered by Lin Wanqing's willingness to comply with Xu Min's demands, especially regarding his own presence in the Tiger Clan. What could their mother possibly be thinking? In truth, Lin Wanqing's suggestion to keep Ji Changqing in the Tiger Clan was motivated by concern for him. On one hand, if Ji Changqing returned to the wolf clan, they would both be defenseless against Ji Changming. Additionally, Ji Luohong currently favors Ji Changming and overlooks many of his actions. She does not want Ji Changqing to live in a constant state of animosity upon returning to the wolf clan. Here, aside from safety, she knows that Xu Min and Lu Tingyuan are decent individuals. Perhaps by allowing Ji Changqing to stay, he might experience a better life and undergo some transformation on the other hand. And most importantly, keeping the little wolf cub and Ji Changqing together in the wolf clan would deepen their brotherly bond. When the little wolf cub eventually becomes the leader of the wolf clan, Ji Changqing would have someone to rely on, ensuring that his brother would look after him. Whatever I say goes. Am I not entitled to make decisions? Lin Wanqing understood that trying to explain her reasoning to Ji Changqing might be futile. Perhaps he would come to understand in the future as he matures. If so, what is your answer? Will you agree? Lin Wanqing looked to Xu Min, seeking her opinion. Very well. I agreed. In Xu Min's perspective, Ji Changqing is also an adversary of Ji Changming, and an enemy of an enemy is a friend. Allowing Ji Changqing to stay in the Tiger Clan could prove advantageous in dealing with Ji Changming in the future. Words alone are not sufficient. Let us record a video as evidence for the future, Xu Min suggested, as Lin Wanqing had already consented. This would also serve as proof should Ji Luohong later change his mind. That is acceptable. Lin Wanqing replied, understanding that the Tiger Clan was taking a risk by allowing her to give birth there, and it was only reasonable to have some form of documentation. Just make sure to clarify that it is voluntary for me to give birth in the Tiger Clan, and that any unforeseen incidents are not the responsibility of the Tiger Clan. Lin Wanqing nodded in agreement. Let us begin. Xu Min set up a phone stand and activated the recording function. Lin Wanqing composed herself and began to speak. Lin Wanqing willingly come to the Tiger Clan to give birth. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the process, this shall not be the responsibility of the Tiger Clan. Xu Min also appeared on camera, making her promise. The Tiger Clan agrees to Lin Wanqing giving birth here, with the condition that the little wolf cub and Ji Changqing remain in the Tiger Clan, and that the little wolf cub is betrothed to my female cub. After they finished recording the video, each made a copy, and thus Lin Wanqing and Ji Changqing took residence in the Tiger Clan. Chapter 74. Ji Luohong agrees to Lin Wanqing giving birth in the Tiger Clan. Upon seeing Xu Min and Lin Wanqing reach an agreement, Xu Qinghe felt not a sense of relief, but rather heightened anxiety. Although Lin Wanqing had recorded a video guarantee that any issues arising during her childbirth would not implicate the Tiger Clan, he believed it best to ensure that nothing went awry. Consequently, Xu Qing'e hurriedly summoned the finest obstetricians from the Tiger Clan's hospital and arranged for all necessary medical equipment to be brought to the Tiger Clan. Everyone stood ready, as the nature of unforeseen events is unpredictable. Xu Qing'e could only exert his utmost efforts, preparing for every conceivable contingency. Meanwhile, over in the Wolf Clan, Ji Luohong noted that Lin Wanqing and Ji Chongqing had not returned home late into the night. Given that Lin Wanqing was nearing her time to give birth, he decided to call her that I'm at the Tiger Clan. Lin Wanqing was unsure how to explain her decision to give birth in the Tiger Clan to Ji Luohong. So she simply informed him that she was at the Tiger Clan. What are you still doing at the Tiger Clan this late? Is Ji Chongqing not escorting you back? Ji Luohong harbored a poor impression of the Tiger Clan and was perplexed as to why Lin Wanqing would choose to be there. I plan to give birth in the Tiger Clan. Lin Wanqing boldly stated her intentions, knowing that there was no point in hiding. Ji Luohong was infuriated by this revelation. He could not fathom why Lin Wanqing would opt to give birth in the Tiger Clan. Is the Wolf Clan not large enough for you? Why would you choose to give birth in the Tiger Clan? Do you not know why I came to the Tiger Clan? I've been living in constant fear in the Wolf Clan, afraid to even step outside my door. And who is to blame for that? Lin Wanqing was acutely aware of the current situation. She had lost hope in Ji Chongqing, even though the cub within her was male. The prospect of him becoming the leader of the Wolf Clan was still a distant reality. It was entirely reasonable for Ji Luohong to favor Ji Changming at this time, and thus Lin Wanqing refrained from stating her thoughts outright. However, she was confident that Ji Luohong understood her implications. Lin Wanqing was correct. Ji Luohong certainly grasped whom she referred to. He was also aware of the recent troubles in the Wolf Clan, all of which were connected to Ji Changming. However, since Lin Wanqing had not yet encountered any significant crises, and given that Ji Changming was her only remaining support, they could not afford to sever ties at this moment. Very well. Let Ji Chongqing stay there to protect you. Ji Luohong could not conceive of a better solution at that moment. Thus he acquiesced to Lin Wanqing's request. All right, Ji Chongqing and I will reside in the Tiger Clan starting tonight. And we will return after I give birth. Lin Wanqing had anticipated Ji Luohong's agreement, but was surprised by how quickly he acquiesced. Perhaps I should send Ji Ming to the Tiger Clan as well to protect you and Ji Chongqing. Ji Luohong still felt uneasy, prompting him to suggest sending his most trusted wolf beast, Ji Ming, along to the Tiger Clan. That sounds good. Lin Wanqing did not refuse. She understood that Ji Ming was a man of integrity. After his arrival, many matters no longer required her to explain extensively to Ji Luohong. Ji Changming soon learned that Lin Wanqing intended to give birth within the Tiger Clan. It was unexpected that Lin Wanqing had chosen to deliver among the tigers. Despite all the effort we had invested to ensure the survival of the male cub within her, her retreat to the Tiger Clan made it exceedingly difficult for us to take preemptive action. Ji Changming and Bai Lianrui convened in a room to discuss how to eliminate the male cub that Lin Wanqing carried, as this issue directly impacted their future stability within the Wolf Clan. Indeed, one must ponder the audacity of the Tiger Clan to shelter them, seemingly unafraid of the consequences should Ji Luohong decide to retaliate. Since Bai Lianrui learned of her own infertility, she harbored a deep-seated resentment, wishing that all female cubs would also be unable to bear offspring. Xu Qing'e had always been one to meddle in affairs not his own. Ji Changming felt no gratitude towards Xu Qing'e for his hospitality. He even speculated that had Xu Qing'e not taken him in, Ji Luohong might have taken him back to the Wolf Clan years ago, and that Xu Min, heavily pregnant and neglecting her own affairs, dared to interfere with those of the Wolf Clan. She would certainly pay for this. Bai Lianrui, in her fury, nearly overturned the table before her. What good does it do to merely bang the table? You ought to devise a solution. Ji Changming was losing patience with Bai Lianrui, contemplating an excuse to sever their partnership. I have already discovered who pushed me at the wedding. Bai Lianrui abruptly shifted the conversation to the incident at the wedding of Long Aoi and Ji Mingyu. Who was it? Ji Changming loathed the individual who had pushed Bai Lianrui. Had it not been for him, she would not have lost her child, nor would she have become infertile, allowing him to continue living untroubled. All his plans had been disrupted by that reckless individual that it was Ji Chongqing, that it was him. Ji Changming was taken aback. Since Ji Mingyu had also been knocked down in the incident, he had never suspected Ji Chongqing would be the one to push Bai Lianrui. It seemed Ji Chongqing still harbored resentment over how he had been rendered powerless. After all, how could he disregard the safety of his own sister? I wouldn't have expected that. Bai Lianrui was equally astonished upon realizing it was Ji Chongqing. After reviewing the surveillance footage multiple times, she confirmed it was indeed Ji Chongqing who had pushed her to Ji Chongqing. It appears you have learned nothing from the last lesson and now dare to provoke me. Ji Changming contemplated how to deal with Ji Chongqing. Let us set Ji Chongqing aside for now. The priority is how to confront Lin Wanqing. Although Bai Lianrui was furious, she did not forget that the most pressing matter was Lin Wanqing's imminent labor. No, we must hold Ji Chongqing accountable immediately, as well as his sister and brother-in-law. Ji Changming had already formed a plan. What time is it? Ji Chongqing is already a useless person. Bai Lianrui feared Lin Wanqing would successfully give birth to the male cub. Have you forgotten where Ji Chongqing currently resides? Ji Changming pointed out the crux of the issue, that he is in the Tiger Clan. Exactly. It is precisely because Ji Chongqing is in the Tiger Clan that I intend to hold him responsible now. Ji Changming had devised a strategy that would serve two purposes. Then you go alone. Do you think you can contend with those from the Tiger Clan? Bai Lianrui worried that Ji Changming would not even catch a glimpse of Ji Chongqing. Chapter 75. Ji Changming agrees not to pursue Ji Chongqing. Ji Changming was well aware that if he ventured into the Tiger Clan, he might be intercepted. Thus, he had already formulated a countermeasure. He called Long Aoi to inform him that at the wedding of Ji Mingyu, Bai Lianrui had been pushed by Ji Chongqing. Upon hearing Ji Changming's words, Long Aoi rushed to the Tiger Clan alongside him. When Shu Qing'e saw Long Aoi present, he felt compelled to allow them entry. What brings you both to the Tiger Clan? Shu Qing'e promptly instructed someone to find Shu Min while he welcomed Ji Changming and Long Aoi into the hall. Long Aoi recounted the events of his wedding to Shu Qing'e. Shu Qing'e felt conflicted. While Ji Chongqing was indeed within the Tiger Clan, if he were to hand Ji Chongqing over to them and something unfortunate happened, Ji Luohong would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with the Tiger Clan, but now that Ji Chongqing was in their territory, they had no choice but to approach the clan leader for assistance. Ji Changming had not spent these years in the Tiger Clan idly. He could discern Shu Qing'e's thoughts. Meanwhile, before entering the hall, Shu Min had overheard that they were there to confront Ji Chongqing and sent someone to inform Lin Wanqing of the situation, urging her to call Ji Mingyu to persuade Long Aoi to return, as she would do her best to stall for time. If Ji Chongqing were in your wolf clan, would the clan leader allow you to take him away? Just as Shu Qing'e was at a loss, Shu Min entered the hall. She chose a seat far from Ji Changming. Although they were in the Tiger Clan, Ji Changming would not dare to act against her. Still, for the sake of her unborn cub, it was wise to keep her distance from such a perilous individual. Currently, Ji Chongqing is in your Tiger Clan. Upon seeing Shu Min, Long Aoi's anger flared. He pointed at her imperiously. In our Tiger Clan, you must abide by our rules. Shu Min could only try to navigate the situation as best as she could. The rules of the Tiger Clan? Today, I will see what rules you uphold. Long Aoi had been irritable ever since he was forced to marry Ji Mingyu, and the incident at the wedding had only exacerbated his pent-up frustration. The rules of the Tiger Clan dictate that all matters must be approached with reason and evidence. Shu Min felt uncertain, as she suspected that what Long Aoi asserted was likely true. The incident was very likely orchestrated by Ji Chongqing. You want evidence, do you? I shall show you the proof. Ji Changming produced the video he had prepared in advance and displayed it to Shu Min. Prior to their arrival at the Tiger Clan, Ji Changming had anticipated that Shu Min would demand evidence. Thus, he had already copied the footage of the incident onto his phone. This video is so blurry. With so many people present, and from such a distance, it could easily be misidentified. If Liu Tingyuan had been there, he would have been astonished by Shu Min's audacity to speak such nonsense. Although the video was indeed somewhat unclear, it unmistakably showed that Ji Chongqing was the one who had pushed Bai Lianrui, while Shu Min attempted to negotiate with Long Aoi and Ji Changming. Lin Wanqing, upon receiving news from Shu Min's messenger, hurriedly dialed Ji Mingyu's number. However, despite Ji Mingyu being Lin Wanqing's offspring and Ji Chongqing being her biological brother, she was filled with resentment towards Ji Chongqing regarding her premature labor. She could not comprehend how Ji Chongqing, her own brother, could disregard her and her unborn child merely to exact revenge on Ji Changming. Therefore, when Long Aoi expressed his intent to confront Ji Changqing, Ji Mingyu pondered for merely a second before acquiescing that, if not for Ji Changqing, her dragon egg would not have been laid a month ago without successfully hatching. Under normal circumstances, it would take a mere 21 days for hatching to occur. Now, Lin Wangqing, in the spirit of sisterly compassion, has urged Ji Mingyu to forgive Ji Changqing. Ji Mingyu is eager to inquire of Ji Changqing whether, at the moment of making that fateful decision, he ever considered the bond of brotherhood that existed between them. Consequently, she has steadfastly refused to place a call to Long Aoi. Ultimately, it was Lin Wangqing's appeal, leveraging their mother-daughter relationship, that persuaded Ji Mingyu to relent. Thus, Ji Mingyu agreed to Lin Wangqing's request to contact Long Aoi. Within the Grand Hall of the Tiger Clan, Xu Min continued to entangle herself with Long Aoi and his companion when, all of a sudden, Long Aoi's phone rang. It was a call from Ji Mingyu. Aware of her inability to sway Long Aoi, who harbored no feelings for her, she informed him of the urgent matter concerning the dragon eggs, which had developed cracks, urging him to return to the Dragon Clan immediately. Upon ending the call, Long Aoi had no time to concern himself with Ji Changqing and hastily made his way back to the Dragon Clan. Nothing was of greater importance to him than his dragon eggs. Strangely enough, Long Aoi, who had once shunned these eggs and even contemplated marrying Ji Mingyu off to Lu Tingyuan, now found himself deeply invested in their well-being. After Long Aoi's hasty departure, Xu Min realized that he had indeed received a call from her, leaving only Ji Changming behind to contend with. Ji Changming, your ally has departed. Are you certain you wish to linger here any longer? Xu Min's demeanor towards Ji Changming was decidedly frosty. If you do not surrender Ji Changqing to me today, I assure you, I will not leave. Though Ji Changming felt a twinge of uncertainty, he excelled at putting on a bravado. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you follow us to the Tiger Clan? Return to the Wolf Clan at once. It was Ji Luoyang. Upon learning that Ji Changming had sought out Ji Changqing at the Tiger Clan, Ji Mingyu promptly contacted Ji Luoyang. In truth, Ji Changming's actions during his time in the Wolf Clan had not gone unnoticed by Ji Luoyang. However, he considered it a family matter and refrained from intervening. Yet, now that they were within the Tiger Clan, his duty was to protect Lin Wangqing and Ji Changqing, thus obliging him to inform Ji Luoyang. After receiving Ji Mingyu's call, Ji Luoyang hastened to the Tiger Clan. Ji Luoyang chastised Ji Changming and cautioned him against pursuing the matter of by Lin Rui's miscarriage any further. Although Ji Changming was reluctant, he could not afford to openly defy Ji Luoyang, especially since he had not yet formally returned to the Wolf Clan. It seemed that henceforth he would have to secretly deal with Ji Changqing. Regrettably, Lin Wangqing had yet to make an appearance. Chapter 76. The tragic death of Lin Wangqing during childbirth. Just as Ji Luoyang and Ji Changming were about to depart, a messenger arrived with news that Lin Wangqing was experiencing labor pains. Upon hearing this, Xu Min promptly ordered that Lin Wangqing be taken to the prearranged delivery room, that a cadre of obstetricians and nurses awaited her arrival, swiftly wheeling Lin Wangqing onto the operating table. Despite her desire for a natural birth, her advanced age rendered her heart and blood pressure ill-equipped to handle the strain, making complications inevitable. The situation escalated, and the doctors determined that only one of them, mother or child, could be saved. The weight of this decision fell solely upon Ji Luoyang, and Xu Min took it upon herself to consult him. Having been married to Lin Wangqing for many years, Ji Luoyang undoubtedly held deep feelings for her. However, the unborn child was a male cub, and had this been before today, he might have leaned towards preserving the mother. Yet after Ji Changming's earlier outburst, Ji Luoyang felt uncertain, doubting whether he could rely on Ji Changming. Nevertheless, he found it difficult to voice the choice to abandon the mother. Unable to bear the tension, Xu Min inquired of the medical staff, "Is the patient still conscious?" "Yes," they replied. "Is it valid for the patient to sign her own consent?" Xu Min was unsure if this would suffice. In theory, it is permissible. Very well, then return and seek the patient's opinion, allowing her to sign. The medical team returned to the operating room, explaining the dire situation to Lin Wangqing. informing her that only one life could be spared. Aware of the grave nature of her predicament, Lin Wonking chose to sign for the survival of the cub. Once she affixed her signature, the doctors promptly commenced the cesarean procedure, as everyone anxiously awaited outside the operating room for what felt like an eternity. A nurse finally emerged with news that the cub had been successfully delivered. But Lin Wonking was still in critical condition. Despite the doctor's utmost efforts, they were unable to save her. Luo Hong appeared profoundly sorrowful, though he held back his tears amidst the crowd. That moment, Ji Changming seized the opportunity to stoke discord, whispering insinuations to Ji Luohong that the Tiger clan had acted with malice, spouting a flurry of accusations. Overwhelmed by grief, Ji Luohong, unable to think clearly, quickly succumbed to anger, declaring his intention to wage war against the Tiger clan. Xu Min, recognizing Ji Changming's underhanded tactics, foresaw the conflict that would ensue. As expected, Ji Luohong, inflamed by Ji Changming's words, erupted in fury. At times, Xu Min felt a twinge of sympathy for Ji Luohong, who was often manipulated by his ill-intentioned son. Wolf Clan leader, please calm yourself. I suggest you watch this video before making any hasty decisions. Xu Min presented Ji Luohong with a video that Lin Wonking had recorded earlier. After viewing the footage, Ji Luohong's anger dissipated. It became clear that Lin Wonking had willingly sought to give birth there, leaving behind a record of her choice. Though Ji Luohong was somewhat impulsive, he was not entirely unreasonable. Seeing Ji Luohong's resolve falter, Ji Changming quickly interjected, "How can we be sure this video isn't fabricated? You won't fool us with trickery. Are you suffering from paranoia? Why would I present a falsified video to you?" Xu Min's disdain for Ji Changming grew. She could hardly fathom how she had ever married such a man in her past life. "Since you claim the video is authentic, then provide us with evidence. Did you not just state that in the Wolf Clan, all matters must be substantiated with proof?" Ji Changming's unscrupulous nature was laid bare as he sought to manipulate the situation for his own gain. "Very well, if you demand proof, we can have this video analyzed to determine its authenticity." Xu Min was undeterred by his demand for evidence that I can attest that this video is genuine. Just as the debate reached a fever pitch, Ji Changqing emerged from the shadows. "Changqing, how did you—" Ji Luohong was taken aback by Ji Changqing's unexpected support of Xu Min, "Father. You wonder why I would speak in favor of an outsider." Ji Changqing's gaze remained fiercely fixed on Ji Changming, revealing his contempt. Initially, he had resisted staying within the Tiger clan, questioning why his mother insisted he and his brother remain there. However, it now appeared that her decision was indeed prudent. If Ji Changming could pursue them into the Tiger clan, what might he have done had they returned to the Wolf clan? Furthermore, with their mother gone, he could not guarantee their safety, let alone protect the young cub. Ji Luohong found himself momentarily speechless, struck by Ji Changqing's words. "Father, it is not that I wish to aid outsiders. The video is authentic, and I merely spoke the truth." Ji Changqing expressed gratitude toward his mother for ensuring their safety within the Tiger clan and for leaving behind the video. "If the video is indeed genuine, does that mean you and my brother are to remain in the Tiger clan, never to return to the Wolf clan? Father, do you still not comprehend? Have you forgotten how I became incapacitated? My mother insisted on keeping my brother and me in the Tiger clan precisely because she feared for our safety should we return to the Wolf clan." Ji Luohong is not foolish. He certainly comprehends the implications of Lin Wonqing's actions, especially since Ji Changqing has so openly expressed his thoughts. The root of the matter lies with Ji Changming. It appears that Lin Wonqing has invested considerable effort to ensure the well-being of her child. Fortunately, she had the foresight to record a video in advance. Otherwise, following Lin Wonqing's demise, Ji Luohong might have felt compelled to forcibly bring the young wolf cub and Ji Changqing back to the Wolf clan. "Since your mother has permitted you to remain here, you shall stay." Ultimately, Ji Luohong chose to honor Lin Wonqing's wishes, hoping her decision was prudent and that the young wolf cub could thrive in this environment. "Thank you, Father." Lin Wonqing's death seemed to have matured the pampered Ji Changqing significantly. As he gazed at Ji Changming, who had yet to make his entrance into the world, he contemplated how he would eventually make Ji Changming pay. After addressing these matters, Ji Luohong felt utterly exhausted and yearned for solitude. "Let us name the young wolf cub," Xu Min called out to Ji Luohong from behind. After all, Ji Luohong was indeed the cub's father. After a moment's reflection, Ji Luohong declared, "Let him be named Ji Qingye." Subsequently, Ji Luohong carried Lin Wanqing back to the Wolf Clan to prepare for the funeral, with Ji Changming also summoned to assist. Chapter 77. The funeral of Lin Wanqing. The news of Lady Lin Wanqing's passing spread swiftly among the various beast clans that on the day of the funeral, the Fox Clan, the Tiger Clan, and the Lion Clan all came to pay their respects, with the Fox Clan, as kin to the Wolf Clan, feeling it was imperative to attend. The funeral was held within the Wolf Clan, where Lin Wanqing's fondness for beauty was evident in the arrangements, adorned with fresh chrysanthemums in both white and yellow, creating an atmosphere far from the somberness typically associated with traditional black and white funerals. The scale of the funeral and the various decorations clearly reflected Ji Luohong's deep regard for Lin Wanqing, as the young wolf cub, and Ji Changqing were with the Tiger Clan. And given that the cub had already been betrothed to the female child in Xu Min's womb, Xu Qingye also brought Qin Xianglian and others to offer their condolences, while everyone mourned Lin Wanqing's passing. Ji Changming was preoccupied with plotting to eliminate the young wolf cub and Ji Changqing. Initially, he believed that if Ji Changqing were rendered incapacitated, he would be the sole candidate for the position of clan leader, thus earning Ji Luohong's favor. However, he never anticipated that Lin Wanqing, despite her age, would successfully give birth to the young wolf cub. Infuriatingly, Lin Wanqing had entrusted the cub and Ji Changqing to the Tiger Clan, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find an opportunity to act against them. Moreover, with Lin Wanqing's family, the Fox Clan, returning today, it was fortuitous that Bai Lianrui was also among them. Ji Changming had Bai Lianrui lead him to meet the Fox Clan's leader. Bai Xiangong. That Ji Changming began by hypocritically expressing his sorrow to Bai Xiangong, extolling his respect for Lin Wanqing, which garnered much praise from Bai Xiangong. Only then did Ji Changming broach his true intentions. "Father, as you can see, Ji Qingye and Ji Changqing are being raised in the Tiger Clan. It is inevitable that outsiders will gossip, saying that the Wolf Clan is lacking, and that Lin Wanqing's family has no one left, thus leaving the Wolf Cub in the Tiger Clan. Do you not think it is more appropriate for you to care for the cub?" Bai Xiangong, not well versed in the affairs of the Wolf Clan, was unaware that Ji Changming posed the greatest threat, that he fell for Ji Changming's insinuations and approached Ji Luohong. Bai Xiangong expressed his dissatisfaction to Ji Luohong, insisting that Ji Qingye and Ji Changqing be raised in the Fox Clan. Ji Changming chimed in, adding that the Tiger Clan was fraught with danger. Ji Luohong did not acquiesce immediately, stating that he would consider the matter after the funeral concluded. At the tea that moment, Xu Min arrived, cradling the newborn Ji Qingye and Ji Changqing to pay her respects to Lin Wanqing. Ji Changming, growing impatient with Ji Luohong's reluctance, noticed Xu Min holding Ji Qingye and signaled Bai Lianrui. Bai Lianrui understood Ji Changming's intent and swiftly approached Xu Min. "Oh, my poor brother, let your sister hold you," she exclaimed, reaching to snatch Ji Qingye from Xu Min's arms. Xu Min instinctively tightened her embrace around Ji Qingye. Just then, Ji Changqing rushed to Xu Min's side, preventing Bai Lianrui from taking his brother. Realizing she could not succeed with Ji Changqing's intervention, Bai Lianrui retreated. Seeing Bai Lianrui fail, Ji Changming decided to take matters into his own hands. Lianrui merely wishes to see her brother. "Changqing, why are you so protective? Besides, remaining in the Tiger Clan is not a viable long-term solution, is it?" "Right, father." Ji Changming glanced at Ji Luohong, who merely observed with cool indifference, offering no response. Undeterred, Ji Changming continued, "If you were to bring Qingye back, the two of us could assist father in managing the Wolf Clan, alleviating his burdens. Would that not be so?" From the moment Ji Changming had taken Long Ao to the Tiger Clan to seek him out, Ji Changqing had discerned Ji Changming's true nature. His ambitions extended beyond merely targeting himself, aiming instead at all who might obstruct his path to becoming the Wolf Clan leader. "You need not feign goodwill here. I will not be deceived, nor will I take my brother back to the Wolf Clan." Ji Changqing was resolute in his desire to remain in the Tiger Clan, cherishing the opportunity to nurture his brother and reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. "You need not go anywhere else. Staying in the Tiger Clan is your best option." Ji Changming pressed on, falsely believing Ji Changqing to still be the naive boy he once was, unaware that the trials he had endured, particularly the loss of his mother, had transformed him. "I will not leave. I intend to stay in the Tiger Clan. That Ji Changqing sought to ignore Ji Changming. Yet Ji Changming persisted. Child, heed your brother's advice. If you do not wish to return to the Wolf Clan, consider accompanying me to the Fox Clan. Bai Xiangong joined in the persuasion. Must you remain so stubborn? You owe it to your deceased mother to consider this. Do you not realize your actions are disloyal? Ji Changming shamelessly invoked the notion of filial piety against Ji Changqing. It was precisely out of filial duty that Ji Changqing chose to remain in the Tiger Clan, as his mother had instructed him to live alongside his brother there. Observing Ji Changqing's face turn pale with anger, Shu Min stepped forward to speak on his behalf. Very well, Ji Changqing may stay. But Ji Qingye should certainly return. Being so young, it is far better for him to grow up in the Wolf Clan, rather than with you in the Tiger Clan where he has no familial ties. What if you were to mistreat him? Ji Changming's ultimate goal was to bring Ji Qingye, the greatest threat to his ambitions of becoming the Wolf Clan leader, back to the Wolf Clan, thus facilitating his plan to eliminate him. Who says Qingye has no ties to our Tiger Clan? He is betrothed to the female cub in my womb, thus the Tiger Clan is his home as well. Shu Min revealed the engagement, causing a stir among those present. How could you forget so quickly? Did you not see the video I showed you? With that, Shu Min produced her phone and played the previously recorded video by Lin Wanqing for everyone. Ji Changming was momentarily left speechless by Shu Min's retort. Meanwhile, Ji Luohong, still clear-headed, recognized the danger of Ji Qingye returning to the Wolf Clan, yet feared that his life in the Tiger Clan would not be much better. Enough of this commotion. Let Ji Changqing and his brother Ji Qingye go to the Tiger Clan. Father, Ji Changming attempted to continue persuading Ji Luohong. However, Ji Luohong raised a hand to silence him, refusing to let him proceed. Chapter 78. Ji Qingye is named the Wolf Clan leader. Ji Luohong was acutely aware of Ji Changming's motives in fervently wishing for Ji Changqing and Ji Qingye to return to either the Wolf Clan or the Fox Clan. He finally understood why Lin Wanqing had harbored such disdain for Ji Changming during her lifetime. It was not solely because he was her illegitimate son. The more significant reason was Ji Changming's ruthless nature and his unscrupulous means to achieve his ends. I have made my decision. No one shall dissuade me further. Moreover, I have maintained a decades-long friendship with the Tiger Clan leader. I trust he will treat Changqing and Qingye well, will he not? Tiger Clan leader? Ji Luohong directed his gaze towards Shu Qinghe. Indeed, that is correct. Shu Qinghe readily assented. Just when everyone thought the matter had passed, Ji Changming, devoid of selfish motives, devised yet another scheme after his initial plan failed. He instructed by Lin Rui to spread 3 waves of rumors at the funeral, claiming that Lin Wanqing would perish during childbirth due to Ji Qingye's fate as a star of calamity, which supposedly led to the death of his biological mother, Lin Wanqing. Furthermore, the chieftain of the Wolf Clan was said to be raising Ji Qingye in the Tiger Clan, refusing to let him return to the Wolf Clan for this very reason. The rumors swiftly reached Ji Changqing's ears. Upon hearing the gossip, Ji Changqing was incensed and glared at those present, seeking to identify the source of the slander. Ji Luohong also caught wind of the rumors, his expression darkening, particularly as he noticed the accusatory glances directed at him from the crowd. He felt that even if he had 100 mouths, he could not adequately explain himself. Consequently, he discreetly led Shu Min and Ji Changqing to a secluded room. You must have heard the rumors, Ji Luohong said urgently, looking at them. Indeed, it's utterly outrageous to claim that my brother caused our mother's death, Ji Changqing replied with indignation. How about this? We bring Qingye back to the Wolf Clan, thus rendering Lu Yan's accusations baseless. He suggested. It appeared Ji Luohong was not swayed by the rumors, prioritizing Qingye's vindication over the reputation of the Wolf Clan, indicating a genuine affection for his younger brother. But have you considered the dangers Qingye would face upon returning to the Wolf Clan? Shu Min objected. Sending Qingye back there would undoubtedly be akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter, and he would eventually fall victim to Ji Changming's schemes. I also oppose the idea of returning to the Wolf Clan. That Ji Changming clearly harbors ill intentions and is simply waiting for us to return so he can strike, Ji Changqing remarked, though he was not genuinely afraid of Ji Changming. After all, he had already been rendered powerless. His priority was to protect his brother from harm. What shall we do then? Must we allow these rumors to persist? What will happen to Qingye? When he grows up, Ji Luohong was concerned about Ji Qingye's future. Do not fret. I have a plan that can prevent Qingye from returning to the Wolf Clan while simultaneously dispelling the rumors. Shu Min assured them, although it required Ji Luohong's cooperation. What is your plan? Please tell me, Ji Luohong implored, eager to understand Shu Min's strategy. First, you must answer me a question, Shu Min replied, not intending to be evasive. The answer was crucial to her plan. Go ahead. Ask, Ji Luohong said, unable to mask his impatience. Did you name him Qingye with the genuine intention of passing the chieftaincy of the Wolf Clan to him? Shu Min inquired. Ji Luohong was taken aback by her question. In truth, it was not a question he could not answer. He indeed wished to pass the chieftaincy to Ji Qingye. However, he hesitated due to Ji Qingye's tender age and the potential dangers that could arise if it were revealed that he was the heir to the Wolf Clan. Understanding Shu Min's inquiry, he surmised what her plan might entail. Yes, I do intend to pass the chieftaincy to Qingye. Do you want me to announce it publicly? Indeed, if you publicly declare Ji Qingye as the heir to the Wolf Clan, the rumors will naturally fall apart, will they not? Shu Min articulated her plan and continued. However, it would be wise to ascertain who is behind the rumors. Ji Luohong nodded in agreement with Shu Min's suggestions and promptly instructed those in the western region to investigate the rumor monger. Meanwhile, the three of them feigned indifference to the gossip and returned to the funeral. Ji Luohong's inquiries quickly led to the revelation that Bai Lianrui was the source of the rumors, and it was evident that Ji Changming was orchestrating the chaos. This only intensified Ji Luohong's disdain for Ji Changming, who had recently attempted to bring Ji Changqing and Ji Qingye back to the Wolf Clan, only to now spread malicious rumors that it was utterly outrageous, especially considering how young Qingye was. This further solidified Ji Luohong's resolve to announce Ji Qingye as the chieftain of the Wolf Clan. Despite the inherent dangers of such a public declaration, remaining in the Wolf Clan under Ji Changming's influence would only pose greater risks. Ji Changming took to the stage. He adjusted his attire and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am profoundly grateful for your presence at my wife's funeral. In your esteemed company, I hereby vow to bestow the chieftaincy of the Wolf Clan upon our youngest son. Ji Luohong's declaration echoed. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Just moments ago, some had claimed Ji Qingye was a child of ill fate, cast aside by the Wolf Clan chieftain. How could he now be declared the heir apparent? Yet, since the chieftain himself had made the proclamation, it was clear that envy had driven someone to spread falsehoods to tarnish Ji Qingye's name. Public opinion swiftly turned in favor of Ji Luohong. While Ji Changming seethed in frustration nearby, realizing he had squandered this opportunity, his ambitions to undermine Ji Changqing and Ji Qingye would be significantly hampered moving forward. Moreover, after instigating the Fox Clan chieftain to lure Ji Changqing to their domain and subsequently sending Bai Lianrui to spread rumors, Ji Luohong's discontent with him had grown palpable. Predicting that his future in the Wolf Clan would not be smooth sailing, Ji Changming began to devise new plans in his mind. Meanwhile, Ji Changqing and Ji Qingye had returned to the Tiger Clan, and under Shu Min's protection, they should be safe for a time. Equally troubled was Bai Lianrui, who, having lost her ability to bear children, was infuriated by Lin Wanqing's birthing of Ji Qingye and Shu Min's pregnancy. Chapter 79. Shu Rong saves Ji Changqing. Following Lin Wanqing's funeral, Shu Min resigned from her position at the Shu family business, retreating into seclusion to focus on her pregnancy and care for the little wolf cub. Ji Qingye, the young Ji Qingye, resembling a small puppy, had become quite attached to Shu Min, following her wherever she went. It seemed he had completely accepted her as his mother, and Shu Min treated him with the affection of a parent. Though her own pregnancy prevented her from holding him as often as she wished, Lu Tingting, Shu Rong, and Ji Changqing would visit the Tiger Clan daily after school, playing with Ji Qingye, treating him like family. The children bore no grudges for Ji Changqing's past actions, understanding that he had likely been influenced by Ji Changming, so they all reconciled and became good friends, while they enjoyed their time at the Tiger Clan. Ji Changqing felt disheartened at school, as someone had disclosed his inability to bear children and his status as a waste to their classmates, and the news spread like wildfire. Some even went so far as to claim he was the abandoned child of the Wolf Clan's chieftain. And those who had once surrounded Ji Changqing turned their backs on him, leaving him to face bullying. Previously, Ji Changqing had exuded an air of arrogance at school, but since being rendered powerless by Ji Changming, he had become increasingly insecure, often unable to retaliate against the provocations he faced. One day, as Ji Changqing was about to return to the Tiger Clan after school, he found himself cornered by a group of ruffians in an alley. This gang of miscreants taunted him mercilessly. Ji Changqing, weren't you quite arrogant before? How did you end up in this pitiful state? One of the ruffians jeered, slapping Ji Changqing's face. Ji Changqing wished to ignore them and pass by. But the gang followed closely, surrounding him once more. The ruffian who had spoken earlier poked Ji Changqing in the chest with his finger and sneered, trying to escape. Where can a worthless child, abandoned by his mother and cast out by his father, possibly go? The ringleader of the thugs grew increasingly abrasive in his taunts, prompting those nearby to join in the laughter. The vitriol directed at him ignited a furious response in Ji Changqing, who clenched his fists and delivered a punch squarely to the thug's face. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Xu Rong and Lu Tingting, with Lu Tingting rushing off to find a security guard while Xu Rong hurried to rescue Ji Changqing. Amidst the chaos, Ji Changqing, outnumbered and at a significant disadvantage, found himself unable to gain any upper hand and was soon overwhelmed by these mere common ruffians. The arrival of Xu Rong was akin to a divine intervention. He swiftly knocked down several of the peripheral thugs before sending the ones who had been relentlessly assaulting Ji Changqing sprawling to the ground. However, just as they were about to make their escape, the ringleader brandished a dagger, revealing that they were indeed prepared for trouble. Ji Changqing remained oblivious to the approaching thug wielding the knife. Xu Rong, feeling an unsettling worry, glanced back just in time to see the ringleader lunging at Ji Changqing with a blade. Realizing that it was too late to shout a warning, Xu Rong yanked Ji Changqing to his side. The thug missed his target and quickly pivoted, aiming the knife at both Ji Changqing and Xu Rong once more. At that moment, Lu Tingting arrived with the school security, and the thug's momentary distraction allowed Xu Rong to only sustain a minor injury to his arm. After Lu Tingting sought out the security, they swiftly subdued the assailants and escorted them to the police station. The three of them were subsequently taken to the station to give their statements, and by the time they returned home, it was quite late. As they stepped into the Tiger Clan's hall, Xu Qinghe and Qin Xianglian emerged from a room. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Qin Xianglian expressed her concern for her children, fearing for their safety. What happened to your hand? Why is it bleeding? Let me see. Upon noticing the wound on Xu Rong's arm, her heart ached for her precious child, who she had never dared to strike even once in his life. Mother, there's no need to worry. I'm fine, Xu Rong replied, concealing his arm behind his back to spare his parents unnecessary anxiety. What on earth happened? Xu Qinghe, too, was troubled by the sight of Xu Rong's injury. Recently, he had observed a significant shift in Xu Rong's demeanor. Once cautious and reserved, he had become considerably more vivacious, albeit attracting his fair share of trouble. He was uncertain whether this transformation was for better or worse. Although Xu Rong had grown bolder, he still harbored a certain fear of his stern father. Thus, he refrained from disclosing the details of the fight, bowing his head in silence. Ji Changqing, sensing the tension, stepped forward to explain, after school this afternoon, a group of thugs sought trouble with me, and Xu Rong was injured while trying to help me. Is what Changqing said true? Xu Qinghe inquired, turning to Xu Rong. Xu Rong nodded, not denying the claim. Oh dear, Rong, in the future, even when trying to save someone, you must exercise caution and ensure you don't get hurt, Qin Xianglian admonished, her maternal instincts kicking in as she realized her son was growing up and learning to protect his friends. Xu Qinghe, feeling proud, gently patted Xu Rong's head, praising him. Ronger has matured. I have always told you that the strength of male is not meant for bullying others, but for safeguarding those who are important to him. You acted rightly today, but as your mother said, even in acts of heroism, one must be mindful of the methods employed to avoid injury. Yes, I understand, Father. In the past, when Ji Changming was present, he often reminded Xu Rong that as the son of the Dragon Clan leader, he should not draw attention to himself or engage in fights, advising him to avoid conflicts whenever possible to prevent trouble for the Tiger Clan. Xu Rong, being dutiful, adhered to Ji Changming's words, enduring many situations until he eventually realized that Ji Changming's actions were not for his benefit, nor for the good of the Tiger Clan, or even the Wolf Clan. Everything he did was purely for his own self-interest. Now, like Ji Changqing, Xu Rong had long seen through Ji Changming's hypocritical facade. He was nothing more than a despicable coward, adept at deception and turning right into wrong. Chapter 80. Mending Broken Bonds, as Xu Qinghe praised his son for his commendable actions. He hurried to retrieve the first aid kit, determined to tend to Xu Rong's wounds himself. In his heart, he viewed Xu Rong's injury as a sign of his son's growth. If he had previously harbored reservations about Xu Rong assuming the responsibilities of the Tiger Clan leader, fearing that he might falter in protecting his family and the entire clan, the events of the day had reassured him. He recognized that his son would grow ever more courageous and resilient. Come, Ronger, let father bandage your wound. Xu Qinghe carefully tended to Xu Rong's injury, transforming the act into a rite of passage, an initiation of sorts, marking Xu Rong's transition from a boy into a man of substance. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolian hovered nearby, fussing over him. "Oh, be gentle. You'll hurt Ronger. I am being careful," Xu Qinghe responded patiently, showing no sign of irritation at Ronger. "Have you eaten? Shall I have someone prepare a meal for you?" Qin Xiaolian thought of their possible neglect of nourishment. "No need, mother. The police provided us with instant noodles while we were at the station." The officers, initially intending to contact their parents, ultimately refrained from doing so since they were the victims and insisted they didn't want their parents involved. They only took their identification details and kindly offered them noodles. Observing Qin Xiaolian's tender concern for Xu Rong, Ji Changqing couldn't help but think of his own mother, Lin Wanqing. He imagined that had she been alive, she would have shown him the same warmth and care as Qin Xiaolian. Yet he also believed that his mother would have scolded him for being unable to overcome mere common thugs. Lost in thought, Ji Changqing felt an overwhelming longing for his mother, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Brother Changqing, you're injured too. Let me help you with your wound," Lu Tingting's melodious voice chimed in. "I'm fine. It's nothing serious. Besides, do you even know how to treat wounds?" Ji Changqing replied, glancing at his own injuries. "Rest assured I do. But if your wound goes untreated, it could easily get infected, and that would be troublesome," Lu Tingting said as she skillfully retrieved cotton and alcohol from the first aid kit to attend to Ji Changqing's wounds. Observing her adeptness, Ji Changqing surmised that she must have frequently cared for others' injuries. "At such a young age, how are you so proficient in treating wounds?" he inquired. "Whenever my brother, Lu Tingyuan, got injured, I would help him clean the spots he couldn't reach, and over time, I became skilled at it," Lu Tingting answered while continuing her task. "Your brother, is he Lu Tingyuan?" Ji Changqing asked, recalling that Lu Tingyuan was quite a formidable individual. "He is indeed impressive, but he often ends up injured, especially during his time in the Dragon Clan's auxiliary residence." Lu Tingting admitted her own reluctance to stay there, despite her parents' presence, as it felt incomplete without her brother. Noticing a hint of melancholy on Lu Tingting's youthful face, Ji Changqing speculated that she must not have enjoyed her time in the Dragon Clan. Much like his own experiences in the Wolf Clan. "All done. My skills are rather commendable, aren't they?" Lu Tingting declared as she finished bandaging his wounds and tidied up the supplies. "Thank you." Ji Changqing sincerely expressed his gratitude, astonished that even after their previous confrontation, she would willingly help him. "And no need for thanks. Just remember to avoid water for the next few days," Lu Tingting cautioned him. Exhibiting the demeanor of a little adult, Ji Changqing's experience, apart from his mother, Lin Wanqing, no other woman had ever shown him such concern, and a warm wave of emotion washed over him, filling him with comfort. "And one more thing, I apologize for how I treated you earlier. I hope you can forgive me," Lu Tingting sweetly said with a smile. Ji Changqing gazed at Lu Tingting's beaming visage, a smile so exquisite he had never encountered before. For a fleeting moment, he yearned to possess this enchanting smile solely for himself, wishing no one else could behold it, that only he could enjoy its charm. Ji Changqing was perplexed by this notion, startled by his own thoughts. Deep within his naive heart, it seemed he recognized this feeling as what they often referred to as love. Yet Lu Tingting was merely 8 years old. How could he develop feelings for such a young girl? He was at a loss on how to confront these sentiments, and even more so on how to face Lu Tingting. Tormented by this idea, he spent a sleepless night, leading to a weary disposition the following day. Fortunately, a rest day, sparing him from school. While others ventured out to play, he remained behind, lost in contemplation in the courtyard of the Tiger clan. Chongqing, Chongqing, Shu Min called several times, but Ji Chongqing remained unresponsive, prompting her to gently tap his shoulder. Ji Chongqing, you startled me. Shu Min, it's you, he exclaimed, taken aback. I called your name several times. What were you thinking? Noticing Ji Chongqing sitting alone in the courtyard, Shu Min sensed he harbored some inner turmoil. That it's nothing, just a bit bored. Ji Chongqing hesitated to confide in Shu Min about his feelings for an 8-year-old girl, fearing she might deem him peculiar or even expel him from the Tiger clan. Bored? Then come play with us and Qingye, right? Shu Min suggested, cradling Ji Qingye and showering him with affection. Witnessing Shu Min's tender care for Ji Qingye, Ji Chongqing was once again reminded of how astutely Lin Wangqing had made the right decision in the past. Had they been in the Wolf clan instead of the Tiger clan, he and his brother would not have enjoyed such a tranquil life. Especially for his brother, who would not have received such attentive care. Shu Min genuinely treated Ji Qingye as her own child, personally overseeing all matters concerning him without delegating to others at the tea times. Even Lu Tingyuan felt a pang of jealousy, remarking that Shu Min had never devoted such attention to him. Sister Shu Min. Thank you, Ji Chongqing expressed his heartfelt gratitude, appreciating her steadfast support that provided them with such a stable environment. Is this your concern? Shu Min inquired, picking up a milk bottle from the table to feed Ji Qingye while asking. Of course not. I just don't know how to articulate it. I'll tell you when I figure it out, Ji Chongqing replied, dashing back to his room. Chapter 81. The full moon banquet this day marked the full moon celebration of Long Aoi and Ji Mingyu's little dragon cub. The couple hosted a grand banquet at the Dragon Clan's villa, inviting all the notable figures within the Beast Clan. The Tiger Clan, Wolf Clan, Lion Clan, and Fox Clan all came to extend their congratulations. Ji Luohong also brought Ji Changming to offer their well wishes that Ji Changming had become Ji Luohong's only capable aide. Thus many matters, whether Ji Luohong desired or not, had to be entrusted to Ji Changming for handling. As a result, Ji Changming had regained his footing, walking and speaking with a newfound confidence, leading those unaware to assume he was the heir apparent of the Wolf Clan. At tea that moment, he engaged in conversation with the various clan leaders and elders, charming them effortlessly, leaving the old-timers in awe, believing Ji Changming to be exceptionally impressive, praising him profusely. They even proclaimed that Ji Changming was a source of pride for the Wolf Clan and Ji Luohong. Despite their flattery, Ji Luohong maintained a polite smile. Fully aware of the true nature of Ji Changming, he never harbored the expectation that Ji Changming could embody the glory of the Wolf Clan. He merely hoped he would not become a disgrace to it. Just as Ji Changming basked in the accolades, Shu Min, along with Lu Tingyuan, arrived with Ji Chongqing and Ji Qingye. The appearance of Ji Qingye immediately drew the attention of the crowd, quickly overshadowing Ji Changming. After all, Ji Qingye was the designated heir of the Wolf Clan, engaged to the female cub in Shu Min's womb, making him the center of admiration, regardless of Ji Changming's excellence or accomplishments. He could never ascend to the position of clan leader. The distinction was clear to all present. Come here, Qingye, let your father have a look. Ji Luohong joyfully took Ji Qingye from Shu Min's arms, cradling him with immense affection. Qingye really likes you. Aside from me and Lu Tingyuan, he never allows anyone else to hold him. Shu Min had to admit that blood truly is thicker than water. Although Qingye had never met Ji Luohong, the little wolf cub, who had always resisted being held by outsiders, willingly smiled at Ji Luohong. Upon hearing Shu Min's words, Ji Luohong tenderly embraced Ji Qingye and kissed him. The crowd remarked on how fierce Qingye appeared, deeming him a suitable candidate for the position of clan leader. Ji Luohong naturally relished this praise, but not everyone shared his enthusiasm. Ji Changming, observing Ji Luohong's delight in holding Ji Qingye, felt a surge of anger rekindled within him. Despite all his efforts to ingratiate himself and serve Ji Luohong, he was entirely overshadowed by the presence of this detestable little wolf cub. He resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate this little cub along with Ji Chongqing. Had it not been for them, his plans would have succeeded. Long Ag of tea that moment, Ji Mingyu and Long Aoi emerged with 5 little dragon cubs. It was evident that Ji Mingyu had invested considerable effort into this birthday banquet. Even the jewelry alone was quite costly, and her gown rivaled the exquisite wedding dress she had worn on her wedding day. Perhaps having missed the opportunity to shine during the wedding, she sought to make amends this time. Due to their premature birth, the little dragon cubs appeared smaller than typical full-month dragon cubs, resembling tiny puppies with wings sprouting from their backs, undeniably adorable. Possibly due to their frail condition, they were somewhat timid and, having never encountered so many people, they huddled in Long Aoi and Ji Mingyu's arms. Peeking shyly at the guests, Long Aoi, in good spirits, welcomed everyone to take their seats. In the entire beast realm, only the dragon clan commanded such allure. Long Aoi, like Ji Mingyu, had not had the chance to bask in the limelight during the wedding, and was determined to rectify that this time. Thus, the two of them navigated through the crowd with their little dragon cubs, relishing the congratulations and compliments directed towards them. However, as they approached the lion clan, a young female lion named Nasha, who had never seen such tiny dragon cubs, found them irresistibly cute and reached out to touch one. Unfortunately, before she could even make contact, one of the little cubs became frightened and began to whimper. Long Aoi's expression darkened upon witnessing this. Feeling his pride wounded, Ji Mingyu, observing Long Aoi's displeasure, swiftly slapped Nasha. Her motives were twofold. Firstly, both she and Long Aoi were vain individuals who placed great importance on their reputation. The earlier incident had embarrassed her. However, she could not bring herself to harm her own dragon cub, so she directed her ire towards a lion cub instead. Secondly, she aimed to curry favor with Long Aoi. Only by keeping him pleased could she secure a comfortable life. Yet, she habitually sought to deflect blame, easily crafting excuses for her misdeeds. It must have been that the lion cub's claws were too long and hurt the little dragon cub. Causing its tears, she rationalized. She audaciously declared that she had flung the pot onto Nasha. Nasha, clutching her swollen, bruised face inflicted by Ji Mingyu, burst into tears. Despite having never touched the little dragon cub, it had begun to cry on its own, completely unprovoked by her. Yet, those around them, even having witnessed that Nasha did not harm the cub, were unwilling to speak up on her behalf. Instead, they blamed Nasha for being careless, suggesting that she must have hurt the cub, prompting its tears. In truth, these individuals were equally discontent with Ji Mingyu's actions. However, that made no difference, as they continued to curry favor with the Dragon Clan, siding with them. After all, the dragons held significant power within the beast realm, and nearly everyone present had business dealings with them, with some relying on the dragons for their very livelihoods. Thus, they dared not offend the Wolf Clan, resorting instead to fabricating falsehoods. Yet, little Nasha had done no wrong. She merely found the little dragon cub adorable and wanted to stroke it. She hadn't even had the chance to touch it before it cried, which was hardly her fault. Ultimately, Nasha felt deeply aggrieved by the slap she endured. More importantly, Ji Mingyu's strike had been excessively harsh, causing her considerable pain. Even though the adults attempted to comfort her, she remained a child, overwhelmed by both her sense of injustice and the physical discomfort. The little dragon cub, too, was inconsolable, and soon the entire banquet hall was filled with the sounds of Nasha and the cub's cries. Chapter 82. The cowardly beast wolf cubs only transform into human form at the age of 3, so Ji Qingye still appeared as a small wolf. Though this young cub could understand human speech, it still retained some animalistic traits. The cries of Nasha and the little dragon cub agitated the small wolf cub, who fidgeted restlessly in Shumin's embrace. She softly attempted to soothe his emotions. Yet her efforts did little to alleviate his restlessness. The wolf cub bared his teeth intermittently, nudged his head against Shumin, scratched his head with his paw, and then let out a sneeze to everyone's surprise. This single sneeze frightened the other 4 little dragon cubs into tears, with all 5 little dragon cubs now crying. Combined with Nasha's unceasing sobs, the entire banquet was engulfed in a cacophony of wailing. Those unaware of the situation might have thought a grave incident had occurred. At this point, Long Aoi and Ji Mingyu found themselves in an even more awkward predicament. Ji Mingyu fared slightly better, her face alternating between pale and flushed as she gently tried to comfort the little dragon cub, though she was at a loss as to which cub to tend to first. It seemed that no matter which one she attempted to soothe, it was futile, As long as any of the others continued to cry, the one being comforted would soon join in the chorus. Long Aoe, on the other hand, wore a thunderous expression, glaring furiously at Ji Qingye as if he might devour the little wolf cub. Shumin clutched Ji Qingye tightly, fearing that he might be frightened by Long Aoe's fury. The little wolf cub was perplexed by Shumin's tight embrace. He struggled to break free, eager to discern what was happening. The onlookers, witnessing the little dragon cub being startled into tears by a sneeze from the wolf cub, remarked that it seemed the little dragon would grow up to be a cowardly male. Ji Changming, observing the scene, felt a surge of delight. Initially, he had been enraged by Lianrei's inability to bear offspring. But now, seeing the uproar of the little dragon cubs provided him with a sense of balance, he gleefully engaged in discussions with those nearby about the little dragon cubs, nearly applauding in approval. As the time for the banquet approached, the dragon clan's leader, Long Shantian, along with a cadre of dragon males, entered, exuding the formidable aura of dragon beasts. The attendees turned their attention to them, intimidated by their powerful presence. The dragon's esteemed status within the beast realm was not without reason. It stemmed not only from their prosperous enterprises, but also from the formidable strength of their males. Long Shantian, embodying a natural leader's charisma, approached the little dragon cubs. Observing the still crying ones, he scanned the banquet hall and inquired, "Who is it that claimed my grandson is a cowardly beast?" His voice commanded an authority that demanded submission. As soon as he spoke, the room fell deathly silent, with some even daring not to breathe. Who would be foolish enough to respond? After all, to confront Long Shantian with the assertion that it was the sneeze of a wolf cub that caused his little dragon to cry would be tantamount to branding their dragon cub as a coward. Thus, the assembly chose to remain silent, eager to see how Long Shantian would address the matter. Realizing the effectiveness of his intimidation, Long Aoe turned his gaze to the little wolf cub. Ji Qingye cradled in Shumin's arms. Was it this little wolf cub that frightened my grandson to tears? Shumin held Ji Qingye tightly, wishing to shield him. That he merely sneezed, she protested. Are you implying that my grandson was genuinely frightened to tears by the sneeze of this little wolf cub? Long Shantian's displeasure was palpable. Before Shumin could respond, he unleashed his dragon beast aura upon Ji Qingye. The little wolf cub slid from Shumin's arms to the floor. Despite his inherent stubbornness, he struggled to rise. However, as a mere juvenile wolf cub, he was no match for the overwhelming presence of an adult beast, especially that of a dragon. Thus, unable to withstand the pressure, Ji Qingye soon found himself flattened against the ground. Motionless, yet Long Shantian did not relent in exerting his pressure on Ji Qingye, who appeared utterly distressed. Shumin, wishing to rescue Ji Qingye, was halted by Lu Tingyuan, who understood the nature of the Dragon Clan leader. Akin to Long Mei, fiercely protective of their own, had no one chosen to submit to him today, Ji Qingye would likely have faced dire consequences. In a moment of urgency, Ji Changqing stepped forward to embrace his younger brother, taking on the burden of Long Shantian's oppressive aura in Ji Qingye's stead. However, despite Ji Changqing being a male of the Wolf Clan, he too could not withstand Long Shantian's might and soon crumpled to the floor. Witnessing her brother and Ji Qingye in such distress, Shumin felt an ache in her heart. Fortunately, Ji Luohong timely interceded on Ji Qingye's behalf, saying, Dragon Clan leader, considering today is an important occasion for Mingyu and Long Aoe, and given that they are both Mingyu's brothers, might you show them some mercy? In truth, Long Shantian merely sought to silence the crowd. He was well aware that the little dragon cub was physically frail and easily frightened. Nevertheless, as the grandson of the Dragon Clan leader, such disparagement could not be tolerated. With Ji Luohong now pleading on their behalf, Long Shantian decided to grant a favor, for had he truly harmed Ji Qingye, outsiders would undoubtedly accuse him of bullying the weak. Upon Ji Luohong's intervention, he released Ji Qingye, and the crowd, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, no longer daring to speak. Once Long Shantian withdrew his dragon beast aura, he donned a facade of feigned benevolence and began to usher everyone to take their seats in preparation for the banquet, only to suddenly notice the absence of Long Mei. Long Aoe. Where is your mother? Why have I yet to see her? Long Shantian inquired regarding Long Mei's tardiness. Long Aoe, engulfed in a state of anger and embarrassment since their arrival, had not even considered Long Mei's absence. Upon hearing Long Xiangtian's question, he glanced around, but still found no sign of her. Perhaps she is yet to arrive. However, the banquet is about to commence, so she should be here shortly, he replied. Before Long Aoe could finish a sentence, he noticed Long Mei entering the room, accompanied by Lu Jinghuan. Following the direction indicated by Long Aoe's finger, Long Xiangtian glanced towards the entrance of the hall and indeed saw Long Mei appearing at the doorway. Just as Long Xiangtian was about to greet Long Mei, he caught sight of Lu Jinghuan behind her, and his expression instantly turned a shade of deep crimson, causing his steps to falter. Chapter 83. Who sits at the main table? Ever since Lu Jinghuan had wounded Long Mei with a dagger, she insisted on having him by her side every day. On one hand, it was due to her fear that Long Aoe might act against Lu Jinghuan again, as Long Aoe had always harbored a dislike for him, especially after Lu Jinghuan had injured Long Mei for the sake of Xu Min. Naturally, Long Aoe's aversion for Lu Jinghuan grew into outright animosity. On the other hand, Long Mei harbored feelings for Lu Jinghuan. Particularly during his extended stay with the Tiger Clan, she became acutely aware of her affections for him. Conversely, Lu Jinghuan no longer catered to Long Mei's every whim and had reverted to his original aloof and solitary demeanor. Rather than being put off, Long Mei found herself increasingly enamored by this version of Lu Jinghuan. Today, Long Mei donned a deep red qipao, adorned with golden thread embroidering a blooming peony, which accentuated her beauty exquisitely. Long Xiangtian, holding a pre-prepared pill in hand, approached Long Mei and presented it to her. This pill was designed to enhance male vitality and was intended to strengthen the young dragon cubs. Seizing the moment as Long Mei accepted the pill, Long Xiangtian attempted to grasp her hand. However, Long Mei seemed to anticipate his intentions, swiftly retracting her hand, leaving Long Xiangtian momentarily embarrassed, his expression darkening. Recovering from his awkwardness, Long Xiangtian replaced his expression with a smile and addressed Long Mei. This is a special pill I prepared for the young dragon cubs to bolster their strength. Please deliver it to them. His gaze remained fixed on Long Mei, entirely disregarding Lu Jinghuan's presence. Yet, Long Mei showed little concern for Long Xiangtian either, feigning ignorance to his changing demeanor as she simply replied, "Thank you, brother," and turned her attention away. "Come here, little dragon cub. This is a gift for you." Long Mei stepped past Long Xiangtian to stand before the young dragon cub, presenting the pill to Ji Mingyu. Ji Mingyu obediently expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you. Following this, Long Mei instructed Long Aoe to prepare for the banquet. Once the feast commenced, the male members of the Long clan, alongside Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min, took their seats at the main table. Naturally, Long Mei, Long Xiangtian, Long Aoe, and Long Qingqing were also to sit at the head table, with Ji Mingyu, as Long Aoe's partner, included as well. Although Lu Jinghuan was overlooked by Long Xiangtian, he still sat beside Long Mei. Consequently, what was originally a table meant for 10 was now crowded with over a dozen adults, creating a rather cramped atmosphere. The other guests seemed unbothered, yet Long Xiangtian, upon noticing Lu Jinghuan seated next to Long Mei, sought to leverage the tight quarters as an excuse to oust him to another table. "This table is too crowded. It's the main table. An outsider should sit elsewhere," he declared, his eyes fixed on Lu Jinghuan. Long Aoe, understanding his father's sentiments, chimed in, "Lu Jinghuan, please take a seat at the adjacent table." Long Mei frowned at Long Aoe's words. "If he goes, then so do." I thought her dissent was clear, prompting Long Aoe to take aim at Xu Min next. "Xu Min, you have yet to marry into our clan. You are also considered an outsider, so please take your leave." Xu Min, unconcerned about where she dined, had only joined the table because Lu Tingyuan had invited her, and with no desire to impose, she stood to depart. Observing Xu Min's intention to leave, Lu Tingyuan rose as well, declaring, "I will accompany you to another table." Following suit, Lu Tingting added, "I want to sit with my brother and sister. You two should remain here. There's no need for such antics." Long Aoe insisted. Initially, Xu Min felt no embarrassment, but with Lu Tingyuan and Lu Tingting's actions, the situation turned awkward. Though she recognized their intentions were well-meaning, Liu Jinghuan held a fondness for Xu Min and wished to shield her from discomfort. Thus, he stood up to intervene. Xu Min, Ting Yuan, and Ting Ting, please take your seats. Among us, it is I who should relocate to another table due to my lowly status, not you. With that, Liu Jinghuan turned to leave. But Long Mei grasped his hand, preventing his departure. Ji Mingyu, it would be inconvenient for you to stay here with the young dragon cub. You may join another table or reunite with your kin at the Wolf Clan leader's table. Long Mei's arrangement displeased not only Ji Mingyu, but also Long Ao, who, despite his personal feelings towards her, recognized her as his wife by asking Ji Mingyu to leave the main table. Long Mei was effectively slapping him in the face. However, Long Xiangtian remained silent, and thus Long Ao dared not voice his discontent either, leading Ji Mingyu to take the young dragon cub and leave for the Wolf Clan leader's table. Long Xiangtian's targeting of Liu Jinghuan was not without reason. He harbored affections for Long Mei, yet she showed no reciprocation, instead remaining infatuated with Liu Jinghuan. Consequently, Long Xiangtian felt envious of Liu Jinghuan's connection with Long Mei, which explained why Long Ao frequently assaulted Liu Jinghuan. Much of Long Ao's hostility stemmed from the belief that Liu Jinghuan had usurped his mother, thereby causing a rift between his parents. In truth, Long Mei merely sought to fulfill her obligations to the Long clan and held no genuine feelings for Long Xiangtian, who was merely indulging in unrequited sentiments. The dynamics at the main table were inherently complex, further exacerbated by the previous discord stemming from their seating arrangements. As a result, the atmosphere was tense, with no smiles gracing the faces of those gathered, leading to a rather oppressive dining experience. It was not until the toasting segment commenced that Long Xiangtian and his companions were compelled to engage, at which point some smiles reappeared. One could hardly deny the Long clan's formidable strength. Their banquet hall, as spacious as a football field, was filled to capacity. After circulating for toasts, Long Xiangtian and the others found themselves feeling somewhat fatigued. Long Ao promptly approached Long Xiangtian to offer a back rub, not out of genuine filial piety, but rather in hopes of currying favor with him to expedite his ascension to the position of clan leader. After all, he was no longer young, with 5 young dragon cubs already to his name. If he did not secure the position soon, by the time he actually became the clan leader, he would be too worn out to enjoy it. Retirement planning is indeed wise. Children are a blessing, Long Xiangtian remarked, casting sidelong glances at Long Mei, as if his words had deeper implications. Long Mei, however, discerned the meaning behind his statements but feigned ignorance, choosing to ignore him entirely. The more Long Xiangtian stared at her, the more she diligently served food into Liu Jinghuan's bowl. Chapter 84. Shall we have a litter of dragon cubs? Liu Jinghuan understood Long Xiangtian's insinuations all too well, although he was displeased. He recognized that Long Xiangtian had not crossed any lines. He refrained from overtly displaying his irritation, lest others consider him petty. Time flies. You have all grown so much. I still remember when you used to follow me around, calling me father. It was quite amusing. Long Xiangtian seemed particularly invested in reminiscing about childhood tales. Long Mei, however, remained silent, focusing solely on her meal, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. The other males of the Long clan were aware of the complicated relationship between Long Mei and Long Xiangtian, but dared not speak up, opting instead to keep their heads down and eat in silence, silently wishing for the meal to conclude swiftly. Indeed, I recall how much our father adored the two of us during our childhood, Long Qingqing remarked. Long Xiangtian had indeed doted on her in her youth. Long Mei, how about we conceive another litter of cubs? After all, we're the only purebred dragon offspring of the Long clan. Long Xiangtian's proposition struck like thunder on a clear day, leaving the others momentarily speechless. Although the Long clan stipulated that females must bear 3 female cubs before they could consider ceasing reproduction, Long Mei had not associated with Long Xiangtian for many years. Moreover, he no longer resided within the clan's residence, and with Liu Jinghuan's presence, Long Xiangtian's sudden suggestion to have another litter with Long Mei was indeed startling. Liu Jinghuan's countenance darkened upon hearing Long Xiangtian's words. While he disagreed with many of Long Mei's actions, like her, he held the other in his heart. The notion of Long Xiang proposing to have more dragon cubs with Long Mei incited his anger. Wonderful. Then I could have younger siblings. Long Qingqing is indifferent to so many matters. As long as she can make Lu Tingyuan and his associates uncomfortable, she finds great joy in it. Indeed, mother, it is a pity that with such excellent genes from you and father, you do not produce a brood of little dragons. Long Aoe is acutely aware of where he should stand. You see, both children express this sentiment. What do you say, Long Mei? Long Xiang intends to use today's occasion to pressure Long Mei to achieve his own ends. However, unbeknownst to him, Long Mei is indifferent to the setting. Her heart is solely with Lu Zhenghuan, leading her to explicitly reject Long Xiang's proposal. I do not agree. Long Mei, do not forget that a female dragon must bear 3 female offspring to have a right to choose to cease reproduction. This rule exists because the dragon clan maintains pure bloodlines and does not intermarry with outsiders. Hence, such stringent laws were established. Now, Long Xiang is using the clan's regulations to coerce Long Mei, which makes her feel somewhat hesitant, as she has always valued her dragon heritage. Observing Long Mei's indecision, Lu Jinghuan felt a pang of jealousy. Unwilling to remain a target of insult, he turned to leave his seat. Long Mei, wishing to follow him, was halted by Long Xiang. I have another matter to inform you. What is it? Although physically present, Long Mei's thoughts had already flown to Lu Jinghuan. She yearned to escape Long Xiang's grasp and seek out Lu Jinghuan. I plan to move to the Dragon Clan's villa for a while. Long Xiang dropped a heavy bombshell. This revelation made it clear to everyone that he was serious about wanting to have more dragonlings with Long Mei. And it was not mere talk. Long Mei understood that altering Long Xiang's decision would be challenging, and thus, she could only reluctantly nod in agreement. She was at a loss regarding how to confront both Long Xiang and Lu Jinghuan simultaneously. Her heart belonged to Lu Jinghuan. Yet as a member of the Dragon Clan, she bore the responsibility to ensure the purity of their bloodline. If Long Xiang insisted on having her bear more dragonlings, she would indeed have to comply. Long Mei found herself ensnared in an endless cycle of distress, while Lu Tingyuan and Xu Min felt a deep discomfort witnessing Lu Jinghuan's earlier departure. However, being outsiders, they had no authority to intervene in the affairs of the Dragon Clan and could only watch as Lu Jinghuan left alone, angered by Long Xiang's actions. After Lu Jinghuan's exit, they merely picked at their food before departing to Lu Tingyuan, accompanied by Xu Min and the seemingly spontaneous Lu Tingting, made their way to Lu Jinghuan's room. Lu Jinghuan sat alone, head bowed in sorrow. Throughout the years, due to Long Mei's unique status, Lu Jinghuan had tread carefully as her supportive figure. Regardless of how Long Aoe provoked and mistreated him, he endured for Long Mei's sake. Even though he was unhappy in the Dragon Clan's villa, he found solace in being near her. The last time he had used a dagger against her was due to his inability to recognize the Long Mei he once knew. In the past, Long Mei might have been somewhat proud and willful, yet her heart was kind, never inclined to harm others. In the days spent together recently, Lu Jinghuan felt that the Long Mei of her had not strayed far. She was slowly rediscovering herself. However, at the banquet, Long Xiang's proposal reminded Lu Jinghuan that Long Mei did not belong solely to him. More importantly, there were many things beyond his control, and he loathed Long Xiang's tyranny, as well as his own powerlessness. Father, are you well? Lu Tingyuan approached Lu Jinghuan, resting a hand on his shoulder in concern. I am fine, Lu Jinghuan replied, forcing a smile upon seeing Lu Tingyuan. When he noticed Lu Tingting and Xu Min, he quickly greeted them warmly. You all have come. Please, take a seat. Lu Tingting and Xu Min settled onto the sofa, with Lu Tingting casting a worried glance at her father, though she only grasped the situation at the banquet in broad strokes. She was certain her father had been hurt. Tingting, father is fine. Do not be upset. All right. Lu Jinghuan gently urged as he beckoned Lu Tingting to sit beside him, offering quiet comfort. Understanding, Lu Tingting nodded and nestled in her father's embrace. Father, why not dissolve your partnership with mother? That way, I can bring you out of the Dragon Clan's villa alive. Lu Jinghuan was uncertain about how to choose. Staying meant he could watch over Long Mei, but he might also have to witness her bearing dragonlings with Long Xiang. Yet, Severing ties with Long Mei meant becoming distant strangers, which he found hard to accept. Thus, he remained silent, unsure how to respond to Lu Tingyuan's query. "Father, will you truly spend your life in such a manner?" Lu Tingyuan pressed, challenging his father's silence. Chapter 85. A sister for Tingting. That Lu Tingyuan was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Lu Jinghuan's mind. He simply wished for his father to live without such suffering, to experience a better life. Therefore, he resolved to make a decision on his father's behalf and promptly sought out Long Mei. At that moment, Long Mei was in her room at the main residence, her face etched with worry, unsure of what to do. Long Xiangtian was a man of his word. Even if she devised a temporary plan to avoid bearing dragonlings with him, she knew she could not escape forever. And then there was Lu Jinghuan. How would she face him? It was clear he was upset during the evening's events, just as Long Mei was consumed by her worries. A knock resounded at the door. "Who is it?" she asked dully. "Mother, it's me, Lu Tingyuan." Having rarely entered Long Mei's room throughout his life, Lu Tingyuan's voice brought her attention. "Come in." Upon hearing Lu Tingyuan, Long Mei rose to sit on the sofa. "Mother, since you intend to bear dragonlings with Long Xiangtian, please release father and dissolve your partnership with him." Lu Tingyuan wasted no time in getting straight to the point. "Release him? Did Lu Jinghuan send you?" Long Mei assumed that Lu Jinghuan had dispatched Lu Tingyuan to persuade her to know. "I came on my own accord." While Lu Tingyuan indeed sought to persuade Long Mei to dissolve her partnership with Lu Jinghuan, he did not wish to create discord between the two. What gives you the right to decide for him? "Go back and tell Lu Jinghuan that I will never dissolve my partnership with him," Long Mei said firmly, her agitation evident as she pointed at Lu Tingyuan. "Mother, father is unhappy here. If you simply sever your partnership, I can take him away from this place that brings him no joy." Lu Tingyuan pressed on, unwilling to back down. "I have already stated that I will not dissolve my partnership with Lu Jinghuan. You might as well abandon that notion." Long Mei, determined, walked towards the bed. She would never allow Lu Jinghuan to leave her life. "Mother," Lu Tingyuan persisted, attempting to say more, but was interrupted by Long Mei. "Enough. Do not say any more. I need to rest. Please leave." Long Mei lay down on the bed, turning her back to Lu Tingyuan, effectively dismissing him. Seeing her unwillingness to continue the conversation, Lu Tingyuan could only exit the room, leaving their discussion unresolved. In Lu Jinghuan's room, Shu Min observed his distracted demeanor and suggested, "Father, if you truly cannot bear to part with mother, I might have a solution. Would you like to hear it?" The mention of father brought joy to Lu Jinghuan's heart, and he replied with excitement, "Child, you..." After experiencing such turmoil, Shu Min understood that Lu Jinghuan genuinely cared for her, and with her own pregnancy, it was appropriate for her to call him father. "Father, I know what you wish to say, so would you not like to hear my solution?" Shu Min recognized that Lu Jinghuan was moved by her calling him father. "Go ahead." Lu Jinghuan did not harbor high hopes, aware that the Dragon Clan's rules were immutable. While the clan mandates that 3 female offspring must be born, it does not specify that they must be of pure dragon lineage. Therefore, father could make an effort to provide Tingting with a little sister. "You child, what a ridiculous suggestion." Though Lu Tingyuan feigned disapproval, he kept her words in mind. That very evening, Lu Jinghuan sought out Long Mei in her room. "What brings you here?" After recently removing her makeup, Long Mei caught sight of Lu Jinghuan entering through the door reflected in the mirror. She was somewhat taken aback. He had left in a fit of anger just at noon, and Lu Tingyuan even came to persuade her to dissolve her partnership with Lu Jinghuan. Could it be that he was here to sever their bond? Was he so eager to part ways with her, to leave Longzhuang Biyuan? The more she pondered, the more her irritation grew, and she turned to confront Lu Jinghuan with accusations of his heartlessness. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Lu Jinghuan stepped forward, trapping Long Mei between the dressing table and his own body, and swiftly lowered his head to press his lips against hers. Long Mei's eyes widened in shock initially, but as she regained her composure, she began to strike his broad chest with her small fists, attempting to free herself from his grasp. "Lu Jinghuan, what are you doing?" Ignoring her resistance, Lu Jinghuan, despite appearing weak on ordinary days, was not truly so. Long Mei's feeble attempts to push him away were ineffectual against him. He bent down, lifted her effortlessly, and walked towards the bed, saying, In a moment, you'll understand what I intend to do. Long Mei had not seen such an expression in Lu Jinghuan's eyes for a long time. It seemed as though he wished to consume her hold at Liu Jinghuan. Her voice dwindled, and so did her struggles. If you truly don't wish to continue, then let us simply dissolve our partnership. Liu Jinghuan feigned a move to release her. What will you do? Lu Jinghuan for once relaxed slightly, a hint of mischief in his demeanor. You are threatening me. At this moment, Long Mei ceased all resistance. Indeed, I am threatening you. How about that? I intend to devour you. As he spoke, Lu Jinghuan began kissing Long Mei once more. That night, the two shared a delightful experience that considerably eased the tension in their relationship. The following morning, just as Long Mei and Lu Jinghuan were rising, news arrived that Long Xiangtian had moved into the Long family villa, with accommodations merely a wall away from Long Mei. I'll make him leave, Long Mei declared as she headed towards the door. He won't listen to you. Best to let him be, Lu Jinghuan replied, knowing that the more Long Mei sought out Long Xiangtian, the more the latter would resist. It was wiser to observe how things unfolded. Indeed, Long Mei conceded. If Long Xiangtian were easily persuaded, he wouldn't have truly moved into the Long family villa. It appeared that the villa would soon become increasingly lively. In truth, Lu Jinghuan wished to express that the Long family villa was bound to grow more chaotic. Previously, Long Ao and Long Qingqing had already created quite a ruckus. Now, with their father present, the three would only add to the tumult. Meanwhile, Long Mei contemplated how to handle Long Xiangtian's intentions of having offspring with her. Chapter 86. Long Mei's pregnancy. Ever since Long Xiangtian moved next door to Long Mei, he seized every opportunity to approach her, while she evaded him at all costs. The prospect of intimacy with Long Mei was utterly out of the question, as she consistently rebuffed his advances. However, Long Xiangtian was not easily deterred. He persisted in his pursuit of her as for Long Mei and Lu Jinghuan. Their relationship blossomed further. Each night, Lu Jinghuan would transform into his serpentine form and slip through the window into Long Mei's chamber, where they would share passionate encounters. Long Mei was well aware of Lu Jinghuan's intentions and found them agreeable. As long as she bore a female offspring, it was not imperative to conceive with Long Xiangtian. To ensure Lu Jinghuan's safety, Long Mei advised him to refrain from seeking her out during the day, fearing that Long Xiangtian might pose a threat to him. Thus, a month passed in this manner, with Long Mei steadfastly denying Long Xiangtian any chance, until he could no longer contain himself. He felt compelled to confront Long Mei and insist upon dissolving her partnership with Lu Jinghuan. In a frenzy, Long Xiangtian searched the Long family villa for Long Mei. That moment, Long Mei was in her study, reviewing a contract with Lu Jinghuan, although she had initially intended for Lu Jinghuan to avoid her during the day. The urgency of the contract and some issues prompted her to summon him. Seize him, Long Xiangtian commanded upon witnessing Long Mei and Lu Jinghuan seated closely together in the study, his anger flaring. Long Mei sprang to her feet in alarm. What are you doing, Long Xiangtian? Let him go. Having bottled up his frustrations for a month, Long Xiangtian was in no mood to relent. What is it about Lu Jinghuan that makes you choose him over me? He demanded, fixing his gaze on Long Mei as he approached her desk. I choose him not because he is superior to you, but because I simply love him, Long Mei declared, addressing both Long Xiangtian and Lu Jinghuan. This time, she sought to clarify matters with Long Xiangtian. Long Mei, Lu Jinghuan had never heard her express such sentiments before, and he was deeply moved. Silence, Long Xiangtian interrupted, turning away from Lu Jinghuan. Yet, despite being silenced, Lu Jinghuan continued to gaze at Long Mei with affection. What do you intend to do? Release him at once. Long Mei was on the verge of tears. Very well, I will release him. But only if you agree to dissolve your partnership with him, Long Xiangtian countered, noting Long Mei's distress. That is out of the question. I will never allow Lu Jinghuan to leave me, Long Mei asserted, unable to fathom a life without him. Are you certain? Long Xiangtian asked, signaling to the males behind him. Upon receiving his command, one of them struck Lu Jinghuan in the abdomen. Ugh! Lu Jinghuan grunted, suppressing a cry of pain. He did not wish to embarrass Long Mei. Yet Long Xiangtian interpreted this as evidence that she had chosen a cowardly partner, still unwilling to concede. Long Xiangtian observed Long Mei's conflicted expression. His heart a tumult of emotions. He yearned to bring her joy and happiness. Yet this all seemed to hinge on her association with another man, which left him frustrated. Long Xiangtian, you are forcing my hand. Long Mei found herself torn, not wanting to see Lu Jinghuan harmed, yet conflicted about severing their bond. Then, if you wish to prevent Lu Jinghuan from suffering further, dissolve your partnership with him. Long Xiangtian lounged on the sofa, adopting an uncompromising demeanor. Fine, I agree. Long Mei relented just as the males prepare to strike Lu Jinghuan once more. Long Mei, do not agree to this. Let them hit me. I can endure it, Lu Jinghuan protested, fully aware that Long Mei's consent was driven by her fear of his suffering. All right, can you release him now? Long Mei implored, shaking her head at Lu Jinghuan before turning to Long Xiangtian, urging him to let Lu Jinghuan go. However, upon witnessing the deep bond between Long Mei and Lu Jinghuan, Long Xiangtian abruptly altered his approach, deciding against using the Long family crystal to dissolve their partnership. He stood, brandishing a dagger aimed at Lu Jinghuan's arm, intending to forcibly sever their bond. As the blade cut into Lu Jinghuan's arm, blood began to flow freely, yet the mark of their partnership on Long Mei's arm remained unchanged. What is happening? Long Xiangtian could hardly believe his eyes. This method was supposed to dissolve the bond with absolute certainty, unless... Lu Jinghuan, equally astonished, wondered why the mark on Long Mei's arm had not reacted. Could it be? Could it be that I am pregnant? Long Mei had not noticed any peculiar changes in her body recently, only occasional fatigue, which she attributed to late nights spent with Lu Jinghuan. She had never considered the possibility of being with child. This is impossible. It cannot be true. Long Xiangtian was reluctant to accept the reality of the situation and thus made another attempt, drawing another line across Lu Jinghuan's arm. Just as Lu Jinghuan was about to halt the bleeding from his arm, it began to flow profusely once more. However, the companion beast mark on Long Mei's arm remained unchanged to this moment. Everyone was certain that Long Mei was indeed pregnant. Long Xiangtian, filled with frustration, glared at Long Mei's belly, even contemplating taking action against it. If you dare to harm my belly, I shall perish here today. Once Long Mei confirmed her pregnancy, she felt immense joy. Yet she knew it was not the time to celebrate. She first needed to send Long Xiangtian away to leave, in a fit of exasperation. Long Xiangtian led a throng of males out of Long Mei's study. And naturally, Lu Jinghuan was also released. Are you all right? Long Mei hurried over to check if Lu Jinghuan was injured, and I'm fine. What about you? Let me have a look at Liu Jinghuan pulled Long Mei onto the sofa, his eyes gleaming with delight as he gazed at her belly. All right, don't stare for now. There will be plenty of time to look later. The most important thing right now is for the clan physician to examine you. Long Mei felt a pang of sympathy as she looked at the 2 cuts on Lu Jinghuan's arm. I am unharmed. However, you must also allow the clan physician to give you a thorough checkup. Lu Jinghuan was overjoyed at the prospect of the unborn child. Chapter 87. A little female cub in the Dragon Clan's medical facility, equipped with specialized medical instruments. Long Mei first had the clan physician bandage Lu Jinghuan's wounds before proceeding to undergo an ultrasound examination. The doctor reassured her that, fortunately, Lu Jinghuan had not sustained any damage to his tendons or bones and merely required a few days of rest. Clan physician, is the baby in Long Mei's belly a male or a female? Lu Jinghuan eagerly sought to know the gender of the child. It is a little female cub, the clan physician stated after meticulously reviewing the ultrasound results. This was a significant matter for the Dragon Clan, and the physician dared not be careless. Thank you, clan physician. Long Mei and Lu Jinghuan walked along the path to the clan leader's residence. Each harbored differing thoughts. Long Mei was elated that the child in her womb was a little female, as it meant she would not have to bear progeny with Long Xiangtian any longer. More importantly, she would not have to dissolve her partnership with Lu Jinghuan. However, Lu Jinghuan was not as optimistic as Long Mei. Although he was pleased that the child was a little female, he felt a sense of unease that, in truth, he would have been equally delighted regardless of whether the child was a male or female. His concern lay in the fact that a little female cub might attract unwanted attention, much like Lu Tingting had previously experienced. Liu Jinghuan vividly recalled the time when Lu Tingting was discovered to be a little female, drawing many suitors from the Dragon Clan seeking to forge connections through marriage. Long Mei had initially intended to choose a suitable match from among them, but Lu Jinghuan had vehemently opposed the idea, not wanting his daughter to be used as a pawn in the games of power. This had led to a fierce argument between them, but fortunately, Long Mei ultimately refrained from arranging a betrothal for Lu Tingting. This was also another reason why Lu Jinghuan chose to remain in the Dragon Clan. Despite Long Mei's seemingly dominant demeanor, she often respected Lu Jinghuan's opinions on many matters. After Lu Tingting's birth, numerous suitors continued to pursue her, yet Long Mei had firmly rejected them all. Reflecting on Lu Tingting's past tribulations, Lu Tingyuan could not help but worry for the little female cub. Long Mei, sensing Lu Tingyuan's concern, inquired, "Are you worried that this little female cub will face similar challenges as Tingting did?" "Indeed, I only wish for our child to grow up peacefully, free from the entanglements of the Dragon Clan's conflicts." Lu Jinghuan merely wanted his daughter to lead a joyful life. "Rest assured, I will protect this little female cub diligently, ensuring she grows up safely by my side." Long Mei was equally delighted at the prospect of the child within her. "This child has arrived just in time. If it weren't for her today, who knows what Long Xiantian would have done to you. Indeed, this little female cub is my little savior." Lu Jinghuan and Long Mei embraced one another. Yet, not all welcomed the arrival of this little female cub. It was needless to say that Long Xiantian was displeased, and neither was Long Ao pleased. Upon learning of Long Mei's pregnancy with a little female cub, Long Ao was incensed. "How could I have not discerned Lu Jinghuan's audacity before? He actually allowed my mother to conceive a little female cub. You truly do not wish for this little sister?" After calming the little dragon cub to sleep, Ji Mingyu approached Long Ao and asked, "That abomination is not my sister. Only a little female born of my mother and father could be considered my sister. Lu Jinghuan's child is nothing of consequence." Long Ao had always held disdain for Lu Jinghuan, and now his feelings had intensified to outright hatred. "Then let her disappear," Ji Mingyu said nonchalantly. "What did you say? Make her disappear. How can I do that? She is in my mother's womb. I cannot harm her mother." Long Ao, at the very least, had a conscience as he acknowledged that Long Mei was his mother. "To my knowledge, the little female cub that Bai Lianrui carried mysteriously vanished." Ji Mingyu was vaguely aware that it was Long Mei's actions to deal with Ji Changming that had led to the disappearance of the little female cub within Bai Lianrui, though she was not quite clear on the details. Upon hearing Ji Mingyu's words, Long Ao hurriedly set out in search of a means to cause the fetus to vanish. Soon, Long Ao successfully located the very potion that had caused the little female cub within Bai Lianrui to disappear. Long Ao discovered that since Long Mei's pregnancy, she had been particularly attentive to her health, consuming a nourishing soup every afternoon. Consequently, he secretly bribed a servant near Long Mei, instructing him to add the potion for fetal disappearance into her soup. The servant was rather cautious. On his way to the kitchen, he intercepted the soup bearer, claiming that Long Mei could not wait and needed him to expedite the soup, thus taking the soup and slipping into an unnoticed corner to mix in all the drugs Long Ao had provided. Long Ao lacked the patience for the little female cub to gradually disappear. He sought a potion that would cause instant disappearance. The servant served the drug-laced soup to Long Mei, as usual. Since confirming her pregnancy, Long Mei had become particularly vigilant. Her sense of smell heightened. She could detect any changes in the substances she ingested merely by scent. Thus, when the servant presented the soup, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Once the servant departed, Long Mei picked up the soup and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, the aroma was wrong. Maintaining her composure, she set the soup aside and feigned illness, requesting that someone fetch the clan physician. Upon the physician's arrival, Long Mei presented the bowl of ginseng soup, asking him to examine what had been added. What? A fetal disappearance potion. Long Mei gazed at the clan physician in disbelief, relieved that she had not consumed the soup. Otherwise, the little female cub in her womb would likely have ceased to exist. Long Mei silently rejoiced. The dosage is considerable. Had this soup been ingested, the child in her belly would perish within half an hour. The clan physician continued. Hearing the physician's words, Long Mei felt both fear and curiosity, pondering who would want the life of the little female cub in her womb. Could it be that Long Xiangtian still harbored intentions against the child? Long Mei's first suspicion fell on Long Xiangtian, as he was the one most eager for her not to be pregnant. However, upon further reflection, she deemed it unlikely that Long Xiangtian would resort to such underhanded tactics. He would undoubtedly confront her openly if he were the one behind this. But if it were not Long Xiangtian, then who could it be that wielded such a potent poison?